18. Knight Rose Croix. Prince Rose Croix. Each of us makes such applications to his own faith and creed, of the symbols and ceremonies of this degree, as seems to him proper. With these special interpretations we have here nothing to do. Like the legend of the Master Curram, in which some see figured the condemnation and sufferings of Christ, others those of the unfortunate Grand Master of the Templars, others those of the first Charles, King of England. And others still the annual descent of the sun at the winter solstice to the regions of darkness, the basis of many an ancient legend, so the ceremonies of this degree receive different explanations. Each interpreting them for himself, and being offended at the interpretation of no other. In no other way could Masonry possess its character of universality, that character which has ever been peculiar to it from its origin. And which enables two kings, worshippers of different deities, to sit together as masters, while the walls of the first temple arose. And the men of Gebel, bowing down to the Phoenician gods, to work by the side of the Hebrews to whom those gods were abomination, and to sit with them in the same lodge as brethren. You have already learned that these ceremonies have one general significance, to every one, of every faith, who believes in God, and the soul's immortality. The primitive men met in no temples made with human hands. God, said Stephen, the first martyr, dwelleth not in temples made with hands. In the open air, under the overarching mysterious sky, in the great world temple, they uttered their vows and thanksgivings, and adored the God of light. Of that light that was to them the type of good, as darkness was the type of evil. All antiquity solved the enigma of the existence of evil, by supposing the existence of a principle of evil, of demons, fallen angels, an Ahriman, a Typhon, a Shiva, a Lok, or a Satan, that, first falling themselves, and plunged in misery and darkness, tempted man to his fall, and brought sin into the world. All believed in a future life, to be attained by purification and trials, in a state or successive states of reward and punishment. And in a mediator or redeemer, by whom the evil principle was to be overcome, and the supreme deity reconciled to his creatures. The belief was general, that he was to be born of a virgin, and suffer a painful death. The Indians called him Krishna. The Chinese, Khyentse, the Persians, Sosiash, the Chaldeans, Duvanai, the Egyptians, Harori, Plato, Love, and the Scandinavians, Balder. Krishna, the Hindu Redeemer, was cradled and educated among shepherds. A tyrant, at the time of his birth, ordered all the male children to be slain. He performed miracles, say his legends, even raising the dead. He washed the feet of the Brahmins, and was meek and lowly of spirit. He was born of a virgin. Descended to hell, rose again, ascended to heaven, charged his disciples to teach his doctrines, and gave them the gift of miracles. The first Masonic legislator whose memory is preserved to us by history, was Buddha, who, about 1,000 years before the Christian era, reformed the religion of Manos. He called to the priesthood all men, without distinction of caste, who felt themselves inspired by God to instruct men. Those who so associated themselves formed a society of prophets under the name of Samanians. They recognized the existence of a single uncreated God, in whose bosom everything grows, is developed and transformed. The worship of this God reposed upon the obedience of all the beings he created. His feasts were those of the solstices. The doctrines of Buddha pervaded India, China, and Japan. The priests of Brahma, professing a dark and bloody creed, brutalized by superstition, united together against Buddhism, and with the aid of despotism, exterminated its followers. But their blood fertilized the new doctrine, which produced a new society under the name of Gymnosophists. And a large number, fleeing to Ireland, planted their doctrines there, and there erected the round towers, some of which still stand, solid and unshaken as at first visible monuments of the remotest ages. The Phoenician cosmogony, like all others in Asia, was the Word of God, written in astral characters, by the planetary divinities, and communicated by the demigods, as a profound mystery, to the brighter intelligences of humanity, to be propagated by them among men. Their doctrines resembled the ancient Sabaism, and being the faith of Hiram the king and his namesake the artist, are of interest to all Masons. With them, the first principle was half material, half spiritual, a dark air, animated and impregnated by the Spirit, and a disordered chaos, covered with thick darkness. From this came the Word, and thence creation and generation. And thence a race of men, children of light, who adored heaven and its stars as the supreme being, and whose different gods were but incarnations of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the ether. Chryser was the great igneous power of nature, and Baal and Malakarth representations of the sun and moon, the latter word, in Hebrew, meaning queen. Man had fallen, but not by the tempting of the serpent. For, with the Phoenicians, the serpent was deemed to partake of the divine nature, and was sacred, as he was in Egypt. He was deemed to be immortal, unless slain by violence, becoming young again in his old age, by entering into and consuming himself. Hence the serpent in a circle, holding his tail in his mouth, was an emblem of eternity. With the head of a hawk he was of a divine nature, and a symbol of the sun. Hence one sect of the Gnostics took him for their good genius, and hence the brazen serpent reared by Moses in the desert, on which the Israelites looked and lived. Before the chaos, that preceded the birth of heaven and earth, said the Chinese Lao Tzu, a single being existed, immense and silent, immutable and always acting, the mother of the universe. I know not the name of that being, but I designate it by the word reason. Man has his model in the earth in heaven, heaven in reason, and reason in itself. I am, says Isis, nature. Parent of all things, the sovereign of the elements, the primitive progeny of time, the most exalted of the deities, the first of the heavenly gods and goddesses, the queen of the shades, the uniform countenance. Who dispose with my rod the numerous lights of heaven, the salubrious breezes of the sea, and the mournful silence of the dead, whose single divinity the whole world venerates in many forms, with various rites and by many names. The Egyptians, skilled in ancient lore, worship me with proper ceremonies, and call me by my true name, Isis the Queen. The Hindu Vedas thus define the deity. He who surpasses speech, and through whose power speech is expressed, know thou that he is Brahma, and not these perishable things that man adores. He whom intelligence cannot comprehend, and he alone, say the sages, through whose power the nature of intelligence can be understood, know thou that he is Brahma, and not these perishable things that man adores. He who cannot be seen by the organ of sight, and through whose power the organ of seeing sees, know thou that he is Brahma, and not these perishable things that man adores. He who cannot be heard by the organ of hearing, and through whose power the organ of hearing hears, know thou that he is Brahma, and not these perishable things that man adores. He who cannot be perceived by the organ of smelling, and through whose power the organ of smelling smells, know thou that he is Brahma, and not these perishable things that man adores. When God resolved to create the human race, said Arius, he made a being that he called the Word, the Son, wisdom, to the end that this being might give existence to men. This word is the Ormazd of Zoroaster, the Ein Sof of the Kabbalah, the Greek, Nu Omicron Upsilon, of Plato and Philo, the wisdom or demiurgos of the Gnostics. That is the true word, the knowledge of which our ancient brethren sought as the priceless reward of their labors on the holy temple, the word of life, the divine reason, in whom was life, and that life the light of men. Which long shone in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not, the infinite reason that is the soul of nature, immortal, of which the word of this degree reminds us, and to believe wherein and revere it, is the peculiar duty of every Mason. In the beginning, says the extract from some older work with which John commences his Gospel, was the Word, and the Word was near to God, and the Word was God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of man, and the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness did not contain it. It is an old tradition that this passage was from an older work. And Philostorgius and Nicephorus state, that when the Emperor Julian undertook to rebuild the temple, a stone was taken up, that covered the mouth of a deep square cave, into which one of the laborers, being let down by a rope, found in the center of the floor a cubical pillar, on which lay a roll or book, wrapped in a fine linen cloth, in which, in capital letters, was the foregoing passage. However this may have been, it is plain that John's Gospel is a polemic against the Gnostics. And, stating at the outset the current doctrine in regard to the creation by the Word, he then addresses himself to show and urge that this Word was Jesus Christ. And the first sentence, fully rendered into our language, would read thus: when the process of emanation, of creation or evolution of existences inferior to the supreme God began. The Word came into existence and was, and this Word was, Greek, pyro-omicron tau-omicron nu theta epsilon omicron nu, near to God. I.e. the immediate or first emanation from God, and it was God himself, developed or manifested in that particular mode, and in action. And by that Word everything that is was created. And thus Tertullian says that God made the world out of nothing, by means of his Word, wisdom, or power. To Philo the Jew, as to the Gnostics, the Supreme Being was the primitive light, or archetype of light, source whence the rays emanate that illuminate souls. He is the soul of the world, and as such acts everywhere. He himself fills and bounds his whole existence, and his forces fill and penetrate everything. His image is the Word, Logos, a form more brilliant than fire, which is not pure light. This Word dwells in God. For it is within his intelligence that the Supreme Being frames for himself the types of ideas of all that is to assume reality in the universe. The Word is the vehicle by which God acts on the universe. The world of ideas by means whereof God has created visible things, the more ancient God, as compared with the material world, chief and general representative of all intelligences. The Archangel, type and representative of all spirits, even those of mortals, the type of man, the primitive man himself. These ideas are borrowed from Plato. And this Word is not only the Creator, by him was everything made that was made, but acts in the place of God, and through him act all the powers and attributes of God. And also, as first representative of the human race, he is the protector of men and their shepherd, the Ben-Hadam, or Son of Man. The actual condition of man is not his primitive condition, that in which he was the image of the Word. His unruly passions have caused him to fall from his original lofty estate. But he may rise again, by following the teachings of heavenly wisdom, and the angels whom God commissions to aid him in escaping from the entanglements of the body. And by fighting bravely against evil, the existence of which God has allowed solely to furnish him with the means of exercising his free will. The Supreme Being of the Egyptians was Ammonius, a secret and concealed God, the unknown father of the Gnostics, the source of divine life, and of all force, the plenitude of all, comprehending all things in himself, the original light. He creates nothing, but everything emanates from him, and all other gods are but his manifestations. From him, by the utterance of a word, emanated Neith, the divine mother of all things, the primitive thought, the force that puts everything in movement, the spirit everywhere extended, the deity of light and mother of the sun. Of this Supreme Being, Osiris was the image, source of all good in the moral and physical world, and constant foe of Typhon, the genius of evil, the Satan of Gnosticism, brute matter. Deemed to be always at feud with the spirit that flowed from the deity. And over whom Harori, the Redeemer, son of Isis and Osiris, is finally to prevail. In the Zendavesta of the Persians the Supreme Being is time without limit, Zeruin Akarin. No origin could be assigned to him. For he was enveloped in his own glory, and his nature and attributes were so inaccessible to human intelligence, that he was but the object of a silent veneration. The commencement of creation was by emanation from him. The first emanation was the primitive light, and from this light emerged Ormuzd, the king of light, who, by the Word, created the world in its purity, is its preserver and judge, a holy and sacred being, intelligence and knowledge. Himself time without limit, and wielding all the powers of the Supreme Being. In this Persian faith, as taught many centuries before our era, and embodied in the Zendavesta, there was in man a pure principle, proceeding from the Supreme Being, produced by the will and word of Ormuzd. To that was united an impure principle, proceeding from a foreign influence, that of Ahriman, the dragon, or principle of evil. Tempted by Ahriman, the first man and woman had fallen. And for 12,000 years there was to be war between Ormuzd and the good spirits created by him, and Ahriman and the evil ones whom he had called into existence. But pure souls are assisted by the good spirits, the triumph of the good principle is determined upon in the decrees of the Supreme Being, and the period of that triumph will infallibly arrive. At the moment when the earth shall be most afflicted with the evils brought upon it by the spirits of perdition, 3 prophets will appear to bring assistance to mortals. Sosiash, chief of the 3, will regenerate the world, and restore to it its primitive beauty, strength, and purity. He will judge the good and the wicked. After the universal resurrection of the good, the pure spirits will conduct them to an abode of eternal happiness. Ahriman, his evil demons, and all the world, will be purified in a torrent of liquid burning metal. The law of Ormuzd will rule everywhere, all men will be happy, all, enjoying an unalterable bliss, will unite with Sosiash in singing the praises of the Supreme Being. These doctrines, with some modifications, were adopted by the Kabbalists and afterward by the Gnostics. Apollonius of Tyana says, "We shall render the most appropriate worship to the deity, when to that God whom we call the first, who is one, and separate from all, and after whom we recognize the others, we present no offerings whatever. Kindle to him no fire, dedicate to him no sensible thing. For he needs nothing, even of all that natures more exalted than ours could give. The earth produces no plant, the air nourishes no animal, there is in short nothing, which would not be impure in his sight. In addressing ourselves to him, we must use only the higher word, that, I mean, which is not expressed by the mouth, the silent inner word of the Spirit. From the most glorious of all beings, we must seek for blessings, by that which is most glorious in ourselves, and that is the Spirit, which needs no organ." Strabo says, "This one supreme essence is that which embraces us all, the water and the land, that which we call the heavens, the world, the nature of things. This highest being should be worshipped, without any visible image, in sacred groves. In such retreats the devout should lay themselves down to sleep, and expect signs from God in dreams." Aristotle says, "It has been handed down in a mythical form, from the earliest times to posterity, that there are gods, and that the divine compasses entire nature. All besides this has been added, after the mythical style, for the purpose of persuading the multitude, and for the interest of the laws and the advantage of the state. Thus men have given to the gods human forms, and have even represented them under the figure of other beings, in the train of which fictions followed many more of the same sort. But if, from all this, we separate the original principle, and consider it alone, namely, that the first essences are gods, we shall find that this has been divinely said. And since it is probable that philosophy and the arts have been several times, so far as that is possible, found and lost, such doctrines may have been preserved to our times as the remains of ancient wisdom." Porphyry says, "By images addressed to sense, the ancients represented God and his powers, by the visible they typified the invisible for those who had learned to read in these types, as in a book, a treatise on the gods. We need not wonder if the ignorant consider the images to be nothing more than wood or stone, for just so, they who are ignorant of writing see nothing in monuments but stone, nothing in tablets but wood, and in books but a tissue of papyrus." Apollonius of Tyana held, that birth and death are only in appearance, that which separates itself from the one substance, the one divine essence, and is caught up by matter, seems to be born. That, again, which releases itself from the bonds of matter, and is reunited with the one divine essence, seems to die. There is, at most, an alteration between becoming visible and becoming invisible. In all there is, properly speaking, but the one essence, which alone acts and suffers, by becoming all things to all. The eternal God, whom men wrong, when they deprive him of what properly can be attributed to him only, and transfer it to other names and persons. The new Platonists substituted the idea of the absolute, for the supreme essence itself. As the first, simplest principle, anterior to all existence, of which nothing determinate can be predicated, to which no consciousness, no self-contemplation can be ascribed. Inasmuch as to do so, would immediately imply a quality, a distinction of subject and object. This supreme entity can be known only by an intellectual intuition of the spirit, transcending itself, and emancipating itself from its own limits. This mere logical tendency, by means of which men thought to arrive at the conception of such an absolute, the Greek, nu, was united with a certain mysticism, which, by a transcendent state of feeling, communicated, as it were, to this abstraction what the mind would receive as a reality. The absorption of the spirit into that super-existence, Greek, tau pi kappa epsilon iota nu alpha tau omicron sigma alpha, so as to be entirely identified with it, or such a revelation of the latter to the spirit raised above itself, was regarded as the highest end which the spiritual life could reach. The New Platonists' idea of God was that of one simple original essence, exalted above all plurality in all becoming, the only true being. Unchangeable, eternal, Greek, epsilon nu tau epsilon iota pi lambda rho omega kappa alpha mu nu omicron nu sigma tau iota tau kappa alpha tau omicron nu tau omega nu, from whom all existence in its several gradations has emanated, the world of gods, as nearest akin to himself, being first, and at the head of all. In these gods, that perfection, which in the supreme essence was enclosed and unevolved, is expanded and becomes knowable. They serve to exhibit in different forms the image of that supreme essence, to which no soul can rise, except by the loftiest flight of contemplation, and after it has rid itself from all that pertains to sense, from all manifoldness. They are the mediators between man, amazed and stupefied by manifoldness, and the supreme unity. Philo says, "He who disbelieves the miraculous, simply as the miraculous, neither knows God, nor has he ever sought after him. For otherwise he would have understood, by looking at that truly great and awe-inspiring sight, the miracle of the universe, that these miracles, in God's providential guidance of his people, are but child's play for the divine power. But the truly miraculous has become despised through familiarity. The universal, on the contrary, although in itself insignificant, yet, through our love of novelty, transports us with amazement." In opposition to the anthropopathism of the Jewish scriptures, the Alexandrian Jews endeavored to purify the idea of God from all admixture of the human. By the exclusion of every human passion, it was sublimated to a something devoid of all attributes, and wholly transcendental. And the mere being, Greek, nu, the good, in and by itself, the absolute of Platonism, was substituted for the personal deity, Hebrew, of the Old Testament. By soaring upward, beyond all created existence, the mind, disengaging itself from the sensible, attains to the intellectual intuition of this absolute being, of whom, however, it can predicate nothing but existence, and sets aside all other determinations as not answering to the exalted nature of the supreme essence. Thus Philo makes a distinction between those who are in the proper sense sons of God, having by means of contemplation raised themselves to the highest being, or attained to a knowledge of him, in his immediate self-manifestation. And those who know God only in his mediate revelation through his operation, such as he declares himself in creation, in the revelation still veiled in the letter of Scripture, those, in short, who attach themselves simply to the Logos, and consider this to be the supreme God, who are the sons of the Logos, rather than of the true being, nu. God, says Pythagoras, is neither the object of sense, nor subject to passion, but invisible, only intelligible, and supremely intelligent. In his body he is like the light, and in his soul he resembles truth. He is the universal spirit that pervades and diffuseth itself over all nature. All beings receive their life from him. There is but one only God, who is not, as some are apt to imagine, seated above the world, beyond the orb of the universe. But being himself all in all, he sees all the beings that fill his immensity, the only principle, the light of heaven, the Father of all. He produces everything, he orders and disposes everything. He is the reason, the life, and the motion of all being. I am the light of the world, he that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. So said the founder of the Christian religion, as his words are reported by John the Apostle. God, say the sacred writings of the Jews, appeared to Moses in a flame of fire, in the midst of a bush, which was not consumed. He descended upon Mount Sinai, as the smoke of a furnace, he went before the children of Israel, by day, in a pillar of cloud and, by night, in a pillar of fire, to give them light. Call you on the name of your gods, said Elijah the prophet to the priests of Baal, and I will call upon the name of Adonai, and the God that answereth by fire, let him be God. According to the Kabbalah, as according to the doctrines of Zoroaster, everything that exists has emanated from a source of infinite light. Before all things, existed the primitive being, the Ancient of Days, the Ancient King of Light. A title the more remarkable, because it is frequently given to the Creator in the Zendavesta, and in the Code of the Sabaeans, and occurs in the Jewish scriptures. The world was his revelation, God revealed, and subsisted only in him. His attributes were there reproduced with various modifications and in different degrees, so that the universe was his holy splendor, his mantle. He was to be adored in silence, and perfection consisted in a nearer approach to him. Before the creation of worlds, the primitive light filled all space, so that there was no void. When the Supreme Being, existing in this light, resolved to display his perfections, or manifest them in worlds, he withdrew within himself, formed around him a void space, and shot forth his first emanation, a ray of light. The cause and principle of everything that exists, uniting both the generative and conceptive power, which penetrates everything, and without which nothing could subsist for an instant. Man fell, seduced by the evil spirits most remote from the great King of Light, those of the fourth world of spirits, Ossia, whose chief was Belial. They wage incessant war against the pure intelligences of the other worlds, who, like the Amshaspans, Izds, and Pharaohs of the Persians are the tutelary guardians of man. In the beginning, all was unison and harmony, full of the same divine light and perfect purity. The 7 kings of evil fell, and the universe was troubled. Then the Creator took from the 7 kings the principles of good and of light, and divided them among the 4 worlds of spirits, giving to the first 3 the pure intelligences, united in love and harmony, while to the 4th were vouchsafed only some feeble glimmerings of light. When the strife between these and the good angels shall have continued the appointed time, and these spirits enveloped in darkness shall long and in vain have endeavored to absorb the divine light and life, then will the Eternal himself come to correct them. He will deliver them from the gross envelopes of matter that hold them captive, will reanimate and strengthen the ray of light or spiritual nature which they have preserved, and re-establish throughout the universe that primitive harmony which was its bliss. Mark Ion, the Gnostic, said, the soul of the true Christian, adopted as a child by the Supreme Being, to whom it has long been a stranger, receives from him the spirit and divine life. It is led and confirmed, by this gift, in a pure and holy life, like that of God. And if it so completes its earthly career, in charity, chastity, and sanctity, it will one day be disengaged from its material envelope, as the ripe grain is detached from the straw, and as the young bird escapes from its shell. Like the angels, it will share in the bliss of the good and perfect Father, reclothed in an aerial body or organ, and made like unto the angels in heaven. You see, my brother, what is the meaning of Masonic light. You see why the east of the lodge, where the initial letter of the name of the deity overhangs the master, is the place of light. Light, as contradistinguished from darkness, is good, as contradistinguished from evil, and it is that light, the true knowledge of deity, the eternal good, for which Masons in all ages have sought. Still Masonry marches steadily onward toward that light that shines in the great distance, the light of that day when evil, overcome and vanquished, shall fade away and disappear forever, and life and light be the one law of the universe, and its eternal harmony. The degree of Rose teaches 3 things, the unity, immutability and goodness of God, the immortality of the soul, the ultimate defeat and extinction of evil and wrong and sorrow, by a Redeemer or Messiah, yet to come, if he has not already appeared. It replaces the 3 pillars of the old temple, with 3 that have already been explained to you, faith, in God, mankind, and man's self, hope, in the victory over evil, the advancement of humanity, and a hereafter, and charity, relieving the wants and tolerant of the errors and faults of others. To be trustful, to be hopeful, to be indulgent, these, in an age of selfishness, of ill opinion of human nature, of harsh and bitter judgment, are the most important Masonic virtues, and the true supports of every Masonic temple. And they are the old pillars of the temple under different names. For he only is wise who judges others charitably, he only is strong who is hopeful, and there is no beauty like a firm faith in God, our fellows and ourself. The second apartment, clothed in mourning, the columns of the temple shattered and prostrate, and the brethren bowed down in the deepest dejection, represents the world under the tyranny of the principle of evil. Where virtue is persecuted and vice rewarded, where the righteous starve for bread, and the wicked live sumptuously in dress in purple and fine linen, where insolent ignorance rules, and learning and genius serve. Where king and priest trample on liberty and the rights of conscience, where freedom hides in caves and mountains, and sycophancy and servility fawn and thrive. Where the cry of the widow and the orphan starving for want of food, and shivering with cold, rises ever to heaven, from a million miserable hovels. Where men, willing to labor, and starving, they and their children and the wives of their bosoms, beg plaintively for work, when the pampered capitalist stops his mills. Where the law punishes her who, starving, steals a loaf, and lets the seducer go free, where the success of a party justifies murder, and violence and rapine go unpunished. And where he who with many years cheating and grinding the faces of the poor grows rich, receives office and honor in life, and after death brave funeral and a splendid mausoleum, this world, where, since its making, war has never ceased. Nor man paused in the sad task of torturing and murdering his brother. And of which ambition, avarice, envy, hatred, lust, and the rest of Ahriman's and Typhon's army make a pandemonium, this world, sunk in sin, reeking with baseness, clamorous with sorrow and misery. If any see in it also a type of the sorrow of the craft for the death of Hiram, the grief of the Jews at the fall of Jerusalem, the misery of the Templars at the ruin of their order and the death of de Molay, or the world's agony and pangs of woe at the death of the Redeemer, it is the right of each to do so. The third apartment represents the consequences of sin and vice and the hell made of the human heart, by its fiery passions. If any see in it also a type of the Hades of the Greeks, the Gehenna of the Hebrews, the Tartarus of the Romans, or the hell of the Christians, or only of the agonies of remorse and the tortures of an upbraiding conscience, it is the right of each to do so. The fourth apartment represents the universe, freed from the insolent dominion and tyranny of the principle of evil, and brilliant with the true light that flows from the supreme deity. When sin and wrong, and pain and sorrow, remorse and misery shall be no more forever, when the great plans of infinite eternal wisdom shall be fully developed. And all God's creatures, seeing that all apparent evil and individual suffering and wrong were but the drops that went to swell the great river of infinite goodness, shall know that vast as is the power of deity, his goodness and beneficence are infinite as his power. If any see in it a type of the peculiar mysteries of any faith or creed, or an allusion to any past occurrences, it is their right to do so. Let each apply its symbols as he pleases. To all of us they typify the universal rule of Masonry, of its three chief virtues, faith, hope and charity, of brotherly love and universal benevolence. We labor here to no other end. These symbols need no other interpretation. The obligations of our ancient brethren of the Rose were to fulfill all the duties of friendship, cheerfulness, charity, peace, liberality, temperance and chastity, and scrupulously to avoid impurity, haughtiness, hatred, anger, and every other kind of vice. They took their philosophy from the old theology of the Egyptians, as Moses and Solomon had done, and borrowed its hieroglyphics and the ciphers of the Hebrews. Their principal rules were, to exercise the profession of medicine charitably and without fee, to advance the cause of virtue, enlarge the sciences, and induce men to live as in the primitive times of the world. When this degree had its origin, it is not important to inquire, nor with what different rites it has been practiced in different countries and at various times. It is of very high antiquity. Its ceremonies differ with the degrees of latitude and longitude, and it receives variant interpretations. If we were to examine all the different ceremonials, their emblems, and their formulas, we should see that all that belongs to the primitive and essential elements of the order, is respected in every sanctuary. All alike practice virtue, that it may product fruit. All labor, like us, for the extirpation of vice, the purification of man, the development of the arts and sciences, and the relief of humanity. None admit an adept to their lofty philosophical knowledge, and mysterious sciences, until he has been purified at the altar of the symbolic degrees. Of what importance are differences of opinion as to the age and genealogy of the degree, or variance in the practice, ceremonial and liturgy, or the shade of color of the banner under which each tribe of Israel marched? If all revere the holy arch of the symbolic degrees, first and unalterable source of Freemasonry. If all revere our conservative principles, and are with us in the great purposes of our organization. If, anywhere, brethren of a particular religious belief have been excluded from this degree, it merely shows how gravely the purposes and plan of Masonry may be misunderstood. For whenever the door of any degree is closed against him who believes in one God and the soul's immortality, on account of the other tenets of his faith, that degree is Masonry no longer. No Mason has the right to interpret the symbols of this degree for another, or to refuse him its mysteries, if he will not take them with the explanation and commentary superadded. Listen, my brother, to our explanation of the symbols of the degree, and then give them such further interpretation as you think fit. The cross has been a sacred symbol from the earliest antiquity. It is found upon all the enduring monuments of the world, in Egypt, in Assyria, in Hindostan, in Persia, and on the Buddhist towers of Ireland. Buddha was said to have died upon it. The Druids cut an oak into its shape and held it sacred, and built their temples in that form. Pointing to the four quarters of the world, it was the symbol of universal nature. It was on a cruciform tree, that Krishna was said to have expired, pierced with arrows. It was revered in Mexico. But its peculiar meaning in this degree, is that given to it by the ancient Egyptians. Thoth or Tha is represented on the oldest monuments carrying in his hand the Croix Ansata, or Ankh, a Tau cross, with a ring or circle over it. He is so seen on the double tablet of Shufu and No Shufu, builders of the greatest of the pyramids, at Wadi Meghera, in the peninsula of Sinai. It was the hieroglyphic for life, and with a triangle prefixed meant life-giving. To us therefore it is the symbol of that life that emanated from the deity, and of that eternal life for which all hope, through our faith in God's infinite goodness. The rose was anciently sacred to Aurora and the sun. It is symbol of dawn, of the resurrection of light and the renewal of life, and therefore of the dawn of the first day, and more particularly of the resurrection, and the cross and rose together are therefore hieroglyphically to be read. The dawn of eternal life which all nations have hoped for by the advent of a Redeemer. The pelican feeding her young is an emblem of the large and bountiful beneficence of nature, of the Redeemer of fallen man, and of that humanity and charity that ought to distinguish a knight of this degree. The eagle was the living symbol of the Egyptian god Mendes or Menthra, whom Sesostris Ramses made one with Ammonius Re, the god of Thebes and Upper Egypt, and the representative of the sun, the word Re meaning sun or king. The compass surmounted with a crown signifies that notwithstanding the high rank attained in Masonry by a knight of the Rose Croix, equity and impartiality are invariably to govern his conduct. To the word INRA, inscribed on the Crux Ansata over the master's seat, many meanings have been assigned. The Christian initiate reverentially sees in it the initials of the inscription upon the cross on which Christ suffered, Jesus Nazarenus Rex Iudiorum. The sages of antiquity connected it with one of the greatest secrets of nature, that of universal regeneration. They interpreted it thus, Igni natura renovator integra. Entire nature is renovated by fire. The alchemical or hermetic masons framed for it this aphorism, Igni nitrum roris invenitur. And the Jesuits are charged with having applied to it this odious axiom, Justum nicer regis impios. The four letters are the initials of the Hebrew words that represent the four elements, Iamim, the seas or water, our, fire, Ruach, the air, and Ibeska, the dry earth. How we read it, I need not repeat to you. The cross, illustration, glyph, was the sign of the creative wisdom or logos, the Son of God. Plato says, he expressed him upon the universe in the figure of the letter X. The next power to the supreme God was decussated or figured in the shape of a cross on universe. Mithras signed his soldiers on the forehead with a cross. Glyph is the mark of 600, the mysterious cycle of the incarnations. We constantly see the Tau and the Resh united thus, glyph. These two letters, in the Old Samaritan, as found in Arius, stand, the first for 400, the second for 200 to 600. This is the staff of Osiris, also, and his monogram, and was adopted by the Christians as a sign. On a medal of Constantius is this inscription, in hoc signo victor Chris, glyph. An inscription in the Duomo at Milan reads, glyph, gite, glyph. Christi nomina sanctitinii. The Egyptians used as a sign of their god Conobus, a glyph, or a glyph, indifferently. The Vaishnavas of India have also the same sacred Tau, which they also mark with crosses, thus, glyph, and with triangles, thus, glyph. The vestments of the priests of Horus were covered with these crosses, glyph. So was the dress of the Lama of Thibet. The sectarian marks of the Jains are, glyph. The distinctive badge of the sect of Zach Japonicus is, glyph. It is the sign of Fo, identical with the cross of Christ. On the ruins of Mandor, in India, among other mystic emblems, are the mystic triangle, and the interlaced triangle, glyph. This is also found on ancient coins and medals, excavated from the ruins of Ujjain and other ancient cities of India. You entered here amid gloom and into shadow, and are clad in the apparel of sorrow. Lament, with us, the sad condition of the human race, in this vale of tears. The calamities of men and the agonies of nations. The darkness of the bewildered soul, oppressed by doubt and apprehension. There is no human soul that is not sad at times. There is no thoughtful soul that does not at times despair. There is perhaps none, of all that think at all of anything beyond the needs and interests of the body, that is not at times startled and terrified by the awful questions which, feeling as though it were a guilty thing for doing so, it whispers to itself in its inmost depths. Some demon seems to torture it with doubts, and to crush it with despair, asking whether, after all, it is certain that its convictions are true and its faith well-founded, whether it is indeed sure that a God of infinite love and beneficence rules the universe, or only some great remorseless fate and iron necessity, hid in impenetrable gloom. And to which men and their sufferings and sorrows, their hopes and joys, their ambitions and deeds, are of no more interest or importance than the motes that dance in the sunshine. Or a being that amuses himself with the incredible vanity and folly, the writhings and contortions of the insignificant insects that compose humanity, and idly imagine that they resemble the omnipotent. What are we, the tempter asks, but puppets in a showbox? O omnipotent destiny, pull our strings gently. Dance us mercifully off our miserable little stage. Is it not, the demon whispers, merely the inordinate vanity of man that causes him now to pretend to himself that he is like unto God in intellect, sympathies and passions, as it was that which, at the beginning, made him believe that he was, in his bodily shape and organs, the very image of the deity? Is not his God merely his own shadow, projected in gigantic outlines upon the clouds? Does he not create for himself a God out of himself, by merely adding indefinite extension to his own faculties, powers, and passions? Who, the voice that will not be always silent whispers, has ever thoroughly satisfied himself with his own arguments in respect to his own nature? Who ever demonstrated to himself, with a conclusiveness that elevated the belief to certainty, that he was an immortal spirit, dwelling only temporarily in the house and envelope of the body, and to live on forever after that shall have decayed? Who ever has demonstrated or ever can demonstrate that the intellect of man differs from that of the wiser animals, otherwise than in degree? Who has ever done more than to utter nonsense and incoherencies in regard to the difference between the instincts of the dog and the reason of man? The horse, the dog, the elephant, are as conscious of their identity as we are. They think, dream, remember, argue with themselves, devise, plan, and reason. What is the intellect and intelligence of the man but the intellect of the animal in a higher degree or larger quantity? In the real explanation of a single thought of a dog, all metaphysics will be condensed. And with still more terrible significance, the voice asks, in what respect the masses of men, the vast swarms of the human race, have proven themselves either wiser or better than the animals in whose eyes a higher intelligence shines than in their dull, unintellectual orbs. In what respect they have proven themselves worthy of or suited for an immortal life. Would that be a prize of any value to the vast majority? Do they show, here upon earth, any capacity to improve, any fitness for a state of existence in which they could not crouch to power, like hounds dreading the lash or tyrannize over defenseless weakness? In which they could not hate and persecute, and torture, and exterminate? In which they could not trade, and speculate, and overreach, and entrap the unwary and cheat the confiding and gamble and thrive, and sniff with self-righteousness at the shortcomings of others, and thank God that they were not like other men? What, to immense numbers of men, would be the value of a heaven where they could not lie and libel, and ply base avocations for profitable returns? Sadly we look around us, and read the gloomy and dreary records of the old dead and rotten ages. More than 18 centuries have staggered away into the spectral realm of the past, since Christ, teaching the religion of love, was crucified, that it might become a religion of hate. And his doctrines are not yet even nominally accepted as true by a fourth of mankind. Since his death, what incalculable swarms of human beings have lived and died in total unbelief of all that we deem essential to salvation. What multitudinous myriads of souls, since the darkness of idolatrous superstition settled down, thick and impenetrable, upon the earth, have flocked up toward the eternal throne of God, to receive his judgment. The religion of love proved to be, for 17 long centuries, as much the religion of hate, and infinitely more the religion of persecution, than Mohammedanism, its unconquerable rival. Heresies grew up before the apostles died. And God hated the Nicolaitans, while John, at Patmos, proclaimed his coming wrath. Sects wrangled, and each, as it gained the power, persecuted the other, until the soil of the whole Christian world was watered with the blood, and fattened on the flesh, and whitened with the bones, of martyrs. And human ingenuity was taxed to its utmost to invent new modes by which tortures and agonies could be prolonged and made more exquisite. By what right, whispers the voice, does this savage, merciless, persecuting animal, to which the sufferings and writhings of others of its wretched kind furnish the most pleasurable sensations, and the mass of which care only to eat, sleep, be clothed, and wallow in sensual pleasures, and the best of which wrangle, hate, envy, and, with few exceptions, regard their own interests alone, with what right does it endeavor to delude itself into the conviction that it is not an animal? As the wolf, the hyena, and the tiger are, but a somewhat nobler, a spirit destined to be immortal, a spark of the essential light, fire and reason, which are God. What other immortality than one of selfishness could this creature enjoy? Of what other is it capable? Must not immortality commence here, and is not life a part of it? How shall death change the base nature of the base soul? Why have not those other animals that only faintly imitate the wanton, savage, human cruelty and thirst for blood, the same right as man has, to expect a resurrection and an eternity of existence, or a heaven of love? The world improves. Man ceases to persecute, when the persecuted become too numerous and strong, longer to submit to it. That source of pleasure closed, men exercise the ingenuities of their cruelty on the animals and other living things below them. To deprive other creatures of the life which God gave them, and this not only that we may eat their flesh for food, but out of mere savage wantonness, is the agreeable employment and amusement of man, who prides himself on being the Lord of creation, and a little lower than the angels. If he can no longer use the rack, the gibbet, the pincers, and the stake, he can hate, and slander, and delight in the thought that he will, hereafter, luxuriously enjoying the sensual beatitudes of heaven, see with pleasure the writhing agonies of those justly damned for daring to hold opinions contrary to his own, upon subjects totally beyond the comprehension both of them and him. Where the armies of the despot cease to slay and ravage, the armies of freedom take their place, and, the black and white commingled, slaughter and burn and ravish. Each age reenacts the crimes as well as the follies of its predecessors, and still war licenses outrage and turns fruitful lands into deserts, and God is thanked in the churches for bloody butcheries, and the remorseless devastators, even when swollen by plunder, are crowned with laurels and receive ovations. Of the whole of mankind, not 1 in 10,000 has any aspirations beyond the daily needs of the gross animal life. In this age and in all others, all men except a few, in most countries, are born to be mere beasts of burden, co-laborers with the horse and the ox. Profoundly ignorant, even in civilized lands, they think and reason like the animals by the side of which they toil. For them, God, soul, spirit, immortality, are mere words, without any real meaning. The God of 19/20ths of the Christian world is only Bel, Moloch, Zeus, or at best Osiris, Mithras, or Adonai, under another name, worshipped with the old pagan ceremonies and ritualistic formulas. It is the statue of Olympian Jove, worshipped as the Father, in the Christian Church that was a pagan temple. It is the statue of Venus, become the Virgin Mary. For the most part, men do not in their hearts believe that God is either just or merciful. They fear and shrink from his lightnings and dread his wrath. For the most part, they only think they believe that there is another life, a judgment, and a punishment for sin. Yet they will none the less persecute as infidels and atheists those who do not believe what they themselves imagine they believe, and which yet they do not believe, because it is incomprehensible to them in their ignorance and want of intellect. To the vast majority of mankind, God is but the reflected image, in infinite space, of the earthly tyrant on his throne, only more powerful, more inscrutable, and more implacable. To curse humanity, the despot need only be, what the popular mind has, in every age, imagined God. In the great cities, the lower strata of the populace are equally without faith and without hope. The others have, for the most part, a mere blind faith, imposed by education and circumstances, and not as productive of moral excellence or even common honesty as Mohammedanism. Your property will be safe here, said the Moslem. There are no Christians here. The philosophical and scientific world becomes daily more and more unbelieving. Faith and reason are not opposites, in equilibrium, but antagonistic and hostile to each other. The result being the darkness and despair of skepticism, avowed, or half-veiled as rationalism. Over more than 3/4 of the habitable globe, humanity still kneels, like the camels, to take upon itself the burthens to be tamely borne for its tyrants. If a republic occasionally rises like a star, it hastens with all speed to set in blood. The kings need not make war upon it, to crush it out of their way. It is only necessary to let it alone, and it soon lays violent hands upon itself. And when a people long enslaved shake off its fetters, it may well be incredulously asked, shall the braggart shout for some blind glimpse of freedom, link itself through madness, hated by the wise, to law, system and empire? Everywhere in the world labor is, in some shape, the slave of capital, generally, a slave to be fed only so long as he can work, or, rather, only so long as his work is profitable to the owner of the human chattel. There are famines in Ireland, strikes and starvation in England, pauperism and tenement dens in New York, misery, squalor, ignorance, destitution, the brutality of vice and the insensibility to shame, of despairing beggary. In all the human cesspools and sewers everywhere. Here, a sewing woman famishes and freezes, there, mothers murder their children, that those spared may live upon the bread purchased with the burial allowances of the dead starveling, and that the next door young girls prostitute themselves for food. Moreover, the voice says, this besotted race is not satisfied with seeing its multitudes swept away by the great epidemics whose causes are unknown, and of the justice or wisdom of which the human mind cannot conceive. It must also be ever at war. There has not been a moment since men divided into tribes, when all the world was at peace. Always men have been engaged in murdering each other somewhere. Always the armies have lived by the toil of the husbandman, and war has exhausted the resources, wasted the energies, and ended the prosperity of nations. Now it loads unborn posterity with crushing debt, mortgages all estates, and brings upon states the shame and infamy of dishonest repudiation. At times, the baleful fires of war light up half a continent at once. As when all the thrones unite to compel a people to receive again a hated and detestable dynasty, or states deny states the right to dissolve an irksome union and create for themselves a separate government. Then again the flames flicker and die away, and the fire smolders in its ashes, to break out again, after a time, with renewed and a more concentrated fury. At times, the storm, revolving, howls over small areas only. At times its lights are seen, like the old beacon fires on the hills, belting the whole globe. No sea, but hears the roar of cannon, no river, but runs red with blood, no plain, but shakes, trampled by the hoofs of charging squadrons. No field, but is fertilized by the blood of the dead, and everywhere man slays, the vulture gorges, and the wolf howls in the ear of the dying soldier. No city is not tortured by shot and shell. And no people fail to enact the horrid blasphemy of thanking a God of love for victories and carnage. Te Deums are still sung for the eve of Saint Bartholomew and the Sicilian Vespers. Man's ingenuity is racked, and all his inventive powers are tasked, to fabricate the infernal enginery of destruction, by which human bodies may be the more expeditiously and effectually crushed, shattered, torn, and mangled. And yet hypocritical, humanity, drunk with blood and drenched with gore, shrieks to heaven at a single murder, perpetrated to gratify a revenge not more unchristian, or to satisfy a cupidity not more ignoble than those which are the promptings of the devil in the souls of nations. When we have fondly dreamed of utopia and the millennium, when we have begun almost to believe that man is not, after all, a tiger half tamed, and that the smell of blood will not wake the savage within him, we are of a sudden startled from the delusive dream, to find the thin mask of civilization rent in twain and thrown contemptuously away. We lie down to sleep, like the peasant on the lava slopes of Vesuvius. The mountain has been so long inert, that we believe its fires extinguished. Round us hang the clustering grapes, and the green leaves of the olive tremble in the soft night air over us. Above us shine the peaceful, patient stars. The crash of a new eruption wakes us, the roar of the subterranean thunders, the stabs of the volcanic lightning into the shrouded bosom of the sky. And we see, aghast, the tortured Titan hurling up its fires among the pale stars, its great tree of smoke and cloud, the red torrents pouring down its sides. The roar and the shriekings of civil war are all around us, the land is a pandemonium, man is again a savage. The great armies roll along their hideous waves, and leave behind them smoking and depopulated deserts. The pillager is in every house, plucking even the morsel of bread from the lips of the starving child. Grey hairs are dabbled in blood, and innocent girlhood shrieks in vain to lust for mercy. Laws, courts, constitutions, Christianity, mercy, pity, disappear. God seems to have abdicated, and Moloch to reign in his stead. While press and pulpit alike exult at universal murder, and urge the extermination of the conquered, by the sword and the flaming torch, and to plunder and murder entitles the human beasts of prey to the thanks of Christian senates. Commercial greed deadens the nerves of sympathy of nations, and makes them deaf to the demands of honor, the impulses of generosity, the appeals of those who suffer under injustice. Elsewhere, the universal pursuit of wealth dethrones God and pays divine honors to Mammon and Beelzebub. Selfishness rules supreme, to win wealth becomes the whole business of life. The villainies of legalized gaming and speculation become epidemic. Treachery is but evidence of shrewdness, office becomes the prey of successful faction, the country, like Actaeon, is torn by its own hounds, and the villains it has carefully educated to their trade, most greedily plunder it, when it is in extremis. By what right, the voice demands, does a creature always engaged in the work of mutual robbery and slaughter, and who makes his own interest his God, claim to be of a nature superior to the savage beasts of which he is the prototype? Then the shadows of a horrible doubt fall upon the soul that would fain love, trust and believe, a darkness, of which this that surrounded you was a symbol. It doubts the truth of revelation, its own spirituality, the very existence of a beneficent God. It asks itself if it is not idle to hope for any great progress of humanity toward perfection, and whether, when it advances in one respect, it does not retrogress in some other. By way of compensation, whether advance in civilization is not increase of selfishness, whether freedom does not necessarily lead to license and anarchy, whether the destitution and debasement of the masses does not inevitably follow increase of population and commercial and manufacturing prosperity. It asks itself whether man is not the sport of a blind, merciless fate, whether all philosophies are not delusions, and all religions the fantastic creations of human vanity and self-conceit. And, above all, whether, when reason is abandoned as a guide, the faith of Buddhist and Brahmin has not the same claims to sovereignty and implicit, unreasoning credence, as any other. He asks himself whether it is not, after all, the evident and palpable injustices of this life, the success and prosperity of the bad, the calamities, oppressions, and miseries of the good, that are the basis of all beliefs in a future state of existence. Doubting man's capacity for indefinite progress here, he doubts the possibility of it anywhere. And if he does not doubt whether God exists, and is just and beneficent, he at least cannot silence the constantly recurring whisper, that the miseries and calamities of men, their lives and deaths, their pains and sorrows, their extermination by war and epidemics, are phenomena of no higher dignity, significance, and importance, in the eye of God, than what things of the same nature occur to other organisms of matter. And that the fish of the ancient seas, destroyed by myriads to make room for other species, the contorted shapes in which they are found as fossils testifying to their agonies. The coral insects, the animals and birds and vermin slain by man, have as much right as he to clamor at the injustice of the dispensations of God, and to demand an immortality of life in a new universe, as compensation for their pains and sufferings and untimely death in this world. This is not a picture painted by the imagination. Many a thoughtful mind has so doubted and despaired. How many of us can say that our own faith is so well grounded and complete that we never hear those painful whisperings within the soul? Thrice blessed are they who never doubt, who ruminate in patient contentment like the kine, or doze under the opiate of a blind faith, on whose souls never rests that awful shadow which is the absence of the divine light. To explain to themselves the existence of evil and suffering, the ancient Persians imagined that there were two principles or deities in the universe, the one of good and the other of evil, constantly in conflict with each other in struggle for the mastery, and alternately overcoming and overcome. Over both, for the sages, was the one supreme, and for them light was in the end to prevail over darkness, the good over the evil, and even Ahriman and his demons to part with their wicked and vicious natures and share the universal salvation. It did not occur to them that the existence of the evil principle, by the consent of the omnipotent supreme, presented the same difficulty, and left the existence of evil as unexplained as before. The human mind is always content, if it can remove a difficulty a step further off. It cannot believe that the world rests on nothing, but is devoutly content when taught that it is borne on the back of an immense elephant, who himself stands on the back of a tortoise. Given the tortoise, faith is always satisfied. And it has been a great source of happiness to multitudes that they could believe in a devil who could relieve God of the odium of being the author of sin. But not to all is faith sufficient to overcome this great difficulty. They say, with the suppliant, Lord, I believe. But like him they are constrained to add, help thou my unbelief. Reason must, for these, cooperate and coincide with faith, or they remain still in the darkness of doubt, most miserable of all conditions of the human mind. Those, only, who care for nothing beyond the interests and pursuits of this life, are uninterested in these great problems. The animals, also, do not consider them. It is the characteristic of an immortal soul, that it should seek to satisfy itself of its immortality, and to understand this great enigma, the universe. If the Hottentot and the Papuan are not troubled and tortured by these doubts and speculations, they are not, for that, to be regarded as either wise or fortunate. The swine, also, are indifferent to the great riddles of the universe, and are happy in being wholly unaware that it is the vast revelation and manifestation, in time and space, of a single thought of the infinite God. Exalt and magnify faith as we will, and say that it begins where reason ends, it must, after all, have a foundation either in reason, analogy, the consciousness, or human testimony. The worshipper of Brahma also has implicit faith in what seems to us palpably false and absurd. His faith rests neither in reason, analogy, or the consciousness, but on the testimony of his spiritual teachers, and of the holy books. The Muslim also believes on the positive testimony of the Prophet, and the Mormon also can say, I believe this, because it is impossible. No faith, however absurd or degrading, has ever wanted these foundations, testimony, and the books. Miracles, proven by unimpeachable testimony, have been used as a foundation for faith, in every age, and the modern miracles are better authenticated, 100 times, than the ancient ones. So that, after all, faith must flow out from some source within us, when the evidence of that which we are to believe is not presented to our senses, or it will in no case be the assurance of the truth of what is believed. The consciousness, or in hearing an innate conviction, or the instinct divinely implanted, of the verity of things, is the highest possible evidence, if not the only real proof, of the verity of certain things, but only of truths of a limited class. What we call the reason, that is, our imperfect human reason, not only may, but assuredly will, lead us away from the truth in regard to things invisible and especially those of the infinite. If we determine to believe nothing but that which it can demonstrate, or not to believe that which it can by its processes of logic prove to be contradictory, unreasonable, or absurd, its tape line cannot measure the arcs of infinity. For example, to the human reason, an infinite justice and an infinite mercy or love, in the same being, are inconsistent and impossible. One, it can demonstrate necessarily excludes the other. So it can demonstrate that as the creation had a beginning, it necessarily follows that an eternity had elapsed before the deity began to create, during which he was inactive. When we gaze, of a moonless clear night, on the heavens glittering with stars, and know that each fixed star of all the myriads is a sun, and each probably possessing its retinue of worlds, all peopled with living beings, we sensibly feel our own unimportance in the scale of creation, and at once reflect that much of what has in different ages been religious faith, could never have been believed, if the nature, size, and distance of those suns, and of our own sun, moon, and planets, had been known to the ancients as they are to us. To them, all the lights of the firmament were created only to give light to the earth, as its lamps or candles hung above it. The earth was supposed to be the only inhabited portion of the universe. The world and the universe were synonymous terms. Of the immense size and distance of the heavenly bodies, men had no conception. The sages had, in Chaldea, Egypt, India, China, and in Persia, and therefore the sages always had, an esoteric creed, taught only in the mysteries and unknown to the vulgar. No sage, in either country, or in Greece or Rome, believed the popular creed. To them the gods and the idols of the gods were symbols, and symbols of great and mysterious truths. The vulgar imagined the attention of the gods to be continually centered upon the earth and man. The Grecian divinities inhabited Olympus, an insignificant mountain of the earth. There was the court of Zeus, to which Neptune came from the sea, and Pluto and Persephone from the glooms of Tartarus in the unfathomable depths of the earth's bosom. God came down from heaven and on Sinai dictated laws for the Hebrews to his servant Moses. The stars were the guardians of mortals whose fates and fortunes were to be read in their movements, conjunctions, and oppositions. The moon was the bride and sister of the sun, at the same distance above the earth, and, like the sun, made for the service of mankind alone. If, with the great telescope of Lord Rosse, we examine the vast nebulae of Hercules, Orion, and Andromeda, and find them resolvable into stars more numerous than the sands on the seashore. If we reflect that each of these stars is a sun, like and even many times larger than ours, each, beyond a doubt, with its retinue of worlds swarming with life. If we go further in imagination, and endeavor to conceive of all the infinities of space, filled with similar suns and worlds, we seem at once to shrink into an incredible insignificance. The universe, which is the uttered word of God, is infinite in extent. There is no empty space beyond creation on any side. The universe, which is the thought of God pronounced, never was not, since God never was inert. Nor was, without thinking and creating. The forms of creation change, the suns and worlds live and die like the leaves and the insects, but the universe itself is infinite and eternal, because God is, was, and will forever be, and never did not think and create. Reason is fain to admit that a supreme intelligence, infinitely powerful and wise, must have created this boundless universe. But it also tells us that we are as unimportant in it as the zoophytes and entozoa, or as the invisible particles of animated life that float upon the air or swarm in the waterdrop. The foundations of our faith, resting upon the imagined interest of God in our race, an interest easily supposable when man believed himself the only intelligent created being. And therefore eminently worthy the especial care and watchful anxiety of a God who had only this earth to look after, and its housekeeping alone to superintend, and who was content to create, in all the infinite universe, only one single being. Possessing a soul, and not a mere animal, are rudely shaken as the universe broadens and expands for us. And the darkness of doubt and distrust settles heavy upon the soul. The modes in which it is ordinarily endeavored to satisfy our doubts, only increase them. To demonstrate the necessity for a cause of the creation, is equally to demonstrate the necessity of a cause for that cause. The argument from plan and design only removes the difficulty a step further off. We rest the world on the elephant, and the elephant on the tortoise, and the tortoise on nothing. To tell us that the animals possess instinct only and that reason belongs to us alone, in no way tends to satisfy us of the radical difference between us and them. For if the mental phenomena exhibited by animals that think, dream, remember, argue from cause to effect, plan, devise, combine, and communicate their thoughts to each other, so as to act rationally in concert, if their love, hate, and revenge can be conceived of as results of the organization of matter, like color and perfume, the resort to the hypothesis of an immaterial soul to explain phenomena of the same kind, only more perfect, manifested by the human being, is supremely absurd. That organized matter can think or even feel at all, is the great insoluble mystery. Instinct is but a word without a meaning, or else it means inspiration. It is either the animal itself, or God in the animal, that thinks, remembers, and reasons. And instinct, according to the common acceptation of the term, would be the greatest and most wonderful of mysteries, no less a thing than the direct, immediate, and continual promptings of the deity, for the animals are not machines. Or automata moved by springs, and the ape is but a dumb Australian. Must we always remain in this darkness of uncertainty, of doubt? Is there no mode of escaping from the labyrinth except by means of a blind faith, which explains nothing, and in many creeds, ancient and modern, sets reason at defiance, and leads to the belief either in a God without a universe without a God, or a universe which is itself a God? We read in the Hebrew Chronicles that Shlomo the wise king caused to be placed in front of the entrance to the temple 2 huge columns of bronze, one of which was called Ykyin and the other Bahas. And these words are rendered in our version strength and establishment. The masonry of the Blue Lodges gives no explanation of these symbolic columns, nor do the Hebrew books advise us that they were symbolic. If not so intended as symbols, they were subsequently understood to be such. But as we are certain that everything within the temple was symbolic, and that the whole structure was intended to represent the universe, we may reasonably conclude that the columns of the portico also had a symbolic signification. It would be tedious to repeat all the interpretations which fancy or dullness has found for them. The key to their true meaning is not undiscoverable. The perfect and eternal distinction of the two primitive terms of the creative syllogism, in order to attain to the demonstration of their harmony by the analogy of contraries, is the second grand principle of that occult philosophy veiled under the name Kabbalah, and indicated by all the sacred hieroglyphs of the ancient sanctuaries, and of the rites, so little understood by the mass of the initiates. Of the ancient and modern Freemasonry. The Zohar declares that everything in the universe proceeds by the mystery of the balance, that is, of equilibrium. Of the Sephiroth, or divine emanations, wisdom and understanding, severity and benignity, or justice and mercy, and victory and glory, constitute pairs. Wisdom, or the intellectual generative energy, and understanding, or the capacity to be impregnated by the active energy and produce intellection or thought, are represented symbolically in the Kabbalah as male and female. So also are justice and mercy. Strength is the intellectual energy or activity, establishment or stability is the intellectual capacity to produce, a passivity. They are the power of generation and the capacity of production. By wisdom, it is said, God creates, and by understanding establishes. These are the two columns of the temple, contraries like the man and woman, like reason and faith, omnipotence and liberty, infinite justice and infinite mercy, absolute power or strength to do even what is most unjust and unwise, and absolute wisdom that makes it impossible to do it, right and duty. They were the columns of the intellectual and moral world, the monumental hieroglyph of the antinomy necessary to the grand law of creation. There must be for every force a resistance to support it, to every light a shadow, for every royalty a realm to govern, for every affirmative a negative. For the Kabbalists, light represents the active principle, and darkness or shadow is analogous to the passive principle. Therefore it was that they made of the sun and moon emblems of the two divine sexes and the two creative forces. Therefore, that they ascribed to woman the temptation and the first sin, and then the first labor, the maternal labor of the redemption, because it is from the bosom of the darkness itself that we see the light born again. The void attracts the full. And so it is that the abyss of poverty and misery, the seeming evil, the seeming empty nothingness of life, the temporary rebellion of the creatures, eternally attracts the overflowing ocean of being, of riches, of pity, and of love. Christ completed the atonement on the cross by descending into hell. Justice and mercy are contraries. If each be infinite, their coexistence seems impossible, and being equal, one cannot even annihilate the other and reign alone. The mysteries of the divine nature are beyond our finite comprehension, but so indeed are the mysteries of our own finite nature. And it is certain that in all nature harmony and movement are the result of the equilibrium of opposing or contrary forces. The analogy of contraries gives the solution of the most interesting and most difficult problem of modern philosophy, the definite and permanent accord of reason and faith, of authority and liberty of examination, of science and belief, of perfection in God and imperfection in man. If science or knowledge is the sun, belief is the man, it is a reflection of the day in the night. Faith is the veiled Isis, the supplement of reason, in the shadows which precede or follow reason. It emanates from the reason, but can never confound it nor be confounded with it. The encroachments of reason upon faith, or of faith on reason, are eclipses of the sun or moon. When they occur, they make useless both the source of light and its reflection, at once. Science perishes by systems that are nothing but beliefs, and faith succumbs to reasoning. For the two columns of the temple to uphold the edifice, they must remain separated and be parallel to each other. As soon as it is attempted by violence to bring them together, as Samson did, they are overturned. And the whole edifice falls upon the head of the rash blind man or the revolutionist whose personal or national resentments have in advance devoted to death. Harmony is the result of an alternating preponderance of forces. Whenever this is wanting in government, government is a failure, because it is either despotism or anarchy. All theoretical governments, however plausible the theory, end in one or the other. Governments that are to endure are not made in the closet of Locke or Shaftesbury, or in a Congress or a convention. In a republic, forces that seem contraries, that indeed are contraries, alone give movement and life. The spheres are held in their orbits and made to revolve harmoniously and unerringly, by the concurrence, which seems to be the opposition, of two contrary forces. If the centripetal force should overcome the centrifugal and the equilibrium of forces cease, the rush of the spheres to the central sun would annihilate the system. Instead of consolidation, the whole would be shattered into fragments. Man is a free agent, though omnipotence is above and all around him. To be free to do good, he must be free to do evil. The light necessitates the shadow. A state is free like an individual in any government worthy of the name. The state is less potent than the deity, and therefore the freedom of the individual citizen is consistent with its sovereignty. These are opposites, but not antagonistic. So, in a union of states, the freedom of the states is consistent with the supremacy of the nation. When either obtains the permanent mastery over the other, and they cease to be in equilibrio, the encroachment continues with a velocity that is accelerated like that of a falling body, until the feebler is annihilated, and then, there being no resistance to support the stronger, it rushes into ruin. So, when the equipoise of reason and faith, in the individual or the nation, and the alternating preponderance cease, the result is, according as one or the other is permanent victor, atheism or superstition, disbelief or blind credulity. And the priests either of unfaith or of faith become despotic. Whomsoever God loveth, him he chasteneth, is an expression that formulates a whole dogma. The trials of life are the blessings of life, to the individual or the nation, if either has a soul that is truly worthy of salvation. Light and darkness, said Zoroaster, are the world's eternal ways. The light and the shadow are everywhere and always in proportion, the light being the reason of being of the shadow. It is by trials only, by the agonies of sorrow and the sharp discipline of adversities, that men and nations attain initiation. The agonies of the Garden of Gethsemane and those of the cross on Calvary preceded the resurrection and were the means of redemption. It is with prosperity that God afflicts humanity. The degree of rose is devoted to and symbolizes the final triumph of truth over falsehood, of liberty over slavery, of light over darkness, of life over death, and of good over evil. The great truth it inculcates is, that notwithstanding the existence of evil, God is infinitely wise, just, and good, that though the affairs of the world proceed by no rule of right and wrong known to us the narrowness of our views, yet all is right, for it is the work of God. And all evils, all miseries, all misfortunes, are but as drops in the vast current that is sweeping onward, guided by him, to a great and magnificent result, that, at the appointed time, he will redeem and regenerate the world, and the principle, the power and the existence of evil will then cease. That this will be brought about by such means and instruments as he chooses to employ. Whether by the merits of a Redeemer that has already appeared or a Messiah that is yet waited for, by an incarnation of himself or by an inspired prophet, it does not belong to us as Masons to decide. Let each judge and believe for himself. In the meantime, we labor to hasten the coming of that day. The morals of antiquity, of the law of Moses and of Christianity, are ours. We recognize every teacher of morality, every reformer, as a brother in this great work. The eagle is to us the symbol of liberty, the compasses of equality, the pelican of humanity, and our order of fraternity. Laboring for these, with faith, hope, and charity as our armor, we will wait with patience for the final triumph of good and the complete manifestation of the Word of God. No one Mason has the right to measure for another, within the walls of a Masonic temple, the degree of veneration which he shall feel for any reformer, or the founder of any religion. We teach a belief in no particular creed, as we teach unbelief in none. Whatever higher attributes the founder of the Christian faith may, in our belief, have had or not have had, none can deny that he taught and practiced a pure and elevated morality, even at the risk and to the ultimate loss of his life. He was not only the benefactor of a disinherited people, but a model for mankind. Devotedly he loved the children of Israel. To them he came, and to them alone he preached that gospel which his disciples afterward carried among foreigners. He would fain have freed the chosen people from their spiritual bondage of ignorance and degradation. As a lover of all mankind, laying down his life for the emancipation of his brethren, he should be to all, to Christian, to Jew, and to Mahometan, an object of gratitude and veneration. The Roman world felt the pangs of approaching dissolution. Paganism, its temples shattered by Socrates and Cicero, had spoken its last word. The God of the Hebrews was unknown beyond the limits of Palestine. The old religions had failed to give happiness and peace to the world. The babbling and wrangling philosophers had confounded all men's ideas, until they doubted of everything and had faith in nothing, neither in God nor in his goodness and mercy, nor in the virtue of man, nor in themselves. Mankind was divided into two great classes, the master and the slave, the powerful and the abject, the high and the low, the tyrants and the mob. And even the former were satiated with the servility of the latter, sunken by lassitude and despair to the lowest depths of degradation. When, lo, a voice, in the inconsiderable Roman province of Judea proclaims a new gospel, a new God's word, to crushed, suffering, bleeding humanity. Liberty of thought, equality of all men in the eye of God, universal fraternity. A new doctrine, a new religion, the old primitive truth uttered once again. Man is once more taught to look upward to his God. No longer to a God hid in impenetrable mystery, and infinitely remote from human sympathy, emerging only at intervals from the darkness to smite and crush humanity, but a God, good, kind, beneficent, and merciful, a Father. Loving the creatures he has made, with a love immeasurable and exhaustless. Who feels for us, and sympathizes with us, and sends us pain and want and disaster only that they may serve to develop in us the virtues and excellences that befit us to live with him hereafter. Jesus of Nazareth, the Son of Man, is the expounder of the new law of love. He calls to him the humble, the poor, the pariahs of the world. The first sentence that he pronounces blesses the world, and announces the new gospel, blessed are they that mourn for they shall be comforted. He pours the oil of consolation and peace upon every crushed and bleeding heart. Every sufferer is his proselyte. He shares their sorrows, and sympathizes with all their afflictions. He raises up the sinner and the Samaritan woman, and teaches them to hope for forgiveness. He pardons the woman taken in adultery. He selects his disciples not among the Pharisees or the philosophers, but among the low and humble, even of the fishermen of Galilee. He heals the sick and feeds the poor. He lives among the destitute and the friendless. Suffer little children, he said, to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are the humble-minded, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven, the meek, for they shall inherit the earth, the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. The pure in heart, for they shall see God, the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. First be reconciled to thy brother, and then come and offer thy gift at the altar. Give to him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow of thee turn not away. Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. All things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye also unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. He that taketh not his cross, and followeth after me, is not worthy of me. A new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another, as I have loved you, that ye also love one another, by this shall all know that ye are my disciples. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friend. The gospel of love he sealed with his life. The cruelty of the Jewish priesthood, the ignorant ferocity of the mob, and the Roman indifference to barbarian blood, nailed him to the cross, and he expired uttering blessings upon humanity. Dying thus, he bequeathed his teachings to man as an inestimable inheritance. Perverted and corrupted, they have served as a basis for many creeds, and been even made the warrant for intolerance and persecution. We here teach them in their purity. They are our masonry, for to them good men of all creeds can subscribe. That God is good and merciful, and loves and sympathizes with the creatures he has made. That his finger is visible in all the movements of the moral, intellectual, and material universe, that we are his children, the objects of his paternal care and regard. That all men are our brothers, whose wants we are to supply, their errors to pardon, their opinions to tolerate, their injuries to forgive, that man has an immortal soul, a free will, a right to freedom of thought and action. That all men are equal in God's sight, that we best serve God by humility, meekness, gentleness, kindness, and the other virtues which the lowly can practice as well as the lofty. This is the new law, the word, for which the world had waited and pined so long. And every true knight of the rose will revere the memory of him who taught it, and look indulgently even on those who assign to him a character far above his own conceptions or belief, even to the extent of deeming him divine. Here Philo, the Greek Jew. The contemplative soul, unequally guided, sometimes toward abundance and sometimes toward barrenness, though ever advancing, is illuminated by the primitive ideas, the rays that emanate from the divine intelligence. Whenever it ascends toward the sublime treasures. When, on the contrary, it descends, and is barren, it falls within the domain of those intelligences that are termed angels, for, when the soul is deprived of the light of God, which leads it to the knowledge of things, it no longer enjoys more than a feeble and secondary light, which gives it, not the understanding of things, but that of words only, as in this baser world. Let the narrow-souled withdraw, having their ears sealed up. We communicate the divine mysteries to those only who have received the sacred initiation, to those who practice true piety, and who are not enslaved by the empty pomp of words, or the doctrines of the pagans. O, ye initiates, ye whose ears are purified, receive this in your souls, as a mystery never to be lost. Reveal it to no profane. Keep and contain it within yourselves, as an incorruptible treasure, not like gold or silver, but more precious than everything besides, for it is the knowledge of the great cause, of nature, and of that which is born of both. And if you meet an initiate, besiege him with your prayers, that he conceal from you no new mysteries that he may know, and rest not until you have obtained them. For me, although I was initiated in the great mysteries by Moses, the friend of God, yet, having seen Jeremiah, I recognized him not only as an initiate, but as a hierophant, and I follow his school. We, like him, recognize all initiates as our brothers. We belong to no one creed or school. In all religions there is a basis of truth, in all there is pure morality. All that teach the cardinal tenets of Masonry we respect. All teachers and reformers of mankind we admire and revere. Masonry also has her mission to perform. With her traditions reaching back to the earliest times, and her symbols dating further back than even the monumental history of Egypt extends, she invites all men of all religions to enlist under her banners and to war against evil, ignorance, and wrong. You are now her knight, and to her service your sword is consecrated. May you prove a worthy soldier in a worthy cause. Council of KADOSH. 19. Grand Pontiff. The true Mason labors for the benefit of those who are to come after him, and for the advancement and improvement of his race. That is a poor ambition which contents itself within the limits of a single life. All men who deserve to live, desire to survive their funerals, and to live afterward in the good that they have done mankind, rather than in the fading characters written in men's memories. Most men desire to leave some work behind them that may outlast their own day and brief generation. That is an instinctive impulse, given by God, and often found in the rudest human heart. The surest proof of the soul's immortality, and of the fundamental difference between man and the wisest brutes. To plant the trees that, after we are dead, shall shelter our children, is as natural as to love the shade of those our fathers planted. The rudest unlettered husbandman, painfully conscious of his own inferiority, the poorest widowed mother, giving her life-blood to those who pay only for the work of her needle, will toil and stint themselves to educate their child, that he may take a higher station in the world than they. And of such are the world's greatest benefactors. In his influences that survive him, man becomes immortal, before the general resurrection. The Spartan mother, who, giving her son his shield, said, with it, or upon it, afterward shared the government of Lacedaemon with the legislation of Lycurgus, for she too made a law, that lived after her. And she inspired the Spartan soldiery that afterward demolished the walls of Athens, and aided Alexander to conquer the Orient. The widow who gave Marion the fiery arrows to burn her own house, that it might no longer shelter the enemies of her infant country, the house where she had lain upon her husband's bosom, and where her children had been born. Legislated more effectually for her state than Locke or Shaftesbury, or than many a legislature has done, since that state won its freedom. It was of slight importance to the kings of Egypt and the monarchs of Assyria and Phoenicia, that the son of a Jewish woman, a foundling, adopted by the daughter of Sesostris Ramses, slew an Egyptian that oppressed a Hebrew slave, and fled into the desert, to remain there 40 years. But Moses, who might otherwise have become regent of Lower Egypt, known to us only by a tablet on a tomb or monument, became the deliverer of the Jews, and led them forth from Egypt to the frontiers of Palestine, and made for them a law, out of which grew the Christian faith, and so has shaped the destinies of the world. He and the old Roman lawyers, with Alfred of England, the Saxon thanes and Norman barons, the old judges and chancellors, and the makers of the canons, lost in the mists and shadows of the past, these are our legislators. And we obey the laws that they enacted. Napoleon died upon the barren rock of his exile. His bones, borne to France by the son of a king, rest in the Hôpital des Invalides, in the great city on the Seine. His thoughts still govern France. He, and not the people, dethroned the Bourbon, and drove the last king of the House of Orleans into exile. He, in his coffin, and not the people, voted the crown to the third Napoleon. And he, and not the generals of France and England, led their united forces against the grim northern despotism. Muhammad announced to the Arabian idolaters the new creed, there is but one God, and Muhammad, like Moses and Christ, is his apostle. For many years unaided, then with the help of his family and a few friends, then with many disciples, and last of all with an army, he taught and preached the Quran. The religion of the wild Arabian enthusiast converting the fiery tribes of the great desert, spread over Asia, built up the Saracenic dynasties, conquered Persia and India, the Greek Empire, northern Africa, and Spain, and dashed the surges of its fierce soldiery against the battlements of northern Christendom. The law of Muhammad still governs a fourth of the human race, and Turk and Arab, Moor and Persian and Hindu, still obey the Prophet, and pray with their faces turned toward Mecca. And he, and not the living, rules and reigns in the fairest portions of the Orient. Confucius still enacts the law for China, and the thoughts and ideas of Peter the Great govern Russia. Plato and the other great sages of antiquity still reign as the kings of philosophy, and have dominion over the human intellect. The great statesmen of the past still preside in the councils of nations. Burke still lingers in the House of Commons. And barrier sonorous tones will long ring in the legislative chambers of France. The influences of Webster and Calhoun, conflicting, rent asunder the American states. And the doctrine of each is the law and the oracle speaking from the Holy of Holies for his own state and all consociated with it, a faith preached and proclaimed by each at the cannon's mouth and consecrated by rivers of blood. It has been well said, that when Tamerlane had builded his pyramid of 50,000 human skulls, and wheeled away with his vast armies from the gates of Damascus, to find new conquests, and build other pyramids, a little boy was playing in the streets of Mentz, son of a poor artisan, whose apparent importance in the scale of beings was, compared with that of Tamerlane, as that of a grain of sand to the giant bulk of the earth. But Tamerlane and all his shaggy legions, that swept over the east like a hurricane, have passed away, and become shadows. While printing, the wonderful invention of John Faust, the boy of Mentz, has exerted a greater influence on man's destinies and overturned more thrones and dynasties than all the victories of all the blood-stained conquerors from Nimrod to Napoleon. Long ages ago, the temple built by Solomon and our ancient brethren sank into ruin, when the Assyrian armies sacked Jerusalem. The holy city is a mass of hovels cowering under the dominion of the Crescent, and the Holy Land is a desert. The kings of Egypt and Assyria, who were contemporaries of Solomon, are forgotten, and their histories mere fables. The ancient Orient is a shattered wreck, bleaching on the shores of time. The wolf and the jackal howl among the ruins of Thebes and of Tyre, and the sculptured images of the temples and palaces of Babylon and Nineveh are dug from their ruins and carried into strange lands. But the quiet and peaceful order, of which the son of a poor Phoenician widow was one of the grand masters, with the kings of Israel and Tyre, has continued to increase in stature and influence, defying the angry waves of time and the storms of persecution. Age has not weakened its wide foundations nor shattered its columns, nor marred the beauty of its harmonious proportions. Where rude barbarians, in the time of Solomon, peopled inhospitable howling wildernesses, in France and Britain, and in that new world, not known to Jew or Gentile, until the glories of the Orient had faded, that order has builded new temples, and teaches to its millions of initiates those lessons of peace, goodwill, and toleration, of reliance on God and confidence in man, which it learned when Hebrew and Gibelmite worked side by side on the slopes of Lebanon. And the servant of Jehovah and the Phoenician worshipper of Bel sat with the humble artisan in council at Jerusalem. It is the dead that govern. The living only obey. And if the soul sees, after death, what passes on this earth, and watches over the welfare of those it loves, then must its greatest happiness consist in seeing the current of its beneficent influences widening out from age to age, as rivulets widen into rivers, and aiding to shape the destinies of individuals, families, states, the world. And its bitterest punishment, in seeing its evil influences causing mischief and misery, and cursing and afflicting men, long after the frame it dwelt in has become dust, and when both name and memory are forgotten. We know not who among the dead control our destinies. The universal human race is linked and bound together by those influences and sympathies, which in the truest sense do make men's fates. Humanity is the unit, of which the man is but a fraction. What other men in the past have done, said, thought, makes the great iron network of circumstance that environs and controls us all. We take our faith on trust. We think and believe as the old lords of thought command us. And reason is powerless before authority. We would make or annul a particular contract. But the thoughts of the dead judges of England, living when their ashes have been cold for centuries, stand between us and that which we would do, and utterly forbid it. We would settle our estate in a particular way. But the prohibition of the English Parliament, its uttered thought when the first or second Edward reigned, comes echoing down the long avenues of time, and tells us we shall not exercise the power of disposition as we wish. We would gain a particular advantage of another, and the thought of the old Roman lawyer who died before Justinian, or that of Rome's great orator Cicero, annihilates the act, or makes the intention ineffectual. This act, Moses forbids. That, Alfred. We would sell our land, but certain marks on a perishable paper tell us that our father or remote ancestor ordered otherwise, and the arm of the dead, emerging from the grave, with peremptory gesture prohibits the alienation. About to sin or err, the thought or wish of our dead mother, told us when we were children, by words that died upon the air in the utterance, and many a long year were forgotten, flashes on our memory, and holds us back with a power that is resistless. Thus we obey the dead, and thus shall the living, when we are dead, for weal or woe, obey us. The thoughts of the past are the laws of the present and the future. That which we say and do, if its effects last not beyond our lives, is unimportant. That which shall live when we are dead, as part of the great body of law enacted by the dead, is the only act worth doing, the only thought worth speaking. The desire to do something that shall benefit the world, when neither praise nor obloquy will reach us where we sleep soundly in the grave, is the noblest ambition entertained by man. It is the ambition of a true and genuine Mason. Knowing the slow processes by which the deity brings about great results, he does not expect to reap as well as sow, in a single lifetime. It is the inflexible fate and noblest destiny, with rare exceptions, of the great and good, to work, and let others reap the harvest of their labors. He who does good, only to be repaid in kind, or in thanks and gratitude, or in reputation and the world's praise, is like him who loans his money, that he may, after certain months, receive it back with interest. To be repaid for eminent services with slander, obloquy, or ridicule, or at best with stupid indifference or cold ingratitude, as it is common, so it is no misfortune, except to those who lack the wit to see or sense to appreciate the service, or the nobility of soul to thank and reward with eulogy, the benefactor of his kind. His influences live, and the great future will obey, whether it recognize or disown the lawgiver. Miltiades was fortunate that he was exiled, and Aristides that he was ostracized, because men wearied of hearing him called the just. Not the Redeemer was unfortunate, but those only who repaid him for the inestimable gift he offered them, and for a life passed in toiling for their good, by nailing him upon the cross, as though he had been a slave or malefactor. The persecutor dies and rots, and posterity utters his name with execration, but his victim's memory he has unintentionally made glorious and immortal. If not for slander and persecution, the Mason who would benefit his race must look for apathy and cold indifference in those whose good he seeks, in those who ought to seek the good of others. Except when the sluggish depths of the human mind are broken up and tossed as with a storm, when at the appointed time a great reformer comes, and a new faith springs up and grows with supernatural energy. The progress of truth is slower than the growth of oaks. And he who plants need not expect to gather. The Redeemer, at his death, had 12 disciples, and one betrayed and one deserted and denied him. It is enough for us to know that the fruit will come in its due season. When, or who shall gather it, it does not in the least concern us to know. It is our business to plant the seed. It is God's right to give the fruit to whom he pleases, and if not to us, then is our action by so much the more noble. To sow, that others may reap, to work and plant for those who are to occupy the earth when we are dead, to project our influences far into the future, and live beyond our time, to rule as the kings of thought, over men who are yet unborn. To bless with the glorious gifts of truth and light and liberty those who will neither know the name of the giver, nor care in what grave his unregarded ashes repose, is the true office of a Mason and the proudest destiny of a man. All the great and beneficent operations of nature are produced by slow and often imperceptible degrees. The work of destruction and devastation only is violent and rapid. The volcano and the earthquake, the tornado and the avalanche, leap suddenly into full life and fearful energy, and smite with an unexpected blow. Vesuvius buried Pompeii and Herculaneum in a night. And Lisbon fell prostrate before God in a breath. When the earth rocked and shuddered, the Alpine village vanishes and is erased at one bound of the avalanche. And the ancient forests fall like grass before the mower, when the tornado leaps upon them. Pestilence slays its thousands in a day, and the storm in a night strews the sand with shattered navies. The gourd of the prophet Jonah grew up, and was withered, in a night. But many years ago, before the Norman conqueror stamped his mailed foot on the neck of prostrate Saxon England, some wandering barbarian, of the continent then unknown to the world, in mere idleness, with hand or foot, covered an acorn with a little earth, and passed on regardless, on his journey to the dim past. He died and was forgotten, but the acorn lay there still, the mighty force within it acting in the darkness. A tender shoot stole gently up, and fed by the light and air and frequent dews put forth its little leaves, and lived, because the elk or buffalo chanced not to place his foot upon and crush it. The years marched onward, and the shoot became a sapling, and its green leaves went and came with spring and autumn. And still the years came and passed away again, and William, the Norman bastard, parcelled England out among his barons, and still the sapling grew, and the dews fed its leaves. And the birds builded their nests among its small limbs for many generations. And still the years came and went, and the Indian hunter slept in the shade of the sapling, and Richard Lionheart fought at Acre and Ascalon, and John's bold barons wrested from him the great charter, and lo! The sapling had become a tree. And still it grew, and thrust its great arms wider abroad, and lifted its head still higher toward the heavens, strong-rooted, and defiant of the storms that roared and eddied through its branches. And when Columbus plowed with his keels the unknown western Atlantic, and Cortez and Pizarro bathed the cross in blood, and the Puritan, the Huguenot, the Cavalier, and the follower of Penn sought a refuge and a resting place beyond the ocean, the great oak still stood, firm-rooted, vigorous, stately, haughtily domineering over all the forest. Heedless of all the centuries that had hurried past since the wild Indian planted the little acorn in the forest. A stout and hale old tree, with wide circumference shading many a rood of ground, and fit to furnish timbers for a ship, to carry the thunders of the great republic's guns around the world. And yet, if one had sat and watched it every instant, from the moment when the feeble shoot first pushed its way to the light until the eagles built among its branches, he would never have seen the tree or sapling grow. Many long centuries ago, before the Chaldean shepherds watched the stars, or Shufu built the pyramids, one could have sailed in a 74 where now 1,000 islands gemmed the surface of the Indian Ocean. And the deep sea lead would nowhere have found any bottom. But below these waves were myriads upon myriads, beyond the power of arithmetic to number, of minute existences, each a perfect living creature, made by the Almighty Creator, and fashioned by Him for the work it had to do. There they toiled beneath the waters, each doing its allotted work, and wholly ignorant of the result which God intended. They lived and died, incalculable in numbers and almost infinite in the succession of their generations, each adding his mite to the gigantic work that went on there under God's direction. Thus hath He chosen to create great continents and islands. And still the coral insects live and work, as when they made the rocks that underlie the valley of the Ohio. Thus God hath chosen to create. Where now is firm land, once chafed and thundered the great primeval ocean. For ages upon ages the minute shields of infinite myriads of infusoria, and the stony stems of encrinites sunk into its depths, and there, under the vast pressure of its waters, hardened into limestone. Raised slowly from the profound by His hand, its quarries underlie the soil of all the continents, hundreds of feet in thickness. And we, of these remains of the countless dead, build tombs and palaces, as the Egyptians, whom we call ancient, built their pyramids. On all the broad lakes and oceans the great sun looks earnestly and lovingly, and the invisible vapors rise ever up to meet Him. No eye but God's beholds them as they rise. There, in the upper atmosphere, they are condensed to mist, and gather into clouds, and float and swim around in the ambient air. They sail with its currents, and hover over the ocean, and roll in huge masses round the stony shoulders of great mountains. Condensed still more by change of temperature, they drop upon the thirsty earth in gentle showers, or pour upon it in heavy rains, or storm against its bosom at the angry equinoctial. The shower, the rain, and the storm pass away, the clouds vanish, and the bright stars again shine clearly upon the glad earth. The raindrops sink into the ground, and gather in subterranean reservoirs, and run in subterranean channels, and bubble up in springs and fountains. And from the mountainsides and heads of valleys the silver threads of water begin their long journey to the ocean. Uniting, they widen into brooks and rivulets, then into streams and rivers. And, at last, a Nile, a Ganges, a Danube, an Amazon, or a Mississippi rolls between its banks, mighty, majestic, and resistless, creating vast alluvial valleys to be the granaries of the world. Plowed by the 1,000 keels of commerce and serving as great highways, and as the impassable boundaries of rival nations. Ever returning to the ocean the drops that rose from it in vapor, and descended in rain and snow and hail upon the level plains and lofty mountains, and causing him to recoil for many a mile before the headlong rush of their great tide. So it is with the aggregate of human endeavor. As the invisible particles of vapor combine and coalesce to form the mists and clouds that fall in rain on thirsty continents, and bless the great green forests and wide grassy prairies, the waving meadows and the fields by which men live. As the infinite myriads of drops that the glad earth drinks are gathered into springs and rivulets and rivers, to aid in leveling the mountains and elevating the plains and to feed the large lakes and restless oceans. So all human thought and speech and action, all that is done and said and thought and suffered upon the earth combine together, and flow onward in one broad resistless current toward those great results to which they are determined by the will of God. We build slowly and destroy swiftly. Our ancient brethren who built the temples at Jerusalem, with many myriad blows felled, hewed, and squared the cedars, and quarried the stones, and carved the intricate ornaments, which were to be the temples. Stone after stone, by the combined effort and long toil of apprentice, fellow craft, and master, the walls arose, slowly the roof was framed and fashioned. And many years elapsed before, at length, the houses stood finished, all fit and ready for the worship of God, gorgeous in the sunny splendors of the atmosphere of Palestine. So they were built. A single motion of the arm of a rude, barbarous Assyrian spearman, or drunken Roman or Gothic legionary of Titus, moved by a senseless impulse of the brutal will, flung in the blazing brand. And, with no further human agency, a few short hours sufficed to consume and melt each temple to a smoking mass of black unsightly ruin. Be patient, therefore, my brother, and wait. The issues are with God, to do, of right belongs to us. Therefore faint not, nor be weary in well-doing. Be not discouraged at men's apathy, nor disgusted with their follies, nor tired of their indifference. Care not for returns and results. But see only what there is to do, and do it, leaving the results to God. Soldier of the Cross. Sworn knight of justice, truth, and toleration. Good knight and true. Be patient and work. The Apocalypse, that sublime Kabbalistic and prophetic summary of all the occult figures, divides its images into 3 septenaries, after each of which there is silence in heaven. There are 7 seals to be opened, that is to say, 7 mysteries to know, and 7 difficulties to overcome, 7 trumpets to sound, and 7 cups to empty. The Apocalypse is, to those who receive the 19th degree, the apotheosis of that sublime faith which aspires to God alone, and despises all the pomps and works of Lucifer. Lucifer, the light-bearer. Strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light, and with its splendors intolerable blinds feeble, sensual, or selfish souls? Doubt it not. For traditions are full of divine revelations and inspiration is not of one age nor of one creed. Plato and Philo, also, were inspired. The Apocalypse, indeed, is a book as obscure as the Zohar. It is written hieroglyphically with numbers and images, and the apostle often appeals to the intelligence of the initiated. Let him who hath knowledge understand. Let him who understands, calculate. He often says, after an allegory or the mention of a number. Saint John, the favorite apostle, and the depositary of all the secrets of the Savior, therefore did not write to be understood by the multitude. The Sephar Yazira, the Zohar, and the Apocalypse are the completest embodiments of occultism. They contain more meanings than words, their expressions are figurative as poetry and exact as numbers. The Apocalypse sums up, completes, and surpasses all the science of Abraham and of Solomon. The visions of Ezekiel, by the river Chebar, and of the new symbolic temple, are equally mysterious expressions, veiled by figures of the enigmatic dogmas of the Kabbalah, and their symbols are as little understood by the commentators as those of Freemasonry. The septenary is the crown of the numbers, because it unites the triangle of the idea to the square of the form. The more the great hierophants were at pains to conceal their absolute science, the more they sought to add grandeur to and multiply its symbols. The huge pyramids, with their triangular sides of elevation and square bases, represented their metaphysics, founded upon the knowledge of nature. That knowledge of nature had for its symbolic key the gigantic form of that huge sphinx, which has hollowed its deep bed in the sand, while keeping watch at the feet of the pyramids. The 7 grand monuments called the wonders of the world, were the magnificent commentaries on the 7 lines that composed the pyramids, and on the 7 mystic gates of Thebes. The septenary philosophy of initiation among the ancients may be summed up thus. 3 absolute principles which are but one principle, 4 elementary forms which are but one, all forming a single whole, compounded of the idea and the form. The 3 principles were these. 1 degree. Being is being. In philosophy, identity of the idea and of being or verity; in religion, the first principle, the Father. 2 degrees. Being is real. In philosophy, identity of knowing and of being or reality. In religion, the logos of Plato, the demiurgos, the Word. 3 degrees. Being is logic. In philosophy, identity of the reason and reality. In religion, providence, the divine action that makes real the good, that which in Christianity we call the Holy Spirit. The union of all the 7 colors is the white, the analogous symbol of the good, the absence of all is the black, the analogous symbol of the evil. There are 3 primary colors, red, yellow, and blue. And 4 secondary, orange, green, indigo, and violet, and all these God displays to man in the rainbow, and they have their analogies also in the moral and intellectual world. The same number, 7, continually reappears in the Apocalypse, compounded of 3 and 4, and these numbers relate to the last 7 of the Sephiroth, 3 answering to benignity or mercy, severity or justice, and beauty or harmony. And 4 to Netzach, Hod, Yesod, and Malakoth, victory, glory, stability, and domination. The same numbers also represent the first 3 Sephiroth, Kether, Chokmah, and Binah, or will, wisdom, and understanding, which, with Dath or intellect ion or thought, are also 4, Dath not being regarded as a Sephira, not as the deity acting, or as a potency, energy, or attribute, but as the divine action. The Sephiroth are commonly figured in the Kabbalah as constituting a human form, the Adam Kadmon or macrocosm. Thus arranged, the universal law of equipoise is 3 times exemplified. From that of the divine intellectual, active, masculine energy, and the passive capacity to produce thought, the action of thinking results. From that of benignity and severity, harmony flows. And from that of victory or an infinite overcoming, and glory, which, being infinite, would seem to forbid the existence of obstacles or opposition, results stability or permanence, which is the perfect dominion of the infinite will. The last 9 Sephiroth are included in, at the same time that they have flowed forth from, the first of all, Kether, or the crown. Each also, in succession flowed from, and yet still remains included in, the one preceding it. The will of God includes his wisdom, and his wisdom is his will specially developed and acting. This wisdom is the logos that creates, mistaken and personified by Simon Magus and the succeeding Gnostics. By means of its utterance, the letter YD, it creates the worlds, first in the divine intellect as an idea, which invested with form became the fabricated world, the universe of material reality. YD and He, 2 letters of the ineffable name of the manifested deity, represent the male and the female, the active and the passive in equilibrium, and the VAV completes the Trinity and the triliteral name, Hebrew, the divine triangle, which with the repetition of the He becomes the tetragrammaton. Thus the 10 Sephiroth contain all the sacred numbers, 3, 5, 7, and 9, and the perfect number 10, and correspond with the tetractys of Pythagoras. Being is being, Hebrew, Ahaya Asar Ahaya. This is the principle, the beginning. In the beginning was, that is to say, was, and will be, the Word, that is to say, the reason that speaks. Epsilon nu alpha rho chi eta Aden nu lambda omicron gamma omicron. The Word is the reason of belief, and in it also is the expression of the faith which makes science a living thing. The Word, lambda omicron gamma omicron, is the source of logic. Jesus is the Word incarnate. The accord of the reason with faith, of knowledge with belief, of authority with liberty, has become in modern times the veritable enigma of the Sphinx. It is wisdom that, in the Kabbalistic books of the Proverbs and Ecclesiasticus, is the creative agent of God. Elsewhere in the Hebrew writings it is, Hebrew, Debar Ayahava, the Word of God. It is by his uttered word that God reveals himself to us, not alone in the visible and invisible but intellectual creation, but also in our convictions, consciousness, and instincts. Hence it is that certain beliefs are universal. The conviction of all men that God is good led to a belief in a devil, the fallen Lucifer or light-bearer, Shaitan the adversary, Ahriman and Tufan, as an attempt to explain the existence of evil, and make it consistent with the infinite power, wisdom, and benevolence of God. Nothing surpasses and nothing equals, as a summary of all the doctrines of the Old World, those brief words engraven by Hermes on a stone, and known under the name of the Tablet of Emerald, the unity of being and the unity of the harmonies. Ascending and descending, the progressive and proportional scale of the word. The immutable law of the equilibrium, and the proportion progress of the universal analogies. The relation of the idea to the word, giving the measure of the relation between the creator and the created, the necessary mathematics of the infinite, proved by the measures of a single corner of the finite. All this is expressed by this single proposition of the great Egyptian hierophant. What is superior is as that which is inferior, and what is below is as that which is above, to form the marvels of the unity. 20. Grand Master of all symbolic lodges. The true Mason is a practical philosopher, who, under religious emblems, in all ages adopted by wisdom, builds upon plans traced by nature and reason the moral edifice of knowledge. He ought to find, in the symmetrical relation of all the parts of this rational edifice, the principle and rule of all his duties, the source of all his pleasures. He improves his moral nature, becomes a better man, and finds in the reunion of virtuous men, assembled with pure views, the means of multiplying his acts of beneficence. Masonry and philosophy, without being one and the same thing, have the same object, and propose to themselves the same end, the worship of the grand architect of the universe, acquaintance and familiarity with the wonders of nature, and the happiness of humanity attained by the constant practice of all the virtues. As Grand Master of all symbolic lodges, it is your especial duty to aid in restoring Masonry to its primitive purity. You have become an instructor. Masonry long wandered in error. Instead of improving, it degenerated from its primitive simplicity, and retrograded toward a system, distorted by stupidity and ignorance, which, unable to construct a beautiful machine, made a complicated one. Less than 200 years ago, its organization was simple, and altogether moral, its emblems, allegories, and ceremonies easy to be understood, and their purpose and object readily to be seen. It was then confined to a very small number of degrees. Its constitutions were like those of a society of Essenes, written in the 1st century of our era. There could be seen the primitive Christianity, organized into Masonry, the school of Pythagoras without incongruities or absurdities. A Masonry simple and significant, in which it was not necessary to torture the mind to discover reasonable interpretations, a Masonry at once religious and philosophical, worthy of a good citizen and an enlightened philanthropist. Innovators and inventors overturned that primitive simplicity. Ignorance engaged in the work of making degrees, and trifles and gewgaws and pretended mysteries, absurd or hideous, usurped the place of Masonic truth. The picture of a horrid vengeance, the poniard and the bloody head, appeared in the peaceful temple of Masonry, without sufficient explanation of their symbolic meaning. Oaths out of all proportion with their object, shocked the candidate, and then became ridiculous, and were wholly disregarded. Acolytes were exposed to tests, and compelled to perform acts, which, if real, would have been abominable. But being mere chimeras, were preposterous, and excited contempt and laughter only. 800 degrees of one kind and another were invented, infidelity and even Jesuitry were taught under the mask of Masonry. The rituals even of the respectable degrees, copied and mutilated by ignorant men, became nonsensical and trivial, and the word so corrupted that it has hitherto been found impossible to recover many of them at all. Candidates were made to degrade themselves, and to submit to insults not tolerable to a man of spirit and honor. Hence it was that, practically, the largest portion of the degrees claimed by the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, and before it by the Rite of Perfection, fell into disuse, were merely communicated. And their rituals became jejune and insignificant. These rites resembled those old palaces and baronial castles, the different parts of which, built at different periods remote from one another, upon plans and according to tastes that greatly varied, formed a discordant and incongruous whole. Judaism and chivalry, superstition and philosophy, philanthropy and insane hatred and longing for vengeance, a pure morality and unjust and illegal revenge, were found strangely mated and standing hand in hand within the temples of peace and concord. And the whole system was one grotesque commingling of incongruous things, of contrasts and contradictions, of shocking and fantastic extravagances, of parts repugnant to good taste, and fine conceptions overlaid and disfigured by absurdities engendered by ignorance, fanaticism, and a senseless mysticism. An empty and sterile pomp, impossible indeed to be carried out, and to which no meaning whatever was attached, with far-fetched explanations that were either so many stupid platitudes or themselves needed an interpreter. Lofty titles, arbitrarily assumed, and to which the inventors had not condescended to attach any explanation that should acquit them of the folly of assuming temporal rank, power, and titles of nobility, made the world laugh, and the initiate feel ashamed. Some of these titles we retain, but they have with us meanings entirely consistent with that spirit of equality which is the foundation and peremptory law of its being of all Masonry. The knight, with us, is he who devotes his hand, his heart, his brain, to the science of Masonry, and professes himself the sworn soldier of truth. The prince is he who aims to be chief, princeps, first, leader, among his equals. In virtue and good deeds, the sovereign is he who, one of an order whose members are all sovereigns, is supreme only because the law and constitutions are so, which he administers, and by which he, like every other brother, is governed. The titles, puissant, potent, wise, and venerable, indicate that power of virtue, intelligence, and wisdom, which those ought to strive to attain who are placed in high office by the suffrages of their brethren, and all our other titles and designations have an esoteric meaning, consistent with modesty and equality, and which those who receive them should fully understand. As master of a lodge, it is your duty to instruct your brethren that they are all so many constant lessons, teaching the lofty qualifications which are required of those who claim them, and not merely idle gewgaws worn in ridiculous imitation of the times when the nobles and priests were masters and the people slaves, and that, in all true Masonry, the knight, the pontiff, the prince, and the sovereign are but the first among their equals, and the cordon, the clothing, and the jewel but symbols and emblems of the virtues required of all good Masons. The Mason kneels, no longer to present his petition for admittance or to receive the answer, no longer to a man as his superior, who is but his brother, but to his God, to whom he appeals for the rectitude of his intentions, and whose aid he asks to enable him to keep his vows. No one is degraded by bending his knee to God at the altar, or to receive the honor of knighthood as Bayard and du Guesclin knelt. To kneel for other purposes, Masonry does not require. God gave to man a head to be born erect, a port upright and majestic. We assemble in our temples to cherish and inculcate sentiments that conform to that loftiness of bearing which the just and upright man is entitled to maintain, and we do not require those who desire to be admitted among us ignominiously to bow the head. We respect man, because we respect ourselves that he may conceive a lofty idea of his dignity as a human being free and independent. If modesty is a virtue, humility and obsequiousness to man are base, for there is a noble pride which is the most real and solid basis of virtue. Man should humble himself before the infinite God, but not before his erring and imperfect brother. As master of a lodge, you will therefore be exceedingly careful that no candidate, in any degree, be required to submit to any degradation whatever, as has been too much the custom in some of the degrees, and take it as a certain and inflexible rule, to which there is no exception, that real Masonry requires of no man anything to which a knight and gentleman cannot honorably, and without feeling outraged or humiliated submit. The Supreme Council for the Southern Jurisdiction of the United States at length undertook the indispensable and long-delayed task of revising and reforming the work and rituals of the 30 degrees under its jurisdiction. Retaining the essentials of the degrees and all the means by which the members recognize one another, it has sought out and developed the leading idea of each degree, rejected the puerilities and absurdities with which many of them were disfigured, and made of them a connected system of moral, religious, and philosophical instruction. Sectarian of no creed, it has yet thought it not improper to use the old allegories, based on occurrences detailed in the Hebrew and Christian books, and drawn from the ancient mysteries of Egypt, Persia, Greece, India, the Druids and the Essenes, as vehicles to communicate the great Masonic truths. as it has used the legends of the Crusades, and the ceremonies of the orders of knighthood. It no longer inculcates a criminal and wicked vengeance. It has not allowed Masonry to play the assassin, to avenge the death either of Hiram, of Charles I, or of Jacques de Molay and the Templars. The ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry has now become, what Masonry at first was meant to be, a teacher of great truths, inspired by an upright and enlightened reason, a firm and constant wisdom, and an affectionate and liberal philanthropy. It is no longer a system, over the composition and arrangement of the different parts of which, want of reflection, chance, ignorance, and perhaps motives still more ignoble presided. A system unsuited to our habits, our manners, our ideas, or the worldwide philanthropy and universal toleration of Masonry, or to bodies small in number, whose revenues should be devoted to the relief of the unfortunate and not to empty show. No longer a heterogeneous aggregate of degrees, shocking by its anachronisms and contradictions, powerless to disseminate light, information, and moral and philosophical ideas. As master, you will teach those who are under you, and to whom you will owe your office, that the decorations of many of the degrees are to be dispensed with, whenever the expense would interfere with the duties of charity, relief, and benevolence, and to be indulged in only by wealthy bodies that will thereby do no wrong to those entitled to their assistance. The essentials of all the degrees may be procured at slight expense, and it is at the option of every brother to procure or not to procure, as he pleases, the dress, decorations, and jewels of any degree other than the 14th, 18th, 30th, and 32d. We teach the truth of none of the legends we recite. They are to us but parables and allegories, involving and enveloping Masonic instruction, and vehicles of useful and interesting information. They represent the different phases of the human mind, its efforts and struggles to comprehend nature, God, the government of the universe, the permitted existence of sorrow and evil. To teach us wisdom, and the folly of endeavoring to explain to ourselves that which we are not capable of understanding, we reproduce the speculations of the philosophers, the Kabbalists, the mystagogues, and the Gnostics. Every one being at liberty to apply our symbols and emblems as he thinks most consistent with truth and reason and with his own faith, we give them such an interpretation only as may be accepted by all. Our degrees may be conferred in France or Turkey, at Pekin, Ispahan, Rome, or Geneva, in the city of Penn or in Catholic Louisiana, upon the subject of an absolute government or the citizen of a free state, upon sectarian or theist. To honor the deity, to regard all men as our brethren, as children, equally dear to him, of the supreme creator of the universe, and to make himself useful to society in himself by his labor, are its teachings to its initiates in all the degrees. Preacher of liberty, fraternity, and equality, it desires them to be attained by making men fit to receive them, and by the moral power of an intelligent and enlightened people. It lays no plots and conspiracies. It hatches no premature revolutions, it encourages no people to revolt against the constituted authorities. But recognizing the great truth that freedom follows fitness for freedom as the corollary follows the axiom, it strives to prepare men to govern themselves. Where domestic slavery exists, it teaches the master humanity and the alleviation of the condition of his slave, and moderate correction and gentle discipline. As it teaches them to the master of the apprentice, and as it teaches to the employers of other men, in mines, manufactories, and workshops, consideration and humanity for those who depend upon their labor for their bread, and to whom want of employment is starvation, and overwork is fever, consumption, and death. As master of a lodge, you are to inculcate these duties on your brethren. Teach the employed to be honest, punctual, and faithful as well as respectful and obedient to all proper orders, but also teach the employer that every man or woman who desires to work, has a right to have work to do. And that they, and those who from sickness or feebleness, loss of limb or of bodily vigor, old age or infancy, are not able to work, have a right to be fed, clothed, and sheltered from the inclement elements, that he commits an awful sin against Masonry and in the sight of God, if he closes his workshops or factories, or ceases to work his mines, when they do not yield him what he regards as sufficient profit, and so dismisses his workmen and workwomen to starve. Or when he reduces the wages of man or woman to so low a standard that they and their families cannot be clothed and fed and comfortably housed. Or by overwork must give him their blood and life in exchange for the pittance of their wages, and that his duty as a Mason and brother peremptorily requires him to continue to employ those who else will be pinched with hunger and cold. Or resort to theft and vice, and to pay them fair wages, though it may reduce or annul his profits or even eat into his capital. For God hath but loaned him his wealth, and made him his almoner and agent to invest it. Except, as mere symbols of the moral virtues and intellectual qualities, the tools and implements of Masonry belong exclusively to the first 3 degrees. They also, however, serve to remind the Mason who has advanced further, that his new rank is based upon the humble labors of the symbolic degrees, as they are improperly termed, inasmuch as all the degrees are symbolic. Thus the initiates are inspired with a just idea of Masonry, to wit, that it is essentially work, both teaching and practicing labor, and that it is altogether emblematic. 3 kinds of work are necessary to the preservation and protection of man and society: manual labor, specially belonging to the 3 blue degrees, labor in arms, symbolized by the knightly or chivalric degrees, and intellectual labor, belonging particularly to the philosophical degrees. We have preserved and multiplied such emblems as have a true and profound meaning. We reject many of the old and senseless explanations. We have not reduced Masonry to a cold metaphysics that exiles everything belonging to the domain of the imagination. The ignorant, and those half-wise, in reality, but over-wise in their own conceit, may assail our symbols with sarcasms. But they are nevertheless ingenious veils that cover the truth, respected by all who know the means by which the heart of man is reached and his feelings enlisted. The great moralists often had recourse to allegories, in order to instruct men without repelling them. But we have been careful not to allow our emblems to be too obscure, so as to require far-fetched and forced interpretations. In our days, and in the enlightened land in which we live, we do not need to wrap ourselves in veils so strange and impenetrable, as to prevent or hinder instruction instead of furthering it. Or to induce the suspicion that we have concealed meanings which we communicate only to the most reliable adepts, because they are contrary to good order or the well-being of society. The duties of the class of instructors, that is, the Masons of the degrees from the 4th to the 8th, inclusive, are, particularly, to perfect the younger Masons in the words, signs and tokens and other work of the degrees they have received. To explain to them the meaning of the different emblems, and to expound the moral instruction which they convey. And upon their report of proficiency alone can their pupils be allowed to advance and receive an increase of wages. The directors of the work, or those of the 9th, 10th, and 11th degrees are to report to the chapters upon the regularity, activity and proper direction of the work of bodies in the lower degrees, and what is needed to be enacted for their prosperity and usefulness. In the symbolic lodges, they are particularly charged to stimulate the zeal of the workmen, to induce them to engage in new labors and enterprises for the good of Masonry, their country and mankind, and to give them fraternal advice when they fall short of their duty. Or, in cases that require it, to invoke against them the rigor of Masonic law. The architects, or those of the 12th, 13th, and 14th, should be selected from none but brothers well instructed in the preceding degrees, zealous, and capable of discoursing upon that Masonry, illustrating it, and discussing the simple questions of moral philosophy. And one of them, at every communication, should be prepared with a lecture, communicating useful knowledge or giving good advice to the brethren. The knights, of the 15th and 16th degrees, wear the sword. They are bound to prevent and repair, as far as may be in their power, all injustice, both in the world and in Masonry, to protect the weak and to bring oppressors to justice. Their works and lectures must be in this spirit. They should inquire whether Masonry fulfills, as far as it ought and can, its principal purpose, which is to succor the unfortunate. That it may do so, they should prepare propositions to be offered in the blue lodges calculated to attain that end, to put an end to abuses, and to prevent or correct negligence. Those in the lodges who have attained the rank of knights, are most fit to be appointed almoners, and charged to ascertain and make known who need and are entitled to the charity of the order. In the higher degrees those only should be received who have sufficient reading and information to discuss the great questions of philosophy. From them the orators of the lodges should be selected, as well as those of the councils and chapters. They are charged to suggest such measures as are necessary to make Masonry entirely faithful to the spirit of its institution, both as to its charitable purposes, and the diffusion of light and knowledge. Such as are needed to correct abuses that have crept in, and offenses against the rules and general spirit of the order, and such as will tend to make it, as it was meant to be, the great teacher of mankind. As master of a lodge, council, or chapter, it will be your duty to impress upon the minds of your brethren these views of the general plan in separate parts of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, of its spirit and design, its harmony and regularity, of the duties of the officers and members, and of the particular lessons intended to be taught by each degree. Especially you are not to allow any assembly of the body over which you may preside, to close, without recalling to the minds of the brethren the Masonic virtues and duties which are represented upon the tracing board of this degree. That is an imperative duty. Forget not that, more than 3,000 years ago, Zoroaster said, "Be good, be kind, be humane, and charitable, love your fellows, console the afflicted, pardon those who have done you wrong." Nor that more than 2,300 years ago Confucius repeated, also quoting the language of those who had lived before himself, "Love thy neighbor as thyself, do not to others what thou wouldst not wish should be done to thyself, forgive injuries. Forgive your enemy, be reconciled to him, give him assistance, invoke God in his behalf. Let not the morality of your lodge be inferior to that of the Persian or the Chinese philosopher. Urge upon your brethren the teaching and the unostentatious practice of the morality of the lodge, without regard to times, places, religions, or peoples. Urge them to love one another, to be devoted to one another, to be faithful to the country, the government, and the laws, for to serve the country is to pay a dear and sacred debt. To respect all forms of worship. To tolerate all political and religious opinions. Not to blame, and still less to condemn the religion of others, not to seek to make converts, but to be content if they have the religion of Socrates. A veneration for the Creator, the religion of good works, and grateful acknowledgement of God's blessings. To fraternize with all men, to assist all who are unfortunate. And to cheerfully postpone their own interests to that of the order. To make it the constant rule of their lives, to think well, to speak well, and to act well. To place the sage above the soldier, the noble, or the prince, and take the wise and good as their models. To see that their professions and practice, their teachings and conduct, do always agree. To make this also their motto, do that which thou oughtest to do. Let the result be what it will. Such, my brother, are some of the duties of that office which you have sought to be qualified to exercise. May you perform them well. And in so doing gain honor for yourself, and advance the great cause of Masonry, humanity, and progress. 21. Noachite, or Prussian Knight. You are especially charged in this degree to be modest and humble, and not vainglorious nor filled with self-conceit. Be not wiser in your own opinion than the deity, nor find fault with his works, nor endeavor to improve upon what he has done. Be modest also in your intercourse with your fellows, and slow to entertain evil thoughts of them, and reluctant to ascribe to them evil intentions. 1,000 presses, flooding the country with their evanescent leaves, are busily and incessantly engaged in maligning the motives and conduct of men and parties, and in making one man think worse of another. While, alas, scarcely one is found that ever, even accidentally, labors to make man think better of his fellow. Slander and calumny were never so insolently licentious in any country as they are this day in ours. The most retiring disposition, the most unobtrusive demeanor, is no shield against their poisoned arrows. The most eminent public service only makes their vituperation and invective more eager and more unscrupulous, when he who has done such service presents himself as a candidate for the people's suffrages. The evil is widespread and universal. No man, no woman, no household, is sacred or safe from this new inquisition. No act is so pure or so praiseworthy, that the unscrupulous vendor of lies who lives by pandering to a corrupt and morbid public appetite will not proclaim it as a crime. No motive is so innocent or so laudable, that he will not hold it up as villainy. Journalism pries into the interior of private houses, gloats over the details of domestic tragedies of sin and shame, and deliberately invents and industriously circulates the most unmitigated and baseless falsehoods. To coin money for those who pursue it as a trade, or to effect a temporary result in the wars of faction. We need not enlarge upon these evils. They are apparent to all and lamented over by all, and it is the duty of a Mason to do all in his power to lessen, if not to remove them. With the errors and even sins of other men, that do not personally affect us or ours, and need not our condemnation to be odious, we have nothing to do, and the journalist has no patent that makes him the censor of morals. There is no obligation resting on us to trumpet forth our disapproval of every wrongful or injudicious or improper act that every other man commits. One would be ashamed to stand on the street corners and retail them orally for pennies. One ought, in truth, to write or speak against no other one in this world. Each man in it has enough to do, to watch and keep guard over himself. Each of us is sick enough in this great lazaretto, and journalism and polemical writing constantly remind us of a scene once witnessed in a little hospital, where it was horrible to hear how the patients mockingly reproached each other with their disorders and infirmities, how one, who was wasted by consumption, jeered at another who was bloated by dropsy, how one laughed at another's cancer of the face, and this one again at his neighbor's lockjaw or squint. Until at last the delirious fever patient sprang out of his bed, and tore away the coverings from the wounded bodies of his companions, and nothing was to be seen but hideous misery and mutilation. Such is the revolting work in which journalism and political partisanship, and half the world outside of Masonry, are engaged. Very generally, the censure bestowed upon men's acts, by those who have appointed and commissioned themselves keepers of the public morals, is undeserved. Often it is not only undeserved, but praise is deserved instead of censure, and, when the latter is not undeserved, it is always extravagant, and therefore unjust. A Mason will wonder what spirit they are endowed withal, that can basely libel at a man, even, that is fallen. If they had any nobility of soul, they would with him condole his disasters, and drop some tears in pity of his folly and wretchedness, and if they were merely human and not brutal, nature did grievous wrong to human bodies. To curse them with souls so cruel as to strive to add to a wretchedness already intolerable. When a Mason hears of any man that hath fallen into public disgrace, he should have a mind to commiserate his mishap, and not to make him more disconsolate. To envenom a name by libels, that already is openly tainted, is to add stripes with an iron rod to one that is flayed with whipping, and to every well-tempered mind will seem most inhuman and unmanly. Even the man who does wrong and commits errors often has a quiet home, a fireside of his own, a gentle, loving wife and innocent children, who perhaps do not know of his past errors and lapses, past and long repented of. Or if they do, they love him the better, because, being mortal, he hath erred, and being in the image of God, he hath repented. That every blow at this husband and father lacerates the pure and tender bosoms of that wife and those daughters, is a consideration that doth not stay the hand of the brutal journalist and partisan, but he strikes home at these shrinking, quivering, innocent, tender bosoms. And then goes out upon the great arteries of cities, where the current of life pulsates, and holds his head erect, and calls on his fellows to laud him and admire him, for the chivalric act he hath done, in striking his dagger through one heart into another tender and trusting one. If you seek for high and strained carriages, you shall, for the most part, meet with them in low men. Arrogance is a weed that ever grows on a dunghill. It is from the rankness of that soil that she hath her height and spreadings. To be modest and unaffected with our superiors is duty, with our equals, courtesy, with our inferiors, nobleness. There is no arrogance so great as the proclaiming of other men's errors and faults, by those who understand nothing but the dregs of actions, and who make it their business to besmear deserving fames. Public reproof is like striking a deer in the herd, it not only wounds him, to the loss of blood, but betrays him to the hound, his enemy. The occupation of the spy hath ever been held dishonorable, and it is none the less so, now that with rare exceptions editors and partisans have become perpetual spies upon the actions of other men. Their malice makes them nimble-eyed, apt to note a fault and publish it, and, with a strained construction, to deprave even those things in which the doers' intents were honest. Like the crocodile, they slime the way of others, to make them fall. And when that has happened, they feed their insulting envy on the life-blood of the prostrate. They set the vices of other men on high, for the gaze of the world, and place their virtues underground, that none may note them. If they cannot wound upon proofs, they will do it upon likelihoods, and if not upon them, they manufacture lies, as God created the world, out of nothing, and so corrupt the fair tempter of men's reputations. Knowing that the multitude will believe them, because affirmations are apter to win belief, than negatives to uncredit them. And that a lie travels faster than an eagle flies, while the contradiction limps after it at a snail's pace, and, halting, never overtakes it. Nay, it is contrary to the morality of journalism, to allow a lie to be contradicted in the place that spawned it. And even if that great favor is conceded, a slander once raised will scarce ever die, or fail of finding many that will allow it both a harbor and trust. This is, beyond any other, the age of falsehood. Once, to be suspected of equivocation was enough to soil a gentleman's escutcheon, but now it has become a strange merit in a partisan or statesman, always and scrupulously to tell the truth. Lies are part of the regular ammunition of all campaigns and controversies, valued according as they are profitable and effective, and are stored up and have a market price, like saltpetre and sulfur, being even more deadly than they. If men weighed the imperfections of humanity, they would breathe less condemnation. Ignorance gives disparagement a louder tongue than knowledge does. Wise men had rather know, than tell. Frequent dispraises are but the faults of uncharitable wit, and it is from where there is no judgment, that the heaviest judgment comes, for self-examination would make all judgments charitable. If we even do no vices in men, we can scarce show ourselves in a nobler virtue than in the charity of concealing them, if that be not a flattery persuading to continuance. And it is the basest office man can fall into, to make his tongue the defamer of the worthy man. There is but one rule for the Mason in this matter. If there be virtues, and he is called upon to speak of him who owns them, let him tell them forth impartially. And if there be vices mixed with them, let him be content the world shall know them by some other tongue than his. For if the evildoer deserve no pity, his wife, his parents or his children, or other innocent persons who love him way. And the bravo's trade, practiced by him who stabs the defenseless for a price paid by individual or party, is really no more respectable now than it was 100 years ago, in Venice. Where we want experience, charity bids us think the best, and leave what we know not to the searcher of hearts, for mistakes, suspicions, and envy often injure a clear fame, and there is least danger in a charitable construction. And, finally, the Mason should be humble and modest toward the grand architect of the universe, and not impugn his wisdom, nor set up his own imperfect sense of right against his providence and dispensations. Nor attempt too rashly to explore the mysteries of God's infinite essence and inscrutable plans, and of that great nature which we are not made capable to understand. Let him steer far away from all those vain philosophies, which endeavor to account for all that is, without admitting that there is a God, separate and apart from the universe which is his work, which erect universal nature into a God. And worship it alone, which annihilates spirit, and believe no testimony except that of the bodily senses, which, by logical formulas and dexterous collocation of words, make the actual, living, guiding and protecting God fade into the dim mistiness of a mere abstraction and unreality, itself a mere logical formula. Nor let him have any alliance with those theorists who chide the delays of Providence and busy themselves to hasten the slow march which it has imposed upon events, who neglect the practical. To struggle after impossibilities, who are wiser than heaven. Know the aims and purposes of the deity, and can see a short and more direct means of attaining them, than it pleases him to employ, who would have no discords in the great harmony of the universe of things. But equal distribution of property, no subjection of one man to the will of another, no compulsory labor, and still no starvation, nor destitution, nor pauperism. Let him not spend his life, as they do, in building a new Tower of Babel. In attempting to change that which is fixed by an inflexible law of God's enactment, but let him, yielding to the superior wisdom of providence, content to believe that the march of events is rightly ordered by an infinite wisdom, and leads, though we cannot see it, to a great and perfect result, let him be satisfied to follow the path pointed out by that providence, and to labor for the good of the human race in that mode in which God has chosen to enact that good shall be effected, and above all, let him build no Tower of Babel, under the belief that by ascending he will mount so high that God will disappear or be superseded by a great monstrous aggregate of material forces, or mere glittering, logical formula. But, evermore, standing humbly and reverently upon the earth and looking with awe and confidence toward heaven, let him be satisfied that there is a real God, a person, and not a formula. A Father and a Protector, who loves, and sympathizes, and compassionates, and that the eternal ways by which he rules the world are infinitely wise, no matter how far they may be above the feeble comprehension and limited vision of man. 22. Knight of the Royal Axe or Prince of Libanus. Sympathy with the great laboring classes, respect for labor itself, and resolution to do some good work in our day and generation, these are the lessons of this degree, and they are purely Masonic. Masonry has made a working man and his associates the heroes of her principal legend, and himself the companion of kings. The idea is as simple and true as it is sublime. From first to last, Masonry is work. It venerates the grand architect of the universe. It commemorates the building of a temple. Its principal emblems are the working tools of masons and artisans. It preserves the name of the first worker in brass and iron as one of its passwords. When the brethren meet together, they are at labor. The master is the overseer who sets the craft to work and gives them proper instruction. Masonry is the apotheosis of work. It is the hands of brave, forgotten men that have made this great, populous, cultivated world a world for us. It is all work, and forgotten work. The real conquerors, creators, and eternal proprietors of every great and civilized land are all the heroic souls that ever were in it, each in his degree, all the men that ever felled a forest tree or drained a marsh or contrived a wise scheme, or did or said a true or valiant thing therein. Genuine work alone, done faithfully, is eternal, even as the Almighty Founder and World Builder himself. All work is noble, a life of ease is not for any man, nor for any god. The Almighty Maker is not like one who, in old immemorial ages, having made his machine of a universe, sits ever since, and sees it go. Out of that belief comes atheism. The faith in an invisible, unnameable, directing deity, present everywhere in all that we see, and work, and suffer, is the essence of all faith whatsoever. The life of all gods figures itself to us as a sublime earnestness, of infinite battle against infinite labor. Our highest religion is named the worship of sorrow. For the Son of Man there is no noble crown, well worn, or even ill worn, but is a crown of thorns. Man's highest destiny is not to be happy, to love pleasant things and find them. His only true happiness should be that he cannot work, and get his destiny as a man fulfilled. The day passes swiftly over, our life passes swiftly over, and the night cometh, wherein no man can work. That night once come, our happiness and unhappiness are vanished, and become as things that never were. But our work is not abolished, and has not vanished. It remains, or the want of it remains, for endless times and eternities. Whatsoever of morality and intelligence, what of patience, perseverance, faithfulness, of method, insight, ingenuity, energy, in a word, whatsoever of strength a man has in him, will lie written in the work he does. To work is to try himself against nature and her unerring, everlasting laws, and they will return true verdict as to him. The noblest epic is a mighty empire slowly built together, a mighty series of heroic deeds, a mighty conquest over chaos. Deeds are greater than words. They have a life, mute, but undeniable, and grow. They people the vacuity of time, and make it green and worthy. Labor is the truest emblem of God, the architect and eternal maker. Noble labor, which is yet to be the king of this earth, and sit on the highest throne. Men without duties to do, are like trees planted on precipices, from the roots of which all the earth has crumbled. Nature owns no man who is not also a martyr. She scorns the man who sits screened from all work, from want, danger, hardship, the victory over which is work, and has all his work and battling done by other men. And yet there are men who pride themselves that they and theirs have done no work time out of mind. So neither have the swine. The chief of men is he who stands in the van of men, fronting the peril which frightens back all others, and if not vanquished would devour them. Hercules was worshipped for 12 labors. The Tsar of Russia became a toiling shipwright, and worked with his axe in the docks of Sardam, and something came of that. Cromwell worked, and Napoleon, and effected somewhat. There is a perennial nobleness and even sacredness in work. Be he never so benighted and forgetful of his high calling, there is always hope in a man who actually and earnestly works. In idleness alone is there perpetual despair. Man perfects himself by working. Jungles are cleared away. Fair seed fields rise instead, and stately cities, and withal, the man himself first ceases to be a foul unwholesome jungle and desert thereby. Even in the meanest sort of labor, the whole soul of man is composed into a kind of real harmony, the moment he begins to work. Doubt, desire, sorrow, remorse, indignation, and even despair shrink murmuring far off into their caves, whenever the man bends himself resolutely against his task. Labor is life. From the inmost heart of the worker rises his God-given force, the sacred celestial life essence, breathed into him by Almighty God, and awakens him to all nobleness, as soon as work fitly begins. By it man learns patience, courage, perseverance, openness to light, readiness to own himself mistaken, resolution to do better and improve. Only by labor will man continually learn the virtues. There is no religion in stagnation and inaction, but only in activity and exertion. There was the deepest truth in that saying of the old monks, labor est orare. He prayeth best who loveth best all things both great and small. And can man love except by working earnestly to benefit that being whom he loves? Work, and therein have well-being, is the oldest of gospels, unpreached, inarticulate, but ineradicable, and enduring forever. To make disorder, wherever found, an eternal enemy, to attack and subdue him, and make order of him, the subject not of chaos, but of intelligence and divinity, and of ourselves. To attack ignorance, stupidity, and brute-mindedness, wherever found, to smite it wisely and unweariedly, to rest not while we live and it lives, in the name of God, this is our duty as Masons, commanded us by the highest God. Even he, with his unspoken voice, more awful than the thunders of Sinai, or the syllabled speech of the hurricane, speaks to us. The unborn ages, the old graves, with their long mouldering dust speak to us. The deep death kingdoms, the stars in their never-resting course, all space and all time, silently and continually admonish us that we too must work while it is called today. Labor, wide as the earth, has its summit in heaven. To toil, whether with the sweat of the brow, or of the brain or heart, is worship, the noblest thing yet discovered beneath the stars. Let the weary cease to think that labor is a curse and doom pronounced by deity. Without it there could be no true excellence in human nature. Without it, and pain, and sorrow, where would be the human virtues? Where patience, perseverance, submission, energy, endurance, fortitude, bravery, disinterestedness, self-sacrifice, the noblest excellencies of the soul. Let him who toils complain not, nor feel humiliated. Let him look up, and see his fellow workmen there, in God's eternity, they alone surviving there. Even in the weak human memory, they long survive, as saints, as heroes, and as gods, they alone survive, and people the unmeasured solitudes of time. To the primeval man, whatsoever good came, descended on him, as in mere fact, it ever does, direct from God, whatsoever duty lay visible for him, this a supreme God had prescribed. For the primeval man, in whom dwelt thought, this universe was all a temple, life everywhere a worship. Duty is with us ever, and evermore forbids us to be idle. To work with the hands or brain, according to our requirements and our capacities, to do that which lies before us to do, is more honorable than rank and title. Plowers, spinners and builders, inventors, and men of science, poets, advocates, and writers, all stand upon one common level, and form one grand, innumerable host. Marching ever onward since the beginning of the world, each entitled to our sympathy and respect, each a man and our brother. It was well to give the earth to man as a dark mass, whereon to labor. It was well to provide rude and unsightly materials in the ore bed and the forest, for him to fashion into splendor and beauty. It was well, not because of that splendor and beauty, but because the act creating them is better than the things themselves, because exertion is nobler than enjoyment, because the laborer is greater and more worthy of honor than the idler. Masonry stands up for the nobility of labor. It is heaven's great ordinance for human improvement. It has been broken down for ages, and Masonry desires to build it up again. It has been broken down, because men toil only because they must, submitting to it as, in some sort, a degrading necessity, and desiring nothing so much on earth as to escape from it. They fulfill the great law of labor in the letter, but break it in the spirit, they fulfill it with the muscles, but break it with the mind. Masonry teaches that every idler ought to hasten to some field of labor, manual or mental, as a chosen and coveted theater of improvement, but he is not impelled to do so, under the teachings of an imperfect civilization. On the contrary, he sits down, folds his hands, and blesses and glorifies himself in his idleness. It is time that this opprobrium of toil were done away. To be ashamed of toil, of the dingy workshop and dusty labor field. Of the hard hand, stained with service more honorable than that of war, of the soiled and weather-stained garments, on which Mother Nature has stamped, midst sun and rain, midst fire and steam, her own heraldic honors. To be ashamed of these tokens and titles, and envious of the flaunting robes of imbecile idleness and vanity, is treason to nature, impiety to heaven, a breach of heaven's great ordinance. Toil, of brain, heart, or hand, is the only true manhood and genuine nobility. Labor is a more beneficent ministration than man's ignorance comprehends, or his complainings will admit. Even when its end is hidden from him, it is not mere blind drudgery. It is all a training, a discipline, a development of energies, a nurse of virtues, a school of improvement. From the poor boy who gathers a few sticks for his mother's hearth, to the strong man who fells the oak or guides the ship or the steam car, every human toiler, with every weary step and every urgent task, is obeying a wisdom far above his own wisdom, and fulfilling a design far beyond his own design. The great law of human industry is this, that industry, working either with the hand or the mind, the application of our powers to some task, to the achievement of some result, lies at the foundation of all human improvement. We are not sent into the world like animals, to crop the spontaneous herbage of the field, and then to lie down in indolent repose, but we are sent to dig the soil and plough the sea, to do the business of cities and the work of manufactories. The world is the great and appointed school of industry. In an artificial state of society, mankind is divided into the idle and the laboring classes, but such was not the design of Providence. Labor is man's great function, his peculiar distinction and his privilege. From being an animal, that eats and drinks and sleeps only, to become a worker, and with the hand of ingenuity to pour his own thoughts into the molds of nature, fashioning them into forms of grace and fabrics of convenience, and converting them to purposes of improvement and happiness, is the greatest possible step in privilege. The earth and the atmosphere are man's laboratory. With spade and plough, with mining shafts and furnaces and forges, with fire and steam. Midst the noise and whirl of swift and bright machinery, and abroad in the silent fields, man was made to be ever working, ever experimenting. And while he and all his dwellings of care and toil are borne onward with the circling skies, and the splendors of heaven are around him, and their infinite depths image and invite his thought, still in all the worlds of philosophy. In the universe of intellect, man must be a worker. He is nothing, he can be nothing, can achieve nothing, fulfill nothing, without working. Without it, he can gain neither lofty improvement nor tolerable happiness. The idle must hunt down the hours as their prey. To them time is an enemy, clothed with armor, and they must kill him, or themselves die. It never yet did answer, and it never will answer, for any man to do nothing, to be exempt from all care and effort, to lounge, to walk, to ride, and to feast alone. No man can live in that way. God made a law against it, which no human power can annul, no human ingenuity evade. The idea that a property is to be acquired in the course of 10 or 20 years, which shall suffice for the rest of life. That by some prosperous traffic or grand speculation, all the labor of a whole life is to be accomplished in a brief portion of it. That by dexterous management, a large part of the term of human existence is to be exonerated from the cares of industry in self-denial, is founded upon a grave mistake, upon a misconception of the true nature and design of business, and of the conditions of human well-being. The desire of accumulation for the sake of securing a life of ease and gratification, of escaping from exertion and self-denial, is wholly wrong, though very common. It is better for the Mason to live while he lives, and enjoy life as it passes, to live richer and die poorer. It is best of all for him to banish from the mind that empty dream of future indolence and indulgence. To address himself to the business of life, as the school of his earthly education, to settle it with himself now that independence, if he gains it, is not to give him exemption from employment. It is best for him to know, that, in order to be a happy man, he must always be a laborer, with the mind or the body, or with both, and that the reasonable exertion of his powers, bodily and mental, is not to be regarded as mere drudgery, but as a good discipline, a wise ordination, a training in this primary school of our being, for nobler endeavors, and spheres of higher activity hereafter. There are reasons why a Mason may lawfully and even earnestly desire a fortune. If he can fill some fine palace, itself a work of art, with the productions of lofty genius, if he can be the friend and helper of humble worth. If he can seek it out, where failing health or adverse fortune presses it hard, and soften or stay the bitter hours that are hastening it to madness or to the grave. If he can stand between the oppressor and his prey, and bid the fetter and the dungeon give up their victim, if he can build up great institutions of learning, and academies of art. If he can open fountains of knowledge for the people, and conduct its streams in the right channels. If he can do better for the poor than to bestow alms upon them, even to think of them, and devise plans for their elevation in knowledge and virtue, instead of forever opening the old reservoirs and resources for their improvidence. If he has sufficient heart and soul to do all this, or part of it, if wealth would be to him the handmaid of exertion, facilitating effort, and giving success to endeavor, then may he lawfully, and yet warily and modestly, desire it. But if it is to do nothing for him, but to minister ease and indulgence, and to place his children in the same bad school, then there is no reason why he should desire it. What is there glorious in the world, that is not the product of labor, either of the body or of the mind? What is history, but its record? What are the treasures of genius and art, but its work? What are cultivated fields, but its toil? The busy marts, the rising cities, the enriched empires of the world are but the great treasure houses of labor. The pyramids of Egypt, the castles and towers and temples of Europe, the buried cities of Italy and Mexico, the canals and railroads of Christendom, are but tracks, all round the world, of the mighty footsteps of labor. Without it antiquity would not have been. Without it, there would be no memory of the past, and no hope for the future. Even utter indolence reposes on treasures that labor at some time gained and gathered. He that does nothing, and yet does not starve, has still his significance, for he is a standing proof that somebody has at some time worked. But not to such does Masonry do honor. It honors the worker, the toiler. Him who produces and not alone consumes, him who puts forth his hand to add to the treasury of human comforts, and not alone to take away. It honors him who goes forth amid the struggling elements to fight his battle, and who shrinks not, with cowardly effeminacy, behind pillows of ease. It honors the strong muscle, and the manly nerve, and the resolute and brave heart, the sweating brow, and the toiling brain. It honors the great and beautiful offices of humanity, manhood's toil and woman's task. Paternal industry and maternal watching and weariness, wisdom teaching and patience learning, the brow of care that presides over the state, and many-handed labor that toils in workshop, field, and study, beneath its mild and beneficent sway. God has not made a world of rich men, but rather a world of poor men, or of men, at least, who must toil for a subsistence. That is, then, the best condition for man, and the grand sphere of human improvement. If the whole world could acquire wealth, and one man is as much entitled to it as another, when he is born, if the present generation could lay up a complete provision for the next, as some men desire to do for their children, the world would be destroyed at a single blow. All industry would cease with the necessity for it, all improvement would stop with the demand for exertion. The dissipation of fortunes, the mischiefs of which are now countervailed by the healthful tone of society, would breed universal disease, and break out into universal license. And the world would sink, rotten as Herod, into the grave of its own loathsome vices. Almost all the noblest things that have been achieved in the world, have been achieved by poor men. Poor scholars, poor professional men, poor artisans and artists, poor philosophers, poets, and men of genius. A certain staidness and sobriety, a certain moderation and restraint, a certain pressure of circumstances, are good for man. His body was not made for luxuries. It sickens, sinks, and dies under them. His mind was not made for indulgence. It grows weak, effeminate, and dwarfish, under that condition. And he who pampers his body with luxuries and his mind with indulgence, bequeaths the consequences to the minds and bodies of his descendants, without the wealth which was their cause. For wealth, without a law of entail to help it, has always lacked the energy even to keep its own treasures. They drop from its imbecile hand. The third generation almost inevitably goes down the rolling wheel of fortune, and there learns the energy necessary to rise again, if it rises at all. Heir, as it is, to the bodily diseases, and mental weaknesses, and the soul's vices of its ancestors, and not heir to their wealth. And yet we are, almost all of us, anxious to put our children, or to ensure that our grandchildren shall be put, on this road to indulgence, luxury, vice, degradation, and ruin, this heirship of hereditary disease, soul malady, and mental leprosy. If wealth were employed in promoting mental culture at home and works of philanthropy abroad. If it were multiplying studies of art, and building up institutions of learning around us. If it were in every way raising the intellectual character of the world, there could scarcely be too much of it. But if the utmost aim, effort, and ambition of wealth be, to procure rich furniture, and provide costly entertainments, and build luxurious houses, and minister to vanity, extravagance, and ostentation, there could scarcely be too little of it. To a certain extent it may laudably be the minister of elegancies and luxuries, and the servitor of hospitality and physical enjoyment, but just in proportion as its tendencies, divested of all higher aims and tastes, are running that way. They are running to peril and evil. Nor does that peril attach to individuals and families alone. It stands, a fearful beacon, in the experience of cities, republics, and empires. The lessons of past times, on this subject, are emphatic and solemn. The history of wealth has always been a history of corruption and downfall. The people never existed that could stand the trial. Boundless profusion is too little likely to spread for any people the theater of manly energy, rigid self-denial, and lofty virtue. You do not look for the bone and sinew and strength of a country, its loftiest talents and virtues, its martyrs to patriotism or religion, its men to meet the days of peril and disaster, among the children of ease, indulgence, and luxury. In the great march of the races of men over the earth, we have always seen opulence and luxury sinking before poverty and toil and hardy nurture. That is the law which has presided over the great processions of empire. Sidon and Tyre, whose merchants possessed the wealth of princes, Babylon and Palmyra, the seats of Asiatic luxury, Rome, laden with the spoils of a world, overwhelmed by her own vices more than by the hosts of her enemies. All these, and many more, are examples of the destructive tendencies of immense and unnatural accumulation, and men must become more generous and benevolent, not more selfish and effeminate, as they become more rich. Or the history of modern wealth will follow in the sad train of all past examples. All men desire distinction, and feel the need of some ennobling object in life. Those persons are usually most happy and satisfied in their pursuits, who have the loftiest ends in view. Artists, mechanicians, and inventors, all who seek to find principles or develop beauty in their work, seem most to enjoy it. The farmer who labors for the beautifying and scientific cultivation of his estate, is more happy in his labors than one who tills his own land for a mere subsistence. This is one of the signal testimonies which all human employments give to the high demands of our nature. To gather wealth never gives such satisfaction as to bring the humblest piece of machinery to perfection, at least, when wealth is sought for display and ostentation, or mere luxury, and ease, and pleasure. And not for ends of philanthropy, the relief of kindred, or the payment of just debts, or as a means to attain some other great and noble object. With the pursuits of multitudes is connected a painful conviction that they neither supply a sufficient object, nor confer any satisfactory honor. Why work, if the world is soon not to know that such a being ever existed? And when one can perpetuate his name neither on canvas nor on marble, nor in books, nor by lofty eloquence, nor statesmanship? The answer is, that every man has a work to do in himself, greater and sublimer than any work of genius. And works upon a nobler material than wood or marble, upon his own soul and intellect, and may so attain the highest nobleness and grandeur known on earth or in heaven. May so be the greatest of artists, and of authors, and his life, which is far more than speech, may be eloquent. The great author or artist only portrays what every man should be. He conceives what we should do. He conceives and represents moral beauty, magnanimity, fortitude, love, devotion, forgiveness, the soul's greatness. He portrays virtues, commended to our admiration and imitation. To embody these portraitures in our lives is the practical realization of those great ideals of art. The magnanimity of heroes, celebrated on the historic or poetic page, the constancy in faith of truth's martyrs. The beauty of love and piety glowing on the canvas, the delineations of truth and right, that flash from the lips of the eloquent, are, in their essence only that which every man may feel and practice in the daily walks of life. The work of virtue is nobler than any work of genius, for it is a nobler thing to be a hero than to describe one, to endure martyrdom than to paint it, to do right than to plead for it. Action is greater than writing. A good man is a nobler object of contemplation than a great author. There are but two things worth living for, to do what is worthy of being written, and to write what is worthy of being read, and the greater of these is the doing. Every man has to do the noblest thing that any man can do or describe. There is a wide field for the courage, cheerfulness, energy, and dignity of human existence. Let therefore no Mason deem his life doomed to mediocrity or meanness, to vanity or unprofitable toil, or to any ends less than immortal. No one can truly say that the grand prizes of life are for others, and he can do nothing. No matter how magnificent and noble an act the author can describe or the artist paint, it will be still nobler for you to go and do that which one describes, or be the model which the other draws. The loftiest action that ever was described is not more magnanimous than that which we may find occasion to do, in the daily walks of life, in temptation, in distress, in bereavement, in the solemn approach to death. In the great providence of God, in the great ordinances of our being, there is open to every man a sphere for the noblest action. It is not even in extraordinary situations, where all eyes are upon us, where all our energy is aroused, and all our vigilance is awake, that the highest efforts of virtue are usually demanded of us. But rather in silence and seclusion, amidst our occupations in our homes, in wearing sickness, that makes no complaint, in sorely tried honesty, that asks no praise. In simple disinterestedness, hiding the hand that resigns its advantage to another. Masonry seeks to ennoble common life. Its work is to go down into the obscure and unsearched records of daily conduct and feeling. And to portray, not the ordinary virtue of an extraordinary life, but the more extraordinary virtue of ordinary life. What is done and born in the shades of privacy, in the hard and beaten path of daily care and toil, full of uncelebrated sacrifices, in the suffering, and sometimes insulted suffering, that wears to the world a cheerful brow. In the long strife of the spirit, resisting pain, penury, and neglect, carried on in the inmost depths of the heart, what is done, and born, and wrought, and won there, is a higher glory, and shall inherit a brighter crown. On the volume of Masonic life one bright word is written, from which on every side blazes an ineffable splendor. That word is duty. To aid in securing to all labor permanent employment and its just reward, to help to hasten the coming of that time when no one shall suffer from hunger or destitution, because, though willing and able to work, he can find no employment. Or because he has been overtaken by sickness in the midst of his labor, are part of your duties as a knight of the royal axe. And if we can succeed in making some small nook of God's creation a little more fruitful and cheerful, a little better and more worthy of him, or in making some one or two human hearts a little wiser, and more manful and hopeful and happy, we shall have done work, worthy of Masons, and acceptable to our Father in heaven. 23. Chief of the Tabernacle. Among most of the ancient nations there was, in addition to their public worship, a private one styled the mysteries, to which those only were admitted who had been prepared by certain ceremonies called initiations. The most widely disseminated of the ancient worships were those of Isis, Orpheus, Dionysos, Ceres and Mithras. Many barbarous nations received the knowledge of the mysteries in honor of these divinities from the Egyptians, before they arrived in Greece, and even in the British Isles the Druids celebrated those of Dionysos, learned by them from the Egyptians. The mysteries of Eleusis, celebrated at Athens in honor of Ceres, swallowed up, as it were, all the others. All the neighboring nations neglected their own, to celebrate those of Eleusis. And in a little while all Greece and Asia Minor were filled with the initiates. They spread into the Roman Empire, and even beyond its limits, those holy and august Eleusinian mysteries, said Cicero, in which the people of the remotest lands are initiated. Zosimus says that they embraced the whole human race. And Aristides termed them the common temple of the whole world. There were, in the Eleusinian feasts, two sorts of mysteries, the great, and the little. The latter were a kind of preparation for the former, and everybody was admitted to them. Ordinarily there was a novitiate of 3, and sometimes of 4 years. Clemens of Alexandria says that what was taught in the great mysteries concerned the universe, and was the completion and perfection of all instruction. Wherein things were seen as they were, and nature and her works were made known. The ancients said that the initiates would be more happy after death than other mortals. And that, while the souls of the profane on leaving their bodies, would be plunged in the mire, and remain buried in darkness, those of the initiates would fly to the Fortunate Isles, the abode of the gods. Plato said that the object of the mysteries was to re-establish the soul in its primitive purity, and in that state of perfection which it had lost. Epictetus said, "Whatever is met with therein has been instituted by our masters, for the instruction of man and the correction of morals." Proclus held that initiation elevated the soul, from a material, sensual, and purely human life, to a communion in celestial intercourse with the gods. And that a variety of things, forms, and species were shown initiates, representing the first generation of the gods. Purity of morals and elevation of soul were required of the initiates. Candidates were required to be of spotless reputation and irreproachable virtue. Nero, after murdering his mother, did not dare to be present at the celebration of the mysteries, and Antony presented himself to be initiated, as the most infallible mode of proving his innocence of the death of Avidius Cassius. The initiates were regarded as the only fortunate men. "It is upon us alone," says Aristophanes, "shineth the beneficent day star. We alone receive pleasure from the influence of his rays. We, who are initiated, and who practice toward citizen and stranger every possible act of justice and piety." And it is therefore not surprising that, in time, initiation came to be considered as necessary as baptism afterward was to the Christians. And that not to have been admitted to the mysteries was held a dishonor. It seems to me, says the great orator, philosopher, and moralist, Cicero, that Athens, among many excellent inventions, divine and very useful to the human family, has produced none comparable to the mysteries, which for a wild and ferocious life have substituted humanity and urbanity of manners. It is with good reason they use the term initiation, for it is through them that we in reality have learned the first principles of life. And they not only teach us to live in a manner more consoling and agreeable, but they soften the pains of death by the hope of a better life hereafter. Where the mysteries originated is not known. It is supposed they came from India, by the way of Chaldea, into Egypt, and thence were carried into Greece. Wherever they arose, they were practiced among all the ancient nations. And, as was usual, the Thracians, Cretans, and Athenians each claimed the honor of invention, and each insisted that they had borrowed nothing from any other people. In Egypt and the East, all religion, even in its most poetical forms, was more or less a mystery. And the chief reason why, in Greece, a distinct name and office were assigned to the mysteries, was because the superficial popular theology left a want unsatisfied, which religion in a wider sense alone could supply. They were practical acknowledgments of the insufficiency of the popular religion to satisfy the deeper thoughts and aspirations of the mind. The vagueness of symbolism might perhaps reach what a more palpable and conventional creed could not. The former, by its indefiniteness, acknowledged the abstruseness of its subject, it treated a mysterious subject mystically, it endeavored to illustrate what it could not explain. To excite an appropriate feeling, if it could not develop an adequate idea, and made the image a mere subordinate conveyance for the conception, which itself never became too obvious or familiar. The instruction now conveyed by books and letters was of old conveyed by symbols. And the priest had to invent or to perpetuate a display of rites and exhibitions, which were not only more attractive to the eye than words, but often to the mind more suggestive and pregnant with meaning. Afterward, the institution became rather moral and political, than religious. The civil magistrates shaped the ceremonies to political ends in Egypt. The sages who carried them from that country to Asia, Greece, and the north of Europe, were all kings or legislators. The chief magistrate presided at those of Eleusis, represented by an officer styled king, and the priest played but a subordinate part. The powers revered in the mysteries were all in reality nature gods. None of whom could be consistently addressed as mere heroes, because their nature was confessedly superheroic. The mysteries, only in fact a more solemn expression of the religion of the ancient poetry, taught that doctrine of the theocratia or divine oneness, which even poetry does not entirely conceal. They were not in any open hostility with the popular religion, but only a more solemn exhibition of its symbols, or rather a part of itself in a more impressive form. The essence of all mysteries, as of all polytheism, consists in this, that the conception of an unapproachable being, single, eternal, and unchanging, and that of a God of nature, whose manifold power is immediately revealed to the senses in the incessant round of movement, life, and death, fell asunder in the treatment, and were separately symbolized. They offered a perpetual problem to excite curiosity, and contributed to satisfy the all-pervading religious sentiment, which if it obtain no nourishment among the simple and intelligible, finds compensating excitement in a reverential contemplation of the obscure. Nature is as free from dogmatism as from tyranny, and the earliest instructors of mankind not only adopted her lessons, but as far as possible adhered to her method of imparting them. They attempted to reach the understanding through the eye. And the greater part of all religious teaching was conveyed through this ancient and most impressive mode of exhibition or demonstration. The mysteries were a sacred drama, exhibiting some legend significant of nature's change, of the visible universe in which the divinity is revealed, and whose import was in many respects as open to the pagan, as to the Christian. Beyond the current traditions or sacred recitals of the temple, few explanations were given to the spectators, who were left, as in the school of nature, to make inferences for themselves. The method of indirect suggestion, by allegory or symbol, is a more efficacious instrument of instruction than plain didactic language. Since we are habitually indifferent to that which is acquired without effort, the initiated are few, though many bear the thyrsus. And it would have been impossible to provide a lesson suited to every degree of cultivation and capacity, unless it were one framed after nature's example, or rather a representation of nature herself. Employing her universal symbolism instead of technicalities of language, inviting endless research, yet rewarding the humblest inquirer, and disclosing its secrets to every one in proportion to his preparatory training and power to comprehend them. Even if destitute of any formal or official enunciation of those important truths, which even in a cultivated age it was often found inexpedient to assert except under a veil of allegory, and which moreover lose their dignity and value in proportion as they are learned mechanically as dogmas, the shows of the mysteries certainly contain suggestions if not lessons, which in the opinion not of one competent witness only, but of many, were adapted to elevate the character of the spectators, enabling them to augur something of the purposes of existence, as well as of the means of improving it, to live better and to die happier. Unlike the religion of books or creeds, these mystic shows and performances were not the reading of a lecture, but the opening of a problem, implying neither exemption from research, nor hostility to philosophy, for, on the contrary, philosophy is the great mystagogue or arch-expounder of symbolism, though the interpretations by the Grecian philosophy of the old myths and symbols were in many instances as ill-founded, as in others they are correct. No better means could be devised to rouse a dormant intellect, than those impressive exhibitions, which addressed it through the imagination, which, instead of condemning it to a prescribed routine of creed, invited it to seek, compare, and judge. The alteration from symbol to dogma is as fatal to beauty of expression, as that from faith to dogma is to truth and wholesomeness of thought. The first philosophy often reverted to the natural mode of teaching. And Socrates, in particular, is said to have eschewed dogmas, endeavoring, like the mysteries, rather to awaken and develop in the minds of his hearers the ideas with which they were already endowed or pregnant, than to fill them with ready-made adventitious opinions. So Masonry still follows the ancient manner of teaching. Her symbols are the instruction she gives, and the lectures are but often partial and insufficient one-sided endeavors to interpret those symbols. He who would become an accomplished Mason, must not be content merely to hear or even to understand the lectures, but must, aided by them, and they having as it were marked out the way for him, study, interpret, and develop the symbols for himself. The earliest speculation endeavored to express far more than it could distinctly comprehend, and the vague impressions of the mind found in the mysterious analogies of phenomena their most apt and energetic representations. The mysteries, like the symbols of Masonry, were but an image of the eloquent analogies of nature, both those and these revealing no new secret to such as were or are unprepared, or incapable of interpreting their significance. Everywhere in the old mysteries, and in all the symbolisms and ceremonial of the Hierophant was found the same mythical personage, who, like Hermes, or Zoroaster, unites human attributes with divine, and is himself the god whose worship he introduced, teaching rude men the commencements of civilization through the influence of song, and connecting with the symbol of his death, emblematic of that of nature, the most essential consolations of religion. The mysteries embraced the three great doctrines of ancient theosophy. They treated of God, man, and nature. Dionysos, whose mysteries Orpheus is said to have founded, was the god of nature, or of the moisture which is the life of nature, who prepares in darkness the return of life and vegetation, or who is himself the light and change evolving their varieties. He was theologically one with Hermes, Prometheus, and Poseidon. In the Aegean islands he is Beauties, Dardanus, Himeros, or Imbros. In Crete he appears as Iasius or Zeus, whose worship remaining unveiled by the usual forms of mystery, betrayed to profane curiosity the symbols, which, if irreverently contemplated, were sure to be misunderstood. In Asia he is the long-stoled Basarius coalescing with the Sabazius of the Phrygian Carabants, the same with the mystic Iacchus, nursling or son of Ceres, and with the dismembered Zagreus, son of Persephone. In symbolical forms the mysteries exhibited the one, of which the manifold is an infinite illustration, containing a moral lesson, calculated to guide the soul through life, and to cheer it in death. The story of Dionysos was profoundly significant. He was not only creator of the world, but guardian, liberator, and savior of the soul. God of the many-colored mantle, he was the resulting manifestation personified, the all and the many, the varied year, life passing into innumerable forms. The spiritual regeneration of man was typified in the mysteries by the second birth of Dionysos as offspring of the highest. And the agents and symbols of that regeneration were the elements that affected nature's periodical purification, the air, indicated by the mystic fan or winnow, the fire, signified by the torch. And the baptismal water, for water is not only cleanser of all things, but the genesis or source of all. These notions, clothed in ritual, suggested the soul's reformation and training, the moral purity formally proclaimed at Eleusis. He only was invited to approach, who was, of clean hands and ingenuous speech, free from all pollution, and with a clear conscience. Happy the man, say the initiated in Euripides and Aristophanes, who purifies his life, and who reverently consecrates his soul in the thiosos of the God. Let him take heed to his lips that he utter no profane word. Let him be just and kind to the stranger, and to his neighbor, let him give way to no vicious excess, lest he make dull and heavy the organs of the spirit. Far from the mystic dance of the thiosos be the impure the evil speaker, the seditious citizen, the selfish hunter after gain, the traitor. All those, in short, whose practices are more akin to the riot of Titans than to the regulated life of the Orphici, or the Curtan order of the priests of Idaean Zeus. The votary, elevated beyond the sphere of his ordinary faculties, and unable to account for the agitation which overpowered him, seemed to become divine in proportion as he ceased to be human, to be a demon or god. Already, in imagination, the initiated were numbered among the beatified. They alone enjoyed the true life, the sun's true luster, while they hymned their God beneath the mystic groves of a mimic Elysium, and were really renovated or regenerated under the genial influence of their dances. They whom Proserpina guides in her mysteries, it was said, who imbibed her instruction and spiritual nourishment, rest from their labors and know strife no more. Happy they who witness and comprehend these sacred ceremonies. They are made to know the meaning of the riddle of existence by observing its aim and termination as appointed by Zeus. They partake a benefit more valuable and enduring than the grain bestowed by Ceres. For they are exalted in the scale of intellectual existence, and obtain sweet hopes to console them at their death. No doubt the ceremonies of initiation were originally few and simple. As the great truths of the primitive revelation faded out of the memories of the masses of the people, and wickedness became rife upon the earth, it became necessary to discriminate. To require longer probation and satisfactory tests of the candidates, and by spreading around what at first were rather schools of instruction than mysteries, the veil of secrecy, and the pomp of ceremony. To heighten the opinion of their value and importance. Whatever pictures later and especially Christian writers may draw of the mysteries, they must, not only originally, but for many ages, have continued pure. And the doctrines of natural religion and morals there taught, have been of the highest importance, because both the most virtuous as well as the most learned and philosophic of the ancients speak of them in the loftiest terms. That they ultimately became degraded from their high estate, and corrupted, we know. The rites of initiation became progressively more complicated. Signs and tokens were invented by which the children of light could with facility make themselves known to each other. Different degrees were invented, as the number of initiates enlarged, in order that there might be in the inner apartment of the temple a favored few, to whom alone the more valuable secrets were entrusted. And who could wield effectually the influence and power of the order. Originally the mysteries were meant to be the beginning of a new life of reason and virtue. The initiated or esoteric companions were taught the doctrine of the one supreme God, the theory of death and eternity, the hidden mysteries of nature. The prospect of the ultimate restoration of the soul to that state of perfection from which it had fallen, its immortality, and the states of reward and punishment after death. The uninitiated were deemed profane, unworthy of public employment or private confidence, sometimes proscribed as atheists, and certain of everlasting punishment beyond the grave. All persons were initiated into the lesser mysteries. But few attained the greater, in which the true spirit of them, and most of their secret doctrines were hidden. The veil of secrecy was impenetrable, sealed by oaths and penalties the most tremendous and appalling. It was by initiation only, that a knowledge of the hieroglyphics could be obtained, with which the walls, columns, and ceilings of the temples were decorated, and which, believed to have been communicated to the priests by revelation from the celestial deities, the youth of all ranks were laudably ambitious of deciphering. The ceremonies were performed at dead of night, generally in apartments underground, but sometimes in the center of a vast pyramid, with every appliance that could alarm and excite the candidate. Innumerable ceremonies, wild and romantic, dreadful and appalling, had by degrees been added to the few expressive symbols of primitive observances, under which there were instances in which the terrified aspirant actually expired with fear. The pyramids were probably used for the purposes of initiation, as were caverns, pagodas, and labyrinths, for the ceremonies required many apartments and cells, long passages and wells. In Egypt a principal place for the mysteries was the island of Philae on the Nile, where a magnificent temple of Osiris stood, and his relics were said to be preserved. With their natural proclivities, the priesthood, that select and exclusive class, in Egypt, India, Phoenicia, Judea and Greece as well as in Britain and Rome, and wherever else the mysteries were known, made use of them to build wider and higher the fabric of their own power. The purity of no religion continues long. Rank and dignities succeed to the primitive simplicity. Unprincipled, vain, insolent, corrupt, and venal men put on God's livery to serve the devil withal. And luxury, vice, intolerance, and pride depose frugality, virtue, gentleness, and humility, and change the altar where they should be servants, to a throne on which they reign. But the kings, philosophers, and statesmen, the wise and great and good who were admitted to the mysteries, long postponed their ultimate self-destruction, and restrained the natural tendencies of the priesthood. And accordingly Zosimus thought that the neglect of the mysteries after Diocletian abdicated, was the chief cause of the decline of the Roman Empire. And in the year 364, the proconsul of Greece would not close the mysteries, notwithstanding a law of the Emperor Valentinian, lest the people should be driven to desperation, if prevented from performing them. Upon which, as they believed, the welfare of mankind wholly depended. They were practiced in Athens until the 8th century, in Greece and Rome for several centuries after Christ, and in Wales and Scotland down to the 12th century. The inhabitants of India originally practiced the patriarchal religion. Even the later worship of Vishnu was cheerful and social. Accompanied with the festive song, the sprightly dance, and the resounding cymbal, with libations of milk and honey, garlands, and perfumes from aromatic woods and gums. There perhaps the mysteries commenced. And in them, under allegories, were taught the primitive truths. We cannot, within the limits of this lecture, detail the ceremonies of initiation. And shall use general language, except where something from those old mysteries still remains in Masonry. The initiate was invested with a cord of 3 threads, so twined as to make 3 times 3, and called zener. Hence comes our cable tow. It was an emblem of their triune deity, the remembrance of whom we also preserve in the 3 chief officers of our lodges, presiding in the 3 quarters of that universe which our lodges represent. In our 3 greater and 3 lesser lights, our 3 movable and 3 immovable jewels, and the 3 pillars that support our lodges. The Indian mysteries were celebrated in subterranean caverns and grottos hewn in the solid rock. And the initiates adored the deity, symbolized by the solar fire. The candidate, long wandering in darkness, truly wanted light, and the worship taught him was the worship of God, the source of light. The vast temple of Elephanta, perhaps the oldest in the world, hewn out of the rock, and 135 feet square, was used for initiations, as were the still vaster caverns of Salsette, with their 300 apartments. The periods of initiation were regulated by the increase and decrease of the moon. The mysteries were divided into 4 steps or degrees. The candidate might receive the first at 8 years of age, when he was invested with the zener. Each degree dispensed something of perfection. Let the wretched man, says the Hytopadesa, practice virtue, whenever he enjoys one of the 3 or 4 religious degrees. Let him be even-minded with all created things, and that disposition will be the source of virtue. After various ceremonies, chiefly relating to the unity and trinity of the Godhead, the candidate was clothed in a linen garment without a seam, and remained under the care of a Brahmin until he was 20 years of age, constantly studying and practicing the most rigid virtue. Then he underwent the severest probation for the second degree, in which he was sanctified by the sign of the cross, which, pointing to the 4 quarters of the compass, was honored as a striking symbol of the universe by many nations of antiquity, and was imitated by the Indians in the shape of their temples. Then he was admitted to the holy cavern, blazing with light, where, in costly robes, sat, in the east, west, and south, the 3 chief hierophants, representing the Indian triune deity. The ceremonies there commenced with an anthem to the great God of nature, and then followed this apostrophe, O mighty being, greater than Brahma, we bow down before thee as the primal creator, eternal God of gods, the world's mansion. Thou art the incorruptible being, distinct from all things transient. Thou art before all gods, the ancient absolute existence, and the supreme supporter of the universe. Thou art the supreme mansion. And by thee, O infinite form, the universe was spread abroad. The candidate, thus taught the first great primitive truth, was called upon to make a formal declaration, that he would be tractable and obedient to his superiors, that he would keep his body pure, govern his tongue, and observe a passive obedience in receiving the doctrines and traditions of the order, and the firmest secrecy in maintaining inviolable its hidden and abstruse mysteries. Then he was sprinkled with water, whence our baptism. Certain words, now unknown, were whispered in his ear, and he was divested of his shoes, and made to go 3 times around the cavern. Hence our 3 circuits. Hence we were neither barefoot nor shod, and the words were the passwords of that Indian degree. The gymnosophist priests came from the banks of the Euphrates into Ethiopia, and brought with them their sciences and their doctrines. Their principal college was at Meroe, and their mysteries were celebrated in the temple of Ammonius, renowned for his oracle. Ethiopia was then a powerful state, which preceded Egypt in civilization, and had a theocratic government. Above the king was the priest, who could put him to death in the name of the deity. Egypt was then composed of the Thebaid only. Middle Egypt and the Delta were a gulf of the Mediterranean. The Nile by degrees formed an immense marsh, which, afterward drained by the labor of man, formed Lower Egypt, and was for many centuries governed by the Ethiopian sacerdotal caste, of Arabic origin, afterward displaced by a dynasty of warriors. The magnificent ruins of Axum, with its obelisks and hieroglyphics, temples, vast tombs and pyramids, around ancient Meroe, are far older than the pyramids near Memphis. The priests, taught by Hermes, embodied in books the occult and hermetic sciences, with their own discoveries and the revelations of the Sibyls. They studied particularly the most abstract sciences, discovered the famous geometrical theorems which Pythagoras afterward learned from them, calculated eclipses, and regulated, 19 centuries before Caesar, the Julian year. They descended to practical investigations as to the necessities of life, and made known their discoveries to the people. They cultivated the fine arts, and inspired the people with that enthusiasm which produced the avenues of Thebes, the labyrinth, the temples of Karnak, Dendra, Edfou, and Philae, the monolithic obelisks, and the great lake Moeris, the fertilizer of the country. The wisdom of the Egyptian initiates, the high sciences and lofty morality which they taught, and their immense knowledge, excited the emulation of the most eminent men, whatever their rank and fortune, and led them, despite the complicated and terrible trials to be undergone, to seek admission into the mysteries of Osiris and Isis. From Egypt, the mysteries went to Phoenicia, and were celebrated at Tyre. Osiris changed his name, and became Adoni or Dionysos, still the representative of the sun, and afterward these mysteries were introduced successively into Assyria, Babylon, Persia, Greece, Sicily, and Italy. In Greece and Sicily, Osiris took the name of Bacchus, and Isis that of Ceres, Cybele, Rhea and Venus. Bar Hebraeus says, Enoch was the first who invented books and different sorts of writing. The ancient Greeks declare that Enoch is the same as Mercury Trismegistus, Hermes, and that he taught the sons of men the art of building cities, and enacted some admirable laws. He discovered the knowledge of the zodiac, and the course of the planets, and he pointed out to the sons of men, that they should worship God, that they should fast, that they should pray, that they should give alms, votive offerings, and tenths. He reprobated abominable foods and drunkenness, and appointed festivals for sacrifices to the sun, at each of the zodiacal signs. Manetho extracted his history from certain pillars which he discovered in Egypt, whereon inscriptions had been made by Thoth, or the first Mercury, or Hermes. In the sacred letters and dialect, but which were after the flood translated from that dialect into the Greek tongue, and laid up in the private recesses of the Egyptian temples. These pillars were found in subterranean caverns, near Thebes and beyond the Nile, not far from the sounding statue of Memnon, in a place called Syringes, which are described to be certain winding apartments underground. Made, it is said, by those who were skilled in ancient rites, who, foreseeing the coming of the deluge, and fearing lest the memory of their ceremonies should be obliterated, built and contrived vaults, dug with vast labor, in several places. From the bosom of Egypt sprang a man of consummate wisdom, initiated in the secret knowledge of India, of Persia, and of Ethiopia, named Thoth or Tha by his compatriots, taught by the Phoenicians, Hermes Trismegistus by the Greeks, and Adres by the rabbins. Nature seemed to have chosen him for her favorite and to have lavished on him all the qualities necessary to enable him to study her and to know her thoroughly. The deity had, so to say, infused into him the sciences and the arts, in order that he might instruct the whole world. He invented many things necessary for the uses of life, and gave them suitable names. He taught men how to write down their thoughts and arrange their speech. He instituted the ceremonies to be observed in the worship of each of the gods. He observed the course of the stars. He invented music, the different bodily exercises, arithmetic, medicine, the art of working in metals, the lyre with 3 strings. He regulated the 3 tones of the voice, the sharp, taken from autumn, the grave from winter, and the middle from spring, there being then but 3 seasons. It was he who taught the Greeks the mode of interpreting terms and things, whence they gave him the name of, Greek, Hermes, which signifies interpreter. In Egypt he instituted hieroglyphics. He selected a certain number of persons whom he judged fitted to be the depositaries of his secrets, of such only as were capable of attaining the throne and the first offices in the mysteries. He united them in a body, created them priests of the living God, instructed them in the sciences and arts, and explained to them the symbols by which they were veiled. Egypt, 1,500 years before the time of Moses, revered in the mysteries one supreme God, called the only uncreated. Under him it paid homage to 7 principal deities. It is to Hermes, who lived at that period, that we must attribute the concealment or veiling, velation, of the Indian worship, which Moses unveiled or revealed, changing nothing of the laws of Hermes, except the plurality of his mystic gods. The Egyptian priests related that Hermes, dying, said, "Hitherto I have lived an exile from my true country, now I return thither. Do not weep for me, I return to that celestial country whither each goes in his turn. There is God. This life is but a death." This is precisely the creed of the old Buddhists of Samanians, who believed that from time to time God sent Buddhas on earth, to reform men, to wean them from their vices, and lead them back into the paths of virtue. Among the sciences taught by Hermes, there were secrets which he communicated to the initiates only upon condition that they should bind themselves, by a terrible oath, never to divulge them, except to those who, after long trial, should be found worthy to succeed them. The kings even prohibited the revelation of them on pain of death. This secret was styled the sacerdotal art, and included alchemy, astrology, magism, magic, the science of spirits, etc. He gave them the key to the hieroglyphics of all these secret sciences, which were regarded as sacred, and kept concealed in the most secret places of the temple. The great secrecy observed by the initiated priests, for many years, and the lofty sciences which they professed, caused them to be honored and respected throughout all Egypt, which was regarded by other nations as the college, the sanctuary of the sciences and arts. The mystery which surrounded them strongly excited curiosity. Orpheus metamorphosed himself, so to say, into an Egyptian. He was initiated into theology and physics. And he so completely made the ideas and reasonings of his teachers his own, that his hymns rather bespeak an Egyptian priest than a Grecian poet, and he was the first who carried into Greece the Egyptian fables. Pythagoras, ever thirsty for learning, consented even to be circumcised, in order to become one of the initiates, and the occult sciences were revealed to him in the innermost part of the sanctuary. The initiates in a particular science, having been instructed by fables, enigmas, allegories, and hieroglyphics, wrote mysteriously whenever in their works they touched the subject of the mysteries. And continued to conceal science under a veil of fictions. When the destruction by Cambyses of many cities, and the ruin of nearly all Egypt, in the year 528 before our era, dispersed most of the priests into Greece and elsewhere, they bore with them their sciences, which they continued to teach enigmatically, that is to say, ever enveloped in the obscurities of fables and hieroglyphics. To the end that the vulgar heard, seeing, might see nothing, and hearing, might comprehend nothing. All the writers drew from this source, but these mysteries, concealed under so many unexplained envelopes, ended in giving birth to a swarm of absurdities, which, from Greece, spread over the whole earth. In the Grecian mysteries, as established by Pythagoras, there were 3 degrees. A preparation of 5 years' abstinence and silence was required. If the candidate was found to be passionate or intemperate, contentious, or ambitious of worldly honors and distinctions, he was rejected. In his lectures, Pythagoras taught the mathematics, as a medium whereby to prove the existence of God from observation and by means of reason. Grammar, rhetoric, and logic, to cultivate and improve that reason, arithmetic, because he conceived that the ultimate benefit of man consisted in the science of numbers, and geometry, music, and astronomy. Because he conceived that man is indebted to them for a knowledge of what is really good and useful. He taught the true method of obtaining a knowledge of the divine laws, of purifying the soul from its imperfections, of searching for truth, and of practicing virtue, thus imitating the perfections of God. He thought his system vain, if it did not contribute to expel vice and introduce virtue into the mind. He taught that the 2 most excellent things were, to speak the truth, and to render benefits to one another. Particularly he inculcated silence, temperance, fortitude, prudence, and justice. He taught the immortality of the soul, the omnipotence of God, and the necessity of personal holiness to qualify a man for admission into the society of the gods. Thus we owe the particular mode of instruction in the degree of fellowcraft to Pythagoras, and that degree is but an imperfect reproduction of his lectures. From him, too, we have many of our explanations of the symbols. He arranged his assemblies due east and west, because he held that motion began in the east and proceeded to the west. Our lodges are said to be due east and west, because the master represents the rising sun, and of course must be in the east. The pyramids, too, were built precisely by the 4 cardinal points. And our expression, that our lodges extend upward to the heavens, comes from the Persian Druidic custom of having to their temples no roofs but the sky. Plato developed and spiritualized the philosophy of Pythagoras. Even Eusebius the Christian admits that he reached to the vestibule of truth, and stood upon its threshold. The Druidical ceremonies undoubtedly came from India. And the Druids were originally Buddhists. The word Druid, like the word Magi, signifies wise or learned men, and they were at once philosophers, magistrates, and divines. There was a surprising uniformity in the temples, priests, doctrines, and worship of the Persian Magi and British Druids. The gods of Britain were the same as the Cabiri of Samothrace. Osiris and Isis appeared in their mysteries, under the names of Hu and Saridwan. And like those of the primitive Persians, their temples were enclosures of huge unhewn stones, some of which still remain, and are regarded by the common people with fear and veneration. They were generally either circular or oval. Some were in the shape of a circle to which a vast serpent was attached. The circle was an Eastern symbol of the universe, governed by an omnipotent deity whose center is everywhere, and his circumference nowhere, and the egg was an universal symbol of the world. Some of the temples were winged, and some in the shape of a cross, the winged ones referring to Neph, the winged serpent deity of Egypt, whence the name of Knave Stock, where one of them stood. Temples in the shape of a cross were also found in Ireland and Scotland. The length of one of these vast structures, in the shape of a serpent, was nearly 3 miles. The grand periods for initiation into the Druidical mysteries were quarterly. At the equinoxes and solstices. In the remote times when they originated, these were the times corresponding with the 13th of February, 1st of May, 19th of August, and 1st of November. The time of annual celebration was May Eve, and the ceremonial preparations commenced at midnight, on the 29th of April. When the initiations were over, on May Eve, fires were kindled on all the cairns and cromlechs in the island, which burned all night to introduce the sports of May Day. The festival was in honor of the sun. The initiations were performed at midnight, and there were 3 degrees. The Gothic mysteries were carried northward from the east, by Odin, who, being a great warrior, modeled and varied them to suit his purposes and the genius of his people. He placed over their celebration 12 hierophants, who were alike priests, counselors of state, and judges from whose decision there was no appeal. He held the numbers 3 and 9 in peculiar veneration and was probably himself the Indian Buddha. Every thrice 3 months, thrice 3 victims were sacrificed to the triune god. The Goths had 3 great festivals. The most magnificent of which commenced at the winter solstice, and was celebrated in honor of Thor, the prince of the power of the air. That being the longest night in the year, and the one after which the sun comes northward, it was commemorative of the creation. And they termed it Mother Night, as the one in which the creation of the world and light from the primitive darkness took place. This was the Yule, Jule, or Yule feast, which afterward became Christmas. At this feast the initiations were celebrated. Thor was the sun, the Egyptian Osiris and Neph, the Phoenician Bel or Baal. The initiations were had in huge intricate caverns, terminating, as all the Mithriac caverns did, in a spacious vault, where the candidate was brought to light. Joseph was undoubtedly initiated. After he had interpreted Pharaoh's dream, that monarch made him his prime minister, let him ride in his second chariot, while they proclaimed before him, Abrek, one and set him over the land of Egypt. In addition to this, the king gave him a new name, Tsapanat Panik, and married him to Asenat, daughter of Potai Parang, a priest of An or Hierapolis, where was the temple of Atham-Re, the great god of Egypt, thus completely naturalizing him. He could not have contracted this marriage, nor have exercised that high dignity, without being first initiated in the mysteries. When his brethren came to Egypt the second time, the Egyptians of his court could not eat with them, as that would have been abomination, though they ate with Joseph. Who was therefore regarded not as a foreigner, but as one of themselves, and when he sent and brought his brethren back, and charged them with taking his cup, he said, Know ye not that a man like me practices divination? Thus assuming the Egyptian of high rank initiated into the mysteries, and as such conversant with the occult sciences. So also must Moses have been initiated, for he was not only brought up in the court of the king, as the adopted son of the king's daughter, until he was 40 years of age. But he was instructed in all the learning of the Egyptians, and married afterward the daughter of Jethro, a priest of An likewise. Strabo and Diodorus both assert that he was himself a priest of Heliopolis. Before he went into the desert, there were intimate relations between him and the priesthood, and he had successfully commanded, Josephus informs us, an army sent by the king against the Ethiopians. Simplicius asserts that Moses received from the Egyptians, in the mysteries, the doctrines which he taught to the Hebrews, and Clemens of Alexandria and Philo say that he was a theologian and prophet, and interpreter of the sacred laws. Manetho, cited by Josephus, says he was a priest of Heliopolis, and that his true and original, Egyptian, name was Asursaph or Osursaph. And in the institution of the Hebrew priesthood, in the powers and privileges, as well as the immunities and sanctity which he conferred upon them, he closely imitated the Egyptian institutions. Making public the worship of that deity whom the Egyptian initiates worshipped in private. and strenuously endeavoring to keep the people from relapsing into their old mixture of Chaldaic and Egyptian superstition and idol worship, as they were ever ready and inclined to do. Even herein, upon their first clamorous discontent, restoring the worship of Apis, as an image of which Egyptian god he made the golden calf. The Egyptian priests taught in their great mysteries, that there was one God, supreme and unapproachable, who had conceived the universe by his intelligence, before he created it by his power and will. They were no materialists nor pantheists, but taught that matter was not eternal or coexistent with the great first cause, but created by him. The early Christians, taught by the founder of their religion, but in greater perfection, those primitive truths that from the Egyptians had passed to the Jews, and been preserved among the latter by the Essenes, received also the institution of the mysteries, adopting as their object the building of the symbolic temple, preserving the old scriptures of the Jews as their sacred book, and as the fundamental law, which furnished the new veil of initiation with the Hebraic words and formulas, that, corrupted and disfigured by time and ignorance, appear in many of our degrees. Such, my brother, is the doctrine of the first degree of the mysteries, or that of chief of the tabernacle, to which you have now been admitted, and the moral lesson of which is, devotion to the service of God, and disinterested zeal and constant endeavor for the welfare of men. You have here received only hints of the true objects and purposes of the mysteries. Hereafter, if you are permitted to advance, you will arrive at a more complete understanding of them and of the sublime doctrines which they teach. Be content, therefore, with that which you have seen and heard, and await patiently the advent of the greater light. 24. Prince of the Tabernacle. Symbols were the almost universal language of ancient theology. They were the most obvious method of instruction, for, like nature herself, they addressed the understanding through the eye. And the most ancient expressions denoting communication of religious knowledge, signify ocular exhibition. The first teachers of mankind borrowed this method of instruction, and it comprised an endless store of pregnant hieroglyphics. These lessons of the olden time were the riddles of the Sphnx, tempting the curious by their quaintness, but involving the personal risk of the adventurous interpreter. The gods themselves, it was said, disclose their intentions to the wise, but to fools their teaching is unintelligible, and the king of the Delphic oracle was said not to declare, nor on the other hand to conceal, but emphatically to intimate or signify. The ancient sages, both barbarian and Greek, involved their meaning in similar indirections and enigmas. Their lessons were conveyed either in visible symbols, or in those parables and dark sayings of old, which the Israelites considered it a sacred duty to hand down unchanged to successive generations. The explanatory tokens employed by man, whether emblematical objects or actions, symbols or mystic ceremonies, were like the mystic signs and portents either in dreams or by the wayside, supposed to be significant of the intentions of the gods. Both required the aid of anxious thought and skillful interpretation. It was only by a correct appreciation of analogous problems of nature, that the will of heaven could be understood by the diviner, or the lessons of wisdom become manifest to the sage. The mysteries were a series of symbols. And what was spoken there consisted wholly of accessory explanations of the act or image, sacred commentaries, explanatory of established symbols. With little of those independent traditions embodying physical or moral speculation, in which the elements or planets were the actors. And the creation and revolutions of the world were intermingled with recollections of ancient events, and yet with so much of that also, that nature became her own expositor through the medium of an arbitrary symbolical instruction. And the ancient views of the relation between the human and divine received dramatic forms. There has ever been an intimate alliance between the two systems, the symbolic and the philosophical, in the allegories of the monuments of all ages, in the symbolic writings of the priests of all nations, in the rituals of all secret and mysterious societies. There has been a constant series, an invariable uniformity of principles, which come from an aggregate, vast, imposing, and true, composed of parts that fit harmoniously only there. Symbolical instruction is recommended by the constant and uniform usage of antiquity, and it has retained its influence throughout all ages, as a system of mysterious communication. The deity, in his revelations to man, adopted the use of material images for the purpose of enforcing sublime truths, and Christ taught by symbols and parables. The mysterious knowledge of the Druids was embodied in signs and symbols. Taliesin, describing his initiation, says, "The secrets were imparted to me by the old giantess, Ceridwen, or Isis, without the use of audible language." And again he says, "I am a silent proficient." Initiation was a school, in which were taught the truths of primitive revelation, the existence and attributes of one God, the immortality of the soul, rewards and punishments in a future life, the phenomena of nature, the arts, the sciences, morality, legislation, philosophy, and philanthropy, and what we now style psychology and metaphysics, with animal magnetism, and the other occult sciences. All the ideas of the priests of Hindostan, Persia, Syria, Arabia, Chaldea, Phoenicia, were known to the Egyptian priests. The rational Indian philosophy, after penetrating Persia and Chaldea, gave birth to the Egyptian mysteries. We find that the use of hieroglyphics was preceded in Egypt by that of the easily understood symbols and figures, from the mineral, animal, and vegetable kingdoms, used by the Indians, Persians, and Chaldeans to express their thoughts. And this primitive philosophy was the basis of the modern philosophy of Pythagoras and Plato. All the philosophers and legislators that made antiquity illustrious, were pupils of the initiation. And all the beneficent modifications in the religions of the different people instructed by them were owing to their institution and extension of the mysteries. In the chaos of popular superstitions, those mysteries alone kept man from lapsing into absolute brutishness. Zoroaster and Confucius drew their doctrines from the mysteries. Clemens of Alexandria, speaking of the great mysteries, says, "Here ends all instruction. Nature and all things are seen and known." Had moral truths alone been taught the initiate, the mysteries could never have deserved nor received the magnificent eulogiums of the most enlightened men of antiquity, of Pindar, Plutarch, Isocrates, Diodorus, Plato, Euripides, Socrates, Aristophanes, Cicero, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, and others. Philosophers hostile to the sacerdotal spirit, or historians devoted to the investigation of truth. No, all the sciences were taught there, and those oral or written traditions briefly communicated, which reached back to the first age of the world. Socrates said, in the Phaedo of Plato, "It well appears that those who established the mysteries, or secret assemblies of the initiated, were no contemptible personages, but men of great genius, who in the early ages strove to teach us under enigmas, that he who shall go to the invisible regions without being purified, will be precipitated into the abyss. While he who arrives there, purged of the stains of this world, and accomplished in virtue, will be admitted to the dwelling place of the deity. The initiated are certain to attain the company of the gods." Praetextatus, proconsul of Achaia, a man endowed with all the virtues, said, in the 4th century, that to deprive the Greeks of those sacred mysteries which bound together the whole human face, would make life insupportable. Initiation was considered to be a mystical death, a descent into the infernal regions, where every pollution, and the stains and imperfections of a corrupt and evil life were purged away by fire and water. And the perfect epopt was then said to be regenerated, newborn, restored to a renovated existence of life, light, and purity, and placed under the divine protection. A new language was adapted to these celebrations, and also a language of hieroglyphics, unknown to any but those who had received the highest degree. And to them ultimately were confined the learning, the morality, and the political power of every people among which the mysteries were practiced. So effectually was the knowledge of the hieroglyphics of the highest degree hidden from all but a favored few, that in process of time their meaning was entirely lost, and none could interpret them. If the same hieroglyphics were employed in the higher as in the lower degrees, they had a different and more abstruse and figurative meaning. It was pretended, in later times, that the sacred hieroglyphics and language were the same that were used by the celestial deities. Everything that could heighten the mystery of initiation was added, until the very name of the ceremony possessed a strange charm, and yet conjured up the wildest fears. The greatest rapture came to be expressed by the word that signified to pass through the mysteries. The priesthood possessed 1/3 of Egypt. They gained much of their influence by means of the mysteries, and spared no means to impress the people with a full sense of their importance. They represented them as the beginning of a new life of reason and virtue. The initiated, or esoteric companions were said to entertain the most agreeable anticipations respecting death and eternity, to comprehend all the hidden mysteries of nature, to have their souls restored to the original perfection from which man had fallen, and at their death to be borne to the celestial mansions of the gods. The doctrines of a future state of rewards and punishments formed a prominent feature in the mysteries. And they were also believed to assure much temporal happiness and good fortune, and afford absolute security against the most imminent dangers by land and sea. Public odium was cast on those who refused to be initiated. They were considered profane, unworthy of public employment or private confidence, and held to be doomed to eternal punishment as impious. To betray the secrets of the mysteries, to wear on the stage the dress of an initiate, or to hold the mysteries up to derision, was to incur death at the hands of public vengeance. It is certain that up to the time of Cicero, the mysteries still retained much of their original character of sanctity and purity. And at a later day, as we know, Nero, after committing a horrible crime, did not dare, even in Greece, to aid in the celebration of the mysteries. Nor at a still later day was Constantine, the Christian emperor, allowed to do so, after his murder of his relatives. Everywhere, and in all their forms, the mysteries were funereal, and celebrated the mystical death and restoration to life of some divine or heroic personage, and the details of the legend and the mode of the death varied in the different countries where the mysteries were practiced. Their explanation belongs both to astronomy and mythology, and the legend of the master's degree is but another form of that of the mysteries, reaching back, in one shape or other, to the remotest antiquity. Whether Egypt originated the legend, or borrowed it from India or Chaldea, it is now impossible to know. But the Hebrews received the mysteries from the Egyptians, and of course were familiar with their legend, known as it was to those Egyptian initiates, Joseph and Moses. It was the fable, or rather the truth clothed in allegory and figures, of Osiris, the sun, source of light and principle of good, and Typhon, the principle of darkness and evil. In all the histories of the gods and heroes lay couched and hidden astronomical details and the history of the operations of visible nature, and those in their turn were also symbols of higher and profounder truths. None but rude uncultivated intellects could long consider the sun and stars and the powers of nature as divine, or as fit objects of human worship, and they will consider them so while the world lasts, and ever remain ignorant of the great spiritual truths of which these are the hieroglyphics and expressions. A brief summary of the Egyptian legend will serve to show the leading idea on which the mysteries among the Hebrews were based. Osiris, said to have been an ancient king of Egypt, was the sun, and Isis, his wife, the moon, and his history recounts, in poetical and figurative style, the annual journey of the great luminary of heaven through the different signs of the zodiac. In the absence of Osiris, Typhon, his brother, filled with envy and malice, sought to usurp his throne, but his plans were frustrated by Isis. Then he resolved to kill Osiris. This he did, by persuading him to enter a coffin or sarcophagus, which he then flung into the Nile. After a long search, Isis found the body, and concealed it in the depths of a forest. But Typhon, finding it there, cut it into 14 pieces, and scattered them hither and thither. After tedious search, Isis found 13 pieces, the fishes having eaten the other, the privates, which she replaced of wood, and buried the body at Philae, where a temple of surpassing magnificence was erected in honor of Osiris. Isis, aided by her son Horus or Haori, warred against Typhon, slew him, reigned gloriously, and at her death was reunited to her husband, in the same tomb. Typhon was represented as born of the earth. The upper part of his body covered with feathers, in stature reaching the clouds, his arms and legs covered with scales, serpents darting from him on every side, and fire flashing from his mouth. Horus, who aided in slaying him, became the god of the sun, answering to the Grecian Apollo, and Typhon is but the anagram of Python, the great serpent slain by Apollo. The word Typhon, like Eve, signifies a serpent, and life. 2. By its form the serpent symbolizes life, which circulates through all nature. When, toward the end of autumn, the woman, Virgo, in the constellation seems, upon the Chaldean sphere, to crush with her heel the head of the serpent, this figure foretells the coming of winter, during which life seems to retire from all beings, and no longer to circulate through nature. This is why Typhon signifies also a serpent, the symbol of winter, which, in the Catholic temples, is represented surrounding the terrestrial globe, which surmounts the heavenly cross, emblem of redemption. If the word Typhon is derived from tupao, it signifies a tree which produces apples, mala, evils, the Jewish origin of the fall of man. Typhon means also one who supplants, and signifies the human passions, which expel from our hearts the lessons of wisdom. In the Egyptian fable, Isis wrote the sacred word for the instruction of men, and Typhon effaced it as fast as she wrote it. In Morals, his name signifies pride, ignorance, and falsehood. When Isis first found the body, where it had floated ashore near Byblos, a shrub of erica or tamarisk near it had, by the virtue of the body, shot up into a tree around it and protected it, and hence our sprig of acacia. Isis was also aided in her search by Anubis, in the shape of a dog. He was Sirius or the dog star, the friend and counselor of Osiris, and the inventor of language, grammar, astronomy, surveying, arithmetic, music, and medical science. The first maker of laws, and who taught the worship of the gods, and the building of temples. In the mysteries, the nailing up of the body of Osiris in the chest or ark was termed the aphanism, or disappearance, of the sun at the winter solstice, below the Tropic of Capricorn, and the recovery of the different parts of his body by Isis. The euresis, finding. The candidate went through a ceremony representing this, in all the mysteries everywhere. The main facts in the fable were the same in all countries, and the prominent deities were everywhere a male and a female. In Egypt they were Osiris and Isis, in India, Mahadeva and Bhavani, in Phoenicia, Tammuz, or Adonis, and Astarte, in Phrygia, Hades and Cybele. In Persia, Mithras and Assis, in Samothrace and Greece, Dionysos or Sabazus and Rhea, in Britain. Hu and Ceridwen, and in Scandinavia. Woden and Free, and in every instance these divinities represented the sun and the moon. The mysteries of Osiris, Isis, and Horus, seem to have been the model of all other ceremonies of initiation subsequently established among the different peoples of the world. Those of Hades and Cybele, celebrated in Phrygia. Those of Ceres and Proserpine, at Eleusis and many other places in Greece, were but copies of them. This we learn from Plutarch, Diodorus Siculus, Lactantius, and other writers. And in the absence of direct testimony should necessarily infer it from the similarity of the adventures of these deities, for the ancients held that the Ceres of the Greeks was the same as the Isis of the Egyptians, and Dionysos or Bacchus as Osiris. In the legend of Osiris and Isis, as given by Plutarch, are many details and circumstances other than those that we have briefly mentioned, and all of which we need not repeat here. Osiris married his sister Isis, and labored publicly with her to ameliorate the lot of men. He taught them agriculture, while Isis invented laws. He built temples to the gods, and established their worship. Both were the patrons of artists and their useful inventions, and introduced the use of iron for defensive weapons and implements of agriculture, and of gold to adorn the temples of the gods. He went forth with an army to conquer men to civilization, teaching the people whom he overcame to plant the vine and sow grain for food. Typhon, his brother, slew him when the sun was in the sign of the Scorpion, that is to say, at the autumnal equinox. They had been rival claimants, says Synesius, for the throne of Egypt, as light and darkness contend ever for the empire of the world. Plutarch adds, that at the time when Osiris was slain, the moon was at its full. And therefore it was in the sign opposite the Scorpion, that is, the bull, the sign of the vernal equinox. Plutarch assures us that it was to represent these events and details that Isis established the mysteries, in which they were reproduced by images, symbols, and a religious ceremonial, whereby they were imitated, and in which lessons of piety were given, and consolations under the misfortunes that afflict us here below. Those who instituted these mysteries meant to strengthen religion and console men in their sorrows by the lofty hopes found in a religious faith, whose principles were represented to them covered by a pompous ceremonial, and under the sacred veil of allegory. Diodorus speaks of the famous columns erected near Nissa, in Arabia, where, it was said, were two of the tombs of Osiris and Isis. On one was this inscription, "I am Isis, queen of this country. I was instructed by Mercury. No one can destroy the laws which I have established. I am the eldest daughter of Saturn, most ancient of the gods. I am the wife and sister of Osiris the king. I first made known to mortals the use of wheat. I am the mother of Horus the king. In my honor was the city of Bubaste built. Rejoice, O Egypt, rejoice, land that gave me birth." And on the other was this, "I am Osiris the king, who led my armies into all parts of the world, to the most thickly inhabited countries of India, the north, the Danube, and the ocean. I am the eldest son of Saturn, I was born of the brilliant and magnificent egg, and my substance is of the same nature as that which composes light. There is no place in the universe where I have not appeared, to bestow my benefits and make known my discoveries." The rest was illegible. To aid her in the search for the body of Osiris, and to nurse her infant child Horus, Isis sought out and took with her Anubis, son of Osiris, and his sister Nephte. He, as we have said, was Sirius, the brightest star in the heavens. After finding him, she went to Byblos, and seated herself near a fountain, where she had learned that the sacred chest had stopped which contained the body of Osiris. There she sat, sad and silent, shedding a torrent of tears. Thither came the women of the court of Queen Astarte, and she spoke to them, and dressed their hair, pouring upon it deliciously perfumed ambrosia. This known to the queen, Isis was engaged as nurse for her child, in the palace, one of the columns of which was made of the erica or tamarisk, that had grown up over the chest containing Osiris, cut down by the king, and unknown to him. Still enclosing the chest, which column Isis afterward demanded, and from it extracted the chest and the body, which, the latter wrapped in thin drapery and perfumed, she carried away with her. Blue Masonry, ignorant of its import, still retains among its emblems one of a woman weeping over a broken column, holding in her hand a branch of acacia, myrtle, or tamarisk, while time, we are told, stands behind her combing out the ringlets of her hair. We need not repeat the vapid and trivial explanation there given, of this representation of Isis, weeping at Byblos, over the column torn from the palace of the king, that contained the body of Osiris, while Horus, the god of time, pours ambrosia on her hair. Nothing of this recital was historical, but the whole was an allegory or sacred fable, containing a meaning known only to those who were initiated into the mysteries. All the incidents were astronomical, with a meaning still deeper lying behind that explanation, and so hidden by a double veil. The mysteries, in which these incidents were represented and explained, were like those of Eleusis in their object, of which Pausanias, who was initiated, says that the Greeks, from the remotest antiquity, regarded them as the best calculated of all things to lead men to piety, and Aristotle says they were the most valuable of all religious institutions, and thus were called mysteries par excellence. And the temple of Eleusis was regarded as, in some sort, the common sanctuary of the whole earth, where religion had brought together all that was most imposing and most august. The object of all the mysteries was to inspire men with piety, and to console them in the miseries of life. That consolation, so afforded, was the hope of a happier future, and of passing, after death, to a state of eternal felicity. Cicero says that the initiates not only received lessons which made life more agreeable, but drew from the ceremonies happy hopes for the moment of death. Socrates says that those who were so fortunate as to be admitted to the mysteries, possessed, when dying, the most glorious hopes for eternity. Aristides says that they not only procure the initiates consolations in the present life, and means of deliverance from the great weight of their evils, but also the precious advantage of passing after death to a happier state. Isis was the goddess of Sais, and the famous Feast of Lights was celebrated there in her honor. There were celebrated the mysteries, in which were represented the death and subsequent restoration to life of the god Osiris, in a secret ceremony and scenic representation of his sufferings, called the Mysteries of Night. The kings of Egypt often exercised the functions of the priesthood, and they were initiated into the sacred science as soon as they attained the throne. So at Athens, the first magistrate, or archon king, superintended the mysteries. This was an image of the union that existed between the priesthood and royalty, in those early times when legislators and kings sought in religion a potent political instrument. Herodotus says, speaking of the reasons why animals were deified in Egypt, "If I were to explain these reasons, I should be led to the disclosure of those holy matters which I particularly wished to avoid, and which, but from necessity, I should not have discussed at all." So he says, the Egyptians have at Sais the tomb of a certain personage, whom I do not think myself permitted to specify. It is behind the temple of Minerva. The latter, so called by the Greeks, was really Isis, whose was the often cited enigmatical inscription, "I am what was and is to come. No mortal hath yet unveiled me." So again he says, upon this lake are represented by night the accidents which happened to him whom I dare not name. The Egyptians call them their mysteries. Concerning these, at the same time that I confess myself sufficiently informed, I feel myself compelled to be silent. Of the ceremonies also in honor of Ceres, I may not venture to speak, further than the obligations of religion will allow me. It is easy to see what was the great object of initiation and the mysteries, whose first and greatest fruit was, as all the ancients testify, to civilize savage hordes, to soften their ferocious manners, to introduce among them social intercourse, and lead them into a way of life more worthy of men. Cicero considers the establishment of the Eleusinian mysteries to be the greatest of all the benefits conferred by Athens on other commonwealths. Their effects having been, he says, to civilize men, soften their savage and ferocious manners, and teach them the true principles of morals, which initiate man into the only kind of life worthy of him. The same philosophic orator, in a passage where he apostrophizes Ceres and Proserpine, says that mankind owes these goddesses the first elements of moral life, as well as the first means of sustenance of physical life. Knowledge of the laws, regulation of morals, and those examples of civilization which have improved the manners of men and cities. Bacchus in Euripides says to Pentheus, that his new institution, the Dionysiac mysteries, deserved to be known, and that one of its great advantages was, that it proscribed all impurity, that these were the mysteries of wisdom, of which it would be imprudent to speak to persons not initiated, that they were established among the barbarians, who in that showed greater wisdom than the Greeks, who had not yet received them. This double object, political and religious, one teaching our duty to men, and the other what we owe to the gods. Or rather, respect for the gods calculated to maintain that which we owe the laws, is found in that well-known verse of Virgil, borrowed by him from the ceremonies of initiation, "Teach me to respect justice and the gods." This great lesson, which the Hierophant impressed on the initiates, after they had witnessed a representation of the infernal regions, the poet places after his description of the different punishments suffered by the wicked in Tartarus, and immediately after the description of that of Sisyphus. Pausanias, likewise, at the close of the representation of the punishments of Sisyphus and the daughters of Danaus, in the temple at Delphi, makes this reflection: that the crime or impiety which in them had chiefly merited this punishment, was the contempt which they had shown for the mysteries of Eleusis. From this reflection of Pausanias, who was an initiate, it is easy to see that the priests of Eleusis, who taught the dogma of punishment in Tartarus, included among the great crimes deserving these punishments contempt for and disregard of the holy mysteries, whose object was to lead men to piety, and thereby to respect for justice and the laws, chief object of their institution, if not the only one, and to which the needs and interest of religion itself were subordinate. Since the latter was but a means to lead more surely to the former, for the whole force of religious opinions being in the hands of the legislators to be wielded, they were sure of being better obeyed. The mysteries were not merely simple lustrations and the observation of some arbitrary formulas and ceremonies, nor a means of reminding men of the ancient condition of the race prior to civilization, but they led men to piety by instruction in morals and as to a future life, which at a very early day, if not originally, formed the chief portion of the ceremonial. Symbols were used in the ceremonies, which referred to agriculture, as Masonry has preserved the ear of wheat in a symbol and in one of her words. But their principal reference was to astronomical phenomena. Much was no doubt said as to the condition of brutality and degradation in which man was sunk before the institution of the mysteries. But the allusion was rather metaphysical, to the ignorance of the uninitiated, than to the wild life of the earliest men. The great object of the mysteries of Isis, and in general of all the mysteries, was a great and truly politic one. It was to ameliorate our race, to perfect its manners and morals, and to restrain society by stronger bonds than those that human laws impose. They were the invention of that ancient science and wisdom which exhausted all its resources to make legislation perfect, and of that philosophy which has ever sought to secure the happiness of man, by purifying his soul from the passions which can trouble it, and as a necessary consequence introduce social disorder. And that they were the work of genius is evident from their employment of all the sciences, a profound knowledge of the human heart, and the means of subduing it. It is a still greater mistake to imagine that they were the inventions of charlatanism, and means of deception. They may in the lapse of time have degenerated into imposture and schools of false ideas, but they were not so at the beginning. Or else the wisest and best men of antiquity have uttered the most willful falsehoods. In process of time the very allegories of the mysteries themselves, Tartarus and its punishments, Minos and the other judges of the dead, came to be misunderstood, and to be false because they were so. While at first they were true, because they were recognized as merely the arbitrary forms in which truths were enveloped. The object of the mysteries was to procure for man a real felicity on earth by the means of virtue. And to that end he was taught that his soul was immortal, and that error, sin, and vice must needs, by an inflexible law, produce their consequences. The rude representation of physical torture in Tartarus was but an image of the certain, unavoidable, eternal consequences that flow by the law of God's enactment from the sin committed and the vice indulged in. The poets and mystagogues labored to propagate these doctrines of the soul's immortality and the certain punishment of sin and vice, and to accredit them with the people, by teaching them the former in their poems, and the latter in the sanctuaries. And they clothed them with the charms, the one of poetry, and the other of spectacles and magic illusions. They painted, aided by all the resources of art, the virtuous man's happy life after death, and the horrors of the frightful prisons destined to punish the vicious. In the shades of the sanctuaries, these delights and horrors were exhibited as spectacles, and the initiates witnessed religious dramas, under the name of initiation mysteries. Curiosity was excited by secrecy, by the difficulty experienced in obtaining admission, and by the tests to be undergone. The candidate was amused by the variety of the scenery, the pomp of the decorations, the appliances of machinery. Respect was inspired by the gravity and dignity of the actors and the majesty of the ceremonial, and fear and hope, sadness and delight, were in turns excited. The hierophants, men of intellect, and well understanding the disposition of the people and the art of controlling them, used every appliance to attain that object, and give importance and impressiveness to their ceremonies. As they covered those ceremonies with the veil of secrecy, so they preferred that night should cover them with its wings. Obscurity adds to impressiveness, and assists illusion, and they used it to produce an effect upon the astonished initiate. The ceremonies were conducted in caverns dimly lighted, thick groves were planted around the temples, to produce that gloom that impresses the mind with a religious awe. The very word mystery, according to Demetrius Phalereus, was a metaphorical expression that denoted the secret awe which darkness and gloom inspired. The night was almost always the time fixed for their celebration, and they were ordinarily termed nocturnal ceremonies. Initiations into the mysteries of Samothrace took place at night, as did those of Isis, of which Apuleius speaks. Euripides makes Bacchus say, that his mysteries were celebrated at night, because there is in night something august and imposing. Nothing excites men's curiosity so much as mystery, concealing things which they desire to know, and nothing so much increases curiosity as obstacles that interpose to prevent them from indulging in the gratification of their desires. Of this the legislators and hierophants took advantage, to attract the people to their sanctuaries, and to induce them to seek to obtain lessons from which they would perhaps have turned away with indifference, if they had been pressed upon them. In this spirit of mystery they profess to imitate the deity, who hides himself from our senses, and conceals from us the springs by which he moves the universe. They admitted that they concealed the highest truths under the veil of allegory, the more to excite the curiosity of men, and to urge them to investigation. The secrecy in which they buried their mysteries, had that end. Those to whom they were confided, bound themselves, by the most fearful oaths, never to reveal them. They were not allowed even to speak of these important secrets with any others than the initiated. And the penalty of death was pronounced against any one indiscreet enough to reveal them, or found in the temple without being an initiate, and any one who had betrayed those secrets, was avoided by all, as excommunicated. Aristotle was accused of impiety, by the Hierophant Eurymedon, for having sacrificed to the manes of his wife, according to the rite used in the worship of Ceres. He was compelled to flee to Chalcis. And to purge his memory from this stain, he directed, by his will, the erection of a statue to that goddess. Socrates, dying, sacrificed to Aesculapius, to exculpate himself from the suspicion of atheism. A price was set on the head of Diagoras, because he had divulged the secret of the mysteries. Andocides was accused of the same crime, as was Alcibiades, and both were cited to answer the charge before the Inquisition at Athens, where the people were the judges. Aeschylus the tragedian was accused of having represented the mysteries on the stage, and was acquitted only on proving that he had never been initiated. Seneca, comparing philosophy to initiation, says that the most sacred ceremonies could be known to the adepts alone, but that many of their precepts were known even to the profane. Such was the case with the doctrine of a future life, and a state of rewards and punishments beyond the grave. The ancient legislators clothed this doctrine in the pomp of a mysterious ceremony, in mystic words and magical representations, to impress upon the mind the truths they taught. By the strong influence of such scenic displays upon the senses and imagination. In the same way they taught the origin of the soul, its fall to the earth past the spheres and through the elements, and its final return to the place of its origin, when, during the continuance of its union with earthly matter, the sacred fire, which formed its essence, had contracted no stains, and its brightness had not been marred by foreign particles, which, denaturalizing it, weighed it down and delayed its return. These metaphysical ideas, with difficulty comprehended by the mass of the initiates, were represented by figures, by symbols, and by allegorical analogies. No idea being so abstract that men do not seek to give it expression by, and translate it into, sensible images. The attraction of secrecy was enhanced by the difficulty of obtaining admission. Obstacles and suspense redoubled curiosity. Those who aspired to the initiation of the sun and in the mysteries of Mithras in Persia, underwent many trials. They commenced by easy tests and arrived by degrees at those that were most cruel, in which the life of the candidate was often endangered. Gregory Nazianzen terms them tortures and mystic punishments. No one can be initiated, says Suedas, until after he has proven, by the most terrible trials, that he possesses a virtuous soul, exempt from the sway of every passion, and that it were impassible. There were 12 principal tests. And some make the number larger. The trials of the Eleusinian initiations were not so terrible, but they were severe. And the suspense, above all, in which the aspirant was kept for several years, the memory of which is retained in Masonry by the ages of those of the different degrees. Or the interval between admission to the inferior and initiation in the great mysteries, was a species of torture to the curiosity which it was desired to excite. Thus the Egyptian priests tried Pythagoras before admitting him to know the secrets of the sacred science. He succeeded, by his incredible patience and the courage with which he surmounted all obstacles, in obtaining admission to their society and receiving their lessons. Among the Jews, the Essenes admitted none among them, until they had passed the tests or several degrees. By initiation, those who before were fellow citizens only, became brothers, connected by a closer bond than before, by mean of a religious fraternity, which, bringing men nearer together, united them more strongly, and the weak and the poor could more readily appeal for assistance to the powerful and the wealthy, with whom religious association gave them a closer fellowship. The initiate was regarded as the favorite of the gods. For him alone heaven opened its treasures. Fortunate during life, he could, by virtue and the favor of heaven, promise himself after death an eternal felicity. The priests of the island of Samothrace promised favorable winds and prosperous voyages to those who were initiated. It was promised them that the Cabri, and Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri, should appear to them when the storm raged, and give them calms and smooth seas, and the scholiast of Aristophanes says that those initiated in the mysteries there were just men, who were privileged to escape from great evils and tempests. The initiate in the mysteries of Orpheus, after he was purified, was considered as released from the empire of evil, and transferred to a condition of life which gave him the happiest hopes. I have emerged from evil, he was made to say, and have attained good. Those initiated in the mysteries of Eleusis believed that the sun blazed with a pure splendor for them alone. And, as we see in the case of Pericles, they flattered themselves that Ceres and Proserpine inspired them and gave them wisdom and counsel. Initiation dissipated errors and banished misfortune, and after having filled the heart of man with joy during life, it gave him the most blissful hopes at the moment of death. We owe it to the goddesses of Eleusis, says Socrates, that we do not lead the wild life of the earliest men, and to them are due the flattering hopes which initiation gives us for the moment of death and for all eternity. The benefit which we reap from these august ceremonies, says Aristides, is not only present joy, a deliverance and enfranchisement from the old ills, but also the sweet hope which we have in death of passing to a more fortunate state. And Theon says that participation of the mysteries is the finest of all things, and the source of the greatest blessings. The happiness promised there was not limited to this mortal life, but it extended beyond the grave. There a new life was to commence, during which the initiate was to enjoy a bliss without alloy and without limit. The Carabants promised eternal life to the initiates of the mysteries of Cybele and Hades. Apuleius represents Lucius, while still in the form of an ass, as addressing his prayers to Isis, whom he speaks of as the same as Ceres, Venus, Diana, and Proserpine, and as illuminating the walls of many cities simultaneously with her feminine luster, and substituting her quivering light for the bright rays of the sun. She appears to him in his vision as a beautiful female, over whose divine neck her long thick hair hung in graceful ringlets. Addressing him, she says, "The parent of universal nature attends thy call. The mistress of the elements, initiative germ of generations, supreme of deities, queen of departed spirits, first inhabitant of heaven, and uniform type of all the gods and goddesses, propitiated by thy prayers, is with thee. She governs with her nod the luminous heights of the firmament, the salubrious breezes of the ocean, the silent deplorable depths of the shades below. One sole divinity under many forms, worshipped by the different nations of the earth under many titles, and with various religious rites. Directing him how to proceed, at her festival, to re-obtain his human shape, she says, throughout the entire course of the remainder of thy life, until the very last breath has vanished from thy lips, thou art devoted to my service. Under my protection will thy life be happy and glorious, and when, thy days being spent, thou shalt descend to the shades below, and inhabit the Elysian fields, there also, even in the subterranean hemisphere, shalt thou pay frequent worship to me. Thy propitious patron, and yet further, if through sedulous obedience, religious devotion to my ministry, and inviolable chastity, thou shalt prove thyself a worthy object of divine favor. Then shalt thou feel the influence of the power that I alone possess. The number of thy days shall be prolonged beyond the ordinary decrees of fate." In the procession of the festival, Lucius saw the image of the goddess, on either side of which were female attendants, that, with ivory combs in their hands, made believe, by the motion of their arms and the twisting of their fingers, to comb and ornament the goddess' royal hair. Afterward, clad in linen robes, came the initiated. The hair of the women was moistened by perfume, and enveloped in a transparent covering. But the men, terrestrial stars, as it were, of the great religion, were thoroughly shaven, and their bald heads shone exceedingly. Afterward came the priests, in robes of white linen. The first bore a lamp in the form of a boat, emitting flame from an orifice in the middle, the second, a small altar, the third, a golden palm tree, and the fourth displayed the figure of a left hand, the palm open and expanded, representing thereby a symbol of equity and fair dealing, of which the left hand, as slower than the right hand, and more void of skill and craft, is therefore an appropriate emblem. After Lucius had, by the grace of Isis, recovered his human form, the priest said to him, "Calamity hath no hold on those whom our goddess hath chosen for her service, and whom her majesty hath vindicated." And the people declared that he was fortunate to be, thus after a manner born again, and at once betrothed to the service of the holy ministry. When he urged the chief priest to initiate him, he was answered that there was not a single one among the initiated, of a mind so depraved, or so bent on his own destruction, as, without receiving a special command from Isis, to dare to undertake her ministry rashly and sacrilegiously, and thereby commit an act certain to bring upon himself a dreadful injury. For, continued the chief priest, the gates of the shades below, and the care of our life being in the hands of the goddess, the ceremony of initiation into the mysteries is, as it were, to suffer death, with the precarious chance of resuscitation. Wherefore the goddess, in the wisdom of her divinity, hath been accustomed to select as persons to whom the secrets of her religion can with propriety be entrusted, those who, standing as it were on the utmost limit of the course of life they have completed, may through her providence be in a manner born again, and commence the career of a new existence. When he was finally to be initiated, he was conducted to the nearest baths, and after having bathed, the priest first solicited forgiveness of the gods, and then sprinkled him all over with the clearest and purest water, and conducted him back to the temple, where, says Apuleius, after giving me some instruction, that mortal tongue is not permitted to reveal, he bade me for the succeeding 10 days restrain my appetite, eat no animal food, and drink no wine. These 10 days elapsed, the priest led him into the inmost recesses of the sanctuary. And here, studious reader, he continues, peradventure thou wilt be sufficiently anxious to know all that was said and done, which, were it lawful to divulge, I would tell thee, and, wert thou permitted to hear, thou shouldst know. Nevertheless, although the disclosure would affix the penalty of rash curiosity to my tongue as well as thy ears, yet will I, for fear thou shouldst be too long tormented with religious longing, and suffer the pain of protracted suspense, tell the truth notwithstanding. Listen then to what I shall relate. I approached the abode of death, with my foot I pressed the threshold of Proserpine's palace. I was transported through the elements, and conducted back again. At midnight I saw the bright light of the sun shining. I stood in the presence of the gods of heaven and of the shades below, I stood near and worshipped. And now have I told thee such things that, hearing, thou necessarily canst not understand, and being beyond the comprehension of the profane, I can enunciate without committing a crime. After night had passed, and the morning had dawned, the usual ceremonies were at an end. Then he was consecrated by 12 stoles being put upon him, clothed, crowned with palm leaves, and exhibited to the people. The remainder of that day was celebrated as his birthday and passed in festivities, and on the 3rd day afterward, the same religious ceremonies were repeated, including a religious breakfast, followed by a final consummation of ceremonies. A year afterward, he was warned to prepare for initiation into the mysteries of the great God, supreme parent of all the other gods, the invincible Osiris. For, says Apuleius, although there is a strict connection between the religions of both deities, and even the essence of both divinities is identical, the ceremonies of the respective initiations are considerably different. Compare with this hint the following language of the prayer of Lucius, addressed to Isis, and we may judge what doctrines were taught in the mysteries, in regard to the deity, O holy and perpetual preserver of the human race. Ever ready to cherish mortals by thy munificence, and to afford thy sweet maternal affection to the wretched under misfortune, whose bounty is never at rest, neither by day nor by night, nor throughout the very minutest particle of duration. Thou who stretchest forth thy health-bearing right hand over the land and over the sea for the protection of mankind, to disperse the storms of life, to unravel the inextricable entanglement of the web of fate, to mitigate the tempests of fortune, and restrain the malignant influences of the stars, the gods in heaven adore thee, the gods in the shades below do thee homage, the stars obey thee, the divinities rejoice in thee, the elements and the revolving seasons serve thee. At thy nod the winds breathe, clouds gather, seeds grow, buds germinate, in obedience to thee the earth revolves and the sun gives us light. It is thou who governest the universe and treadest Tartarus under thy feet. Then he was initiated into the nocturnal mysteries of Osiris and Serapis, and afterward into those of Ceres at Rome, but of the ceremonies in these initiations, Apuleius says nothing. Under the archonship of Euclid, bastards and slaves were excluded from initiation, and the same exclusion obtained against the materialists or Epicureans who denied providence and consequently the utility of initiation. By a natural progress, it came at length to be considered that the gates of Elysium would open only for the initiates, whose souls had been purified and regenerated in the sanctuaries. But it was never held, on the other hand, that initiation alone sufficed. We learn from Plato, that it was also necessary for the soul to be purified from every stain, and that the purification necessary was such as gave virtue, truth, wisdom, strength, justice, and temperance. Entrance to the temples was forbidden to all who had committed homicide, even if it were involuntary. So it is stated by both Isocrates and Theon. Magicians and charlatans who made trickery a trade, and impostors pretending to be possessed by evil spirits, were excluded from the sanctuaries. Every impious person and criminal was rejected. And Lampridius states that before the celebration of the mysteries, public notice was given, that none need apply to enter but those against whom their consciences uttered no reproach, and who were certain of their own innocence. It was required of the initiate that his heart and hands should be free from any stain. Porphyry says that man's soul, at death, should be enfranchised from all the passions, from hate, envy, and the others. And, in a word, be as pure as it is required to be in the mysteries. Of course it is not surprising that parricides and perjurers, and others who had committed crimes against God or man, could not be admitted. In the mysteries of Mithras, a lecture was repeated to the initiate on the subject of justice. And the great moral lesson of the mysteries, to which all their mystic ceremonial tended, expressed in a single line by Virgil, was to practice justice and revere the deity. Thus recalling men to justice, by connecting it with the justice of the gods, who require it and punish its infraction. The initiate could aspire to the favors of the gods, only because and while he respected the rights of society and those of humanity. The sun, says the chorus of initiates in Aristophanes, burns with a pure light for us alone, who, admitted to the mysteries, observe the laws of piety in our intercourse with strangers and our fellow citizens. The rewards of initiation were attached to the practice of the social virtues. It was not enough to be initiated merely. It was necessary to be faithful to the laws of initiation, which imposed on men duties in regard to their kind. Bacchus allowed none to participate in his mysteries, but men who conformed to the rules of piety and justice. Sensibility, above all, and compassion for the misfortunes of others, were precious virtues, which initiation strove to encourage. Nature, says Juvenal, has created us compassionate, since it has endowed us with tears. Sensibility is the most admirable of our senses. What man is truly worthy of the torch of the mysteries? Who such as the priest of Ceres requires him to be, if he regards the misfortunes of others as wholly foreign to himself? All who had not used their endeavors to defeat a conspiracy, and those who had on the contrary fomented one. Those citizens who had betrayed their country, who had surrendered an advantageous post or place, or the vessels of the state, to the enemy, all who had supplied the enemy with money. And in general, all who had come short of their duties as honest men and good citizens, were excluded from the mysteries of Eleusis. To be admitted there, one must have lived equitably, and with sufficient good fortune not to be regarded as hated by the gods. Thus the Society of the Initiates was, in its principle, and according to the true purpose of its institution, a society of virtuous men, who labored to free their souls from the tyranny of the passions, and to develop the germ of all the social virtues. And this was the meaning of the idea, afterward misunderstood, that entry into Elysium was only allowed to the initiates, because entrance to the sanctuaries was allowed to the virtuous only, and Elysium was created for virtuous souls alone. The precise nature and details of the doctrines as to a future life, and rewards and punishments there, developed in the mysteries, is in a measure uncertain. Little direct information in regard to it has come down to us. No doubt, in the ceremonies there was a scenic representation of Tartarus and the judgment of the dead, resembling that which we find in Virgil, but there is as little doubt that these representations were explained to be allegorical. It is not our purpose here to repeat the descriptions given of Elysium and Tartarus. That would be aside from our object. We are only concerned with the great fact that the mysteries taught the doctrine of the soul's immortality, and that, in some shape, suffering, pain, remorse, and agony, ever follow sin as its consequences. Human ceremonies are indeed but imperfect symbols, and the alternate baptisms in fire and water intended to purify us into immortality, are ever in this world interrupted at the moment of their anticipated completion. Life is a mirror which reflects only to deceive, a tissue perpetually interrupted and broken, an urn forever fed, yet never full. All initiation is but introductory to the great change of death. Baptism, anointing, embalming, obsequies by burial or fire, are preparatory symbols, like the initiation of Hercules before descending to the shades, pointing out the mental change which ought to precede the renewal of existence. Death is the true initiation, to which sleep is the introductory or minor mystery. It is the final rite which united the Egyptian with his God, and which opens the same promise to all who are duly prepared for it. The body was deemed a prison for the soul, but the latter was not condemned to eternal banishment and imprisonment. The Father of the worlds permits its chains to be broken, and has provided in the course of nature the means of its escape. It was a doctrine of immemorial antiquity, shared alike by Egyptians, Pythagoreans, the Orphici, and by that characteristic Bakshik sage, the preceptor of the soul, Silenus, that death is far better than life. That the real death belongs to those who on earth are immersed in the lethe of its passions and fascinations, and that the true life commences only when the soul is emancipated for its return. And in this sense, as presiding over life and death, Dionysos is in the highest sense the liberator, since, like Osiris, he frees the soul, and guides it in its migrations beyond the grave, preserving it from the risk of again falling under the slavery of matter or of some inferior animal form, the purgatory of metempsychosis, and exalting and perfecting its nature through the purifying discipline of his mysteries. The great consummation of all philosophy, said Socrates, professedly quoting from traditional and mystic sources, is death. He who pursues philosophy aright, is studying how to die. All soul is part of the universal soul, whose totality is Dionysos. And it is therefore he who, as spirit of spirits, leads back the vagrant spirit to its home, and accompanies it through the purifying processes, both real and symbolical, of its earthly transit. He is therefore emphatically the mysts or hierophant, the great spiritual mediator of Greek religion. The human soul is itself, Greek, delta alpha iota mu omicron nu iota omicron, a god within the mind, capable through its own power of rivaling the canonization of the hero, of making itself immortal by the practice of the good, and the contemplation of the beautiful and true. The removal to the happy islands could only be understood mythically. Everything earthly must die. Man, like Oedipus, is wounded from his birth, his real Elysium can exist only beyond the grave. Dionysos died and descended to the shades. His passion was the great secret of the mysteries, as death is the grand mystery of existence. His death, typical of nature's death, or of her periodical decay and restoration, was one of the many symbols of the palingenesia or second birth of man. Man descended from the elemental forces or titans, Elohim, who fed on the body of the pantheistic deity creating the universe by self-sacrifice, commemorates in sacramental observance this mysterious passion. And while partaking of the raw flesh of the victim, seems to be invigorated by a fresh draught from the fountain of universal life, to receive a new pledge of regenerated existence. Death is the inseparable antecedent of life. The seed dies in order to produce the plant, and earth itself is rent asunder and dies at the birth of Dionysos. Hence the significancy of the phallus, or of its inoffensive substitute, the obelisk, rising as an emblem of resurrection by the tomb of buried deity at Lerna or at Sais. Dionysos Orpheus descended to the shades to recover the lost virgin of the zodiac, to bring back his mother to the sky as thy one. Or what has the same meaning, to consummate his eventful marriage with Persephone, thereby securing, like the nuptials of his father with Semele or Danae, the perpetuity of nature. His under-earth office is the depression of the year, the wintry aspect in the alternations of bull and serpent, whose united series makes up the continuity of time, and in which, physically speaking, the stern and dark are ever the parents of the beautiful and bright. It was this aspect, somber for the moment, but bright by anticipation, which was contemplated in the mysteries. The human sufferer was consoled by witnessing the severe trials of the gods. And the vicissitudes of life and death, expressed by apposite symbols, such as the sacrifice or submersion of the bull, the extinction and re-illumination of the torch, excited corresponding emotions of alternate grief and joy. That play of passion which was present at the origin of nature, and which accompanies all her changes. The greater Eleusiniae were celebrated in the month Bodromion, when the seed was buried in the ground, and when the year, verging to its decline, disposes the mind to serious reflection. The first days of the ceremonial were passed in sorrow and anxious silence, in fasting and expiatory or lustral offices. On a sudden, the scene was changed, sorrow and lamentation were discarded, the glad name of Iacchus passed from mouth to mouth, the image of the god, crowned with myrtle and bearing a lighted torch, was borne in joyful procession from the Ceramicus to Eleusis, where, during the ensuing night, the initiation was completed by an imposing revelation. The first scene was in the Greek, Pyro-Omicron Nu Alpha-Omicron, or outer court of the sacred enclosure, where amidst utter darkness, or while the meditating god, the star illuminating the nocturnal mystery, alone carried an unextinguished torch. The candidates were overawed with terrific sounds and noises, while they painfully groped their way, as in the gloomy cavern of the soul's sublunar migration. A scene justly compared to the passage of the valley of the shadow of death. For by the immutable law exemplified in the trials of Psyche, man must pass through the terrors of the underworld, before he can reach the height of heaven. At length the gates of the adytum were thrown open, a supernatural light streamed from the illuminated statue of the goddess, and enchanting sights and sounds, mingled with songs and dances, exalted the communicant to a rapture of supreme felicity. Realizing, as far as sensuous imagery could depict, the anticipated reunion with the gods. In the dearth of direct evidence as to the detail of the ceremonies enacted, or of the meanings connected with them, their tendency must be inferred from the characteristics of the contemplated deities with their accessory symbols and mythi. Or from direct testimony as to the value of the mysteries generally. The ordinary phenomena of vegetation, the death of the seed in giving birth to the plant, connecting the sublimest hopes with the plainest occurrences, was the simple yet beautiful formula assumed by the great mystery in almost all religions. From the Zendavesta to the Gospel. As Proserpina, the divine power is as the seed decaying and destroyed, as Artemis, she is the principle of its destruction, but Artemis Proserpina is also Cote Soteria, the Savior, who leads the spirits of Hercules and Hyacinthus to heaven. Many other emblems were employed in the mysteries, as the dove, the myrtle wreath, and others, all significant of life rising out of death, and of the equivocal condition of dying yet immortal man. The horrors and punishments of Tartarus, as described in the Phaedo and the Aeneid, with all the ceremonies of the judgments of Minos, Eacus, and Rhadamanthus, were represented, sometimes more and sometimes less fully, in the mysteries. In order to impress upon the minds of the initiates this great lesson, that we should be ever prepared to appear before the Supreme Judge, with a heart pure and spotless, as Socrates teaches in the Gorgias. For the soul, stained with crimes, he says, to descend to the shades, is the bitterest ill. To adhere to justice and wisdom, Plato holds, is our duty, that we may some day take that lofty road that leads toward the heavens, and avoid most of the evils to which the soul is exposed in its subterranean journey of 1,000 years. And so in the Phaedo, Socrates teaches that we should seek here below to free our soul of its passions, in order to be ready to enter our appearance, whenever destiny summons us to the shades. Thus the mysteries inculcated a great moral truth, veiled with a fable of huge proportions and the appliances of an impressive spectacle, to which, exhibited in the sanctuaries, art and natural magic lent all they had that was imposing. They sought to strengthen men against the horrors of death and the fearful idea of utter annihilation. Death, says the author of the dialogue, entitled Axiochus, included in the works of Plato, is but a passage to a happier state. But one must have lived well, to attain that most fortunate result. So that the doctrine of the immortality of the soul was consoling to the virtuous and religious man alone. While to all others it came with menaces and despair, surrounding them with terrors and alarms that disturbed their repose during all their life. For the material horrors of Tartarus, allegorical to the initiate, were real to the mass of the profane, nor in latter times, did, perhaps many initiates read rightly the allegory. The triple-walled prison, which the condemned soul first met, round which swelled and surged the fiery waves of Phlegethon, wherein rolled roaring, huge, blazing rocks, the great gate with columns of adamant, which none save the gods could crush. Tisiphone, their warder, with her bloody robes, the lash resounding on the mangled bodies of the miserable unfortunates, their plaintive groans, mingled in horrid harmony with the clashings of their chains. The Furies, lashing the guilty with their snakes, the awful abyss where Hydra howls with its 100 heads, greedy to devour, Titius, prostrate, and his entrails fed upon by the cruel vulture, Sisyphus, ever rolling his rock, Ixion on his wheel. Tantalus tortured by eternal thirst and hunger, in the midst of water and with delicious fruits touching his head, the daughters of Danaus at their eternal, fruitless task, beasts biting and venomous reptiles stinging. And devouring flame eternally consuming bodies ever renewed in endless agony, all these sternly impressed upon the people the terrible consequences of sin and vice, and urged them to pursue the paths of honesty and virtue. And if, in the ceremonies of the mysteries, these material horrors were explained to the initiates as mere symbols of the unimaginable torture, remorse, and agony that would rend the immaterial soul and rack the immortal spirit, they were feeble and insufficient in the same mode and measure only, as all material images and symbols fall short of that which is beyond the cognizance of our senses, and the grave hierophant, the imagery, the paintings, the dramatic horrors. The funeral sacrifices, the august mysteries, the solemn silence of the sanctuaries, were none the less impressive, because they were known to be but symbols. That with material shows and images made the imagination to be the teacher of the intellect. So, too, it was represented, that except for the gravest sins there was an opportunity for expiation, and the tests of water, air, and fire were represented. By means of which, during the march of many years, the soul could be purified, and rise toward the ethereal regions. That ascent being more or less tedious and laborious, according as each soul was more or less clogged by the gross impediments of its sins and vices. Herein was shadowed forth, how distinctly taught the initiates we know not, the doctrine that pain and sorrow, misfortune and remorse, are the inevitable consequences that flow from sin and vice, as effect flows from cause. That by each sin and every act of vice the soul drops back and loses ground in its advance toward perfection, and that the ground so lost is and will be in reality never so recovered as that the sin shall be as if it never had been committed. But that throughout all the eternity of its existence, each soul shall be conscious that every act of vice or baseness it did on earth has made the distance greater between itself and ultimate perfection. We see this truth glimmering in the doctrine, taught in the mysteries, that those slight and ordinary offenses could be expiated by penances, repentance, acts of beneficence, and prayers. Grave crimes were mortal sins. Beyond the reach of all such remedies. Eleusis closed her gates against Nero, and the pagan priests told Constantine that among all their modes of expiation there was none so potent as could wash from his soul the dark spots left by the murder of his wife, and his multiplied perjuries and assassinations. The object of the ancient initiations being to ameliorate mankind and to perfect the intellectual part of man, the nature of the human soul, its origin, its destination, its relations to the body and to universal nature. All formed part of the mystic science. And to them in part the lessons given to the initiate were directed. For it was believed that initiation tended to his perfection, and to preventing the divine part within him, overloaded with matter gross and earthy, from being plunged into gloom, and impeded in its return to the deity. The soul, with them, was not a mere conception or abstraction, but a reality including in itself life and thought, or, rather, of whose essence it was to live and think. It was material, but not brute, inert, inactive, lifeless, motionless, formless, lightless matter. It was held to be active, reasoning, thinking. Its natural home in the highest regions of the universe, whence it descended to illuminate, give form and movement to, vivify, animate, and carry with itself the baser matter. And whither it unceasingly tends to reascend, when and as soon as it can free itself from its connection with that matter. From that substance, divine, infinitely delicate and active, essentially luminous, the souls of men were formed, and by it alone, uniting with and organizing their bodies, men lived. This was the doctrine of Pythagoras, who learned it when he received the Egyptian mysteries, and it was the doctrine of all who, by means of the ceremonial of initiation, thought to purify the soul. Virgil makes the spirit of Anchises teach it to Aeneas, and all the expiations and lustrations used in the mysteries were but symbols of those intellectual ones by which the soul was to be purged of its vice spots and stains, and freed of the encumbrance of its earthly prison, so that it might rise unimpeded to the source from which it came. Hence sprung the doctrine of the transmigration of souls, which Pythagoras taught as an allegory, and those who came after him received literally. Plato, like him, drew his doctrines from the East and the mysteries, and undertook to translate the language of the symbols used there, into that of philosophy. And to prove by argument and philosophical deduction, what, felt by the consciousness, the mysteries taught by symbols as an indisputable fact, the immortality of the soul. Cicero did the same. And followed the mysteries in teaching that the gods were but mortal men, who for their great virtues and signal services had deserved that their souls should, after death, be raised to that lofty rank. It being taught in the mysteries, either by way of allegory, the meaning of which was not made known except to a select few, or, perhaps only at a later day, as an actual reality. That the souls of the vicious dead passed into the bodies of those animals to whose nature their vices had most affinity, it was also taught that the soul could avoid these transmigrations, often successive and numerous, by the practice of virtue, which would acquit it of them, free it from the circle of successive generations, and restore it at once to its source. Hence nothing was so ardently prayed for by the initiates, says Proclus, as this happy fortune, which, delivering them from the empire of evil, would restore them to their true life, and conduct them to the place of final rest. To this doctrine probably referred those figures of animals and monsters which were exhibited to the initiate, before allowing him to see the sacred light for which he sighed. Plato says, that souls will not reach the term of their ills, until the revolutions of the world have restored them to their primitive condition, and purified them from the stains which they have contracted by the contagion of fire, earth, and air. And he held that they could not be allowed to enter heaven, until they had distinguished themselves by the practice of virtue in some one of three several bodies. The Manichaeans allowed 5, Pindar, the same number as Plato, as did the Jews. And Cicero says, that the ancient soothsayers, and the interpreters of the will of the gods, in their religious ceremonies and initiations, taught that we expiate here below the crimes committed in a prior life, and for that are born. It was taught in these mysteries, that the soul passes through several states, and that the pains and sorrows of this life are an expiation of prior faults. This doctrine of transmigration of souls obtained, as Porphyry informs us, among the Persians and Magi. It was held in the East and the West, and that from the remotest antiquity. Herodotus found it among the Egyptians, who made the term of the circle of migrations from one human body, through animals, fishes, and birds, to another human body, 3,000 years. Empedocles even held that souls went into plants. Of these, the laurel was the noblest, as of animals the lion, both being consecrated to the sun, to which, it was held in the Orient, virtuous souls were to return. The Kurds, the Chinese, the Kabbalists, all held the same doctrine. So Origen held, and the bishop Synesius, the latter of whom had been initiated, and who thus prayed to God, O Father, grant that my soul, reunited to the light, may not be plunged again into the defilements of earth. So the Gnostics held. And even the disciples of Christ inquired if the man who was born blind, was not so punished for some sin that he had committed before his birth. Virgil, in the celebrated allegory in which he develops the doctrines taught in the mysteries, enunciated the doctrine, held by most of the ancient philosophers, of the pre-existence of souls, in the eternal fire from which they emanate. That fire which animates the stars, and circulates in every part of nature, and the purifications of the soul, by fire, water, and air, of which he speaks, and which three modes were employed in the mysteries of Bacchus, were symbols of the passage of the soul into different bodies. The relations of the human soul with the rest of nature were a chief object of the science of the mysteries. The man was there brought face to face with entire nature. The world, and the spherical envelope that surrounds it, were represented by a mystic egg, by the side of the image of the sun god whose mysteries were celebrated. The famous Orphic egg was consecrated to Bacchus in his mysteries. It was, says Plutarch, an image of the universe, which engenders everything, and contains everything in its bosom. Consult, says Macrobius, the initiates of the mysteries of Bacchus, who honor with special veneration the sacred egg. The rounded and almost spherical form of its shell, he says, which encloses it on every side, and confines within itself the principles of life, is a symbolic image of the world, and the world is the universal principle of all things. This symbol was borrowed from the Egyptians, who also consecrated the egg to Osiris, germ of light, himself born, says Diodorus, from that famous egg. In Thebes, in Upper Egypt, he was represented as emitting it from his mouth, and causing to issue from it the first principle of heat and light, or the fire god, Vulcan, or Tha. We find this egg even in Japan, between the horns of the famous Mithriac bull, whose attributes Osiris, Apis, and Bacchus all borrowed. Orpheus, author of the Grecian mysteries, which he carried from Egypt to Greece, consecrated this symbol, and taught that matter, uncreated and informous, existed from all eternity, unorganized, as chaos, containing in itself the principles of all existences confused and intermingled, light with darkness, the dry with the humid, heat with cold. From which, it after long ages taking the shape of an immense egg, issued the purest matter, or first substance, and the residue was divided into the four elements, from which proceeded heaven and earth and all things else. This grand cosmogonic idea he taught in the mysteries, and thus the Hierophant explained the meaning of the mystic egg, seen by the initiates in the sanctuary. Thus entire nature, in her primitive organization, was presented to him whom it was wished to instruct in her secrets and initiate in her mysteries, and Clemens of Alexandria might well say that initiation was a real physiology. So Phans, the light god, in the mysteries of the new Orphics, emerged from the egg of chaos, and the Persians had the great egg of Ormuzd. And Sanchoniathon tells us that in the Phoenician theology, the matter of chaos took the form of an egg. And he adds, such are the lessons which the son of Thabian, first Hierophant of the Phoenicians, turned into allegories, in which physics and astronomy intermingled, and which he taught to the other Hierophants, whose duty it was to preside at orgies and initiations, and who, seeking to excite the astonishment and admiration of mortals, faithfully transmitted these things to their successors and the initiates. In the mysteries was also taught the division of the universal cause into an active and a passive cause, of which two, Osiris and Isis, the heavens and the earth were symbols. These two first causes, into which it was held that the great universal first cause at the beginning of things divided itself, were the two great divinities, whose worship was, according to Varro, inculcated upon the initiates at Samothrace. As is taught, he says, in the initiation into the mysteries at Samothrace, heaven and earth are regarded as the two first divinities. They are the potent gods worshipped in that island, and whose names are consecrated in the books of our augurs. One of them is male and the other female, and they bear the same relation to each other as the soul does to the body, humidity to dryness. The Cuorites, in Crete, had builded an altar to heaven and to earth, whose mysteries they celebrated at Knossos, in a cypress grove. These two divinities, the active and passive principles of the universe, were commonly symbolized by the generative parts of man and woman, to which, in remote ages, no idea of indecency was attached, the phallus and ties, emblems of generation and production, and which, as such, appeared in the mysteries. The Indian lingam was the union of both, as were the boat and mast and the point within a circle, all of which expressed the same philosophical idea as to the union of the two great causes of nature, which concur, one actively and the other passively, in the generation of all beings, which were symbolized by what we now term Gemini, the twins, at that remote period when the sun was in that sign at the vernal equinox, and when they were male and female, and of which the phallus was perhaps taken from the generative organ of the bull, when about 2,500 years before our era he opened that equinox, and became to the ancient world the symbol of the creative and generative power. The initiates at Eleusis commenced, Proclus says, by invoking the two great causes of nature, the heavens and the earth, on which in succession they fixed their eyes, addressing to each a prayer. And they deemed it their duty to do so, he adds, because they saw in them the father and mother of all generations. The concourse of these two agents of the universe was termed in theological language a marriage. Tertullian, accusing the Valentinians of having borrowed these symbols from the mysteries of Eleusis, yet admits that in those mysteries they were explained in a manner consistent with decency, as representing the powers of nature. He was too little of a philosopher to comprehend the sublime esoteric meaning of these emblems, which will, if you advance, in other degrees be unfolded to you. The Christian fathers contented themselves with reviling and ridiculing the use of these emblems. But as they in the earlier times created no indecent ideas, and were worn alike by the most innocent youths and virtuous women, it will be far wiser for us to seek to penetrate their meaning. Not only the Egyptians, says Diodorus Siculus, but every other people that consecrate this symbol, the phallus, deem that they thereby do honor to the active force of the universal generation of all living things. For the same reason, as we learn from the geographer Ptolemy, it was revered among the Assyrians and Persians. Proclus remarks that in the distribution of the zodiac among the 12 great divinities, by ancient astrology, 6 signs were assigned to the male and 6 to the female principle. There is another division of nature, which has in all ages struck all men, and which was not forgotten in the mysteries, that of light and darkness, day and night, good and evil, which mingle with, and clash against, and pursue or are pursued by each other throughout the universe. The great symbolic egg distinctly reminded the initiates of this great division of the world. Plutarch, treating of the dogma of a providence, and of that of the two principles of light and darkness, which he regarded as the basis of the ancient theology, of the orgies and the mysteries, as well among the Greeks as the barbarians. A doctrine whose origin, according to him, is lost in the night of time, cites, in support of his opinion, the famous mystic egg of the disciples of Zoroaster and the initiates in the mysteries of Mithras. To the initiates in the mysteries of Eleusis was exhibited the spectacle of these two principles, in the successive scenes of darkness and light which passed before their eyes. To the profoundest darkness, accompanied with illusions and horrid phantoms, succeeded the most brilliant light, whose splendor blazed round the statue of the goddess. The candidate, says Dion Chrysostomus, passed into a mysterious temple, of astonishing magnitude and beauty, where were exhibited to him many mystic scenes, where his ears were stunned with many voices, and where darkness and light successively passed before him. And Themistius in like manner describes the initiate, when about to enter into that part of the sanctuary tenanted by the goddess, as filled with fear and religious awe, wavering, uncertain in what direction to advance through the profound darkness that envelopes him. But when the Hierophant has opened the entrance to the inmost sanctuary, and removed the robe that hides the goddess, he exhibits her to the initiate, resplendent with divine light. The thick shadow and gloomy atmosphere which had environed the candidate vanish, he is filled with a vivid and glowing enthusiasm, that lifts his soul out of the profound dejection in which it was plunged. And the purest light succeeds to the thickest darkness. In a fragment of the same writer, preserved by Stobaeus, we learn that the initiate, up to the moment when his initiation is to be consummated, is alarmed by every kind of sight, that astonishment and terror take his soul captive, he trembles. Cold sweat flows from his body, until the moment when the light is shown him, a most astounding light, the brilliant scene of Elysium, where he sees charming meadows overarched by a clear sky, and festivals celebrated by dances. Where he hears harmonious voices, and the majestic chants of the hierophants, and views the sacred spectacles. Then, absolutely free, and enfranchised from the dominion of all ills, he mingles with the crowd of initiates, and, crowned with flowers, celebrates with them the holy orgies, in the brilliant realms of ether, and the dwelling place of Ormuzd. In the mysteries of Isis, the candidate first passed through the dark valley of the shadow of death, then into a place representing the elements or sublunary world, where the two principles clash and contend. And was finally admitted to a luminous region where the sun, with his most brilliant light, put to rout the shades of night. Then he himself put on the costume of the sun god or the visible source of ethereal light, in whose mysteries he was initiated, and passed from the empire of darkness to that of light. After having set his feet on the threshold of the palace of Pluto, he ascended to the Empyrean, to the bosom of the eternal principle of light of the universe, from which all souls and intelligences emanate. Plutarch admits that this theory of two principles was the basis of all the mysteries, and consecrated in the religious ceremonies and mysteries of Greece. Osiris and Typhon, Ormuzd and Ahriman, Bacchus and the Titans and Giants, all represented these principles. Phans, the luminous god that issued from the sacred egg, and Night, bore the scepters in the mysteries of the new Bacchus. Night and Day were two of the 8 gods adored in the mysteries of Osiris. The sojourn of Proserpine and also of Adonis, during 6 months of each year in the upper world, abode of light, and 6 months in the lower or abode of darkness, allegorically represented the same division of the universe. The connection of the different initiations with the equinoxes which separate the empire of the nights from that of the days, and fix the moment when one of these principles begins to prevail over the other, shows that the mysteries referred to the continual contest between the two principles of light and darkness, each alternately victor and vanquished. The very object proposed by them shows that their basis was the theory of the two principles and their relations with the soul. We celebrate the august mysteries of Ceres and Proserpine, says the Emperor Julian, at the autumnal equinox, to obtain of the gods that the soul may not experience the malignant action of the power of darkness that is then about to have sway and rule in nature. Sallust the philosopher makes almost the same remark as to the relations of the soul with the periodical march of light and darkness, during an annual revolution, and assures us that the mysterious festivals of Greece related to the same. And in all the explanations given by Macrobius of the sacred fables in regard to the sun, adored under the names of Osiris, Horus, Adonis, Hades, Bacchus, etc., we invariably see that they refer to the theory of the two principles, light and darkness, and the triumphs gained by one over the other. In April was celebrated the first triumph obtained by the light of day over the length of the nights. And the ceremonies of mourning and rejoicing had, Macrobius says, as their object, the vicissitudes of the annual administration of the world. This brings us naturally to the tragic portion of these religious scenes, and to the allegorical history of the different adventures of the principal, light, victor and vanquished by turns, in the combats waged with darkness during each annual period. Here we reach the most mysterious part of the ancient initiations, and that most interesting to the Mason who laments the death of his Grand Master Chiroem. Over it Herodotus throws the august veil of mystery and silence. Speaking of the temple of Minerva, or of that Isis who was styled the mother of the sun god, and whose mysteries were termed Isiac, at Sais, he speaks of a tomb in the temple, in the rear of the chapel and against the wall. And says, "It is the tomb of a man, whose name respect requires me to conceal." Within the temple were great obelisks of stone, phalli, and a circular lake paved with stones and revet with a parapet. It seemed to me as large as that at Delos, where the mysteries of Apollo were celebrated. In this lake the Egyptians celebrate, during the night, what they style the mysteries, in which are represented the sufferings of the god of whom I have spoken above. This god was Osiris, put to death by Typhon, and who descended to the shades and was restored to life, of which he had spoken before. We are reminded, by this passage, of the tomb of Chiroem, his death, and his rising from the grave, symbolical of restoration of life, and also of the brazen sea in the temple at Jerusalem. Herodotus adds, "I impose upon myself a profound silence in regard to these mysteries, with most of which I am acquainted. As little will I speak of the initiations of Ceres, known among the Greeks as thesmophoria. What I shall say will not violate the respect which I owe to religion." Athenagoras quotes this passage to show that not only the statue but the tomb of Osiris was exhibited in Egypt, and a tragic representation of his sufferings. And remarks that the Egyptians had mourning ceremonies in honor of their gods, whose deaths they lamented, and to whom they afterward sacrificed as having passed to a state of immortality. It is, however, not difficult, combining the different rays of light that emanate from the different sanctuaries, to learn the genius and the object of these secret ceremonies. We have hints, and not details. We know that the Egyptians worshipped the sun, under the name of Osiris. The misfortunes and tragical death of this god were an allegory relating to the sun. Typhon, like Ahriman, represented darkness. The sufferings and death of Osiris in the mysteries of the night were a mystic image of the phenomena of nature, and the conflict of the two great principles which share the empire of nature, and most influenced our souls. The sun is neither born, dies, nor is raised to life, and the recital of these events was but an allegory, veiling a higher truth. Horus, son of Isis, and the same as Apollo or the sun, also died and was restored again to life and to his mother. And the priests of Isis celebrated these great events by mourning and joyous festivals succeeding each other. In the mysteries of Phoenicia, established in honor of Tammuz or Adoni, also the sun, the spectacle of his death and resurrection was exhibited to the initiates. As we learn from Mercius and Plutarch, a figure was exhibited representing the corpse of a young man. Flowers were strewed upon his body, the women mourned for him, a tomb was erected to him. And these feasts, as we learn from Plutarch and Ovid, passed into Greece. In the mysteries of Mithras, the sun god, in Asia Minor, Armenia and Persia, the death of that god was lamented, and his resurrection was celebrated with the most enthusiastic expressions of joy. A corpse, we learn from Julian Firmicus, was shown the initiates, representing Mithras dead, and afterward his resurrection was announced. And they were then invited to rejoice that the dead god was restored to life, and had by means of his sufferings secured their salvation. 3 months before, his birth had been celebrated, under the emblem of an infant, born on the 25th of December, or the 8th day before the calends of January. In Greece, in the mysteries of the same god, honored under the name of Bakshos, a representation was given of his death, slain by the Titans. Of his descent into hell, his subsequent resurrection, and his return toward his principle or the pure abode whence he had descended to unite himself with matter. In the islands of Chios and Tenedos, his death was represented by the sacrifice of a man, actually immolated. The mutilation and sufferings of the same sun god, honored in Phrygia under the name of Hades, caused the tragic scenes that were, as we learn from Diodorus Siculus, represented annually in the mysteries of Cybele, mother of the gods. An image was born there, representing the corpse of a young man, over whose tomb tears were shed, and to whom funeral honors were paid. At Samothrace, in the mysteries of the Cabri or great gods, a representation was given of the death of one of them. This name was given to the sun, because the ancient astronomers gave the name of gods Cabri and of Samothrace to the two gods in the constellation Gemini, whom others term Apollo and Hercules, two names of the sun. Athenian says that the young Cabirus so slain was the same as the Dionysos or Bakshos of the Greeks. The Pelasgi, ancient inhabitants of Greece, and who settled Samothrace, celebrated these mysteries, whose origin is unknown, and they worshipped Castor and Pollux as patrons of navigation. The tomb of Apollo was at Delphi, where his body was laid, after Python, the polar serpent that annually heralds the coming of autumn, cold, darkness, and winter, had slain him, and over whom the god triumphs, on the 25th of March. On his return to the lamb of the vernal equinox. In Crete, Jupiter Ammon, or the sun in Aries, painted with the attributes of that equinoctial sign, the ram or lamb. That Ammon who, Martianus Copella says, is the same as Osiris, Adoni, Adonis, Hades, and the other sun gods, had also a tomb, and a religious initiation. One of the principal ceremonies of which consisted in clothing the initiate with the skin of a white lamb. And in this we see the origin of the apron of white sheepskin, used in masonry. All these deaths and resurrections, these funeral emblems, these anniversaries of mourning and joy, these cenotaphs raised in different places to the sun god, honored under different names, had but a single object. The allegorical narration of the events which happened here below to the light of nature, that sacred fire from which our souls were deemed to emanate, warring with matter and the dark principle resident therein. Ever at variance with the principle of good and light poured upon itself by the supreme divinity. All these mysteries, says Clemens of Alexandria, displaying to us murders and tombs alone, all these religious tragedies, had a common basis, variously ornamented, and that basis was the fictitious death and resurrection of the sun. Soul of the world, principle of life and movement in the sublunary world, and source of our intelligences, which are but a portion of the eternal light blazing in that star, their chief center. It was in the sun that souls, it was said, were purified, and to it they repaired. It was one of the gates of the soul, through which the theologians, says Porphyry, say that it reascends toward the home of light and the good. Wherefore, in the mysteries of Eleusis, the Deducos, the first officer after the Hierophant, who represented the grand Demiurgos or maker of the universe, who was posted in the interior of the temple, and there received the candidates, represented the sun. It was also held that the vicissitudes experienced by the Father of Light had an influence on the destiny of souls, which, of the same substance as he, shared his fortunes. This we learn from the Emperor Julian and Sallust the philosopher. They are afflicted when he suffers, they rejoice when he triumphs over the power of darkness which opposes his sway and hinders the happiness of souls, to whom nothing is so terrible as darkness. The fruit of the sufferings of the God, Father of light and souls, slain by the chief of the powers of darkness, and again restored to life, was received in the mysteries. His death works your salvation, said the high priest of Mithras. That was the great secret of this religious tragedy, and its expected fruit. The resurrection of a God, who, repossessing himself of his dominion over darkness, should associate with him in his triumph those virtuous souls that by their purity were worthy to share his glory. And that strove not against the divine force that drew them to him, when he had thus conquered. To the initiate were also displayed the spectacles of the chief agents of the universal cause, and of the distribution of the world, in the detail of its parts arranged in most regular order. The universe itself supplied man with the model of the first temple reared to the divinity. The arrangement of the Temple of Solomon, the symbolic ornaments which formed its chief decorations, and the dress of the high priest, all, as Clemens of Alexandria, Josephus and Philo state, had reference to the order of the world. Clemens informs us that the temple contained many emblems of the seasons, the sun, the moon, the planets, the constellations Ursa Major and Minor, the zodiac, the elements, and the other parts of the world. Josephus, in his description of the high priest's vestments, protesting against the charge of impiety brought against the Hebrews by other nations, for contemning the heathen divinities, declares it false, because in the construction of the tabernacle, in the vestments of the sacrificers, and in the sacred vessels, the whole world was in some sort represented. Of the three parts, he says, into which the temple was divided, 2 represent earth and sea, open to all men, and the third, heaven, God's dwelling place, reserved for him alone. The 12 loaves of shewbread signify the 12 months of the year. The candlestick represented the 12 signs through which the 7 planets run their courses, and the 7 lights, those planets, the veils, of 4 colors, the 4 elements, the tunic of the high priest, the earth. The hyacinth, nearly blue, the heavens, the ephod, of 4 colors, the whole of nature, the gold, light, the breastplate, in the middle, this earth in the center of the world, the 2 sardonyxes, used as clasps, the sun and moon. And the 12 precious stones of the breastplate arranged by threes, like the seasons, the 12 months, and the 12 signs of the zodiac. Even the loaves were arranged in 2 groups of 6, like the zodiacal signs above and below the equator. Clemens, the learned bishop of Alexandria, and Philo, adopt all these explanations. Hermes calls the zodiac, the Grent tent, tabernaculum. In the Royal Arch degree of the American Rite, the tabernacle has 4 veils, of different colors, to each of which belongs a banner. The colors of the 4 are white, blue, crimson, and purple, and the banners bear the images of the bull, the lion, the man, and the eagle. The constellations answering 2,500 years before our era to the equinoctial and solstitial points, to which belong 4 stars, Aldebaran, Regulus, Fomalhaut, and Antares. At each of these veils there are 3 words, and to each division of the zodiac, belonging to each of these stars, are 3 signs. The 4 signs, Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius, were termed the fixed signs, and are appropriately assigned to the 4 veils. So the cherubim, according to Clemens and Philo, represented the 2 hemispheres, their wings, the rapid course of the firmament, and of time which revolves in the zodiac. For the heavens fly. Says Philo, speaking of the wings of the cherubim, which were winged representations of the lion, the bull, the eagle, and the man, of 2 of which, the human-headed, winged bulls and lions, so many have been found at Nimrod. Adopted as beneficent symbols, when the sun entered Taurus at the vernal equinox and Leo at the summer solstice, and when, also, he entered Scorpio, for which, on account of its malignant influences, Aquila, the eagle, was substituted. At the autumnal equinox. And Aquarius, the water-bearer, at the winter solstice. So, Clemens says, the candlestick with 7 branches represented the 7 planets, like which the 7 branches were arranged and regulated, preserving that musical proportion and system of harmony of which the sun was the center and connection. They were arranged, says Philo, by threes, like the planets above and those below the sun, between which 2 groups was the branch that represented him, the mediator or moderator of the celestial harmony. He is, in fact, the 4th in the musical scale, as Philo remarks, and Martianus Capella in his hymn to the sun. Near the candlestick were other emblems representing the heavens, earth, and the vegetative matter out of whose bosom the vapors arise. The whole temple was an abridged image of the world. There were candlesticks with 4 branches, symbols of the elements and the seasons, with 12, symbols of the signs. And even with 360, the number of days in the year, without the supplementary days. Imitating the famous temple of Tyre, where were the great columns consecrated to the winds and fire, the Tyrian artist placed 2 columns of bronze at the entrance of the porch of the temple. The hemispherical brazen sea, supported by 4 groups of bulls, of 3 each, looking to the 4 cardinal points of the compass, represented the bull of the vernal equinox, and at Tyre were consecrated to Astarte. To whom Hiram, Josephus says, had builded a temple, and who wore on her head a helmet bearing the image of a bull. And the throne of Solomon, with bulls adorning its arms, and supported on lions, like those of Horus in Egypt and of the sun at Tyre. Likewise referred to the vernal equinox and summer solstice. Those who in Thrace adored the sun, under the name of Saba Zeus, the Grecian Bakshos, builded to him, says Macrobius, a temple on Mount Zelmisso, its round form representing the world and the sun. A circular aperture in the roof admitted the light, and introduced the image of the sun into the body of the sanctuary, where he seemed to blaze as in the heights of heaven. And to dissipate the darkness within that temple which was a representative symbol of the world. There the passion, death, and resurrection of Bakshos were represented. So the temple of Eleusis was lighted by a window in the roof. The sanctuary so lighted, Dion compares to the universe, from which he says it differed in size alone. And in it the great lights of nature played a great part and were mystically represented. The images of the sun, moon, and Mercury were represented there, the latter the same as Anubis who accompanied Isis. And they are still the three lights of a Masonic lodge, except that for Mercury, the master of the lodge has been absurdly substituted. Eusebius names as the principal ministers in the mysteries of Eleusis, first, the Hierophant, clothed with the attributes of the grand architect, Demiurgos, of the universe. After him came the Didukos, or torch-bearer, representative of the sun, then the altar-bearer, representing the moon, and last, the Hierosyrics, bearing the caduceus, and representing Mercury. It was not permissible to reveal the different emblems and the mysterious pageantry of initiation to the profane, and therefore we do not know the attributes, emblems, and ornaments of these and other officers, of which Apuleius and Pausanias dared not speak. We know only that everything recounted there was marvelous, everything done there tended to astonish the initiate, and that eyes and ears were equally astounded. The Hierophant, of lofty height and noble features, with long hair, of a great age, grave and dignified, with a voice sweet and sonorous, sat upon a throne, clad in a long trailing robe. As the motive god of nature was held to be enveloped in his work and hidden under a veil which no mortal can raise. Even his name was concealed, like that of the Demiurgos, whose name was ineffable. The Didukos also wore a long robe, his hair long, and a bandeau on his forehead. Callias, when holding that office, fighting on the great day of Marathon, clothed with the insignia of his office, was taken by the barbarians to be a king. The Didukos led the procession of the initiates, and was charged with the purifications. We do not know the functions of the epibomos or assistant at the altar, who represented the moon. That planet was one of the two homes of souls, and one of the two great gates by which they descended and reascended. Mercury was charged with the conducting of souls through the two great gates. And in going from the sun to the moon they passed immediately by him. He admitted or rejected them as they were more or less pure, and therefore the Hierosyrics or sacred herald, who represented Mercury, was charged with the duty of excluding the profane from the mysteries. The same officers are found in the procession of initiates of Isis, described by Apuleius. All clad in robes of white linen, drawn tight across the breast, and close fitting down to the very feet, came, first, one bearing a lamp in the shape of a boat, second, one carrying an altar, and third, one carrying a golden palm tree and the caduceus. These are the same as the three officers at Eleusis, after the Hierophant. Then one carrying an open hand, and pouring milk on the ground from a golden vessel in the shape of a woman's breast. The hand was that of justice, and the milk alluded to the galaxy or Milky Way, along which souls descended and remounted. Two others followed, one bearing a winnowing fan, and the other a water vase, symbols of the purification of souls by air and water. And the third purification, by earth, was represented by an image of the animal that cultivates it, the cow or ox, borne by another officer. Then followed a chest or ark, magnificently ornamented, containing an image of the organs of generation of Osiris, or perhaps of both sexes, emblems of the original generating and producing powers. When Typhon, said the Egyptian fable, cut up the body of Osiris into pieces, he flung his genitals into the Nile, where a fish devoured them. Hades mutilated himself, as his priests afterward did in imitation of him. And Adonis was in that part of his body wounded by the boar, all of which represented the loss by the sun of his vivifying and generative power. When he reached the autumnal equinox, the scorpion that on old monuments bites those parts of the vernal bull, and descended toward the region of darkness and winter. Then, says Apuleius, came one who carried in his bosom an object that rejoiced the heart of the bearer, a venerable effigy of the supreme deity, neither bearing resemblance to man, cattle, bird, beast, or any living creature, an exquisite invention, venerable from the novel originality of the fashioning. A wonderful, ineffable symbol of religious mysteries, to be looked upon in profound silence. Such as it was, its figure was that of a small urn of burnished gold, hollowed very artistically, rounded at the bottom, and covered all over the outside with the wonderful hieroglyphics of the Egyptians. The spout was not elevated, but extended laterally, projecting like a long rivulet. While on the opposite side was the handle, which, with similar lateral extension, bore on its summit an asp, curling its body into folds, and stretching upward, its wrinkled, scaly, swollen throat. The salient basilisk, or royal ensign of the pharaohs, often occurs on the monuments, a serpent in folds, with his head raised erect above the folds. The basilisk was the phoenix of the serpent tribe. And the vase or urn was probably the vessel, shaped like a cucumber, with a projecting spout, out of which, on the monuments of Egypt, the priests are represented pouring streams of the crus ansata or tau cross, and of scepters, over the kings. In the mysteries of Mithras, a sacred cave, representing the whole arrangement of the world, was used for the reception of the initiates. Zoroaster, says Eubulus, first introduced this custom of consecrating caves. They were also consecrated, in Crete, to Jupiter, in Arcadia, to the moon and Pan, and in the island of Naxos, to Bacchus. The Persians, in the cave where the mysteries of Mithras were celebrated, fixed the seat of that god, father of generation, or demiurgos, near the equinoctial point of spring, with the northern portion of the world on his right, and the southern on his left. Mithras, says Porphyry, presided over the equinoxes, seated on a bull, the symbolical animal of the demiurgos, and bearing a sword. The equinoxes were the gates through which souls passed to and fro, between the hemisphere of light and that or darkness. The Milky Way was also represented, passing near each of these gates, and it was, in the old theology, termed the pathway of souls. It is, according to Pythagoras, vast troops of souls that form that luminous belt. The route followed by souls, according to Porphyry, or rather their progressive march in the world, lying through the fixed stars and planets, the Mithriac cave not only displayed the zodiacal and other constellations, and marked gates at the four equinoctial and solstitial points of the zodiac, whereat souls enter into and escape from the world of generations, and through which they pass to and fro between the realms of light and darkness, but it represented the 7 planetary spheres which they needs must traverse, in descending from the heaven of the fixed stars to the elements that envelop the earth. And 7 gates were marked, one for each planet, through which they pass, in descending or returning. We learn this from Celsus, in Origen, who says that the symbolical image of this passage among the stars, used in the Mithriac mysteries, was a ladder, reaching from earth to heaven, divided into 7 steps or stages, to each of which was a gate, and at the summit an 8th. That of the fixed stars. The first gate, says Celsus, was that of Saturn, and of lead, by the heavy nature whereof his dull slow progress was symbolized. The second, of tin, was that of Venus, symbolizing her soft splendor and easy flexibility. The third, of brass, was that of Jupiter, emblem of his solidity and dry nature. The fourth, of iron, was that of Mercury, expressing his indefatigable activity and sagacity. The fifth, of copper, was that of Mars, expressive of his inequalities and variable nature. The sixth, of silver, was that of the moon, and the 7th, of gold, that of the sun. This order is not the real order of these planets, but a mysterious one, like that of the days of the week consecrated to them, commencing with Saturday, and retrograding to Sunday. It was dictated, Celsus says, by certain harmonic relations, those of the 4th. Thus there was an intimate connection between the sacred science of the mysteries, and ancient astronomy and physics. And the grand spectacle of the sanctuaries was that of the order of the known universe, or the spectacle of nature itself, surrounding the soul of the initiate, as it surrounded it when it first descended through the planetary gates. And by the equinoctial and solstitial doors, along the Milky Way, to be for the first time immured in its prison house of matter. But the mysteries also represented to the candidate, by sensible symbols, the invisible forces which move this visible universe, and the virtues, qualities, and powers attached to matter, and which maintain the marvelous order observed therein. Of this Porphyry informs us. The world, according to the philosophers of antiquity, was not a purely material and mechanical machine. A great soul, diffused everywhere, vivified all the members of the immense body of the universe. And an intelligence, equally great, directed all its movements, and maintained the eternal harmony that resulted therefrom. Thus the unity of the universe, represented by the symbolic egg, contained in itself two units, the soul and the intelligence, which pervaded all its parts, and they were to the universe, considered as an animated and intelligent being. What intelligence and the soul of life are to the individuality of man? The doctrine of the unity of God, in this sense, was taught by Orpheus. Of this his hymn or palinode is a proof. Fragments of which are quoted by many of the Fathers, as Justin, Tatian, Clemens of Alexandria, Cyril, and Theodoret, and the whole by Eusebius, quoting from Aristobulus. The doctrine of the Logos, Word, or the Noos, intellect, his incarnation, death, resurrection or transfiguration. Of his union with matter, his division in the visible world, which he pervades, his return to the original unity, and the whole theory relative to the origin of the soul and its destiny, were taught in the mysteries, of which they were the great object. The Emperor Julian explains the mysteries of Hades and Cybele by the same metaphysical principles, respecting the demiurgical intelligence, its descent into matter, and its return to its origin, and extends this explanation to those of Ceres. And so likewise does Sallust the philosopher, who admits in God a secondary intelligent force, which descends into the generative matter to organize it. These mystical ideas naturally formed a part of the sacred doctrine and of the ceremonies of initiation, the object of which, Sallust remarks, was to unite man with the world and the deity. And the final term of perfection whereof was, according to Clemens, the contemplation of nature, of real beings, and of causes. The definition of Sallust is correct. The mysteries were practiced as a means of perfecting the soul, of making it to know its own dignity, of reminding it of its noble origin and immortality, and consequently of its relations with the universe and the deity. What was meant by real beings, was invisible beings, genii, the faculties or powers of nature. Everything not a part of the visible world, which was called, by way of opposition, apparent existence. The theory of genii, or powers of nature, and its forces, personified, made part of the sacred science of initiation, and of that religious spectacle of different beings exhibited in the sanctuary. It resulted from that belief in the providence and superintendence of the gods, which was one of the primary bases of initiation. The administration of the universe by subaltern genii, to whom it is confided, and by whom good and evil are dispensed in the world, was a consequence of this dogma, taught in the mysteries of Mithras, where was shown that famous egg, shared between Ormuzd and Ahriman, each of whom commissioned 24 genii to dispense the good and evil found therein. They being under 12 superior gods, 6 on the side of light and good and 6 on that of darkness and evil. This doctrine of the genii, depositaries of the universal providence, was intimately connected with the ancient mysteries, and adopted in the sacrifices and initiations both of Greeks and barbarians. Plutarch says that the gods, by means of genii, who are intermediates between them and men, draw near to mortals in the ceremonies of initiation, at which the gods charge them to assist, and to distribute punishment and blessing. Thus not the deity, but his ministers, or a principle and power of evil, were deemed the authors of vice and sin and suffering, and thus the genii or angels differed in character like men, some being good and some evil. Some celestial gods, archangels, angels, and some infernal gods, demons and fallen angels. At the head of the latter was their chief, Typhon, Ahriman, or Shaitan, the evil principle, who, having wrought disorder in nature, brought troubles on men by land and sea, and caused the greatest ills, is at last punished for his crimes. It was these events and incidents, says Plutarch, which Isis desired to represent in the ceremonial of the mysteries, established by her in memory of her sorrows and wanderings, whereof she exhibited an image and representation in her sanctuaries, where also were afforded encouragements to piety and consolation in misfortune. The dogma of a providence, he says, administering the universe by means of intermediary powers, who maintain the connection of man with the divinity, was consecrated in the mysteries of the Egyptians, Phrygians, and Thracians. Of the Magi and the disciples of Zoroaster. As is plain by their initiations, in which mournful and funereal ceremonies mingled. It was an essential part of the lessons given the initiates, to teach them the relations of their own souls with universal nature, the greatest lessons of all, meant to dignify man in his own eyes, and teach him his place in the universe of things. Thus the whole system of the universe was displayed in all its parts to the eyes of the initiate, and the symbolic cave which represented it was adorned and clothed with all the attributes of that universe. To this world so organized, endowed with a double force, active and passive, divided between light and darkness, moved by a living and intelligent force, governed by genii or angels who preside over its different parts, and whose nature and character are more lofty or low in proportion as they possess a greater or less portion of dark matter, to this world descends the soul, emanation of the ethereal fire, and exiled from the luminous region above the world. It enters into this dark matter, wherein the hostile principles, each seconded by his troops of genii, are ever in conflict, there to submit to one or more organizations in the body which is its prison. Until it shall at last return to its place of origin, its true native country, from which during this life it is in exile. But one thing remained, to represent its return, through the constellations and planetary spheres, to its original home. The celestial fire, the philosophers said, soul of the world and of fire, an universal principle, circulating above the heavens, in a region infinitely pure and wholly luminous, itself pure, simple, and unmixed, is above the world by its specific lightness. If any part of it, say a human soul, descends, it acts against its nature in doing so, urged by an inconsiderate desire of the intelligence, a perfidious love for matter which causes it to descend, to know what passes here below, where good and evil are in conflict. The soul, a simple substance, when unconnected with matter, a ray or particle of the divine fire, whose home is in heaven, ever turns toward that home, while united with the body, and struggles to return thither. Teaching this, the mysteries strove to recall man to his divine origin, and point out to him the means of returning thither. The great science acquired in the mysteries was knowledge of man's self, of the nobleness of his origin, the grandeur of his destiny, and his superiority over the animals, which can never acquire this knowledge, and whom he resembles so long as he does not reflect upon his existence and sound the depths of his own nature. By doing and suffering, by virtue and piety in good deeds, the soul was enabled at length to free itself from the body, and ascend along the path of the Milky Way, by the gate of Capricorn and by the seven spheres, to the place whence by many gradations and successive lapses and enthrallments it had descended. And thus the theory of the spheres, and of the signs and intelligences which preside there, and the whole system of astronomy, were connected with that of the soul and its destiny. And so were taught in the mysteries, in which were developed the great principles of physics and metaphysics as to the origin of the soul, its condition here below, its destination, and its future fate. The Greeks fixed the date of the establishment of the mysteries of Eleusis at the year 1423 BC, during the reign of Erechteus at Athens. According to some authors, they were instituted by Ceres herself. And according to others, by that monarch, who brought them from Egypt, where, according to Diodorus of Sicily, he was born. Another tradition was, that Orpheus introduced them into Greece, together with the Dionysiac ceremonies, copying the latter from the mysteries of Osiris, and the former from those of Isis. Nor was it at Athens only, that the worship and mysteries of Isis, metamorphosed into Ceres, were established. The Boeotians worshipped the great or Kabiric Ceres, in the recesses of a sacred grove, into which none but initiates could enter. And the ceremonies there observed, and the sacred traditions of their mysteries, were connected with those of the Cabri in Samothrace. So in Argos, Phocis, Arcadia, Achaia, Messenia, Corinth, and many other parts of Greece, the mysteries were practiced, revealing everywhere their Egyptian origin and everywhere having the same general features. But those of Eleusis, in Attica, Pausanias informs us, had been regarded by the Greeks, from the earliest times, as being as far superior to all the others, as the gods are to mere heroes. Similar to these were the mysteries of Bona Dea, the good goddess, whose name, say Cicero and Plutarch, it was not permitted to any man to know, celebrated at Rome from the earliest times of that city. It was these mysteries, practiced by women alone, the secrecy of which was impiously violated by Clodius. They were held at the calends of May, and, according to Plutarch, much of the ceremonial greatly resembled that of the mysteries of Bakshos. The mysteries of Venus and Adonis belonged principally to Syria and Phoenicia, whence they passed into Greece and Sicily. Venus or Astarte was the great female deity of the Phoenicians, as Hercules, Melkarth or Adoni was their chief god. Adoni, called by the Greeks Adonis, was the lover of Venus. Slain by a wound in the thigh inflicted by a wild boar in the chase, the flower called anemone sprang from his blood. Venus received the corpse and obtained from Jupiter the boon that her lover should thereafter pass 6 months of each year with her, and the other 6 in the shades with Proserpine. An allegorical description of the alternate residence of the sun in the 2 hemispheres. In these mysteries his death was represented and mourned, and after this maceration and mourning were concluded, his resurrection and ascent to heaven were announced. Ezekiel speaks of the festivals of Adonis under the name of those of Tammuz, an Assyrian deity, whom every year the women mourned, seated at the doors of their dwellings. These mysteries, like the others, were celebrated in the spring, at the vernal equinox, when he was restored to life, at which time, when they were instituted, the sun, Aidioan, Lord, or Master, was in the sign Taurus, the domicile of Venus. He was represented with horns, and the hymn of Orpheus in his honor styles him, the 2-horned god, as in Argos Bakshos was represented with the feet of a bull. Plutarch says that Adonis and Bakshos were regarded as one and the same deity. And that this opinion was founded on the great similarity in very many respects between the mysteries of these 2 gods. The mysteries of Bakshos were known as the Sabazian, Orphic, and Dionysiac festivals. They went back to the remotest antiquity among the Greeks, and were attributed by some to Bakshos himself, and by others to Orpheus. The resemblance in ceremonial between the observances established in honor of Osiris in Egypt, and those in honor of Bakshos in Greece, the mythological traditions of the 2 gods, and the symbols used in the festivals of each, amply prove their identity. Neither the name of Bakshos, nor the word orgies applied to his feasts, nor the sacred words used in his mysteries, are Greek, but of foreign origin. Bakshos was an oriental deity, worshipped in the East, and his orgies celebrated there, long before the Greeks adopted them. In the earliest times he was worshipped in India, Arabia, and Bactria. He was honored in Greece with public festivals, and in simple or complicated mysteries, varying in ceremonial in various places, as was natural, because his worship had come thither from different countries and at different periods. The people who celebrated the complicated mysteries were ignorant of the meaning of many words which they used, and of many emblems which they revered. In the Sabazian feasts, for example, from Sabazus, an oriental name of this deity, the words Evioa, Saboi, were used, which are in no wise Greek. And a serpent of gold was thrown into the bosom of the initiate, in allusion to the fable that Jupiter had, in the form of a serpent, had connection with Proserpina, and begotten Bakshos, the bull. Whence the enigmatical saying, repeated to the initiates, that a bull engendered a dragon or serpent, and the serpent in turn engendered the bull, who became Bakshos, the meaning of which was, that the bull, Taurus, which then opened the vernal equinox, and the sun in which sign, figuratively represented by the sign itself, was Bakshos, Dionysos, Sabazus, Osiris, etc. And the serpent, another constellation, occupied such relative positions in the heavens, that when one rose the other set, and vice versa. The serpent was a familiar symbol in the mysteries of Bakshos. The initiates grasped them with their hands, as Orpheus does on the celestial globe, and the Orpheotolestes, or purifier of candidates did the same, crying. As Demosthenes taunted Aeschines with doing in public at the head of the women whom his mother was to imitate, Evioa, Saboi, Hyesatt, Hyes. The initiates in these mysteries had preserved the ritual and ceremonies that accorded with the simplicity of the earliest ages, and the manners of the first men. The rules of Pythagoras were followed there. Like the Egyptians, who held wool unclean, they buried no initiate in woolen garments. They abstained from bloody sacrifices, and lived on fruits or vegetables or inanimate things. They imitated the life of the contemplative sects of the Orient, thus approximating to the tranquility of the first men, who lived exempt from trouble and crimes in the bosom of a profound peace. One of the most precious advantages promised by their initiation was, to put a man in communion with the gods, by purifying his soul of all the passions that interfere with that enjoyment, and dim the rays of divine light that are communicated to every soul capable of receiving them, and that imitate their purity. One of the degrees of initiation was the state of inspiration to which the adepts were claimed to attain. The initiates in the mysteries of the Lamb, at Papusa, in Phrygia, professed to be inspired, and prophesied. And it was claimed that the soul, by means of these religious ceremonies, purified of all stain, could see the gods in this life, and certainly, in all cases, after death. The sacred gates of the temple, where the ceremonies of initiation were performed, were opened but once in each year, and no stranger was ever allowed to enter it. Night threw her veil over these august mysteries, which could be revealed to no one. There the sufferings of Bakshos were represented, who, like Osiris, died, descended to hell and rose to life again, and raw flesh was distributed to the initiates, which each ate, in memory of the death of the deity, torn in pieces by the Titans. These mysteries also were celebrated at the vernal equinox, and the emblem of generation, to express the active energy and generative power of the divinity, was a principal symbol. The initiates wore garlands and crowns of myrtle and laurel. In these mysteries, the aspirant was kept in terror and darkness to perform the 3 days and nights, and was then made, Greek, A alpha upsilon iota sigma mu omicron, or ceremony representing the death of Bakshos, the same mythological personage with Osiris. This was effected by confining him in a close cell, that he might seriously reflect, in solitude and darkness, on the business he was engaged in, and his mind be prepared for the reception of the sublime and mysterious truths of primitive revelation and philosophy. This was a symbolic death, the deliverance from it, regeneration, after which he was called, Greek, delta iota upsilon eta, or twin-born. While confined in the cell, the pursuit of Typhon after the mangled body of Osiris, and the search of Rhea or Isis for the same, were enacted in his hearing, the initiated crying aloud the names of that deity derived from the Sanskrit. Then it was announced that the body was found, and the aspirant was liberated amid shouts of joy and exultation. Then he passed through a representation of Hell and Elysium. Then, said an ancient writer, they are entertained with hymns and dances, with the sublime doctrines of sacred knowledge, and with wonderful and holy visions. And now become perfect and initiated, they are free, and no longer under restraint. But, crowned and triumphant, they walk up and down the regions of the blessed, converse with pure and holy men, and celebrate the sacred mysteries at pleasure. They were taught the nature and objects of the mysteries, and the means of making themselves known, and received the name of epochs, were fully instructed in the nature and attributes of the divinity, and the doctrine of a future state, and made acquainted with the unity and attributes of the grand architect of the universe, and the true meaning of the fables in regard to the gods of paganism, the great truth being often proclaimed, that Zeus is the primitive source of all things. There is one God, one power, and one rule over all. And after full explanation of the many symbols and emblems that surrounded them, they were dismissed with the barbarous words, Greek, kappa omicron gamma xi, and, Greek, omicron mu pi alpha xi, corruptions of the Sanskrit words, kanska am paksha. Meaning, object of our wishes, God, silence, or worship the deity in silence. Among the emblems used was the rod of Bakshos, which once, it was said, he cast on the ground, and it became a serpent. And at another time he struck the rivers Orontes and Hydaspes with it, and the waters receded and he passed over dry shod. Water was obtained, during the ceremonies, by striking a rock with it. The Bakshi crowned their heads with serpents, carried them in vases and baskets, and at the Greek, epsilon upsilon rho eta sigma iota, or finding, of the body of Osiris, cast one, alive, into the aspirant's bosom. The mysteries of Hades in Phrygia, and those of Cybele his mistress, like their worship, much resembled those of Adonis and Bakshos, Osiris and Isis. Their Asiatic origin is universally admitted, and was with great plausibility claimed by Phrygia, which contested the palm of antiquity with Egypt. They, more than any other people, mingled allegory with their religious worship, and were great inventors of fables, and their sacred traditions as to Cybele and Hades, whom all admit to be Phrygian gods, were very various. In all, as we learn from Julius Firmicus, they represented by allegory the phenomena of nature, and the succession of physical facts, under the veil of a marvelous history. Their feasts occurred at the equinoxes, commencing with lamentation, mourning, groans, and pitiful cries for the death of Hades, and ending with rejoicings at his restoration to life. We shall not recite the different versions of the legend of Hades and Cybele, given by Julius Firmicus, Diodorus, Arnobius, Lactantius, Servius, Saint Augustine, and Pausanias. It is enough to say that it is in substance this, that Cybele, a Phrygian princess, who invented musical instruments and dances, was enamored of Hades, a youth. That either he in a fit of frenzy mutilated himself or was mutilated by her in a paroxysm of jealousy, that he died, and afterward, like Adonis, was restored to life. It is the Phoenician fiction as to the sun god, expressed in other terms, under other forms, and with other names. Cybele was worshipped in Syria, under the name of Rhea. Lucian says that the Lydian Hades there established her worship and built her temple. The name of Rhea is also found in the ancient cosmogony of the Phoenicians by Sanchoniathon. It was Hades the Lydian, says Lucian, who, having been mutilated, first established the mysteries of Rhea, and taught the Phrygians, the Lydians, and the people of Samothrace to celebrate them. Rhea, like Cybele, was represented drawn by lions, bearing a drum, and crowned with flowers. According to Varro, Cybele represented the earth. She partook of the characteristics of Minerva, Venus, the moon, Diana, Nemesis, and the Furies. Was clad in precious stones, and her high priest wore a robe of purple and a tiara of gold. The grand feast of the Syrian goddess, like that of the mother of the gods at Rome, was celebrated at the vernal equinox. Precisely at that equinox the mysteries of Hades were celebrated, in which the initiates were taught to expect the rewards of a future life, and the flight of Hades from the jealous fury of Cybele was described. His concealment in the mountains and in a cave, and his self-mutilation in a fit of delirium. In which act his priests imitated him. The feast of the Passion of Hades continued 3 days, the first of which was passed in mourning and tears, to which afterward clamorous rejoicings succeeded. By which, Macrobius says, the sun was adored under the name of Hades. The ceremonies were all allegorical, some of which, according to the Emperor Julian, could be explained, but more remained covered with the veil of mystery. Thus it is that symbols outlast their explanations, as many have done in Masonry, and ignorance and rashness substitute new ones. In another legend, given by Pausanias, Hades dies, wounded like Adonis by a wild boar in the organs of generation. A mutilation with which all the legends ended. The pine tree under which he was said to have died, was sacred to him, and was found upon many monuments, with a bull and a ram near it. One the sign of exaltation of the sun, and the other of that of the moon. The worship of the sun under the name of Mithras belonged to Persia, whence that name came, as did the erudite symbols of that worship. The Persians, adorers of fire, regarded the sun as the most brilliant abode of the fecundating energy of that element, which gives life to the earth, and circulates in every part of the universe, of which it is, as it were, the soul. This worship passed from Persia into Armenia, Cappadocia, and Cilicia, long before it was known at Rome. The mysteries of Mithras flourished more than any others in the imperial city. The worship of Mithras commenced to prevail there under Trajan. Hadrian prohibited these mysteries, on account of the cruel scenes represented in their ceremonial, for human victims were immolated therein, and the events of futurity looked for in their palpitating entrails. They reappeared in greater splendor than ever under Commodus, who with his own hand sacrificed a victim to Mithras, and they were still more practiced under Constantine and his successors. When the priests of Mithras were found everywhere in the Roman Empire, and the monuments of his worship appeared even in Britain. Caves were consecrated to Mithras, in which were collected a multitude of astronomical emblems, and cruel tests were required of the initiates. The Persians built no temples, but worshipped upon the summits of hills, in enclosures of unhewn stones. They abominated images, and made the sun and fire emblems of the deity. The Jews borrowed this from them, and represented God as appearing to Abraham in a flame of fire, and to Moses as a fire at Horeb and on Sinai. With the Persians, Mithras, typified in the sun, was the invisible deity, the parent of the universe, the mediator. In Zoroaster's cave of initiation, the sun and planets were represented overhead, in gems and gold, as also was the zodiac. The sun appeared emerging from the back of Taurus. 3 great pillars, eternity, fecundity, and authority, supported the roof, and the whole was an emblem of the universe. Zoroaster, like Moses, claimed to have conversed face to face, as man, with the deity, and to have received from him a system of pure worship, to be communicated only to the virtuous, and those who would devote themselves to the study of philosophy. His fame spread over the world, and pupils came to him from every country. Even Pythagoras was his scholar. After his novitiate, the candidate entered the cavern of initiation, and was received on the point of a sword presented to his naked left breast, by which he was slightly wounded. Being crowned with olive, anointed with balsam of benzoin, and otherwise prepared, he was purified with fire and water, and went through 7 stages of initiation. The symbol of these stages was a high ladder with 7 rounds or steps. In them, he went through many fearful trials, in which darkness displayed a principal part. He saw a representation of the wicked in Hades, and finally emerged from darkness into light. Received in a place representing Elysium, in the brilliant assembly of the initiated, where the Archimagus presided, robed in blue, he assumed the obligations of secrecy, and was entrusted with the sacred words, of which the ineffable name of God was the chief. Then all the incidents of his initiation were explained to him. He was taught that these ceremonies brought him nearer the deity, and that he should adore the consecrated fire, the gift of that deity in his visible residence. He was taught the sacred characters known only to the initiated, and instructed in regard to the creation of the world, and the true philosophical meaning of the vulgar mythology, and especially of the legend of Ormuzd and Ahriman, and the symbolic meaning of the 6 amphispans created by the former, Bahman, the lord of light, Artabiest, the genius of fire, Sharivar, the lord of splendor and metals, Stepandamad, the source of fruitfulness, Kordad, the genius of water and time, and Amardad, the protector of the vegetable world, and the prime cause of growth. And finally he was taught the true nature of the Supreme Being, creator of Ormuzd and Ahriman, the absolute first cause, styled Zeruin Akarin. In the Mithriac initiation were several degrees. The first, Tertullian says, was that of soldier of Mithras. The ceremony of reception consisted in presenting the candidate a crown, supported by a sword. It was placed near his head, and he repelled it, saying, "Mithras is my crown." Then he was declared the soldier of Mithras, and had the right to call the other initiates fellow soldiers or companions in arms. Hence the title companions in the Royal Arch degree of the American Rite. Then he passed, Porphyry says, through the degree of the Lion, the constellation Leo, domicile of the sun and symbol of Mithras, found on his monuments. These ceremonies were termed at Rome Leontic and Heliac. And Coratia or Hierocoratia, of the raven, a bird consecrated to the sun, and a sign placed in the heavens below the lion, with the hydra, and also appearing on the Mithriac monuments. Thence he passed to a higher degree, where the initiates were called Perses and children of the sun. Above them were the fathers, whose chief or patriarch was styled Father of Fathers or Pater Patratus. The initiates also bore the title of eagles and hawks, birds consecrated to the sun in Egypt, the former sacred to the god Mendes, and the latter the emblem of the sun and royalty. The little island of Samothrace was long the depositary of certain august mysteries, and many went thither from all parts of Greece to be initiated. It was said to have been settled by the ancient Pelasgi, early Asiatic colonists in Greece. The gods adored in the mysteries of this island were termed kabri, an oriental word, from kabar, great. Varro calls the gods of Samothrace, potent gods. In Arabic, Venus is called kabar. Varro says that the great deities whose mysteries were practiced there, were heaven and earth. These were but symbols of the active and passive powers or principles of universal generation. The two twins, Castor and Pollux, or the Dioscuri, were also called the gods of Samothrace. And the Scholiast of Apollonius, citing Nasius, gives the names of Ceres, Proserpine, Pluto, and Mercury, as the four Kabiric divinities worshipped at Samothrace, as Axieros, Axiocersa, Axiocersus, and Casmillus. Mercury was, there as everywhere, the minister and messenger of the gods. And the young servitors of the altars and the children employed in the temples were called Mercuries or Casmilli, as they were in Tuscany, by the Etrusci and Pelasgi, who worshipped the great gods. Tarquin the Etruscan was an initiate of the mysteries of Samothrace, and Etruria had its Cabri as Samothrace had. For the worship of the Cabri spread from that island into Etruria, Phrygia, and Asia Minor, and it probably came from Phoenicia into Samothrace, for the Cabri are mentioned by Sanchoniathon. And the word Kabar belongs to the Hebrew, Phoenician, and Arabic languages. The Dioscuri, tutelary deities of navigation, with Venus, were invoked in the mysteries of Samothrace. The constellation Auriga, or Phaeton, was also honored there with imposing ceremonies. Upon the Argonautic expedition, Orpheus, an initiate of these mysteries, a storm arising, counseled his companions to put into Samothrace. They did so, the storm ceased, and they were initiated into the mysteries there, and sailed again with the assurance of a fortunate voyage, under the auspices of the Dioscuri, patrons of sailors and navigation. But much more than that was promised the initiates. The Hierophants of Samothrace made something infinitely greater to be the object of their initiations, to wit, the consecration of men to the deity, by pledging them to virtue. And the assurance of those rewards which the justice of the gods reserves for initiates after death. This, above all else, made these ceremonies august, and inspired everywhere so great a respect for them, and so great a desire to be admitted to them. That originally caused the island to be styled sacred. It was respected by all nations. The Romans, when masters of the world, left it its liberty and laws. It was an asylum for the unfortunate, and a sanctuary inviolable. Their men were absolved of the crime of homicide, if not committed in a temple. Children of tender age were initiated there, and invested with the sacred robe, the purple cincture, and the crown of olive, and seated upon a throne, like other initiates. In the ceremonies was represented the death of the youngest of the Cabri, slain by his brothers, who fled into Etruria, carrying with them the chest or ark that contained his genitals, and there the phallus and the sacred ark were adored. Herodotus says that the Samothracian initiates understood the object and origin of this reverence paid the phallus, and why it was exhibited in the mysteries. Clemens of Alexandria says that the Cabri taught the Tuscans to revere it. It was consecrated at Heliopolis in Syria, where the mysteries of a divinity having many points of resemblance with Hades and Cybele were represented. The Pelasgi connected it with Mercury, and it appears on the monuments of Mithras. Always and everywhere a symbol of the life-giving power of the sun at the vernal equinox. In the Indian mysteries, as the candidate made his 3 circuits, he paused each time he reached the south, and said, "I copy the example of the sun, and follow his beneficent course." Blue Masonry has retained the circuits, but has utterly lost the explanation. Which is, that in the mysteries the candidate invariably represented the sun, descending southward toward the reign of the evil principle, Ahriman, Seba, or Typhon, darkness and winter. There figuratively to be slain, and after a few days to rise again from the dead, and commence to ascend to the northward. Then the death of Sita was bewailed. Or that of Kama, slain by Iswara, and committed to the waves on a chest, like Osiris and Bacchus, during which the candidate was terrified by phantoms and horrid noises. Then he was made to personify Vishnu, and perform his avatars, or labors. In the first 2 he was taught in allegories the legend of the deluge, In the first he took 3 steps at right angles, representing the 3 huge steps taken by Vishnu in that avatar. And hence the 3 steps in the master's degree ending at right angles. The 9 avatars finished, he was taught the necessity of faith, as superior to sacrifices, acts of charity, or mortifications of the flesh. Then he was admonished against 5 crimes, and took a solemn obligation never to commit them. He was then introduced into a representation of paradise. The company of the members of the order, magnificently arrayed, and the altar with a fire blazing upon it, as an emblem of the deity. Then a new name was given him, and he was invested in a white robe and tiara, and received the signs, tokens, and lectures. A cross was marked on his forehead, and an inverted level, or the Tau cross, on his breast. He received the sacred cord, and divers amulets or talismans, and was then invested with the sacred word or sublime name, known only to the initiated, the triliteral Aum. Then the multitude of emblems was explained to the candidate. The arcana of science hidden under them, and the different virtues of which the mythological figures were mere personifications. And he thus learned the meaning of those symbols, which, to the uninitiated, were but a maze of unintelligible figures. The 3rd degree was a life of seclusion, after the initiate's children were capable of providing for themselves, passed in the forest, in the practice of prayers and ablutions, and living only on vegetables. He was then said to be born again. The 4th was absolute renunciation of the world, self-contemplation and self-torture, by which perfection was thought to be attained, and the soul merged in the deity. In the 2nd degree, the initiate was taught the unity of the Godhead, the happiness of the patriarchs, the destruction by the deluge, the depravity of the heart, and the necessity of a mediator, the instability of life. The final destruction of all created things, and the restoration of the world in a more perfect form. They inculcated the eternity of the soul, explained the meaning of the doctrine of the metempsychosis, and held the doctrine of a state of future rewards and punishments, and they also earnestly urged that sins could only be atoned for by repentance, reformation, and voluntary penance, and not by mere ceremonies and sacrifices. The mysteries among the Chinese and Japanese came from India, and were founded on the same principles and with similar rites. The word given to the new initiate was omitofo, in which we recognize the original name Aum, coupled at a much later time with that of Fo, the Indian Buddha, to show that he was the great deity himself. The equilateral triangle was one of their symbols, and so was the mystical Y, both alluding to the triune God, and the latter being the ineffable name of the deity. A ring supported by 2 serpents was emblematical of the world, protected by the power and wisdom of the Creator, and that is the origin of the 2 parallel lines, into which time has changed the 2 serpents, that support the circle in our lodges. Among the Japanese, the term of probation for the highest degree was 20 years. The main features of the Druidical mysteries resembled those of the Orient. The ceremonies commenced with a hymn to the sun. The candidates were arranged in ranks of 3s, 5s, and 7s, according to their qualifications, and conducted 9 times around the sanctuary, from east to west. The candidate underwent many trials, one of which had direct reference to the legend of Osiris. He was placed in a boat, and sent out to sea alone, having to rely on his own skill and presence of mind to reach the opposite shore safety. The death of Hu was represented in his hearing, with external mark of sorrow, while he was in utter darkness. He met with many obstacles, had to prove his courage, and expose his life against armed enemies. Represented various animals, and at last, attaining the permanent light, he was instructed by the archdruid in regard to the mysteries, and in the morality of the order, incited to act bravely in war. Taught the great truths of the immortality of the soul and a future state, solemnly enjoined not to neglect the worship of the deity, nor the practice of rigid morality, and to avoid sloth, contention, and folly. The aspirant attained only the exoteric knowledge in the first 2 degrees. The 3rd was attained only by a few, and they persons of rank and consequence, and after long purification, and study of all the arts and sciences known to the Druids, in solitude, for 9 months. This was the symbolical death and burial of these mysteries. The dangerous voyage upon the actual open sea, in a small boat covered with a skin, on the evening of the 29th of April, was the last trial, and closing scene, of initiation. If he declined this trial, he was dismissed with contempt. If he made it and succeeded, he was termed thrice-born, was eligible to all the dignities of the state, and received complete instruction in the philosophical and religious doctrines of the Druids. The Greeks also styled the Greek, epsilon pi omicron pi tau eta, tau rho iota gamma omicron nu omicron, thrice-born, and in India perfection was assigned to the yogi who had accomplished many births. The general features of the initiations among the Goths were the same as in all the mysteries. A long probation, of fasting and mortification, circular processions, representing the march of the celestial bodies, many fearful tests and trials, a descent into the infernal regions, the killing of the god Balder by the evil principle, Locke. The placing of his body in a boat and sending it abroad upon the waters. And, in short, the Eastern legend, under different names, and with some variations. The Egyptian Anubis appeared there, as the dog guarding the gates of death. The candidate was immured in the representation of a tomb. And when released, goes in search of the body of Balder, and finds him, at length, restored to life, and seated upon a throne. He was obligated upon a naked sword, as is still the custom in the Rite moderne, and sealed his obligation by drinking mead out of a human skull. Then all the ancient primitive truths were made known to him, so far as they had survived the assaults of time, and he was informed as to the generation of the gods, the creation of the world, the deluge, and the resurrection. Of which that of Balder was a type. He was marked with the sign of the cross, and a ring was given to him as a symbol of the divine protection, and also as an emblem of perfection, from which comes the custom of giving a ring to the aspirant in the 14th degree. The point within a circle, and the cube, emblem of Odin, were explained to him. And lastly, the nature of the supreme God, the author of everything that existeth, the eternal, the ancient, the living and awful being, the searcher into concealed things, the being that never changeth. With whom Odin the conqueror was by the vulgar confounded, and the triune God of the Indians was reproduced, as Odin, the Almighty Father, Phrea, Rhea or Free, his wife, emblem of universal matter, and Thor his son, the mediator. Here we recognize Osiris, Isis, and Hor or Horus. Around the head of Thor, as if to show his eastern origin, 12 stars were arranged in a circle. He was also taught the ultimate destruction of the world, and the rising of a new one, in which the brave and virtuous shall enjoy everlasting happiness and delight, as the means of securing which happy fortune. He was taught to practice the strictest morality and virtue. The initiate was prepared to receive the great lessons of all the mysteries, by long trials, or by abstinence and chastity. For many days he was required to fast and be continent, and to drink liquids calculated to diminish his passions and keep him chaste. Ablutions were also required, symbolical of the purity necessary to enable the soul to escape from its bondage in matter. Sacred baths and preparatory baptisms were used, lustrations, immersions, lustral sprinklings, and purifications of every kind. At Athens they bathed in the Ilissus, which thence became a sacred river. And before entering the temple of Eleusis, all were required to wash their hands in a vase of lustral water placed near the entrance. Clean hands and a pure heart were required of the candidates. Apuleius bathed 7 times in the sea, symbolical of the 7 spheres through which the soul must reascend, and the Hindus must bathe in the sacred river Ganges. Clemens of Alexandria cites a passage of Menander, who speaks of a purification by sprinkling 3 times with salt and water. Sulfur, resin, and the laurel also served for purification, as did air, earth, water, and fire. The initiates at Heliopolis, in Syria, says Lucian, sacrificed the sacred lamb, symbol of Ares, then the sign of the vernal equinox, ate his flesh, as the Israelites did at the Passover. And then touched his head and feet to theirs, and knelt upon the fleece. Then they bathed in warm water, drank of the same, and slept upon the ground. There was a distinction between the lesser and greater mysteries. One must have been for some years admitted to the former before he could receive the latter, which were but a preparation for them, the vestibule of the temple, of which those of Eleusis were the sanctuary. There, in the lesser mysteries, they were prepared to receive the holy truths taught in the greater. The initiates in the lesser were called simply mysts, or initiates, but those in the greater, epops, or seers. An ancient poet says that the former were an imperfect shadow of the latter, as sleep is of death. After admission to the former, the initiate was taught lessons of morality, and the rudiments of the sacred science, the most sublime and secret part of which was reserved for the epopt, who saw the truth in its nakedness. While the mysts only viewed it through a veil and under emblems fitter to excite than to satisfy his curiosity. Before communicating the first secrets and primary dogmas of initiation, the priests required the candidate to take a fearful oath never to divulge the secrets. Then he made his vows, prayers, and sacrifices to the gods. The skins of the victims consecrated to Jupiter were spread on the ground, and he was made to set his feet upon them. He was then taught some enigmatic formulas, as answers to questions, by which to make himself known. He was then enthroned, invested with a purple cincture, and crowned with flowers, or branches of palm or olive. We do not certainly know the time that was required to elapse between the admission to the lesser and greater mysteries of Eleusis. Most writers fix it at 5 years. It was a singular mark of favor when Demetrius was made mysts and epopt in one and the same ceremony. When at length admitted to the degree of perfection, the initiate was brought face to face with entire nature, and learned that the soul was the whole of man, that earth was but his place of exile, that heaven was his native country. That for the soul to be born is really to die, and that death was for it the return to a new life. Then he entered the sanctuary, but he did not receive the whole instruction at once. It continued through several years. There were, as it were, many apartments, through which he advanced by degrees, and between which thick veils intervened. There were statues and paintings, says Proclus, in the inmost sanctuary, showing the forms assumed by the gods. Finally the last veil fell, the sacred covering dropped from the image of the goddess, and she stood revealed in all her splendor. Surrounded by a divine light, which, filling the whole sanctuary, dazzled the eyes and penetrated the soul of the initiate. Thus is symbolized the final revelation of the true doctrine as to the nature of deity and of the soul, and of the relations of each to matter. This was preceded by frightful scenes, alternations of fear and joy, of light and darkness. By glittering lightning and the crash of thunder, and apparitions of specters, or magical illusions, impressing at once the eyes and ears. This Claudian describes, in his poem on the rape of Proserpine, where he alludes to what passed in her mysteries. The temple is shaken, he cries, fiercely gleams the lightning, by which the deity announces his presence. Earth trembles. And a terrible noise is heard in the midst of these terrors. The temple of the son of Cecrops resounds with long-continued roars, Eleusis uplifts her sacred torches, the serpents of Triptolemus are heard to hiss, and fearful Hecate appears afar. The celebration of the Greek mysteries continued, according to the better opinion, for 9 days. On the first the initiates met. It was the day of the full moon, of the month Bodromion. When the moon was full at the end of the sign Aries, near the Pleiades and the place of her exaltation in Taurus. The second day there was a procession to the sea, for purification by bathing. The third was occupied with offerings, expiatory sacrifices, and other religious rites, such as fasting, mourning, continence, etc. A mullet was immolated, and offerings of grain and living animals made. On the fourth they carried in procession the mystic wreath of flowers, representing that which Proserpine dropped when seized by Pluto, and the crown of Ariadne in the heavens. It was borne on a triumphal car drawn by oxen. And women followed bearing mystic chests or boxes, wrapped with purple cloths, containing grains of sesame, pyramidal biscuits, salt, pomegranates, and the mysterious serpent, and perhaps the mystic phallus. On the fifth was the superb procession of torches, commemorative of the search for Proserpine by Ceres, the initiates marching by trios, and each bearing a torch, while at the head of the procession marched the Didukos. The sixth was consecrated to Iacchos, the young light god, son of Ceres, reared in the sanctuaries and bearing the torch of the sun god. The chorus in Aristophanes terms him the luminous star that lights the nocturnal initiation. He was brought from the sanctuary, his head crowned with myrtle, and borne from the gate of the Ceramicus to Eleusis, along the sacred way, amid dances, sacred songs, every mark of joy, and mystic cries of Iacchos. On the 7th there were gymnastic exercises and combats, the victors in which were crowned and rewarded. On the 8th was the feast of Aesculapius. On the 9th the famous libation was made for the souls of the departed. The priests, according to Athenaeus, filled 2 vases, placed one in the east and one in the west, toward the gates of day and night, and overturned them, pronouncing a formula of mysterious prayers. Thus they invoked light and darkness, the 2 great principles of nature. During all these days no one could be arrested, nor any suit brought, on pain of death, or at least a heavy fine, and no one was allowed, by the display of unusual wealth or magnificence, to endeavor to rival this sacred pomp. Everything was for religion. Such were the mysteries, and such the old thought, as in scattered and widely separated fragments it has come down to us. The human mind still speculates upon the great mysteries of nature, and still finds its ideas anticipated by the ancients, whose profoundest thoughts are to be looked for, not in their philosophies, but in their symbols, by which they endeavored to express the great ideas that vainly struggled for utterance in words, as they viewed the great circle of phenomena, birth, life, death, or decomposition, and new life out of death and rottenness. To them the greatest of mysteries. Remember, while you study their symbols, that they had a profounder sense of these wonders than we have. To them the transformations of the worm were a greater wonder than the stars, and hence the poor dumb scarabaeus or beetle was sacred to them. Thus their faiths are condensed into symbols or expanded into allegories, which they understood, but were not always able to explain in language, for there are thoughts and ideas which no language ever spoken by man has words to express. 25. Night of the Brazen Serpent. This degree is both philosophical and moral. While it teaches the necessity of reformation as well as repentance, as a means of obtaining mercy and forgiveness, it is also devoted to an explanation of the symbols of Masonry, and especially to those which are connected with that ancient and universal legend, of which that of Kiroem Abi is but a variation. That legend which, representing a murder or a death, and a restoration to life, by a drama in which figure Osiris, Isis and Horus, Hades and Cybele, Adonis and Venus, the Cabiri, Dionysos, and many another representative of the active and passive powers of nature, taught the initiates in the mysteries that the rule of evil and darkness is but temporary, and that of light and good will be eternal. Maimonides says, in the days of Enos, the son of Seth, men fell into grievous errors, and even Enos himself partook of their infatuation. Their language was, that since God has placed on high the heavenly bodies, and used them as his ministers, it was evidently his will that they should receive from man the same veneration as the servants of a great prince justly claim from the subject multitude. Impressed with this notion, they began to build temples to the stars, to sacrifice to them, and to worship them, in the vain expectation that they should thus please the Creator of all things. At first, indeed, they did not suppose the stars to be the only deities, but adored in conjunction with them the Lord God Omnipotent. In process of time, however, that great and venerable name was totally forgotten, and the whole human race retained no other religion than the idolatrous worship of the host of heaven. The first learning in the world consisted chiefly in symbols. The wisdom of the Chaldeans, Phoenicians, Egyptians, Jews, of Zoroaster, Sanchoniathon, Pharisaids, Cyrus, Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, of all the ancients, that is come to our hand, is symbolic. It was the mode, says Soranus on Plato's Symposium, of the ancient philosophers, to represent truth by certain symbols and hidden images. All that can be said concerning the gods, says Strabo, must be by the exposition of old opinions and fables, it being the custom of the ancients to wrap up in enigma and allegory their thoughts and discourses concerning nature, which are therefore not easily explained. As you learned in the 24th degree, my brother, the ancient philosophers regarded the soul of man as having had its origin in heaven. That was, Macrobius says, a settled opinion among them all. And they held it to be the only true wisdom, for the soul, while united with the body, to look ever toward its source, and strive to return to the place whence it came. Among the fixed stars it dwelt, until, seduced by the desire of animating a body, it descended to be imprisoned in matter. Thenceforward it has no other resource than recollection, and is ever attracted toward its birthplace and home. The means of return are to be sought for in itself. To reascend to its source, it must do and suffer in the body. Thus the mysteries taught the great doctrine of the divine nature and longings after immortality of the soul, of the nobility of its origin, the grandeur of its destiny, its superiority over the animals who have no aspirations heavenward. If they struggled in vain to express its nature, by comparing it to fire and light, if they erred as to its original place of abode, and the mode of its descent, and the path which, descending and ascending, it pursued among the stars and spheres. These were the accessories of the great truth, and mere allegories designed to make the idea more impressive, and, as it were, tangible, to the human mind. Let us, in order to understand this old thought, first follow the soul in its descent. The sphere or heaven of the fixed stars was that holy region, and those Elysian fields, that were the native domicile of souls, and the place to which they reascended, when they had recovered their primitive purity and simplicity. From that luminous region the soul set forth, when it journeyed toward the body, a destination which it did not reach until it had undergone 3 degradations, designated by the name of deaths. And until it had passed through the several spheres and the elements. All souls remained in possession of heaven and of happiness, so long as they were wise enough to avoid the contagion of the body, and to keep themselves from any contact with matter. But those who, from that lofty abode, where they were lapped in eternal light, have looked longingly toward the body, and toward that which we here below call life, but which is to the soul a real death. And who have conceived for it a secret desire, those souls, victims of their concupiscence, are attracted by degrees toward the inferior regions of the world, by the mere weight of thought and of that terrestrial desire. The soul, perfectly incorporeal, does not at once invest itself with the gross envelope of the body, but little, by successive and insensible alterations. And in proportion as it removes further and further from the simple and perfect substance in which it dwelt at first. It first surrounds itself with a body composed of the substance of the stars, and afterward, as it descends through the several spheres, with ethereal matter more and more gross, thus by degrees descending to an earthly body. And its number of degradations or deaths being the same as that of the spheres which it traverses. The galaxy, Macrobius says, crosses the zodiac in 2 opposite points, Cancer and Capricorn, the tropical points in the sun's course, ordinarily called the gates of the sun. These 2 tropics, before his time, corresponded with those constellations, but in his day with Gemini and Sagittarius, in consequence of the precession of the equinoxes, but the signs of the zodiac remained unchanged. And the Milky Way crossed at the signs Cancer and Capricorn, though not at those constellations. Through these gates souls were supposed to descend to earth and reascend to heaven. One, Macrobius says, in his dream of Scipio, was styled the gate of men, and the other, the gate of the gods. Cancer was the former, because souls descended by it to the earth. And Capricorn the latter, because by it they reascended to their seats of immortality, and became gods. From the Milky Way, according to Pythagoras, diverged the route to the dominions of Pluto. Until they left the galaxy, they were not deemed to have commenced to descend toward the terrestrial bodies. From that they departed, and to that they returned. Until they reached the sign Cancer, they had not left it, and were still gods. When they reached Leo, they commenced their apprenticeship for their future condition, and when they were at Aquarius, the sign opposite Leo, they were furthest removed from human life. The soul, descending from the celestial limits, where the zodiac and galaxy unite, loses its spherical shape, the shape of all divine nature, and is lengthened into a cone, as a point is lengthened into a line. And then, an indivisible monad before, it divides itself and becomes a duad, that is, unity becomes division, disturbance, and conflict. Then it begins to experience the disorder which reigns in matter, to which it unites itself, becoming, as it were, intoxicated by draughts of grosser matter, of which inebriation the cup of Bacchus, between Cancer and Leo, is a symbol. It is for them the cup of forgetfulness. They assemble, says Plato, in the fields of oblivion, to drink there the water of the river Amels, which causes men to forget everything. This fiction is also found in Virgil. If souls, says Macrobius, carried with them into the bodies they occupy all the knowledge which they had acquired of divine things, during their sojourn in the heavens, men would not differ in opinion as to the deity. But some of them forget more, and some less, of that which they had learned. We smile at these notions of the ancients. But we must learn to look through these material images and allegories, to the ideas, struggling for utterance. The great speechless thoughts which they envelop, and it is well for us to consider whether we ourselves have yet found out any better way of representing to ourselves the soul's origin and its advent into this body, so entirely foreign to it. If, indeed, we have ever thought about it at all, or have not ceased to think, in despair. The highest and purest portion of matter, which nourishes and constitutes divine existences, is what the poets term nectar, the beverage of the gods. The lower, more disturbed and grosser portion, is what intoxicates souls. The ancients symbolized it as the river Lethe, dark stream of oblivion. How do we explain the soul's forgetfulness of its antecedents, or reconcile that utter absence of remembrance of its former condition, with its essential immortality? In truth, we for the most part dread and shrink from any attempt at explanation of it to ourselves. Dragged down by the heaviness produced by this inebriating draught, the soul falls along the zodiac and the Milky Way to the lower spheres, and in its descent not only takes, in each sphere, a new envelope of the material composing the luminous bodies of the planets, but receives there the different faculties which it is to exercise while it inhabits the body. In Saturn, it acquires the power of reasoning and intelligence, or what is termed the logical and contemplative faculty. From Jupiter it receives the power of action. Mars gives it valor, enterprise, and impetuosity. From the Sun it receives the senses and imagination, which produce sensation, perception, and thought. Venus inspires it with desires. Mercury gives it the faculty of expressing and enunciating what it thinks and feels. And, on entering the sphere of the Moon, it acquires the force of generation and growth. This lunary sphere, lowest and basest to divine bodies, is first and highest to terrestrial bodies. And the lunary body there assumed by the soul, while, as it were, the sediment of celestial matter, is also the first substance of animal matter. The celestial bodies, heaven, the stars, and the other divine elements, ever aspire to rise. The soul reaching the region which mortality inhabits, tends toward terrestrial bodies, and is deemed to die. Let no one, says Macrobius, be surprised that we so frequently speak of the death of this soul, which yet we call immortal. It is neither annulled nor destroyed by such death, but merely enfeebled for a time, and does not thereby forfeit its prerogative of immortality. For afterward, freed from the body, when it has been purified from the vice stains contracted during that connection, it is re-established in all its privileges, and returns to the luminous abode of its immortality. On its return, it restores to each sphere through which it ascends, the passions and earthly faculties received from them, to the Moon, the faculty of increase and diminution of the body, to Mercury, fraud, the architect of evils, to Venus, the seductive love of pleasure, to the Sun, the passion for greatness and empire, to Mars, audacity and temerity, to Jupiter, avarice, and to Saturn, falsehood and deceit, and at last, relieved of all, it enters naked and pure into the eighth sphere or highest heaven. All this agrees with the doctrine of Plato, that the soul cannot re-enter into heaven, until the revolutions of the universe shall have restored it to its primitive condition, and purified it from the effects of its contact with the four elements. This opinion of the pre-existence of souls, as pure and celestial substances, before their union with our bodies, to put on and animate which they descend from heaven, is one of great antiquity. A modern rabbi, Manasseh ben Israel, says it was always the belief of the Hebrews. It was that of most philosophers who admitted the immortality of the soul, and therefore it was taught in the mysteries. For, as Lactantius says, they could not see how it was possible that the soul should exist after the body, if it had not existed before it, and if its nature was not independent of that of the body. The same doctrine was adopted by the most learned of the Greek fathers, and by many of the Latins, and it would probably prevail largely at the present day, if men troubled themselves to think upon this subject at all, and to inquire whether the soul's immortality involved its prior existence. Some philosophers held that the soul was incarcerated in the body, by way of punishment for sins committed by it in a prior state. How they reconciled this with the same soul's unconsciousness of any such prior state, or of sin committed there, does not appear. Others held that God, of his mere will, sent the soul to inhabit the body. The Kabbalists united the two opinions. They held that there are four worlds, Asalith, Briarth, Jezerath, and Asiath, the world of emanation, that of creation, that of forms, and the material world. One above and more perfect than the other, in that order, both as regards their own nature and that of the beings who inhabit them. All souls are originally in the world Aziluth, the supreme heaven, abode of God, and of pure and immortal spirits. Those who descend from it without fault of their own, by God's order, are gifted with a divine fire, which preserves them from the contagion of matter, and restores them to heaven so soon as their mission is ended. Those who descend through their own fault, go from world to world, insensibly losing their love of divine things, and their self-contemplation, until they reach the world Asiath, falling by their own weight. This is a pure Platonism, clothed with the images and words peculiar to the Kabbalists. It was the doctrine of the Essenes, who, says Porphyry, believe that souls descend from the most subtle ether, attracted to bodies by the seductions of matter. It was in substance the doctrine of Origen, and it came from the Chaldeans, who largely studied the theory of the heavens, the spheres, and the influences of the signs and constellations. The Gnostics made souls ascend and descend through 8 heavens, in each of which were certain powers that opposed their return, and often drove them back to earth, when not sufficiently purified. The last of these powers, nearest the luminous abode of souls, was a serpent or dragon. In the ancient doctrine, certain genii were charged with the duty of conducting souls to the bodies destined to receive them, and of withdrawing them from those bodies. According to Plutarch, these were the functions of Proserpine and Mercury. In Plato, a familiar genius accompanies man at his birth, follows and watches him all his life, and at death conducts him to the tribunal of the great judge. These genii are the media of communication between man and the gods. And the soul is ever in their presence. This doctrine is taught in the oracles of Zoroaster, and these genii were the intelligences that resided in the planets. Thus the secret science and mysterious emblems of initiation were connected with the heavens, the spheres, and the constellations, and this connection must be studied by whomsoever would understand the ancient mind, and be enabled to interpret the allegories, and explore the meaning of the symbols, in which the old sages endeavored to delineate the ideas that struggled within them for utterance, and could be but insufficiently and inadequately expressed by language, whose words are images of those things alone that can be grasped by and are within the empire of the senses. It is not possible for us thoroughly to appreciate the feelings with which the ancients regarded the heavenly bodies, and the ideas to which their observation of the heavens gave rise, because we cannot put ourselves in their places. Look at the stars with their eyes in the world's youth, and divest ourselves of the knowledge which even the commonest of us have, that makes us regard the stars and planets and all the universe of suns and worlds as a mere inanimate machine and aggregate of senseless orbs, no more astonishing, except in degree, than a clock or an orrery. We wonder and are amazed at the power and wisdom, to most men it seems only a kind of infinite ingenuity, of the Maker. They wondered at the work, and endowed it with life and force and mysterious powers and mighty influences. Memphis, in Egypt, was in latitude 29 degrees 5 minutes north, and in longitude 30 degrees 18 foot east. Thebe, in Upper Egypt, in latitude 25 degrees 45 minutes north, and longitude 32 degrees 43 minutes east. Babylon was in latitude 32 degrees 30 minutes north, and longitude 44 degrees 23 minutes east, while Saba, the ancient Sabaean capital of Ethiopia, was about in latitude 15 degrees north. Through Egypt ran the great river Nile, coming from beyond Ethiopia, its source in regions wholly unknown, in the abodes of heat and fire, and its course from south to north. Its inundations had formed the alluvial lands of Upper and Lower Egypt, which they continued to raise higher and higher, and to fertilize by their deposits. At first, as in all newly settled countries, those inundations, occurring annually and always at the same period of the year, were calamities, until, by means of levees and drains and artificial lakes for irrigation, they became blessings. And were looked for with joyful anticipation, as they had before been awaited with terror. Upon the deposit left by the sacred river, as it withdrew into its banks, the husbandman sowed his seed, and the rich soil and the genial sun ensured him an abundant harvest. Babylon lay on the Euphrates, which ran from southeast to northwest, blessing, as all rivers in the Orient do, the arid country through which it flowed, but its rapid and uncertain overflows bringing terror and disaster. To the ancients, as yet inventors of no astronomical instruments, and looking at the heavens with the eyes of children, this earth was a level plain of unknown extent. About its boundaries there was speculation, but no knowledge. The inequalities of its surface were the irregularities of a plane. That it was a globe, or that anything lived on its undersurface, or on what it rested, they had no idea. Every 24 hours the sun came up from beyond the eastern rim of the world, and traveled across the sky, over the earth, always south of, but sometimes nearer and sometimes further from the point overhead. And sunk below the world's western rim. With him went light, and after him followed darkness. And every 24 hours appeared in the heavens another body, visible chiefly at night, but sometimes even when the sun shone, which likewise, as if following the sun at a greater or less distance, travelled across the sky. Sometimes as a thin crescent, and thence increasing to a full orb resplendent with silver light, and sometimes more and sometimes less to the southward of the point overhead, within the same limits as the sun. Man, enveloped by the thick darkness of profoundest night, when everything around him has disappeared, and he seems alone with himself and the black shades that surround him, feels his existence a blank and nothingness. Except so far as memory recalls to him the glories and splendors of light. Everything is dead to him, and he, as it were, to nature. How crushing and overwhelming the thought, the fear, the dread, that perhaps that darkness may be eternal, and that day may possibly never return. If it ever occurs to his mind, while the solid gloom closes up against him like a wall. What then can restore him to like, to energy, to activity, to fellowship and communion with the great world which God has spread around him, and which perhaps in the darkness may be passing away? Light restores him to himself and to nature which seemed lost to him. Naturally, therefore, the primitive men regarded light as the principle of their real existence, without which life would be but one continued weariness and despair. This necessity for light, and its actual creative energy, were felt by all men, and nothing was more alarming to them than its absence. It became their first divinity, a single ray of which, flashing into the dark tumultuous bosom of chaos, caused man and all the universe to emerge from it. So all the poets sung who imagined cosmogonies. Such was the first dogma of Orpheus, Moses, and the theologians. Light was Ormuzd, adored by the Persians, and darkness Ahriman, origin of all evils. Light was the life of the universe, the friend of man, the substance of the gods and of the soul. The sky was to them a great, solid, concave arch, a hemisphere of unknown material, at an unknown distance above the flat level earth, and along it journeyed in their courses the sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars. The sun was to them a great globe of fire, of unknown dimensions, at an unknown distance. The moon was a mass of softer light, the stars and planets lucent bodies, armed with unknown and supernatural influences. It could not fail to be soon observed, that at regular intervals the days and nights were equal. And that two of these intervals measured the same space of time as elapsed between the successive inundations, and between the returns of springtime and harvest. Nor could it fail to be perceived that the changes of the moon occurred regularly. The same number of days always elapsing between the first appearance of her silver crescent in the west at evening and that of her full orb rising in the east at the same hour. And the same again, between that and the new appearance of the crescent in the west. It was also soon observed that the sun crossed the heavens in a different line each day, the days being longest and the nights shortest when the line of his passage was furthest north. And the days shortest and nights longest when that line was furthest south, that his progress north and south was perfectly regular, marking 4 periods that were always the same, those when the days and nights were equal. Or the vernal and autumnal equinoxes. That when the days were longest, or the summer solstice, and that when they were shortest, or the winter solstice. With the vernal equinox, or about the 25th of March of our calendar, they found that there unerringly came soft winds, the return of warmth, caused by the sun turning back to the northward from the middle ground of his course. The vegetation of the new year, and the impulse to amatory action on the part of the animal creation. Then the bull and the ram, animals most valuable to the agriculturist, and symbols themselves of vigorous generative power, recovered their vigor, the birds mated and builded their nests, the seeds germinated, the grass grew. And the trees put forth leaves. With the summer solstice, when the sun reached the extreme northern limit of his course, came great heat, and burning winds, and lassitude, and exhaustion. Then vegetation withered, man longed for the cool breezes of spring and autumn, and the cool water of the wintry Nile or Euphrates, and the lion sought for that element far from his home in the desert. With the autumnal equinox came ripe harvests, and fruits of the tree and vine, and falling leaves, and cold evenings presaging wintry frosts. And the principle and powers of darkness, prevailing over those of light, drove the sun further to the south, so that the nights grew longer than the days. And at the winter solstice the earth was wrinkled with frost, the trees were leafless, and the sun, reaching the most southern point in his career, seemed to hesitate whether to continue descending, to leave the world to darkness and despair. Or to turn upon his steps and retrace his course to the northward, bringing back seed time and spring, and green leaves and flowers, and all the delights of love. Thus, naturally and necessarily, time was divided, first into days, and then into moons or months, and years. And with these divisions and the movements of the heavenly bodies that marked them, were associated and connected all men's physical enjoyments and privations. Wholly agricultural, and in their frail habitations greatly at the mercy of the elements and the changing seasons. The primitive people of the Orient were most deeply interested in the recurrence of the periodical phenomena presented by the 2 great luminaries of heaven, on whose regularity all their prosperity depended. And the attentive observer soon noticed that the smaller lights of heaven were, apparently, even more regular than the sun and moon, and foretold with unerring certainty, by their risings and settings, the periods of recurrence of the different phenomena and seasons on which the physical well-being of all men depended. They soon felt the necessity of distinguishing the individual stars, or groups of stars, and giving them names, that they might understand each other, when referring to and designating them. Necessity produced designations at once natural and artificial. Observing that, in the circle of the year, the renewal and periodical appearance of the productions of the earth were constantly associated, not only with the courses of the sun, but also with the rising and setting of certain stars. And with their position relatively to the sun, the center to which they referred the whole starry host. The mind naturally connected the celestial and terrestrial objects that were in fact connected, and they commenced by giving to particular stars or groups of stars the names of those terrestrial objects which seemed connected with them. And for those which still remained unnamed by this nomenclature, they, to complete a system, assumed arbitrary and fanciful names. Thus the Ethiopian of Thebes or Saba styled those stars under which the Nile commenced to overflow, stars of inundation, or that poured out water, Aquarius. Those stars among which the sun was, when he had reached the northern tropic and began to retreat southward, were termed, from his retrograde motion, the crab, Cancer. As he approached, in autumn, the middle point between the northern and southern extremes of his journeying, the days and nights became equal. And the stars among which he was then found were called stars of the balance, Libra. Those stars among which the sun was, when the lion, driven from the desert by thirst, came to slake it at the Nile, were called stars of the lion, Leo. Those among which the sun was at harvest, were called those of the gleaning virgin, holding a sheaf of wheat, Virgo. Those among which he was found in February, when the ewes brought forth their young, were called stars of the lamb, Aries. Those in March, when it was time to plough, were called stars of the ox, Taurus. Those under which hot and burning winds came from the desert, venomous like poisonous reptiles, were called stars of the scorpion, Scorpio. Observing that the annual return of the rising of the Nile was always accompanied by the appearance of a beautiful star, which at that period showed itself in the direction of the sources of that river, and seemed to warn the husbandman to be careful not to be surprised by the inundation, the Ethiopian compared this act of that star to that of the animal which by barking gives warning of danger, and styled it the dog, Sirius. Thus commencing, and as astronomy came to be more studied, imaginary figures were traced all over the heavens, to which the different stars were assigned. Chief among them were those that lay along the path which the sun travelled as he climbed toward the north and descended to the south, lying within certain limits and extending to an equal distance on each side of the line of equal nights and days. This belt, curving like a serpent, was termed the zodiac, and divided into 12 signs. At the vernal equinox, 2455 years before our era, the sun was entering the sign and constellation Taurus, or the bull. Having passed through, since he commenced, at the winter solstice, to ascend northward, the signs Aquarius, Pisces and Aries, on entering the first of which he reached the lowest limit of his journey southward. From Taurus, he passed through Gemini and Cancer, and reached Leo when he arrived at the terminus of his journey northward. Thence, through Leo, Virgo, and Libra, he entered Scorpio at the autumnal equinox, and journeyed southward through Scorpia, Sagittarius, and Capricornus to Aquarius, the terminus of his journey south. The path by which he journeyed through these signs became the ecliptic, and that which passes through the two equinoxes, the equator. They knew nothing of the immutable laws of nature. And whenever the sun commenced to tend southward, they feared lest he might continue to do so, and by degrees disappear forever, leaving the earth to be ruled forever by darkness, storm and cold. Hence they rejoiced when he commenced to reascend after the winter solstice, struggling against the malign influences of Aquarius and Pisces, and amicably received by the Lamb. And when at the vernal equinox he entered Taurus, they still more rejoiced at the assurance that the days would again be longer than the nights, that the season of seed time had come, and the summer and harvest would follow. And they lamented when, after the autumnal equinox, the malign influence of the venomous scorpion, and vindictive archer, and the filthy and ill-omened Hugo dragged him down toward the winter solstice. Arriving there, they said he had been slain, and had gone to the realm of darkness. Remaining there 3 days, he rose again, and again ascended northward in the heavens, to redeem the earth from the gloom and darkness of winter, which soon became emblematical of sin, and evil, and suffering. As the spring, summer, and autumn became emblems of happiness and immortality. Soon they personified the sun, and worshipped him under the name of Osiris, and transmuted the legend of his descent among the winter signs, into a fable of his death, his descent into the infernal regions, and his resurrection. The moon became Isis, the wife of Osiris, and winter, as well as the desert or the ocean into which the sun descended, became Typhon, the spirit or principle of evil, warring against and destroying Osiris. From the journey of the sun through the 12 signs came the legend of the 12 labors of Hercules, and the incarnations of Vishnu and Buddha. Hence came the legend of the murder of Kuram, representative of the sun, by the 3 fellow crafts, symbols of the 3 winter signs, Capricornus, Aquarius, and Pisces, who assailed him at the 3 gates of heaven and slew him at the winter solstice. Hence the search for him by the 9 fellow crafts, the other 9 signs, his finding, burial, and resurrection. The celestial Taurus, opening the new year, was the creative bull of the Hindus and Japanese, breaking with his horn the egg out of which the world is born, hence the bull Apis was worshipped by the Egyptians, and reproduced as a golden calf by Aaron in the desert. Hence the cow was sacred to the Hindus. Hence, from the sacred and beneficent signs of Taurus and Leo, the human-headed winged lions and bulls in the palaces at Kuyunjik and Nimrod, like which were the cherubim set by Solomon in his temple, and hence the 12 brazen or bronze oxen, on which the laver of brass was supported. The celestial vulture or eagle, rising and setting with the scorpion, was substituted in its place, in many cases, on account of the malign influences of the latter, and thus the 4 great periods of the year were marked by the bull, the lion, the man, Aquarius, and the eagle, which were upon the respective standards of Ephraim, Judah, Reuben, and Dan, and still appear on the shield of American Royal Arch Masonry. Afterward the ram or lamb became an object of adoration, when, in his turn, he opened the equinox, to deliver the world from the wintry reign of darkness and evil. Around the central and simple idea of the annual death and resurrection of the sun a multitude of circumstantial details soon clustered. Some were derived from other astronomical phenomena, while many were merely poetical ornaments and inventions. Besides the sun and moon, those ancients also saw a beautiful star, shining, with a soft, silvery light, always following the sun at no great distance when he set, or preceding him when he rose. Another of a red and angry color, and still another more kingly and brilliant than all, early attracted their attention, by their free movements among the fixed hosts of heaven, and the latter by his unusual brilliancy, and the regularity with which he rose and set. These were Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. Mercury and Saturn could scarcely have been noticed in the world's infancy, or until astronomy began to assume the proportions of a science. In the projection of the celestial sphere by the astronomical priests, the zodiac and constellations, arranged in a circle, presented their halves in diametrical opposition. And the hemisphere of winter was said to be adverse, opposed, contrary, to that of summer. Over the angels of the latter ruled a king, Osiris or Ormuzd, enlightened, intelligent, creative, and beneficent. Over the fallen angels or evil genii of the former, the demons or devs of the subterranean empire of darkness and sorrow, and its stars, ruled also a chief. In Egypt the scorpion first ruled, the sign next the balance, and long the chief of the winter signs. And then the polar bear or ass, called Typhon, that is, deluge, on account of the rains which inundated the earth while that constellation domineered. In Persia, at a later day, it was the serpent, which, personified as Ahriman, was the evil principle of the religion of Zoroaster. The sun does not arrive at the same moment in each year at the equinoctial point on the equator. The explanation of his anticipating that point belongs to the science of astronomy, and to that we refer you for it. The consequence is, what is termed the precession of the equinoxes, by means of which the sun is constantly changing his place in the zodiac, at each vernal equinox. So that now, the signs retaining the names which they had 300 years before Christ, they and the constellations do not correspond, the sun being now in the constellation Pisces, when he is in the sign Aries. The annual amount of precession is 50 seconds and a little over, 50-inch 1. The period of a complete revolution of the equinoxes, 25,856 years. The precession amounts to 30 degrees or a sign, in 2,155.6 years. So that, as the sun now enters Pisces at the vernal equinox, he entered Aries at that period, 300 years BC. And Taurus 2455 BC. And the division of the ecliptic, now called Taurus, lies in the constellation Aries, while the sign Gemini is in the constellation Taurus. 4,610 years before Christ. The sun entered Gemini at the vernal equinox. At the two periods, 2,455 and 300 years before Christ, and now, the entrances of the sun at the equinoxes and solstices into the signs, were and are as follows. BC 2455. Vern. Equinox, he entered Taurus from Aries. Summer solstice Leo from Cancer. Autumnal equinox Scorpio from Libra. Winter solstice Aquarius from Capricornus. BC 300. Vern. EQ Aries from Pisces. Summer Souls. Cancer from Gemini. Autumn EQ, Libra from Virgo. Winter Souls. Capricornus from Sagittarius. 1872. Vern. EQ, Pisces from Aquarius. Some. Souls. Gemini from Taurus. AUT. EQ, Virgo from Leo. Winter Souls. Sagittarius from Scorpio. From confounding signs with causes came the worship of the sun and stars. If, says Job, I beheld the sun when it shined, or the moon progressive in brightness, and my heart hath been secretly enticed, or my mouth hath kissed my hand, this were an iniquity to be punished by the judge. For I should have denied the God that is above. Perhaps we are not, on the whole, much wiser than those simple men of the old time. For what do we know of effect and cause, except that one thing regularly or habitually follows another? So, because the heliacal rising of Sirius preceded the rising of the Nile, it was deemed to cause it, and other stars were in like manner held to cause extreme heat, bitter cold, and watery storm. A religious reverence for the zodiacal bull, Taurus, appears, from a very early period, to have been pretty general, perhaps it was universal, throughout Asia, from that chain or region of Caucasus to which it gave name. And which is still known under the appellation of Mount Taurus, to the southern extremities of the Indian peninsula, extending itself also into Europe, and through the eastern parts of Africa. This evidently originated during those remote ages of the world, when the colure of the vernal equinox passed across the stars in the head of the sign Taurus, among which was Aldebaran. A period when, as the most ancient monuments of all the Oriental nations attest, the light of arts and letters first shone forth. The Arabian word Aldebaran means the foremost, or leading, star, and it could only have been so named, when it did precede, or lead, all others. The year then opened with the sun in Taurus. And the multitude of ancient sculptures, both in Assyria and Egypt, wherein the bull appears with lunette or crescent horns, and the disk of the sun between them, are direct allusions to the important festival of the first new moon of the year, and there was everywhere an annual celebration of the festival of the first new moon, when the year opened with Sol and Luna in Taurus. David sings, "Blow the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed, on our solemn feast day, for this is a statute unto Israel, and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained to Joseph, for a testimony, when he came out of the land of Egypt." The reverence paid to Taurus continued long after, by the precession of the equinoxes, the colure of the vernal equinox had come to pass through Aries. The Chinese still have a temple, called the Palace of the Horned Bull. And the same symbol is worshipped in Japan and all over Hindostan. The Cimbrians carried a brazen bull with them, as the image of their god, when they overran Spain and Gaul. And the representation of the creation, by the deity in the shape of a bull, breaking the shell of an egg with his horns, meant Taurus, opening the year, and bursting the symbolical shell of the annually recurring orb of the new year. Theophilus says that the Osiris of Egypt was supposed to be dead or absent 50 days in each year. Landseer thinks that this was because the Sabaean priests were accustomed to see, in the lower latitudes of Egypt and Ethiopia, the first or chief stars of the husbandman, boats, sink achronically beneath the western horizon. And then to begin their lamentations, or hold forth the signal for others to weep, and when his prolific virtues were supposed to be transferred to the vernal sun, bacchanalian revelry became devotion. Before the colure of the vernal equinox had passed into Aries, and after it had left Aldebaran and the Hyades, the Pleiades were, for 7 or 8 centuries, the leading stars of the Sabaean year. And thus we see, on the monuments, the disk and crescent, symbols of the sun and moon in conjunction, appear successively, first on the head, and then on the neck and back of the zodiacal bull, and more recently on the forehead of the ram. The geogrammatical character or symbol, still in use to denote Taurus, glyph, is this very crescent and disk, a symbol that has come down to us from those remote ages when this memorable conjunction in Taurus, by marking the commencement at once of the Sabaean year and of the cycle of the Chaldean Saros, so preeminently distinguished that sign as to become its characteristic symbol. On a bronze bull from China, the crescent is attached to the back of the bull, by means of a cloud, and a curved groove is provided for the occasional introduction of the disk of the sun, when solar and lunar time were coincident and conjunctive. At the commencement of the year, and of the lunar cycle. When that was made, the year did not open with the stars in the head of the bull, but when the colure of the vernal equinox passed across the middle or later degrees of the asterism Taurus, and the Pleiades were, in China, as in Canaan, the leading stars of the year. The crescent and disk combined always represent the conjunctive sun and moon, and when placed on the head of the zodiacal bull, the commencement of the cycle termed Saros by the Chaldeans, and Metonic by the Greeks. And supposed to be alluded to in Job, by the phrase, Mazaroth in his season, that is to say, when the first new moon and new sun of the year were coincident, which happened once in 18 years and a fraction. On the sarcophagus of Alexander, the same symbol appears on the head of a ram, which, in the time of that monarch, was the leading sign. So too in the sculptured temples of the Upper Nile, the crescent and disk appear, not on the head of Taurus, but on the forehead of the ram or the ram-headed god, whom the Grecian mythologists called Jupiter Ammon, really the sun in Aries. If we now look for a moment at the individual stars which composed and were near to the respective constellations, we may find something that will connect itself with the symbols of the ancient mysteries and of Masonry. It is to be noticed that when the sun is in a particular constellation, no part of that constellation will be seen, except just before sunrise and just after sunset. And then only the edge of it, but the constellations opposite to it will be visible. When the sun is in Taurus, for example, that is, when Taurus sets with the sun, Scorpio rises as he sets, and continues visible throughout the night. And if Taurus rises and sets with the sun today, he will, 6 months hence, rise at sunset and set at sunrise, for the stars thus gain on the sun 2 hours a month. Going back to the time when, watched by the Chaldean shepherds, and the husbandmen of Ethiopia and Egypt, the milk-white bull with golden horns led on the newborn year. We see in the neck of Taurus, the Pleiades, and in his face the Hyades, which Grecia from their showering names, and of whom the brilliant Aldebaran is the chief. While to the southwestward is that most splendid of all the constellations, Orion, with Betelgeuse in his right shoulder, Bellatrix in his left shoulder, Rigel on the left foot, and in his belt the 3 stars known as the 3 kings. And now as the Yard and El. Orion, ran the legend, persecuted the Pleiades, and to save them from his fury, Jupiter placed them in the heavens, where he still pursues them, but in vain. They, with Arcturus and the bands of Orion, are mentioned in the book of Job. They are usually called the 7 stars, and it is said there were 7, before the fall of Troy, though now only 6 are visible. The Pleiades were so named from a Greek word signifying to sail. In all ages they have been observed for signs and seasons. Virgil says that the sailors gave names to the Pleiades, Hyades, and the northern car, Pleiades, Hyades, Chloranthlycones Arctun. And Palinurus, he says. Arcturum, Pluviasque Hyades, Geminosque Triones, Armatunc Oro circumspicit Oriona. Studied Arcturus and the rainy Hyades and the twin Triones, and Orion cinctured with gold. Taurus was the prince and leader of the celestial host for more than 2,000 years, and when his head set with the sun about the last of May, the Scorpion was seen to rise in the southeast. The Pleiades were sometimes called Virgilio, or the Virgins of Spring, because the sun entered this cluster of stars in the season of blossoms. Their Syrian name was Sukkos, or Sukkathbeneth, derived from a Chaldean word signifying to speculate or observe. The Hyades are 5 stars in the form of AV, 11 degrees southeast of the Pleiades. The Greeks counted them as 7. When the vernal equinox was in Taurus, Aldebaran led up the starry host, and as he rose in the east, Aries was about 27 degrees high. When he was close upon the meridian, the heavens presented their most magnificent appearance. Capella was a little further from the meridian, to the north, and Orion still further from it to the southward. Procyon, Sirius, Castor and Pollux had climbed about halfway from the horizon to the meridian. Regulus had just risen upon the ecliptic. The Virgin still lingered below the horizon. Fomalhaut was halfway to the meridian in the southwest, and to the northwest were the brilliant constellations, Perseus, Cepheus, Cassiopeia, and Andromeda. While the Pleiades had just passed the meridian. Orion is visible to all the habitable world. The equinoctial line passes through the center of it. When Aldebaran rose in the east, the three kings in Orion followed him. And as Taurus set, the Scorpion, by whose sting it was said Orion died, rose in the east. Orion rises at noon about the 9th of March. His rising was accompanied with great rains and storms, and it became very terrible to mariners. In Boötes, called by the ancient Greeks Lycaon, from Lukos, a wolf, and by the Hebrews, Caleb Anyabok, the barking dog, is the great star Arcturus, which, when Taurus opened the year, corresponded with a season remarkable for its great heat. Next comes Gemini, the twins, two human figures, in the heads of which are the bright stars Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri, and the Cabri of Samothrace, patrons of navigation. While south of Pollux are the brilliant stars Sirius and Procyon, the greater and lesser dog, and still further south, Canopus, in the ship Argo. Sirius is apparently the largest and brightest star in the heavens. When the vernal equinox was in Taurus, he rose heliacally, that is, just before the sun, when, at the summer solstice, the sun entered Leo, about the 21st of June, 15 days previous to the swelling of the Nile. The heliacal rising of Canopus was also a precursor of the rising of the Nile. Procyon was the forerunner of Sirius, and rose before him. There are no important stars in Cancer. In the zodiacs of Esnine Dendra, and in most of the astrological remains of Egypt, the sign of this constellation was a beetle, Scarabus, which thence became sacred, as an emblem of the gate through which souls descended from heaven. In the crest of Cancer is a cluster of stars formerly called Proserpe, the manger, on each side of which is a small star, the two of which were called Ocelli little asses. In Leo are the splendid stars, Regulus, directly on the ecliptic, and Denebola in the lion's tail. Southeast of Regulus is the fine star Suar. Hydri. The combat of Hercules with the Nemean lion was his first labor. It was the first sign into which the sun passed, after falling below the summer solstice, from which time he struggled to reascend. The Nile overflowed in this sign. It stands first in the zodiac of Dendra, and is in all the Indian and Egyptian zodiacs. In the left hand of Virgo, Isis or Ceres, is the beautiful star Spica Virginis, a little south of the ecliptic. Vendimiatrix, of less magnitude, is in the right arm, and northwest of Spica, in Boötes, the husbandman, Osiris, is the splendid star Arcturus. The division of the first decan of the Virgin, Aben Ezra says, represents a beautiful virgin with flowing hair, sitting in a chair, with 2 ears of corn in her hand, and suckling an infant. In an Arabian MS. In the Royal Library at Paris, is a picture of the 12 signs. That of Virgo is a young girl with an infant by her side. Virgo was Isis. And her representation, carrying a child, Horus, in her arms, exhibited in her temple, was accompanied by this inscription: I am all that is, that was, and that shall be, and the fruit which I brought forth is the sun. 9 months after the sun enters Virgo, he reaches the twins. When Scorpio begins to rise, Orion sets, when Scorpio comes to the meridian. Leo begins to set, Typhon reigns, Osiris is slain, and Isis, the Virgin, his sister and wife, follows him to the tomb, weeping. The Virgin and Boötes, setting heliacally at the autumnal equinox, delivered the world to the wintry constellations, and introduced into it the genius of evil, represented by Ophiuchus, the serpent. At the moment of the winter solstice, the Virgin rose heliacally, with the sun, having the sun, Horus, in her bosom. In Libra are 4 stars of the 2nd and 3rd magnitude, which we shall mention hereafter. They are Zuban es Shamali, Zuban el Jamabi, Zuban Hakrabi, and Zuban el Gubi. Near the last of these is the brilliant and malign star, Antares in Scorpio. In Scorpio, Antares, of the first magnitude, and remarkably red, was one of the four great stars, Fomalhaut, in Cetus, Aldebaran in Taurus, Regulus in Leo, and Antares, that formerly answered to the solstitial and equinoctial points, and were much noticed by astronomers. This sign was sometimes represented by a snake, and sometimes by a crocodile, but generally by a scorpion, which last is found on the Mithriac monuments, and on the zodiac of Dendra. It was considered a sign accursed, and the entrance of the sun into it commenced the reign of Typhon. In Sagittarius, Capricornus, and Aquarius there are no stars of importance. Near Pisces is the brilliant star Fomalhaut. No sign in the zodiac is considered of more malignant influence than this. It was deemed indicative of violence and death. Both the Syrians and Egyptians abstained from eating fish, out of dread and abhorrence. And when the latter would represent anything as odious, or express hatred by hieroglyphics, they painted a fish. In Auriga is the bright star Capella, which to the Egyptians never set. And, circling ever round the North Pole are 7 stars, known as Ursa Major, or the Great Bear, which have been an object of universal observation in all ages of the world. They were venerated alike by the priests of Bel, the Magi of Persia, the shepherds of Chaldea, and the Phoenician navigators, as well as by the astronomers of Egypt. 2 of them, Merak and Dubhe, always point to the North Pole. The Phoenicians and Egyptians, says Eusebius, were the first who ascribed divinity to the sun, moon, and stars, and regarded them as the sole causes of the production and destruction of all beings. From them went abroad over all the world all known opinions as to the generation and descent of the gods. Only the Hebrews looked beyond the visible world to an invisible creator. All the rest of the world regarded as gods those luminous bodies that blaze in the firmament, offered them sacrifices, bowed down before them, and raised neither their souls nor their worship above the visible heavens. The Chaldeans, Canaanites, and Syrians, among whom Abraham lived, did the same. The Canaanites consecrated horses and chariots to the sun. The inhabitants of Emesa in Phoenicia adored him under the name of Elagabalus. And the sun, as Hercules, was the great deity of the Tyrians. The Syrians worshipped, with fear and dread, the stars of the constellation Pisces, and consecrated images of them in their temples. The sun as Adonis was worshipped in Byblos and about Mount Libanus. There was a magnificent temple of the sun at Palmyra, which was pillaged by the soldiers of Aurelian, who rebuilt it and dedicated it anew. The Pleiades, under the name of Sukkot-Baneth, were worshipped by the Babylonian colonists who settled in the country of the Samaritans. Saturn, under the name of Remphan, was worshipped among the Copts. The planet Jupiter was worshipped as Bel or Baal, Mars as Malech, Melech, or Moloch, Venus as Ashtaroth or Astarte, and Mercury as Nebo, among the Syrians, Assyrians, Phoenicians, and Canaanites. Sanchoniathon says that the earliest Phoenicians adored the sun, whom they deemed sole lord of the heavens, and honored him, under the name of Bel-Samin, signifying king of heaven. They raised columns to the elements, fire, and air or wind, and worshipped them, and Sabiism, or the worship of the stars, flourished everywhere in Babylonia. The Arabs, under a sky always clear and serene, adored the sun, moon, and stars. Abulpharagius so informs us, and that each of the 12 Arab tribes invoked a particular star as its patron. The tribe Hamyar was consecrated to the sun, the tribe Sena to the moon. The tribe Misa was under the protection of the beautiful star in Taurus, Aldebaran, the tribe Tai under that of Canopus, the tribe Kais, of Sirius, the tribes Lachamus and Idamus, of Jupiter, the tribe Assad, of Mercury, and so on. The Saracens, in the time of Heraclius, worshipped Venus, whom they called Kabar, or the Great, and they swore by the sun, moon, and stars. Shahrastan, an Arabic author, says that the Arabs and Indians before his time had temples dedicated to the 7 planets. Abulpharagius says that the 7 great primitive nations, from whom all others descended, the Persians, Chaldeans, Greeks, Egyptians, Turks, Indians, and Chinese, all originally were Sabiists, and worshipped the stars. They all, he says, like the Chaldeans, prayed, turning toward the North Pole 3 times a day, at sunrise, noon, and sunset, bowing themselves 3 times before the sun. They invoked the stars and the intelligences which inhabited them, offered them sacrifices, and called the fixed stars and planets gods. Philo says that the Chaldeans regarded the stars as sovereign arbiters of the order of the world, and did not look beyond the visible causes to any invisible and intellectual being. They regarded nature as the great divinity, that exercised its powers through the action of its parts, the sun, moon, planets, and fixed stars, the successive revolutions of the seasons, and the combined action of heaven and earth. The great feast of the Sabaeans was when the sun reached the vernal equinox, and they had 5 other feasts, at the times when the 5 minor planets entered the signs in which they had their exaltation. Diodorus Siculus informs us that the Egyptians recognized 2 great divinities, primary and eternal, the sun and moon, which they thought governed the world, and from which everything receives its nourishment and growth, that on them depended all the great work of generation, and the perfection of all effects produced in nature. We know that the 2 great divinities of Egypt were Osiris and Isis, the greatest agents of nature, according to some, the sun and moon, and according to others, heaven and earth, or the active and passive principles of generation. And we learn from Porphyry that Choreman, a learned priest of Egypt, and many other learned men of that nation, said that the Egyptians recognized as gods the stars composing the zodiac, and all those that by their rising or setting marked its divisions. The subdivisions of the signs into decans, the horoscope and the stars that presided therein, and which were called potent chiefs of heaven, that considering the sun as the great god, architect, and ruler of the world. They explained not only the fable of Osiris and Isis, but generally all their sacred legends, by the stars, by their appearance and disappearance, by their ascension, by the phases of the moon, and the increase and diminution of her light. By the march of the sun, the division of time and the heavens into 2 parts, one assigned to darkness and the other to light, by the Nile and, in fine, by the whole round of physical causes. Lucian tells us that the bull Apis, sacred to the Egyptians, was the image of the celestial bull, or Taurus, and that Jupiter Ammon, horned like a ram, was an image of the constellation Aries. And Clemens of Alexandria assures us that the 4 principal sacred animals, carried in their processions, were emblems of the 4 signs or cardinal points which fixed the seasons at the equinoxes and solstices, and divided into 4 parts the yearly march of the sun. They worshipped fire also, and water, and the Nile, which river they styled Father, preserver of Egypt, sacred emanation from the great god Osiris. And in their hymns in which they called it the god crowned with millet, which grain, represented by the skent, was part of the headdress of their kings, bringing with him abundance. The other elements were also revered by them, and the great gods, whose names are found inscribed on an ancient column, are the air, heaven, the earth, the sun, the moon, night and day. And, in fine, as Eusebius says, they regarded the universe as a great deity, composed of a great number of gods, the different parts of itself. The same worship of the heavenly host extended into every part of Europe, into Asia Minor, and among the Turks, Scythians, and Tartars. The ancient Persians adored the sun as Mithras, and also the moon, Venus, fire, earth, air, and water. And, having no statues or altars, they sacrificed on high places to the heavens and to the sun. On 7 ancient Pyria they burned incense to the 7 planets, and considered the elements to be divinities. In the Zendavesta we find invocations addressed to Mithras, the stars, the elements, trees, mountains, and every part of nature. The celestial bull is invoked there, to which the moon unites herself. And the 4 great stars, Tashtar, Satavis, Haftarang, and Venant, the great star Rapitan, and the other constellations which watch over the different portions of the earth. The Magi, like a multitude of ancient nations, worshipped fire, above all the other elements and powers of nature. In India, the Ganges and the Indus were worshipped, and the sun was the great divinity. They worshipped the moon also, and kept up the sacred fire. In Ceylon, the sun, moon, and other planets were worshipped. In Sumatra, the sun, called Iri, and the moon, called Handa. And the Chinese built temples to heaven, the earth, and genii of the air, of the water, of the mountains, and of the stars, to the sea dragon, and to the planet Mars. The celebrated labyrinth was built in honor of the sun. And its 12 palaces, like the 12 superb columns of the temple at Hierapolis, covered with symbols relating to the 12 signs and the occult qualities of the elements, were consecrated to the 12 gods or tutelary genii of the signs of the zodiac. The figure of the pyramid and that of the obelisk, resembling the shape of a flame, caused these monuments to be consecrated to the sun and to fire. And Timaeus of Locria says, the equilateral triangle enters into the composition of the pyramid, which has 4 equal faces and equal angles, and which in this is like fire, the most subtle and mobile of the elements. They and the obelisks were erected in honor of the sun, termed in an inscription upon one of the latter, translated by the Egyptian Hermapian and to be found in Ammianus Marcellinus, Apollo the Strong, Son of God, he who made the world. True Lord of the diadems, who possesses Egypt and fills it with his glory. The 2 most famous divisions of the heavens, by 7, which is that of the planets, and by 12, which is that of the signs, are found on the religious monuments of all the people of the ancient world. The 12 great gods of Egypt are met with everywhere. They were adopted by the Greeks and Romans, and the latter assigned one of them to each sign of the zodiac. Their images were seen at Athens, where an altar was erected to each. And they were painted on the porticos. The people of the north had their 12 ases, or senate of 12 great gods, of whom Odin was chief. The Japanese had the same number, and like the Egyptians divided them into classes, 7, who were the most ancient, and 5, afterward added, both of which numbers are well known and consecrated in Masonry. There is no more striking proof of the universal adoration paid the stars and constellations, than the arrangement of the Hebrew camp in the desert, and the allegory in regard to the 12 tribes of Israel, ascribed in the Hebrew legends to Jacob. The Hebrew camp was a quadrilateral, in 16 divisions, of which the central 4 were occupied by images of the 4 elements. The 4 divisions at the 4 angles of the quadrilateral exhibited the 4 signs that the astrologers called fixed, and which they regard as subject to the influence of the 4 great royal stars, Regulus in Leo, Aldebaran in Taurus, Antares in Scorpio, and Fomalhaut in the mouth of Pisces, on which falls the water poured out by Aquarius. Of which constellations the scorpion was represented in the Hebrew blazonry by the celestial vulture or eagle, that rises at the same time with it and is its paranatelon. The other signs were arranged on the 4 faces of the quadrilateral, and in the parallel and interior divisions. There is an astonishing coincidence between the characteristics assigned by Jacob to his sons, and those of the signs of the zodiac, or the planets that have their domicile in those signs. Reuben is compared to running water, unstable, and that cannot excel, and he answers to Aquarius, his ensign being a man. The water poured out by Aquarius flows toward the South Pole, and it is the first of the 4 royal signs, ascending from the winter solstice. The lion, Leo, is the device of Judah. And Jacob compares him to that animal, whose constellation in the heavens is the domicile of the sun, the lion of the tribe of Judah. By whose grip, when that of apprentice and that of fellow craft, of Aquarius at the winter solstice and of Cancer at the vernal equinox, had not succeeded in raising him, Curam was lifted out of the grave. Ephraim, on whose ensign appears the celestial bull, Jacob compares to the ox. Dan, bearing as his device a scorpion, he compares to the cerastes or horned serpent, synonymous in astrological language with the vulture or pouncing eagle. And which bird was often substituted on the flag of Dan, in place of the venomous scorpion, on account of the terror which that reptile inspired, as the symbol of Typhon and his malign influences. Wherefore the eagle, as its paranatelon, that is, rising and setting at the same time with it, was naturally used in its stead. Hence the 4 famous figures in the sacred pictures of the Jews and Christians, and in royal arch masonry, of the lion, the ox, the man, and the eagle, the 4 creatures of the Apocalypse, copied there from Ezekiel. In whose reveries and rhapsodies they are seen revolving around blazing circles. The ram, domicile of Mars, chief of the celestial soldiery and of the 12 signs, is the device of Gad, whom Jacob characterizes as a warrior, chief of his army. Cancer, in which are the stars termed Aseli, or little Assess, is the device of the flag of Issachar, whom Jacob compares to an ass. Capricorn, of old represented with the tail of a fish, and called by astronomers the son of Neptune, is the device of Zebulun, of whom Jacob says that he dwells on the shore of the sea. Sagittarius, chasing the celestial wolf, is the emblem of Benjamin, whom Jacob compares to a hunter, and in that constellation the Romans placed the domicile of Diana the huntress. Virgo, the domicile of Mercury, is born on the flag of Naphtali, whose eloquence and agility Jacob magnifies, both of which are attributes of the courier of the gods. And of Simeon and Levi he speaks as united, as are the two fishes that make the constellation Pisces, which is their armorial emblem. Plato, in his Republic, followed the divisions of the zodiac and the planets. So also did Lycurgus at Sparta, and Cecrops in the Athenian Commonwealth. Chun, the Chinese legislator, divided China into 12 chu, and specially designated 12 mountains. The Etruscans divided themselves into 12 cantons. Romulus appointed 12 lictors. There were 12 tribes of Ishmael and 12 disciples of the Hebrew reformer. The New Jerusalem of the Apocalypse has 12 gates. The Saoxiet, a Chinese book, speaks of a palace composed of 4 buildings, whose gates looked toward the 4 corners of the world. That on the east was dedicated to the new moons of the months of spring, that on the west to those of autumn. That on the south to those of summer, and that on the north to those of winter, and in this palace the emperor and his grandees sacrificed a lamb, the animal that represented the sun at the vernal equinox. Among the Greeks, the march of the choruses in their theatres represented the movements of the heavens and the planets, and the strophe and antistrophe imitated, Aristoxenes says, the movements of the stars. The number 5 was sacred among the Chinese, as that of the planets other than the sun and moon. Astrology consecrated the numbers 12, 7, 30, and 360. And everywhere 7, the number of the planets, was as sacred as 12, that of the signs, the months, the oriental cycles, and the sections of the horizon. We shall speak more at large hereafter, in another degree, as to these and other numbers, to which the ancients ascribed mysterious powers. The signs of the zodiac and the stars appeared on many of the ancient coins and medals. On the public seal of the Locrians, Ozols was Hesperus, or the planet Venus. On the medals of Antioch on the Orontes was the ram and crescent. And the ram was the special deity of Syria, assigned to it in the division of the earth among the 12 signs. On the Cretan coins was the equinoctial bull, and he also appeared on those of the Mamertines and of Athens. Sagittarius appeared on those of the Persians. In India the 12 signs appeared upon the ancient coins. The scorpion was engraved on the medals of the kings of Commagena, and Capricorn on those of Zeugma, Anazorba, and other cities. On the medals of Antoninus are found nearly all the signs of the zodiac. Astrology was practiced among all the ancient nations. In Egypt, the book of astrology was borne reverentially in the religious processions, in which the few sacred animals were also carried, as emblems of the equinoxes and solstices. The same science nourished among the Chaldeans, and over the whole of Asia and Africa. When Alexander invaded India, the astrologers of the Oxydraces came to him to disclose the secrets of their science of heaven and the stars. The Brahmins whom Apollonius consulted, taught him the secrets of astronomy, with the ceremonies and prayers whereby to appease the gods and learn the future from the stars. In China, astrology taught the mode of governing the state and families. In Arabia it was deemed the mother of the sciences, and old libraries are full of Arabic books on this pretended science. It flourished at Rome. Constantine had his horoscope drawn by the astrologer Valens. It was a science in the Middle Ages, and even to this day is neither forgotten nor unpracticed. Catherine de' Medici was fond of it. Louis XIV consulted his horoscope, and the learned Cassini commenced his career as an astrologer. The ancient Sabaeans established feasts in honor of each planet, on the day, for each, when it entered its place of exaltation. or reached the particular degree in the particular sign of the zodiac in which astrology had fixed the place of its exaltation. That is, the place in the heavens where its influence was supposed to be greatest, and where it acted on nature with the greatest energy. The place of exaltation of the sun was in Aries, because, reaching that point, he awakens all nature, and warms into life all the germs of vegetation. And therefore his most solemn feast among all nations, for many years before our era, was fixed at the time of his entrance into that sign. In Egypt it was called the Feast of Fire and Light. It was the Passover, when the paschal lamb was slain and eaten, among the Jews, and Newroz among the Persians. The Romans preferred the place of domicile to that of exaltation, and celebrated the feasts of the planets under the signs that were their houses. The Chaldeans, whom, and not the Egyptians, the Sabaeans followed in this, preferred the places of exaltation. Saturn, from the length of time required for his apparent revolution, was considered the most remote, and the Moon the nearest planet. After the Moon came Mercury and Venus, then the Sun and then Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. So the risings and settings of the fixed stars, and their conjunctions with the Sun, and their first appearance as they emerged from his rays, fixed the epochs for the feasts instituted in their honor. And the sacred calendars of the ancients were regulated accordingly. In the Roman games of the circus, celebrated in honor of the sun and of entire nature, the sun, moon, planets, zodiac, elements, and the most apparent parts and potent agents of nature were personified and represented. And the courses of the sun in the heavens were imitated in the hippodrome. His chariot being drawn by 4 horses of different colors, representing the 4 elements and seasons. The courses were from east to west, like the circuits round the lodge, and 7 in number, to correspond with the number of planets. The movements of the 7 stars that revolve around the pole were also represented, as were those of Capella, which by its heliacal rising at the moment when the sun reached the Pleiades, in Taurus, announced the commencement of the annual revolution of the sun. The intersection of the zodiac by the colures at the equinoctial and solstitial points, fixed 4 periods, each of which has, by one or more nations, and in some cases by the same nation at different periods, been taken for the commencement of the year. Some adopted the vernal equinox, because then day began to prevail over night, and light gained a victory over darkness. Sometimes the summer solstice was preferred, because then day attained its maximum of duration, and the acme of its glory and perfection. In Egypt, another reason was, that then the Nile began to overflow, at the heliacal rising of Sirius. Some preferred the autumnal equinox, because then the harvests were gathered, and the hopes of a new crop were deposited in the bosom of the earth. And some preferred the winter solstice, because then, the shortest day having arrived, their length commenced to increase, and light began the career destined to end in victory at the vernal equinox. The sun was figuratively said to die and be born again at the winter solstice. The games of the circus, in honor of the invincible god Sun, were then celebrated, and the Roman year, established or reformed by Numa, commenced. Many peoples of Italy commenced their year, Macrobius says, at that time, and represented by the 4 ages of man the gradual succession of periodical increase and diminution of day, and the light of the sun. Likening him to an infant born at the winter solstice, a young man at the vernal equinox, a robust man at the summer solstice, and an old man at the autumnal equinox. This idea was borrowed from the Egyptians, who adored the sun at the winter solstice, under the figure of an infant. The image of the sign in which each of the 4 seasons commenced, became the form under which was figured the sun of that particular season. The lion's skin was worn by Hercules, the horns of the bull adorned the forehead of Bacchus. And the autumnal serpent wound its long folds round the statue of Serapis, 2,500 years before our era, when those signs corresponded with the commencement of the seasons. When other constellations replaced them at those points, by means of the precession of the equinoxes, those attributes were changed. Then the ram furnished the horns for the head of the sun, under the name of Jupiter Ammon. He was no longer born exposed to the waters of Aquarius, like Bacchus, nor enclosed in an urn like the god Canopus, but in the stables of Augeas or the celestial goat. He then completed his triumph, mounted on an ass, in the constellation Cancer, which then occupied the solstitial point of summer. Other attributes: the images of the sun borrowed from the constellations which, by their rising and setting, fixed the points of departure of the year, and the commencements of its four principal divisions. First the bull and afterward the ram, called by the Persians the lamb, was regarded as the regenerator of nature, through his union with the sun. Each, in his turn, was an emblem of the sun overcoming the winter darkness, and repairing the disorders of nature, which every year was regenerated under these signs, after the scorpion and serpent of autumn had brought upon it barrenness, disaster, and darkness. Mithras was represented sitting on a bull, and that animal was an image of Osiris, while the Greek Bacchus armed his front with its horns, and was pictured with its tail and feet. The constellations also became noteworthy to the husbandman, which by their rising or setting, at morning or evening, indicated the coming of this period of renewed fruitfulness and new life. Capella, or the kid Amalthea, whose horn is called that of abundance, and whose place is over the equinoctial point, or Taurus. And the Pleiades, that long indicated the seasons, and gave rise to a multitude of poetic fables, were the most observed and most celebrated in antiquity. The original Roman year commenced at the vernal equinox. July was formerly called Quintilis, the 5th month, and August Sextilis, the 6th, as September is still the 7th month, October the 8th, and so on. The Persians commenced their year at the same time, and celebrated their great feast of Newroz when the sun entered Aries and the constellation Perseus rose, Perseus, who first brought down to earth the heavenly fire consecrated in their temples, and all the ceremonies then practiced reminded men of the renovation of nature and the triumph of Ormuzd, the light god, over the powers of darkness, and Ahriman their chief. The legislator of the Jews fixed the commencement of their year in the month Nisan, at the vernal equinox, at which season the Israelites marched out of Egypt and were relieved of their long bondage. In commemoration of which exodus, they ate the paschal lamb at that equinox. And when Bacchus and his army had long marched in burning deserts, they were led by a lamb or ram into beautiful meadows, and to the springs that watered the temple of Jupiter Ammon. For, to the Arabs and Ethiopians, whose great divinity Bacchus was, nothing was so perfect a type of Elysium as a country abounding in springs and rivulets. Orion, on the same meridian with the stars of Taurus, died of the sting of the celestial scorpion, that rises when he sets. As dies the bull of Mithras in autumn, and in the stars that correspond with the autumnal equinox we find those malevolent genii that ever war against the principle of good, and that take from the sun and the heavens the fruit-producing power that they communicate to the earth. With the vernal equinox, dear to the sailor as to the husbandman, came the stars that, with the sun, open navigation, and rule the stormy seas. Then the twins plunge into the solar fires, or disappear at setting, going down with the sun into the bosom of the waters. And these tutelary divinities of mariners, the Dioscuri or chief cabri of Samothrace, sailed with Jason to possess themselves of the golden-fleeced ram, or Aries, whose rising in the morning announced the sun's entry into Taurus. When the serpent-bearer Jason rose in the evening, and, in aspect with the Dioscuri, was deemed their brother. And Orion, son of Neptune, and most potent controller of the tempest-tortured ocean, announcing sometimes calm and sometimes tempest, rose after Taurus, rejoicing in the forehead of the new year. The summer solstice was not less an important point in the sun's march than the vernal equinox, especially to the Egyptians, to whom it not only marked the end and term of the increasing length of the days and of the domination of light, and the maximum of the sun's elevation, but also the annual recurrence of that phenomenon peculiar to Egypt, the rising of the Nile, which, ever accompanying the sun in his course, seemed to rise and fall as the days grew longer and shorter, being lowest at the winter solstice, and highest at that of summer. Thus the sun seemed to regulate its swelling. And the time of his arrival at the solstitial point being that of the first rising of the Nile, was selected by the Egyptians as the beginning of a year which they called the Year of God, and of the Sothiac period, or the period of Sothis. The dog star who, rising in the morning, fixed that epoch, so important to the people of Egypt. This year was also called the Heliac, that is the solar year, and the canicular year, and it consisted of 365 days, without intercalation. So that at the end of 4 years, or of 4 times 365 days, making 1,460 days, it needed to add a day, to make 4 complete revolutions of the sun. To correct this, some nations made every 4th year consist, as we do now, of 366 days, but the Egyptians preferred to add nothing to the year of 365 days, which, at the end of 120 years, or of 30 times 4 years, was short 30 days or a month. That is to say, it required a month more to complete the 120 revolutions of the sun, though so many were counted, that is, so many years. Of course the commencement of the 121st year would not correspond with the summer solstice, but would precede it by a month, so that, when the sun arrived at the solstitial point whence he had first set out, and whereto he must needs return, to make in reality 120 years, or 120 complete revolutions, the first month of the 121st year would have ended. Thus, if the commencement of the year went back 30 days every 120 years, this commencement of the year, continuing to recede, would, at the end of 12 times 120 years, or of 1,460 years get back to the solstitial point, or primitive point of departure of the period. The sun would then have made but 1459 revolutions though 1460 were counted, to make up which, a year more would need to be added. So that the sun would not have made his 1460 revolutions until the end of 1,461 years of 365 days each revolution being in reality not 365 days exactly, but 365 L/4. This period of 1,461 years, each of 365 days, bringing back the commencement of the solar year to the solstitial point, at the rising of Sirius, after 1460 complete solar revolutions, was called in Egypt the Zodiac period. The point of departure whereof was the summer solstice, first occupied by the Lion and afterward by Cancer, under which sign is Sirius, which opened the period. It was, says Porphyry, at this solstitial new moon, accompanied by the rising of Seth or the dog star, that the beginning of the year was fixed, and that of the generation of all things, or, as it were, the natal hour of the world. Not Sirius alone determined the period of the rising of the Nile. Aquarius, his urn, and the stream flowing from it, in opposition to the sign of the summer solstice then occupied by the sun, opened in the evening the march of night, and received the full moon in his cup. Above him and with him rose the feet of Pegasus, struck wherewith the waters flow forth that the muses drink. The lion and the dog, indicating, were supposed to cause the inundation, and so were worshipped. While the sun passed through Leo, the waters doubled their depth, and the sacred fountains poured their streams through the heads of lions. Hydra, rising between Sirius and Leo, extended under 3 signs. Its head rose with Cancer, and its tail with the feet of the Virgin and the beginning of Libra, and the inundation continued while the sun passed along its whole extent. The successive contest of light and darkness for the possession of the lunar disk, each being by turns victor and vanquished, exactly resembled what passed upon the earth by the action of the sun and his journeys from one solstice to the other. The lunary revolution presented the same periods of light and darkness as the year, and was the object of the same religious fictions. Above the moon, Pliny said, everything is pure, and filled with eternal light. There ends the cone of shadow which the earth projects, and which produces night, there ends the sojourn of night and darkness, to it the air extends, but there we enter the pure substance. The Egyptians assigned to the moon the demiurgic or creative force of Osiris, who united himself to her in the spring, when the sun communicated to her the principles of generation which she afterward disseminated in the air and all the elements. The Persians considered the moon to have been impregnated by the celestial bull, first of the signs of spring. In all ages, the moon has been supposed to have great influence upon vegetation, and the birth and growth of animals. And the belief is as widely entertained now as ever, and that influence regarded as a mysterious and inexplicable one. Not the astrologers alone, but naturalists like Pliny, philosophers like Plutarch and Cicero, theologians like the Egyptian priests, and metaphysicians like Proclus, believed firmly in these lunar influences. The Egyptians, says Diodorus Siculus, acknowledged two great gods, the sun and moon, or Osiris and Isis, who govern the world and regulate its administration by the dispensation of the seasons. Such is the nature of these two great divinities, that they impress an active and fecundating force, by which the generation of beings ineffected, the sun, by heat and that spiritual principle that forms the breath of the winds. The moon by humidity and dryness, and both by the forces of the air which they share in common. By this beneficial influence everything is born, grows, and vegetates. Wherefore this whole huge body, in which nature resides, is maintained by the combined action of the sun and moon, and their five qualities, the principles spiritual, fiery, dry, humid, and airy. So five primitive powers, elements, or elementary qualities, are united with the sun and moon in the Indian theology, air, spirit, fire, water, and earth, and the same five elements are recognized by the Chinese. The Phoenicians, like the Egyptians, regarded the sun and moon and stars as sole causes of generation and destruction here below. The moon, like the sun, changed continually the track in which she crossed the heavens, moving ever to and fro between the upper and lower limits of the zodiac. And her different places, phases, and aspects there, and her relations with the sun and the constellations, have been a fruitful source of mythological fables. All the planets had what astrology termed their houses, in the zodiac. The house of the sun was in Leo, and that of the moon in Cancer. Each other planet had two signs. Mercury had Gemini and Virgo, Venus, Taurus and Libra, Mars, Aries and Scorpio, Jupiter, Pisces and Sagittarius, and Saturn, Aquarius and Capricornus. From this distribution of the signs also came many mythological emblems and fables, as also many came from the places of exaltation of the planets. Diana of Ephesus, the moon wore the image of a crab on her bosom, because in that sign was the moon's domicile. And lions bore up the throne of Horus, the Egyptian Apollo, the sun personified, for a like reason, while the Egyptians consecrated the tauriform Scarabeus to the moon, because she had her place of exaltation in Taurus. And for the same reason Mercury is said to have presented Isis with a helmet like a bull's head. A further division of the zodiac was of each sign into 3 parts of 10 degrees each, called decans, or, in the whole zodiac, 36 parts, among which the 7 planets were apportioned anew, each planet having an equal number of decans, except the first, which, opening and closing the series of planets 5 times repeated, necessarily had 1 decan more than the others. This subdivision was not invented until after Aries opened the vernal equinox, and accordingly Mars, having his house in Aries, opens the series of decans and closes it. The planets following each other, 5 times in succession, in the following order: Mars, the Sun, Venus, Mercury, the Moon, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, etc., so that to each sign are assigned 3 planets, each occupying 10 degrees. To each decan a god or genius was assigned, making 36 in all, one of whom, the Chaldeans said, came down upon earth every 10 days, remained so many days, and reascended to heaven. This division is found on the Indian sphere, the Persian, and that barbaric one which Ibn Ezra describes. Each genius of the decans had a name and special characteristics. They concur and aid in the effects produced by the sun, moon, and other planets charged with the administration of the world, and the doctrine in regard to them, secret and august as it was held, was considered of the gravest importance. And its principles, Firmicus says, were not entrusted by the ancients, inspired as they were by the deity, to any but the initiates, and to them only with great reserve, and a kind of fear, and when cautiously enveloped with an obscure veil, that they might not come to be known by the profane. With these decans were connected the paranatellans or those stars outside of the zodiac, that rise and set at the same moment with the several divisions of 10 degrees of each sign. As there were anciently only 48 celestial figures or constellations, of which 12 were in the zodiac, it follows that there were, outside of the zodiac, 36 other asterisms, paranatellans of the several 36 decans. For example, as when Capricorn set, Sirius and Procyon, or Canis Major and Canis Minor, rose, they were the paranatellans of Capricorn, though at a great distance from it in the heavens. The rising of Cancer was known from the setting of Corona Borealis and the rising of the Great and Little Dog, its 3 paranatellans. The risings and settings of the stars are always spoken of as connected with the sun. In that connection there are 3 kinds of them, cosmical, achronical, and heliacal, important to be distinguished by all who would understand this ancient learning. When any star rises or sets with the same degree of the same sign of the zodiac that the sun occupies at the time, it rises and sets simultaneously with the sun, and this is termed rising or setting cosmically. But a star that so rises and sets can never be seen, on account of the light that precedes, and is left behind by the sun. It is therefore necessary, in order to know his place in the zodiac, to observe stars that rise just before or set just after him. A star that is in the east when night commences, and in the west when it ends, is said to rise and set achronically. A star so rising or setting was in opposition to the sun, rising at the end of evening twilight, and setting at the beginning of morning twilight, and this happened to each star but once a year, because the sun moves from west to east. With reference to the stars, 1 degree a day. When a star rises as night ends in the morning, or sets as night commences in the evening, it is said to rise or set heliacally, because the sun, Helios, seems to touch it with his luminous atmosphere. A star thus reappears after a disappearance, often, of several months, and thenceforward it rises an hour earlier each day, gradually emerging from the sun's rays, until at the end of 3 months it precedes the sun 6 hours. And rises at midnight. A star sets heliacally, when no longer remaining visible above the western horizon after sunset, the day arrives when they cease to be seen setting in the west. They so remain invisible, until the sun passes so far to the eastward as not to eclipse them with his light, and then they reappear, but in the east, about an hour and a half before sunrise, and this is their heliacal rising. In this interval, the cosmical rising and setting take place. Besides the relations of the constellations and their paranatellans with the houses and places of exaltation of the planets, and with their places in the respective signs and decans. The stars were supposed to produce different effects according as they rose or set, and according as they did so either cosmically, achronically, or heliacally. And also according to the different seasons of the year in which these phenomena occurred, and these differences were carefully marked on the old calendars, and many things in the ancient allegories are referable to them. Another and most important division of the stars was into good and bad, beneficent and malevolent. With the Persians, the former, of the zodiacal constellations, were from Aries to Virgo, inclusive, and the latter from Libra to Pisces, inclusive. Hence the good angels and genii, and the bad angels, devs, evil genii, devils, fallen angels, titans, and giants of the mythology. The other 36 constellations were equally divided, 18 on each side, or, with those of the zodiac, 24. Thus the symbolic egg, that issued from the mouth of the invisible Egyptian god Neph. Known in the Grecian mysteries as the Orphic egg, from which issued the god Chumong of the Corinthians, and the Egyptian Osiris, and Phans, god and principle of light, from which, broken by the sacred bull of the Japanese, the world emerged. And which the Greeks placed at the feet of Bacchus Tauricornus, the Magian egg of Ormuzd, from which came the Amshispans and Devs, was divided into 2 halves, and equally apportioned between the good and evil constellations and angels. Those of spring, as for example Aries and Taurus, Auriga and Capella, were the beneficent stars. And those of autumn, as the Balance, Scorpio, the serpent of Ophiuchus, and the dragon of the Hesperides, were types and subjects of the evil principle, and regarded as malevolent causes of the ill effects experienced in autumn and winter. Thus are explained the mysteries of the journeyings of the human soul through the spheres, when it descends to the earth by the sign of the serpent, and returns to the empire of light by that or the lamb or bull. The creative action of heaven was manifested, and all its demiurgic energy developed, most of all at the vernal equinox, to which refer all the fables that typify the victory of light over darkness, by the triumphs of Jupiter, Osiris, Ormuzd, and Apollo. Always the triumphant god takes the form of the bull, the ram, or the lamb. Then Jupiter wrests from Typhon his thunderbolts, of which that malignant deity had possessed himself during the winter. Then the god of light overwhelms his foe, pictured as a huge serpent. Then winter ends, the sun, seated on the bull and accompanied by Orion, blazes in the heavens. All nature rejoices at the victory. And order and harmony are everywhere re-established, in place of the dire confusion that reigned while gloomy Typhon domineered, and Ahriman prevailed against Ormuzd. The universal soul of the world, motive power of heaven and of the spheres, it was held, exercises its creative energy chiefly through the medium of the sun, during his revolution along the signs of the zodiac. With which signs unite the paranatellans that modify their influence, and concur in furnishing the symbolic attributes of the great luminary that regulates nature and is the depository of her greatest powers. The action of this universal soul of the world is displayed in the movements of the spheres, and above all in that of the sun, in the successions of the risings and settings of the stars, and in their periodical returns. By these are explainable all the metamorphoses of that soul, personified as Jupiter, as Bacchus, as Vishnu, or as Buddha, and all the various attributes ascribed to it. And also the worship of those animals that were consecrated in the ancient temples, representatives on earth of the celestial signs, and supposed to receive by transmission from them the rays and emanations which in them flow from the universal soul. All the old adorers of nature, the theologians, astrologers, and poets, as well as the most distinguished philosophers, supposed that the stars were so many animated and intelligent beings, or eternal bodies, active causes of effect here below, animated by a living principle, and directed by an intelligence that was itself but an emanation from and a part of the life and universal intelligence of the world, and we find in the hierarchical order and distribution of their eternal and divine intelligences, known by the names of gods, angels, and genii, the same distributions and the same divisions as those by which the ancients divided the visible universe and distributed its parts. And the famous divisions by 7 and by 12, appertaining to the planets and the signs of the zodiac, is everywhere found in the hierarchical order of the gods, and angels, and the other ministers that are the depositaries of that divine force which moves and rules the world. These, and the other intelligences assigned to the other stars have absolute dominion over all parts of nature. Over the elements, the animal and vegetable kingdoms, over man and all his actions, over his virtues and vices, and over good and evil, which divide between them his life. The passions of his soul and the maladies of his body, these and the entire man are dependent on the heavens and the genii that there inhabit, who preside at his birth, control his fortunes during life, and receive his soul or active and intelligent part, and it is to be reunited to the pure life of the lofty stars. And all through the great body of the world are disseminated portions of the universal soul, impressing movement on everything that seems to move of itself, giving life to the plants and trees, directing by a regular and settled plan the organization and development of their germs, imparting constant mobility to the running waters and maintaining their eternal motion, impelling the winds and changing their direction or stilling them, calming and arousing the ocean, unchaining the storms, pouring out the fires of volcanoes, or with earthquakes shaking the roots of huge mountains and the foundations of vast continents, by means of a force that, belonging to nature, is a mystery to man. And these invisible intelligences, like the stars, are marshaled in two great divisions, under the banners of the two principles of good and evil, light and darkness. Under Ormuzd and Ahriman, Osiris and Typhon. The evil principle was the motive power of brute matter. And it, personified as Ahriman and Typhon, had its hosts and armies of devs and genii, fallen angels and malevolent spirits, who waged continual wage with the good principle, the principle of imperial light and splendor, Osiris, Ormuzd. Jupiter or Dionysos, with his bright hosts of Amshispans, Ists, angels, and archangels. A warfare that goes on from birth until death, in the soul of every man that lives. We have heretofore, in the 24th degree, recited the principal incidents in the legend of Osiris and Isis, and it remains but to point out the astronomical phenomena which it has converted into mythological facts. The sun, at the vernal equinox, was the fruit-compelling star that by his warmth provoked generation and poured upon the sublunary world all the blessings of heaven. The beneficent god, tutelary genius of universal vegetation, that communicates to the dull earth new activity, and stirs her great heart, long chilled by winter and his frosts, until from her bosom burst all the greenness and perfume of spring, making her rejoice in leafy forests and grassy lawns and flower-enameled meadows, and the promise of abundant crops of grain and fruits and purple grapes in their due season. He was then called Osiris, husband of Isis, god of cultivation and benefactor of men, pouring on them and on the earth the choicest blessings within the gift of the divinity. Opposed to him was Typhon, his antagonist in the Egyptian mythology, as Ahriman was the foe of Ormuzd, the good principle, in the theology of the Persians. The first inhabitants of Egypt and Ethiopia, as Diodorus Siculus informs us, saw in the heavens two first eternal causes of things, or great divinities, one the sun, whom they called Osiris, and the other the moon, whom they called Isis. And these they considered the causes of all the generations of earth. This idea, we learn from Eusebius, was the same as that of the Phoenicians. On these two great divinities the administration of the world depended. All sublunary bodies received from them their nourishment and increase, during the annual revolution which they controlled, and the different seasons into which it was divided. To Osiris and Isis, it was held, were owing civilization, the discovery of agriculture, laws, arts of all kinds, religious worship, temples, the invention of letters, astronomy, the gymnastic arts, and music. And thus they were the universal benefactors. Osiris traveled to civilize the countries which he passed through, and communicate to them his valuable discoveries. He built cities, and taught men to cultivate the earth. Wheat and wine were his first presents to men. Europe, Asia, and Africa partook of the blessings which he communicated, and the most remote regions of India remembered him, and claimed him as one of their great gods. You have learned how Typhon, his brother, slew him. His body was cut into pieces, all of which were collected by Isis, except his organs of generation, which had been thrown into and devoured in the waters of the river that every year fertilized Egypt. The other portions were buried by Isis, and over them she erected a tomb. Thereafter she remained single, loading her subjects with blessings. She cured the sick, restored sight to the blind, made the paralytic whole, and even raised the dead. From her Horus or Apollo learned divination and the science of medicine. Thus the Egyptians pictured the beneficent action of the two luminaries that, from the bosom of the elements, produced all animals and men, and all bodies that are born, grow, and die in the eternal circle of generation and destruction here below. When the celestial bull opened the new year at the vernal equinox, Osiris, united with the moon, communicated to her the seeds of fruitfulness which she poured upon the air, and therewith impregnated the generative principles which gave activity to universal vegetation. Apis, represented by a bull, was the living and sensible image of the sun or Osiris, when in union with Isis or the moon at the vernal equinox, concurring with her in provoking everything that lives to generation. This conjunction of the sun with the moon at the vernal equinox, in the constellation Taurus, required the bull Apis to have on his shoulder a mark resembling the crescent moon. And the fecundating influence of these two luminaries was expressed by images that would now be deemed gross and indecent, but which then were not misunderstood. Everything good in nature comes from Osiris, order, harmony, and the favorable temperature of the seasons and celestial periods. From Typhon come the stormy passions and irregular impulses that agitate the brute and material part of man. Maladies of the body, and violent shocks that injure the health and derange the system, inclement weather, derangement of the seasons, and eclipses. Osiris and Typhon were the Ormuzd and Ahriman of the Persians. Principles of good and evil, of light and darkness, ever at war in the administration of the universe. Osiris was the image of generative power. This was expressed by his symbolic statues, and by the sign into which he entered at the vernal equinox. He especially dispensed the humid principle of nature, generative element of all things. And the Nile and all moisture were regarded as emanations from him, without which there could be no vegetation. That Osiris and Isis were the sun and moon, is attested by many ancient writers. By Diogenes Laertius, Plutarch, Lucian, Suidas, Macrobius, Martianus Capella, and others. His power was symbolized by an eye over a scepter. The sun was termed by the Greeks the eye of Jupiter, and the eye of the world. And his is the all-seeing eye in our lodges. The oracle of Claros styled him king of the stars and of the eternal fire, that engenders the year and the seasons, dispenses rain and winds, and brings about daybreak and night. And Osiris was invoked as the god that resides in the sun and is enveloped by his rays, the invisible and eternal force that modifies the sublunary world by means of the sun. Osiris was the same god known as Bacchus, Dionysos, and Serapis. Serapis is the author of the regularity and harmony of the world. Bacchus, jointly with Ceres, identified by Herodotus with Isis, presides over the distribution of all our blessings, and from the two emanates everything beautiful and good in nature. One furnishes the germ and principle of every good, the other receives and preserves it as a deposit, and the latter is the function of the moon in the theology of the Persians. In each theology, Persian and Egyptian, the moon acts directly on the earth. But she is fecundated, in one by the celestial bull and in the other by Osiris, with whom she is united at the vernal equinox, in the sign Taurus, the place of her exaltation or greatest influence on the earth. The force of Osiris, says Plutarch, is exercised through the moon. She is the passive cause relatively to him, and the active cause relatively to the earth, to which she transmits the germs of fruitfulness received from him. In Egypt the earliest movement in the waters of the Nile began to appear at the vernal equinox, when the new moon occurred at the entrance of the sun into the constellation Taurus. And thus the Nile was held to receive its fertilizing power from the combined action of the equinoctial sun and the new moon, meeting in Taurus. Osiris was often confounded with the Nile, and Isis with the earth. And Osiris was deemed to act on the earth, and to transmit to it his emanations, through both the moon and the Nile, whence the fable that his generative organs were thrown into that river. Typhon, on the other hand, was the principle of aridity and barrenness, and by his mutilation of Osiris was meant that drought which caused the Nile to retire within his bed and shrink up in autumn. Elsewhere than in Egypt, Osiris was the symbol of the refreshing rains that descend to fertilize the earth, and Typhon the burning winds of autumn, the stormy rains that rot the flowers, the plants and leaves, the short, cold days. And everything injurious in nature, and that produces corruption and destruction. In short, Typhon is the principle of corruption, of darkness, of the lower world from which come earthquakes, tumultuous commotions of the air, burning heat, lightning, and fiery meteors, and plague and pestilence. Such too was the Ahriman of the Persians, and this revolt of the evil principle against the principle of good and light, has been represented in every cosmogony, under many varying forms. Osiris, on the contrary, by the intermediation of Isis, fills the material world with happiness, purity, and order, by which the harmony of nature is maintained. It was said that he died at the autumnal equinox, when Taurus or the Pleiades rose in the evening, and that he rose to life again in the spring, when vegetation was inspired with new activity. Of course the two signs of Taurus and Scorpio will figure most largely in the mythological history of Osiris, for they mark the two equinoxes, 2,500 years before our era. And next to them the other constellations, near the equinoxes, that fixed the limits of the duration of the fertilizing action of the sun. And it is also to be remarked that Venus, the goddess of generation, has her domicile in Taurus, as the moon has there her place of exaltation. When the sun was in Scorpio, Osiris lost his life, and that fruitfulness which, under the form of the bull, he had communicated, through the moon, to the earth. Typhon, his hands and feet horrid with serpents, and whose habitat in the Egyptian planisphere was under Scorpio, confined him in a chest and flung him into the Nile, under the 17th degree of Scorpio. Under that sign he lost his life and virility. And he recovered them in the spring, when he had connection with the moon. When he entered Scorpio, his light diminished, night reassumed her dominion, the Nile shrunk within its banks, and the earth lost her verdure and the trees their leaves. Therefore it is that on the Mithriac monuments, the scorpion bites the testicles of the equinoctial bull, on which sits Mithras, the son of spring and god of generation. And that, on the same monuments, we see two trees, one covered with young leaves, and at its foot a little bull and a torch burning, and the other loaded with fruit, and at its foot a scorpion, and a torch reversed and extinguished. Ormazd or Osiris, the beneficent principle that gives the world light, was personified by the sun, apparent source of light. Darkness, personified by Typhon or Ahriman, was his natural enemy. The sages of Egypt described the necessary and eternal rivalry or opposition of these principles, ever pursuing one the other, and one dethroning the other in every annual revolution, and at a particular period, one in the spring under the bull, and the other in autumn under the scorpion, by the legendary history of Osiris and Typhon, detailed to us by Diodorus and Synesius. In which history were also personified the stars and constellations Orion, Capella, the twins, the wolf, Sirius, and Hercules, whose risings and settings noted the advent of one or the other equinox. Plutarch gives us the positions in the heavens of the sun and moon, at the moment when Osiris was murdered by Typhon. The sun, he says, was in the sign of the scorpion, which he then entered at the autumnal equinox. The moon was full, he adds. And consequently, as it rose at sunset, it occupied Taurus, which, opposite to Scorpio, rose as it and the sun sank together, so that she was then found alone in the sign Taurus, where, 6 months before, she had been in union or conjunction with Osiris, the sun, receiving from him those germs of universal fertilization which he communicated to her. It was the sign through which Osiris first ascended into his empire of light and good. It rose with the sun on the day of the vernal equinox. It remained 6 months in the luminous hemisphere, ever preceding the sun and above the horizon during the day. Until in autumn, the sun arriving at Scorpio, Taurus was in complete opposition with him, rose when he set, and completed its entire course above the horizon during the night, presiding, by rising in the evening, over the commencement of the long nights. Hence in the sad ceremonies commemorating the death of Osiris, there was borne in procession a golden bull covered with black crape, image of the darkness into which the familiar sign of Osiris was entering, and which was to spread over the northern regions, while the sun, prolonging the nights, was to be absent, and each to remain under the dominion of Typhon, principle of evil and darkness. Setting out from the sign Taurus, Isis, as the moon, went seeking for Osiris through all the superior signs, in each of which she became full in the successive months from the autumnal to the vernal equinox, without finding him in either. Let us follow her in her allegorical wanderings. Osiris was slain by Typhon his rival, with whom conspired a queen of Ethiopia, by whom, says Plutarch, were designated the winds. The Paranatellans of Scorpio, the sign occupied by the sun when Osiris was slain, were the serpents, reptiles which supplied the attributes of the evil genii and of Typhon, who himself bore the form of a serpent in the Egyptian planisphere. And in the division of Scorpio is also found Cassiopeia, queen of Ethiopia, whose setting brings stormy winds. Osiris descended to the shades or infernal regions. There he took the name of Serapis, identical with Pluto, and assumed his nature. He was then in conjunction with Serpentarius, identical with Aesculapius, whose form he took in his passage to the lower signs, where he takes the names of Pluto and Hades. Then Isis wept for the death of Osiris, and the golden bull covered with crape was carried in procession. Nature mourned the impending loss of her summer glories, and the advent of the empire of night, the withdrawing of the waters, made fruitful by the bull in spring, the cessation of the winds that brought rains to swell the Nile, the shortening of the days, and the despoiling of the earth. Then Taurus, directly opposite the sun, entered into the cone of shadow which the earth projects, by which the moon is eclipsed at full, and with which, making night, the bull rises and descends as if covered with a veil, while he remains above our horizon. The body of Osiris, enclosed in a chest or coffin, was cast into the Nile. Pan and the satyrs, near Chemis, first discovered his death, announced it by their cries, and everywhere created sorrow and alarm. Taurus, with the full moon, then entered into the cone of shadow, and under him was the celestial river, most properly called the Nile, and below, Perseus, the god of chemists, and Auriga, leading a she-goat, himself identical with Pan, whose wife Aga the she-goat was styled. Then Isis went in search of the body. She first met certain children who had seen it, received from them their information, and gave them in return the gift of divination. The second full moon occurred in Gemini, the twins, who presided over the oracles of Didymus, and one of whom was Apollo, the god of divination. She learned that Osiris had, through mistake, had connection with her sister Nephte, which she discovered by a crown of leaves of the melilot, which he had left behind him. Of this connection a child was born, whom Isis, aided by her dogs, sought for, found, reared, and attached to herself, by the name of Anubis, her faithful guardian. The third full moon occurs in Cancer, domicile of the moon. The paranatelons of that sign are, the crown of Ariadne or Proserpine, made of leaves of the melilot, Procyon and Canis Major, one star of which was called the Star of Isis, while Sirius himself was honored in Egypt under the name of Anubis. Isis repaired to Byblos, and seated herself near a fountain, where she was found by the women of the court of a king. She was induced to visit his court, and became the nurse of his son. The fourth full moon was in Leo, domicile of the sun, or of Adonis, king of Byblos. The paranatelons of this sign are the flowing water of Aquarius, and Cepheus, king of Ethiopia, called Regulus, or simply the king. Behind him rise Cassiopeia his wife, queen of Ethiopia, Andromeda his daughter, and Perseus his son-in-law, all paranatelons in part of this sign, and in part of Virgo. Isis suckled the child, not at her breast, but with the end of her finger, at night. She burned all the mortal parts of its body, and then, taking the shape of a swallow, she flew to the great column of the palace, made of the tamarisk tree that grew up round the coffin containing the body of Osiris, and within which it was still enclosed. The fifth full moon occurred in Virgo, the true image of Isis, and which Eratosthenes calls by that name. It pictured a woman suckling an infant, the son of Isis, born near the winter solstice. This sign has for paranatelons the mast of the celestial ship, and the swallow-tailed fish or swallow above it, and a portion of Perseus, son-in-law of the king of Ethiopia. Isis, having recovered the sacred coffer, sailed from Byblos in a vessel with the eldest son of the king, toward Budos, where Anubis was, having charge of her son Horus, and in the morning dried up a river, whence arose a strong wind. Landing, she hid the coffer in a forest. Typhon, hunting a wild boar by moonlight, discovered it, recognized the body of his rival, and cut it into 14 pieces, the number of days between the full and new moon. And in every one of which days the moon loses a portion of the light that at the commencement filled her whole disk. The sixth full moon occurred in Libra, over the divisions separating which from Virgo are the celestial ship, Perseus, son of the king of Ethiopia and Boötes, said to have nursed Horus. The river of Orion that sets in the morning is also a paranatelon of Libra, as are Ursa Major, the great bear or wild boar of Erymanthus, and the dragon of the North Pole, or the celebrated python from which the attributes of Typhon were borrowed. All these surround the full moon of Libra, last of the superior signs, and the one that precedes the new moon of spring, about to be reproduced in Taurus, and there be once more in conjunction with the sun. Isis collects the scattered fragments of the body of Osiris, buries them, and consecrates the phallus, carried in pomp at the Pamilia, or feasts of the vernal equinox, at which time the congress of Osiris and the moon was celebrated. Then Osiris had returned from the shades, to aid Horus his son and Isis his wife against the forces of Typhon. He thus reappeared, say some, under the form of a wolf, or, others say, under that of a horse. The moon, 14 days after she is full in Libra, arrives at Taurus and unites herself to the sun, whose fires she thereafter for 14 days continues to accumulate on her disk from new moon to full. Then she unites with herself all the months in that superior portion of the world where light always reigns, with harmony and order, and she borrows from him the force which is to destroy the germs of evil that Typhon had, during the winter, planted everywhere in nature. This passage of the sun into Taurus, whose attributes he assumes on his return from the lower hemisphere or the shades, is marked by the rising in the evening of the wolf and the centaur, and by the heliacal setting of Orion. Called the star of Horus, and which thenceforward is in conjunction with the sun of spring, in his triumph over the darkness or Typhon. Isis, during the absence of Osiris, and after she had hidden the coffer in the place where Typhon found it, had rejoined that malignant enemy. Indignant at which, Horus her son deprived her of her ancient diadem, when she rejoined Osiris as he was about to attack Typhon, but Mercury gave her in its place a helmet shaped like the head of a bull. Then Horus, as a mighty warrior, such as Orion was described, fought with and defeated Typhon, who, in the shape of the serpent or dragon of the pole, had assailed his father. So, in Ovid, Apollo destroys the same Python, when Io, fascinated by Jupiter, is metamorphosed into a cow, and placed in the sign of the celestial bull, where she becomes Isis. The equinoctial year ends at the moment when the sun and moon, at the vernal equinox, are united with Orion, the star of Horus, placed in the heavens under Taurus. The new moon becomes young again in Taurus, and shows herself as a crescent, for the first time, in the next sign, Gemini, the domicile of Mercury. Then Orion, in conjunction with the sun, with whom he rises, precipitates the Scorpion, his rival, into the shades of night, causing him to set whenever he himself reappears on the eastern horizon, with the sun. Day lengthens and the germs of evil are by degrees eradicated, and Horus, from light, reigns triumphant, symbolizing, by his succession to the characteristics of Osiris, the eternal renewal of the sun's youth and creative vigor at the vernal equinox. Such are the coincidences of astronomical phenomena with the legend of Osiris and Isis. Sufficing to show the origin of the legend, overloaded as it became at length with all the ornamentation natural to the poetical and figurative genius of the Orient. Not only into this legend, but into those of all the ancient nations, enter the bull, the lamb, the lion, and the scorpion or the serpent, and traces of the worship of the sun yet linger in all religions. Everywhere, even in our order, survive the equinoctial and solstitial feasts. Our ceilings still glitter with the greater and lesser luminaries of the heavens, and our lights, in their number and arrangement, have astronomical references. In all churches and chapels, as in all pagan temples and pagodas, the altar is in the east, and the ivy over the east windows of old churches is the heterohelix of Bacchus. Even the cross had an astronomical origin. And our lodges are full of the ancient symbols. The learned author of the Sabaean Researches, Landseer, advances another theory in regard to the legend of Osiris, in which he makes the constellation Boötes play a leading part. He observes that, as none of the stars were visible at the same time with the sun, his actual place in the zodiac, at any given time, could only be ascertained by the Sabaean astronomers by their observations of the stars, and of their heliacal and achronical risings and settings. There were many solar festivals among the Sabaeans, and part of them agricultural ones, and the concomitant signs of those festivals were the risings and settings of the stars of the husbandman, bear-driver, or hunter, boats. His stars were, among the Hierophants, the established nocturnal indices or signs of the sun's place in the ecliptic at different seasons of the year, and the festivals were named, 1, that of the aphanism or disappearance. Another, that of the zetesis, or search, etc., of Osiris or Adonis, that is, of Boötes. The returns of certain stars, as connected with their concomitant seasons of spring, or seed time, and harvest, seemed to the ancients, who had not yet discovered that gradual change, resulting from the apparent movement of the stars in longitude, which has been termed the precession of the equinoxes, to be eternal and immutable. And those periodical returns were to the initiated, even more than to the vulgar, celestial oracles, announcing the approach of those important changes, upon which the prosperity, and even the very existence of man must ever depend. And the oldest of the Sabaean constellations seem to have been, an astronomical priest, a king, a queen, a husbandman, and a warrior, and these more frequently recur on the Sabaean cylinders than any other constellations whatever. The king was Cepheus or Cepheus of Ethiopia, the husbandman, Osiris, Bacchus, Sabazus, Noah or Boötes. To the latter sign, the Egyptians were nationally, traditionally and habitually grateful. For they conceived that from Osiris all the greatest of terrestrial enjoyments were derived. The stars of the husbandman were the signal for those successive agricultural labors on which the annual produce of the soil depended. And they came in consequence to be considered and hailed, in Egypt and Ethiopia, as the genial stars of terrestrial productiveness, to which the oblations, prayers, and vows of the pious Sabaean were regularly offered up. Landseer says that the stars in Boötes, reckoning down to those of the fifth magnitude inclusive, are 26, which, seeming achronically to disappear in succession, produced the fable of the cutting of Osiris into 26 pieces by Typhon. There are more stars than this in the constellation, but no more that the ancient votaries of Osiris, even in the clear atmosphere of the Sabaean climates, could observe without telescopes. Plutarch says Osiris was cut into 14 pieces, Diodorus, into 26. In regard to which, and to the whole legend, Landseer's ideas, varying from those commonly entertained, are as follows. Typhon, Landseer thinks, was the ocean, which the ancients fabled or believed surrounded the earth, and into which all the stars in their turn appear successively to sink. Perhaps it was darkness personified, which the ancients called Typhon. He was hunting by moonlight, says the old legend, when he met with Osiris. The ancient Saba must have been near latitude 15 degrees north. Axum is nearly in 14 degrees, and the western Saba or Meroe is to the north of that. 48 centuries ago, Aldebaran, the leading star of the year, had, at the vernal equinox, attained at daylight in the morning, an elevation of about 14 degrees, sufficient for him to have ceased to be combust, that is, to have emerged from the sun's rays, so as to be visible. The ancients allowed 12 days for a star of the first magnitude to emerge from the solar rays, and there is less twilight, the further south we go. At the same period, too, Cynosura was not the pole star, but Alpha Draconis was. And the stars rose and set with very different degrees of obliquity from those of their present risings and settings. By having a globe constructed with circumvolving poles, capable of any adjustment with regard to the colures, Mr. Landseer ascertained that, at that remote period, in lat. 15 degrees north, the 26 stars in Boötes, or 27, including Arcturus, did not set enchronically in succession, but several set simultaneously in couples, and 6 by 3s simultaneously. So that, in all, there were but 14 separate settings or disappearances, corresponding with the 14 pieces into which Osiris was cut, according to Plutarch. Kappa, Iota, and Theta, in the uplifted western hand, disappeared together, and last of all. They really skirted the horizon, but were invisible in that low latitude, for the 3 or 4 days mentioned in some of the versions. While the Zatesis or search was proceeding, and the women of Phoenicia and Jerusalem sat weeping for the wonder, Tammuz, after which they immediately reappeared, below and to the eastward of a Draconis. And, on the very morning after the achronical departure of the last star of the husbandman, Aldebaran rose heliacally, and became visible in the east in the morning before day. And precisely at the moment of the heliacal rising of Arcturus, also rose Spica Virginis. One is near the middle of the husbandman, and the other near that of the Virgin. And Arcturus may have been the part of Osiris which Isis did not recover with the other pieces of the body. At Dedan and Saba it was 36 days, from the beginning of the aphanism, i.e. the disappearances of these stars, to the heliacal rising of Aldebaran. During these days, or 40 at Medina, or a few more at Babylon and Byblos, the stars of the husbandman successively sank out of sight, during the crepusculum or short-lived morning twilight of those southern climes. They disappeared during the glancings of the dawn, the special season of ancient sidereal observation. Thus the 40 days of mourning for Osiris were measured out by the period of the departure of his stars. When the last had sunken out of sight, the vernal season was ushered in, and the sun arose with the splendid Aldebaran, the Tauric leader of the hosts of heaven, and the whole east rejoiced and kept holiday. With the exception of the stars Chi, Epsilon and Delta, Boötes did not begin to reappear in the eastern quarter of the heavens till after the lapse of about 4 months. Then the stars of Taurus had declined westward, and Virgo was rising heliacally. In that latitude, also, the stars of Ursa Major, termed anciently the Ark of Osiris, Set, and Benetnash, the last of them, returned to the eastern horizon, with those in the head of Leo, a little before the summer solstice. In about a month, followed the stars of the husbandman, the chief of them, Ras, Meroc, and Arcturus, being very nearly simultaneous in their heliacal rising. Thus the stars of Boötes rose in the east immediately after Vendemiatrix, and as if under the genial influence of its rays, he had his annual career of prosperity. He revelled orientally for a quarter of a year, and attained his meridian altitude with Virgo, and then, as the stars of the water urn rose, and Aquarius began to pour forth his annual deluge, he declined westward, preceded by the Ark of Osiris. In the east, he was the sign of that happiness in which nature, the great goddess of passive production, rejoiced. Now, in the west, as he declines toward the northwestern horizon, his generative vigor gradually abates, the solar year grows old. And as his stars descend beneath the western wave, Osiris dies, and the world mourns. The ancient astronomers saw all the great symbols of masonry in the stars. Sirius still glitters in our lodges as the blazing star, étoile flamboyant. The sun is still symbolized by the point within a circle, and, with the moon and Mercury or Anubis, in the three great lights of the lodge. Not only to these, but to the figures and numbers exhibited by the stars, were ascribed peculiar and divine powers. The veneration paid to numbers had its source there. The three kings in Orion are in a straight line, and equidistant from each other, the two extreme stars being 3 degrees apart, and each of the three distant from the one nearest at 1 degree 30 minutes. And as the number 3 is peculiar to apprentices, so the straight line is the first principle of geometry, having length but no breadth, and being but the extension of a point, and an emblem of unity, and thus of good. As the divided or broken line is of duality or evil. Near these stars are the Hyades, 5 in number, appropriate to the fellow craft, and close to them the Pleiades, of the master's number, 7. And thus these three sacred numbers, consecrated in masonry as they were in the Pythagorean philosophy, always appear together in the heavens, when the bull, emblem of fertility in production, glitters among the stars. And Aldebaran leads the hosts of heaven, Spoth. Algenib and Perseus and Almach and Algol in Andromeda form a right-angled triangle, illustrate the 47th problem, and display the Grand Master's square upon the skies. Denebola in Leo, Arcturus in Boötes, and Spica in Virgo form an equilateral triangle, universal emblem of perfection, and the deity with his trinity of infinite attributes, wisdom, power, and harmony. And that other, the generative, preserving, and destroying powers. The three kings form, with Rigel in Orion, 2 triangles included in one, and Capella and Menkalina in Auriga, with Bellatrix and Betelgeuse in Orion, form 2 isosceles triangles with Beta Tauri, that is equidistant from each pair. While the first 4 make a right-angled parallelogram, the oblong square so often mentioned in our degrees. Julius Firmicus, in his description of the mysteries, says, "But in those funerals and lamentations which are annually celebrated in honor of Osiris, their defenders pretend a physical reason. They call the seeds of fruit, Osiris, the earth, Isis. The natural heat, Typhon, and because the fruits are ripened by the natural heat, and collected for the life of man, and are separated from their marriage to the earth, and are sown again when winter approaches. This they would have to be the death of Osiris, but when the fruits, by the genial fostering of the earth, begin again to be generated by a new procreation, this is the finding of Osiris. No doubt the decay of vegetation and the falling of the leaves, emblems of dissolution and evidences of the action of that power that changes life into death, in order to bring life again out of death, were regarded as signs of that death that seemed coming upon all nature. As the springing of leaves and buds and flowers in the spring was a sign of restoration to life, but these were all secondary, and referred to the sun as first cause. It was his figurative death that was mourned, and not theirs. And that with that death, as with his return to life, many of the stars were connected. We have already alluded to the relations which the 12 signs of the zodiac bear to the legend of the master's degree. Some other coincidences may have sufficient interest to warrant mention. Herein was assailed at the east, west, and south gates of the temple. The 2 equinoxes were called, we have seen, by all the ancients, the gates of heaven, and the Syrians and Egyptians considered the fish, the constellation near Aquarius. And one of the stars whereof is Fomalhaut, to be indicative of violence and death. Herein lay several days in the grave, and, at the winter solstice, for 5 or 6 days, the length of the days did not perceptibly increase. Then, the sun commencing again to climb northward, as Osiris was said to arise from the dead, so Herein was raised, by the powerful attraction of the lion, Leo, who waited for him at the summer solstice, and drew him to himself. The names of the 3 assassins may have been adopted from 3 stars that we have already named. We search in vain in the Hebrew or Arabic for the names Jubilo, Jubila, and Jubilam. They embody an utter absurdity, and are capable of no explanation in those languages. Nor are the names Gibbs, Gravelot, Haben, and the like, in the ancient and accepted rite, any more plausible, or better referable to any ancient language. But when, by the precession of the equinoxes, the sun was in Libra at the autumnal equinox, he met in that sign, where the reign of Typhon commenced, 3 stars forming a triangle, Zuban-es Chamali in the west, Zuban-Hakrabi in the east, and Zuban-el-Gubi in the south, the latter immediately below the Tropic of Capricorn, and so within the realm of darkness. From these names, those of the murderers have perhaps been corrupted. In Zuban-Hakrabi we may see the original of Jubilam Akarab. And in Zuban-el-Gubi, that of Jubilo Gibbs, and time and ignorance may even have transmuted the words Es Chamali into one as little like them as Gravelot. Isis, the moon personified, sorrowing sought for her husband. 9 or 12 fellow crafts, the rites vary as to the number, in white aprons, were sent to search for Herein, in the legend of the master's degree, or, in this rite, the 9 nights Elu. Along the path that the moon travels are 9 conspicuous stars, by which nautical men determine their longitude at sea, Arites, Aldebaran, Pollux, Regulus, Spica Virginis, Antares, Altair, Fomalhaut, and Markup. These might well be said to accompany Isis in her search. In the York Rite, 12 fellow crafts were sent to search for the body of Herein and the murderers. Their number corresponds with that of the Pleiades and Hyades in Taurus, among which stars the sun was found when light began to prevail over darkness, and the mysteries were held. These stars, we have shown, received early and particular attention from the astronomers and poets. The Pleiades were the stars of the ocean to the benighted mariner, the virgins of spring, heralding the season of blossoms. As 6 Pleiades only are now visible, the number 12 may have been obtained by them, with Aldebaran, and 5 far more brilliant stars than any other of the Hyades, in the same region of the heavens, and which were always spoken of in connection with the Pleiades. The 3 kings in the belt of Orion, and Bellatrix and Betelgeuse on his shoulders, brightest of the flashing starry hosts. Canst thou, asks Job, bind the sweet influences of the Pleiades or loose the bands of Orion? And in the book of Amos we find these stars connected with the victory of light over darkness. Seek him, says that seer, that mocketh the 7 stars, the familiar name of the Pleiades, and Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into morning. An old legend in Masonry says that a dog led the 9 Elus to the cavern where Abram was hid. Boötes was anciently called Caleb Anyabok, a barking dog, and was personified in Anubis, who bore the head of a dog, and aided Isis in her search. Arcturus, one of his stars, fiery red, as if fervent and zealous, is also connected by Job with the Pleiades and Orion. When Taurus opened the year, Arcturus rose after the sun, at the time of the winter solstice, and seemed searching him through the darkness, until, 60 days afterward, he rose at the same hour. Orion then also, at the winter solstice, rose at noon, and at night seemed to be in search of the sun. So, referring again to the time when the sun entered the autumnal equinox, there are 9 remarkable stars that come to the meridian nearly at the same time, rising as Libra sets, and so seeming to chase that constellation. They are Capella and Menkalina in the charioteer, Aldebaran in Taurus, Bellatrix, Betelgeuse, the three kings, and Rigel in Orion. Aldebaran passes the meridian first, indicating his right to his peculiar title of leader. Nowhere in the heavens are there, near the same meridian, so many splendid stars. And close behind them, but further south, follows Sirius, the dog star, who showed the 9 Elus the way to the murderer's cave. Besides the division of the signs into the ascending and descending series, referring to the upward and downward progress of the soul, the latter from Cancer to Capricorn, and the former from Capricorn to Cancer. There was another division of them not less important. That of the 6 superior and 6 inferior signs, the former, 2,455 years before our era, from Taurus to Scorpio, and 300 years before our era, from Aries to Libra, and the latter, 2,455 years BC from Scorpio to Taurus, and 300 years BC. From Libra to Aries, of which we have already spoken, as the 2 hemispheres, or kingdoms of good and evil, light and darkness, of Ormuzd and Ahriman among the Persians, and Osiris and Typhon among the Egyptians. With the Persians, the first 6 genii, created by Ormuzd, presided over the first 6 signs, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, and Virgo, and the 6 evil genii, or devs, created by Ahriman, over the 6 others, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricornus, Aquarius, and Pisces. The soul was fortunate and happy under the empire of the first 6, and began to be sensible of evil, when it passed under the balance or Libra, the 7th sign. Thus the soul entered the realm of evil and darkness when it passed into the constellations that belong to and succeed the autumnal equinox, and it re-entered the realm of good and light, when it arrived, returning, at those of the vernal equinox. It lost its felicity by means of the balance, and regained it by means of the Lamb. This is a necessary consequence of the premises, and it is confirmed by the authorities and by emblems still extant. Sallust the philosopher, speaking of the feasts of rejoicing celebrated at the vernal equinox, and those of mourning, in memory of the rape of Proserpine, at the autumnal equinox, says that the former were celebrated, because then is effected, as it were, the return of the soul toward the gods. That the time when the principle of light recovered its superiority over that of darkness, or day over night, was the most favorable one for souls that tend to reascend to their principle. And that when darkness and the night again become victors, was most favorable to the descent of souls toward the infernal regions. For that reason, the old astrologers, as Firmicus states, fixed the locality of the river Styx in the 8th degree of the balance. And he thinks that by Styx was allegorically meant the earth. The Emperor Julian gives the same explanation, but more fully developed. He states, as a reason why the august mysteries of Ceres and Proserpine were celebrated at the autumnal equinox, that at that period of the year men feared lest the impious and dark power of the evil principle, then commencing to conquer, should do harm to their souls. They were a precaution and means of safety, thought to be necessary at the moment and the God of light was passing into the opposite or adverse region of the world. While at the vernal equinox there was less to be feared, because then that God, present in one portion of the world, recalled souls to him, he says, and showed himself to be their Savior. He had a little before developed that theological idea, of the attractive force which the sun exercises over souls, drawing them to him and raising them to his luminous sphere. He attributes this effect to him at the feasts of Hades, dead and restored to life, or the feasts of rejoicing, which at the end of 3 days succeeded the mourning for that death. And he inquires why those mysteries were celebrated at the vernal equinox. The reason, he says, is evident. As the sun, arriving at the equinoctial point of spring, drawing nearer to us, increases the length of the days, that period seems most appropriate for those ceremonies. For, besides that there is a great affinity between the substance of light and the nature of the gods, the sun has that occult force of attraction, by which he draws matter toward himself, by means of his warmth, making plants to shoot and grow, etc. And why can he not, by the same divine and pure action of his rays, attract and draw to him fortunate souls. Then, as light is analogous to the divine nature, and favorable to souls struggling to return to their first principle, and as that light so increases at the vernal equinox, that the days prevail in duration over the nights. And as the sun has an attractive force, besides the visible energy of his rays, it follows that souls are attracted toward the solar light. He does not further pursue the explanation. Because, he says, it belongs to a mysterious doctrine, beyond the reach of the vulgar and known only to those who understand the mode of action of deity, like the Chaldean author whom he cites, who had treated of the mysteries of light. Or the God with 7 rays. Souls, the ancients held, having emanated from the principle of light, partaking of its destiny here below, cannot be indifferent to nor unaffected by these revolutions of the great luminary. Alternately victor and overcome during every solar revolution. This will be found to be confirmed by an examination of some of the symbols used in the mysteries. One of the most famous of these was the serpent, the peculiar symbol also of this degree. The cosmogony of the Hebrews and that of the Gnostics designated this reptile as the author of the fate of souls. It was consecrated in the mysteries of Bacchus and in those of Eleusis. Pluto overcame the virtue of Proserpine under the form of a serpent, and, like the Egyptian god Serapis, was always pictured seated on a serpent, or with that reptile entwined about him. It is found on the Mithriac monuments, and supplied with attributes of Typhon to the Egyptians. The sacred basilisk, in coil, with head and neck erect, was the royal ensign of the pharaohs. 2 of them were entwined around and hung suspended from the winged globe on the Egyptian monuments. On a tablet in one of the tombs at Thebes, a god with a spear pierces a serpent's head. On a tablet from the temple of Osiris at Philae is a tree, with a man on one side, and a woman on the other, and in front of the woman an erect basilisk, with horns on its head and a disc between the horns. The head of Medusa was encircled by winged snakes, which, the head removed, left the hierogram or sacred cipher of the Ophites or serpent worshippers. And the serpent, in connection with the globe or circle, is found upon the monuments of all the ancient nations. Over Libra, the sign through which souls were said to descend or fall, is found, on the celestial globe, the serpent, grasped by Serpentarius, the serpent-bearer. The head of the reptile is under Corona Borealis, the northern crown, called by Ovid, Libera, or Proserpine. And the 2 constellations rise, with the balance, after the Virgin, or Isis, whose feet rest on the eastern horizon at sunrise on the day of the equinox. As the serpent extends over both signs, Libra and Scorpio, it has been the gate through which souls descend, during the whole time that those 2 signs in succession marked the autumnal equinox. To this alluded the serpent, which, in the mysteries of Bacchus Sabazus, was flung into the bosom of the initiate. And hence came the enigmatical expression, the serpent engenders the bull, and the bull the serpent. Alluding to the 2 adverse constellations, answering to the 2 equinoxes, one of which rose as the other set, and which were at the 2 points of the heavens through which souls passed, ascending and descending. By the serpent of autumn, souls fell. And they were regenerated again by the bull on which Mithras sate, and whose attributes Bacchus Agrus and the Egyptian Osiris assumed, in their mysteries, wherein were represented the fall and regeneration of souls. By the bull slain and restored to life. Afterward the regenerating sun assumed the attributes of Ares or the lamb, and in the mysteries of Ammon, souls were regenerated by passing through that sign, after having fallen through the serpent. The serpent-bearer, or Ophicus, was Aesculapius, god of healing. In the mysteries of Eleusis, that constellation was placed in the 8th heaven, and on the 8th day of those mysteries, the feast of Aesculapius was celebrated. It was also termed Epidaurus, or the feast of the serpent of Epidaurus. The serpent was sacred to Aesculapius, and was connected in various ways with the mythological adventures of Ceres. So the libations to souls, by pouring wine on the ground, and looking toward the 2 gates of heaven, those of day and night, referred to the ascent and descent of souls. Ceres and the serpent, Jupiter Ammon and the bull, all figured in the mysteries of Bacchus. Suppose Ares, or Jupiter Ammon occupied by the sun setting in the west. Virgo, Ceres, will be on the eastern horizon, and in her train the crown, or Proserpine. Suppose Taurus setting, then the serpent is in the east, and reciprocally. So that Jupiter Ammon, or the son of Aries, causes the crown to rise after the Virgin, in the train of which comes the serpent. Place reciprocally the sun at the other equinox, with the balance in the west, in conjunction with the serpent under the crown, and we shall see the bull and the Pleiades rise in the east. Thus are explained all the fables as to the generation of the bull by the serpent and of the serpent by the bull, the biting of the testicles of the bull by the scorpion, on the Mithriac monuments. And that Jupiter made Ceres with child by tossing into her bosom the testicles of a ram. In the mysteries of the bull-horned Bacchus, the officers held serpents in their hands, raised them above their heads, and cried aloud Giva. The generic Oriental name of the serpent, and the particular name of the constellation in which the Persians placed Eve and the serpent. The Arabians call it heaven, Ophiuchus himself, Hawa, and the brilliant star in his head, Ras al-Hawa. The use of this word Eva or Evo caused Clemens of Alexandria to say that the priests in the mysteries invoked Eve, by whom evil was brought into the world. The mystic winnowing fan, encircled by serpents, was used in the feasts of Bacchus. In the Isiac mysteries a basilisk twined round the handle of the mystic vase. The Ophites fed a serpent in a mysterious ark, from which they took him when they celebrated the mysteries, and allowed him to glide among the sacred bread. The Romans kept serpents in the temples of Bona Dea and Aesculapius. In the mysteries of Apollo, the pursuit of Latona by the serpent Python was represented. In the Egyptian mysteries, the dragon Typhon pursued Isis. According to Sanchoniathon, Taut, the interpreter of heaven to men, attributed something divine to the nature of the dragon and serpents, in which the Phoenicians and Egyptians followed him. They have more vitality, more spiritual force, than any other creature, of a fiery nature, shown by the rapidity of their motions, without the limbs of other animals. They assume many shapes and attitudes, and dart with extraordinary quickness and force. When they have reached old age, they throw off that age and are young again, and increase in size and strength, for a certain period of years. The Egyptian priests fed the sacred serpents in the temple at Thebes. Taut himself had in his writings discussed these mysteries in regard to the serpent. Sanchoniathon said in another work, that the serpent was immortal, and re-entered into himself, which, according to some ancient theosophists, particularly those of India, was an attribute of the deity. And he also said that the serpent never died, unless by a violent death. The Phoenicians called the serpent Agathodman, the good spirit, and Neph was the serpent god of the Egyptians. The Egyptians, Sanchoniathon said, represented the serpent with the head of a hawk, on account of the swift flight of that bird, and the chief hierophant, the sacred interpreter, gave very mysterious explanations of that symbol. Saying that such a serpent was a very divine creature, and that, opening his eyes, he lighted with their rays the whole of firstborn space, when he closes them, it is darkness again. In reality, the hawk-headed serpent, genius of light, or good genius, was the symbol of the sun. In the hieroglyphic characters, a snake was the letter T or DJ. It occurs many times on the Rosetta Stone. The horned serpent was the hieroglyphic for a god. According to Eusebius, the Egyptians represented the world by a blue circle, sprinkled with flames, within which was extended a serpent with the head of a hawk. Proclus says they represented the four quarters of the world by a cross, and the soul of the world, or Neph, by a serpent surrounding it in the form of a circle. We read in Anaxagoras, that Orpheus said, that the water, and the vessel that produced it, were the primitive principles of things, and together gave existence to an animated being, which was a serpent, with two heads. One of a lion and the other of a bull, between which was the figure of a god whose name was Hercules or Kronos, that from Hercules came the egg of the world, which produced heaven and earth. By dividing itself into two hemispheres, and that the god Phans, which issued from that egg, was in the shape of a serpent. The Egyptian goddess Ken, represented standing naked on a lion, held two serpents in her hand. She is the same as the Astarte or Ashtaroth of the Assyrians. Hera, worshipped in the great temple at Babylon, held in her right hand a serpent by the head, and near Kia, also worshipped there, were two large silver serpents. In a sculpture from Kuyunjik, two serpents attached to poles are near a fire altar, at which two eunuchs are standing. Upon it is the sacred fire, and a bearded figure leads a wild goat to the sacrifice. The serpent of the temple of Epidaurus was sacred to Aesculapius, the god of medicine, and 462 years after the building of the city, was taken to Rome after a pestilence. The Phoenicians represented the god Nomu, Neph or Ammonius Neph, by a serpent. In Egypt, a sun supported by two asps was the emblem of Horhat the good genius, and the serpent with the winged globe was placed over the doors and windows of the temples as a tutelary god. Antipater of Sidon calls Ammonius, the renowned serpent, and the cerastes is often found embalmed in the Thebaid. On ancient Tyrian coins and Indian medals, a serpent was represented, coiled round the trunk of a tree. Python, the serpent deity, was esteemed oracular, and the tripod at Delphi was a triple-headed serpent of gold. The portals of all the Egyptian temples are decorated with the hierogram of the circle and the serpent. It is also found upon the temple of Nakhurustan in Persia, on the triumphal arch at Pechen, in China, over the gates of the great temple of Chandi Tiva, in Java, upon the walls of Athens, and in the temple of Minerva at Tegea. The Mexican hierogram was formed by the intersecting of two great serpents, which described the circle with their bodies, and had each a human head in its mouth. All the Buddhists' crosses in Ireland had serpents carved upon them. Wreaths of snakes are on the columns of the ancient Hindu temple at Burwasangar. Among the Egyptians, it was a symbol of divine wisdom, when extended at length, and, with its tail in its mouth, of eternity. In the ritual of Zoroaster, the serpent was a symbol of the universe. In China, the ring between two serpents was the symbol of the world governed by the power and wisdom of the Creator. The Bacchanals carried serpents in their hands or round their heads. The serpent entwined round an egg, was a symbol common to the Indians, the Egyptians, and the Druids. It referred to the creation of the universe. A serpent with an egg in his mouth was a symbol of the universe containing within itself the germ of all things that the sun develops. The property possessed by the serpent, of casting its skin, and apparently renewing its youth, made it an emblem of eternity and immortality. The Syrian women still employ it as a charm against barrenness, as did the devotees of Mithras and Sabazus. The earth-born civilizers of the early world, Phohi, Cecrops, and Erectus, were half man, half serpent. The snake was the guardian of the Athenian Acropolis. Nekustan, the brazen serpent of the wilderness, became naturalized among the Hebrews as a token of healing power. Be ye, said Christ, wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. The serpent was as often a symbol of malevolence and enmity. It appears among the emblems of Shivarudra, the power of desolation and death. It is the bane of Epitus, Idam, Archemorus, and Philoctetes. It gnaws the roots of the tree of life in the Eddas, and bites the heel of unfortunate Eurydice. In Hebrew writers it is generally a type of evil, and is particularly so in the Indian and Persian mythologies. When the sea is churned by Mount Mundar rotating within the coils of the cosmical serpent Vasuki, to produce the Amrita or water of immortality, the serpent vomits a hideous poison, which spreads through and infects the universe. But which Vishnu renders harmless by swallowing it. Ahriman in serpent form invades the realm of Ormuzd, and the bull, emblem of life, is wounded by him and dies. It was therefore a religious obligation with every devout follower of Zoroaster to exterminate reptiles, and other impure animals, especially serpents. The moral and astronomical significance of the serpent were connected. It became a maxim of the Zendavesta, that Ahriman, the principle of evil, made the great serpent of winter, who assaulted the creation of Ormuzd. A serpent ring was a well-known symbol of time, and to express dramatically how time preys upon itself, the Egyptian priests fed vipers in a subterranean chamber, as it were in the sun's winter abode on the fat of bulls. Or the year's plenteousness. The dragon of winter pursues Ammon, the golden ram, to Mount Casius. The Virgin of the Zodiac is bitten in the heel by serpens, who, with Scorpio, rises immediately behind her. And as honey, the emblem of purity and salvation, was thought to be an antidote to the serpent's bite, so the bees of Aristeus, the emblems of nature's abundance, are destroyed through the agency of the serpent, and regenerated within the entrails of the vernal bull. The sun god is finally victorious. Christina crushes the head of the serpent Calia, Apollo destroys Python, and Hercules that Lernaean monster whose poison festered in the foot of Philoctetes, of Mopsus, of Chiron, or of Sagittarius. The infant Hercules destroys the pernicious snakes detested of the gods, and ever, like St. George of England and Michael the Archangel, wars against hydras and dragons. The eclipses of the sun and moon were believed by the Orientals to be caused by the assaults of a demon in dragon form, and they endeavored to scare away the intruder by shouts and menaces. This was the original Leviathan or crooked serpent of old, transfixed in the olden time by the power of Jehovah, and suspended as a glittering trophy in the sky, yet also the power of darkness supposed to be ever in pursuit of the sun and moon. When it finally overtakes them, it will entwine them in its folds, and prevent their shining. In the last Indian Ave Terra, as in the Eddas, a serpent vomiting flames is expected to destroy the world. The serpent presides over the close of the year, where it guards the approach to the golden fleece of Aries, and the 3 apples or seasons of the Hesperides, presenting a formidable obstacle to the career of the sun god. The great destroyer of snakes is occasionally married to them. Hercules with the northern dragon begets the 3 ancestors of Scythia. For the sun seems at one time to rise victorious from the contest with darkness, and at another to sink into its embraces. The northern constellation Draco, whose sinuosities wind like a river through the wintry bear, was made the astronomical cincture of the universe, as the serpent encircles the mundane egg in Egyptian hieroglyphics. The Persian Ahriman was called the Old Serpent, the liar from the beginning, the Prince of Darkness, and the rover up and down. The dragon was a well-known symbol of the waters and of great rivers. And it was natural that by the pastoral Asiatic tribes, the powerful nations of the alluvial plains in their neighborhood who adored the dragon or fish, should themselves be symbolized under the form of dragons. And overcome by the superior might of the Hebrew god, as monstrous leviathans maimed and destroyed by him. Ophionius, in the old Greek theology, warred against Kronos, and was overcome and cast into his proper element, the sea. There he is installed as the sea god Oannes or dragon, the leviathan of the watery, half of creation, the dragon who vomited a flood of water after the persecuted woman of the Apocalypse, the monster who threatened to devour Hesione in Andromeda, and who for a time became the grave of Hercules and Jonah. And he corresponds with the obscure name of Rahab, whom Jehovah is said in Job to have transfixed and overcome. In the spring, the year or sun god appears as Mithras or Europa mounted on the bull. But in the opposite half of the zodiac he rides the emblem of the waters, the winged horse of Nestor or Poseidon, and the serpent, rising heliacally at the autumnal equinox, besetting with poisonous influence the cold constellation Sagittarius, is explained as the reptile in the path who bites the horse's heels, so that his rider falls backward. The same serpent, the Oannes of Phrynos or Musaros of Syncellus, was the Midgard serpent which Odin sunk beneath the sea, but which grew to such a size as to encircle the whole earth. For these Asiatic symbols of the contest of the sun god with the dragon of darkness and winter were imported not only into the zodiac, but into the more homely circle of European legend. And both Thor and Odin fight with dragons, as Apollo did with Python, the great scaly snake, Achilles with the Scamander, and Bellerophon with the Chimera. In the apocryphal book of Esther, dragons herald a day of darkness and obscurity, Nst. George of England, a problematic Cappadocian prince, was originally only a varying form of Mithras. Jehovah is said to have cut Rahab and wounded the dragon. The latter is not only the type of earthly desolation, the dragon of the deep waters, but also the leader of the bandit conspirators of the sky, of the rebellious stars, which, according to Enoch, came not at the right time. And his tail drew a third part of the host of heaven, and cast them to the earth. Jehovah divided the sea by his strength, and broke the heads of the dragons in the waters. And according to the Jewish and Persian belief, the dragon would, in the latter days, the winter of time, enjoy a short period of licensed impunity, which would be a season of the greatest suffering to the people of the earth. But he would finally be bound or destroyed in the great battle of Messiah, or, as it seems intimated by the rabbinical figure of being eaten by the faithful, be, like Ahriman or Vasuki, ultimately absorbed by and united with the principle of good. Near the image of Rhea, in the temple of Bel at Babylon, were 2 large serpents of silver, says Diodorus, each weighing 30 talents, and in the same temple was an image of Juno, holding in her right hand the head of a serpent. The Greeks called Bel Beliar, and Hesychius interprets that word to mean a dragon or great serpent. We learn from the book of Bel and the dragon that in Babylon was kept a great, live serpent, which the people worshipped. The Assyrians, the emperors of Constantinople, the Parthian Scythians, Saxons, Chinese, and Danes all bore the serpent as a standard, and among the spoils taken by Aurelian from Zenobia were such standards, Persei dracons. The Persians represented Ormuzd and Ahriman by 2 serpents, contending for the mundane egg. Mithras is represented with a lion's head and human body, encircled by a serpent. In the Satyr is this precept: when you kill serpents, you will repeat the Zenavesta, and thence you will obtain great merit, for it is the same as if you had killed so many devils. Serpents encircling rings and globes, and issuing from globes, are common in the Persian, Egyptian, Chinese, and Indian monuments. Vishnu is represented reposing on a coiled serpent, whose folds form a canopy over him. Mahadeva is represented with a snake around his neck, one around his hair, and armlets of serpents on both arms. Bhairava sits on the coils of a serpent, whose head rises above his own. Parvati has snakes about her neck and waist. Vishnu is the preserving spirit, Mahadeva is Shiva, the evil principle, Bhairava is his son, and Parvati his consort. The king of evil demons was called in Hindu mythology, Naga, the king of serpents, in which name we trace the Hebrew Nachash, serpent. In Kashmir were 700 places where carved images of serpents were worshipped. And in Tibet the great Chinese dragon ornamented the temples of the Grand Lama. In China, the dragon was the stamp and symbol of royalty, sculptured in all the temples, blazoned on the furniture of the houses, and interwoven with the vestments of the chief nobility. The emperor bears it as his armorial device. It is engraved on his scepter and diadem, and on all the vases of the imperial palace. The Chinese believe that there is a dragon of extraordinary strength and sovereign power, in heaven, in the air, on the waters, and on the mountains. The god Fohi is said to have had the form of a man, terminating in the tail of a snake, a combination to be more fully explained to you in a subsequent degree. The dragon and serpent are the 5th and 6th signs of the Chinese zodiac. And the Hindus and Chinese believe that, at every eclipse, the sun or moon is seized by a huge serpent or dragon, the serpent Asuti of the Hindus, which enfolds the globe and the constellation Draco. To which also refers the war in heaven, when Michael and his angels fought against the dragon. Sanchoniathon says that Thoth was the author of the worship of serpents among the Phoenicians. He consecrated, he says, the species of dragons and serpents, and the Phoenicians and Egyptians followed him in this superstition. He was the first who made an image of Coelus. That is, who represented the heavenly hosts of stars by visible symbols, and was probably the same as the Egyptian Thoth. On the Tyrian coins of the age of Alexander, serpents are represented in many positions and attitudes, coiled around trees, erect in front of altars, and crushed by the Syrian Hercules. The 7th letter of the Egyptian alphabet, called Zuta, or life, was sacred to Thoth, and was expressed by a serpent standing on his tail. And that deity, the god of healing, like Aesculapius, to whom the serpent was consecrated, leans on a knotted stick around which coils a snake. The Isiac tablet, describing the mysteries of Isis, is charged with serpents in every part, as her emblems. The ASP was specially dedicated to her, and is seen on the heads of her statues, on the bonnets of her priests, and on the tiaras of the kings of Egypt. Serapis was sometimes represented with a human head and serpentine tail, and in one engraving 2 minor gods are represented with him, one by a serpent with a bull's head, and the other by a serpent with the radiated head of a lion. On an ancient sacrificial vessel found in Denmark, having several compartments, a serpent is represented attacking a kneeling boy, pursuing him, retreating before him, appealed to beseechingly by him, and conversing with him. We are at once reminded of the sun at the new year represented by a child sitting on a lotus, and of the relations of the son of spring with the autumnal serpent, pursued by and pursuing him, and in conjunction with him. Other figures on this vessel belong to the zodiac. The base of the tripod of the Pythian priestess was a triple-headed serpent of brass, whose body, folded in circles growing wider and wider toward the ground, formed a conical column, while the three heads, disposed triangularly, upheld the tripod of gold. A similar column was placed on a pillar in the Hippodrome at Constantinople, by the founder of that city, one of the heads of which is said to have been broken off by Muhammad II, by a blow with his iron mace. The British god who was called the Dragon, ruler of the world, and his car was drawn by serpents. His ministers were styled adders. A druid in a poem of Taliesin says, "I am a druid, I am an architect, I am a prophet, I am a serpent, naughty." The car of the goddess Ceridwen also was drawn by serpents. In the elegy of Uther Pendragon, this passage occurs in a description of the religious rites of the Druids, while the sanctuary is earnestly invoking the gliding king, before whom the fair one retreats, upon the evil that covers the huge stones. Whilst the dragon moves round over the places which contain vessels of drink offering, whilst the drink offering is in the golden horns. In which we readily discover the mystic and obscure allusion to the autumnal serpent pursuing the sun along the circle of the zodiac, to the celestial cup or crater, and the golden horns of Virgil's milk-white bull. And, a line or two further on, we find the priest imploring the victorious Beli, the sun god of the Babylonians. With the serpent, in the ancient monuments, is very often found associated the cross. The serpent upon a cross was an Egyptian standard. It occurs repeatedly upon the grand staircase of the Temple of Osiris at Philae. And on the Pyramid of Gizeh are represented two kneeling figures erecting a cross, on the top of which is a serpent erect. The Croix ansata was a cross with a coiled serpent above it. And it is perhaps the most common of all emblems on the Egyptian monuments, carried in the hand of almost every figure of a deity or a priest. It was, as we learn by the monuments, the form of the iron tether pins, used for making fast to the ground the cords by which young animals were confined, and as used by shepherds, became a symbol of royalty to the shepherd kings. A cross like a Teutonic or Maltese one, formed by four curved lines within a circle, is also common on the monuments, and represented the tropics and the colures. The caduceus, borne by Hermes or Mercury, and also by Cybele, Minerva, Anubis, Hercules Ogmius the god of the Celts, and the personified constellation Virgo, was a winged wand, entwined by two serpents. It was originally a simple cross, symbolizing the equator and equinoctial colure, and the four elements proceeding from a common center. This cross, surmounted by a circle, and that by a crescent, became an emblem of the supreme deity, or of the active power of generation and the passive power of production conjoined, and was appropriated to Thoth or Mercury. It then assumed an improved form, the arms of the cross being changed into wings, and the circle and crescent being formed by two snakes, springing from the wand, forming a circle by crossing each other, and their heads making the horns of the crescent. In which form it is seen in the hands of Anubis. The triple tau, in the center of a circle and a triangle, typifies the sacred name, and represents the sacred triad, the creating, preserving, and destroying powers, as well as the three great lights of Masonry. If to the Masonic point within a circle, and the two parallel lines, we add the single tau cross, we have the ancient Egyptian triple tau. A column in the form of a cross, with a circle over it, was used by the Egyptians to measure the increase of the inundations of the Nile. The tau and triple tau are found in many ancient alphabets. With the tau or the triple tau may be connected, within two circles, the double cube, or perfection, or the perfect ashlar. The Croix ansata is found on the sculptures of Khorsabad. On the ivories from Nimrud, of the same age, carried by an Assyrian monarch, and on cylinders of the later Assyrian period. As the single Tao represents the one God, so, no doubt, the triple Tao, the origin of which cannot be traced, was meant to represent the trinity of his attributes, the three Masonic pillars, wisdom, strength, and harmony. The prophet Ezekiel, in the 4th verse of the 9th chapter, says, "And the Lord said unto him, Go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem. And mark the letter Tau upon the foreheads of those that sigh and mourn for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof." So the Latin Vulgate, and the probably most ancient copies of the Septuagint translate the passage. This Tau was in the form of the cross of this degree, and it was the emblem of life and salvation. The Samaritan Tau and the Ethiopic Tavi are the evident prototype of the Greek Tau, and we learn from Tertullian, Origen, and Saint Jerome, that the Hebrew Tau was anciently written in the form of a cross. In ancient times the mark Tau was set on those who had been acquitted by their judges, as a symbol of innocence. The military commanders placed it on soldiers who escaped unhurt from the field of battle, as a sign of their safety under the divine protection. It was a sacred symbol among the Druids. Divesting a tree of part of its branches, they left it in the shape of a Tau cross, preserved it carefully, and consecrated it with solemn ceremonies. On the tree they cut deeply the word Thau, by which they meant God. On the right arm of the cross, they inscribed the word Hezels, on the left Belen or Belinus, and on the middle of the trunk Therames. This represented the sacred triad. It is certain that the Indians, Egyptians, and Arabians paid veneration to the sign of the cross, thousands of years before the coming of Christ. Everywhere it was a sacred symbol. The Hindus and the Celtic Druids built many of their temples in the form of a cross, as the ruins still remaining clearly show, and particularly the ancient Druidical temple at Classerness in the island of Lewis in Scotland. The circle is of 12 stones. On each of the sides, east, west, and south, are 3. In the center was the image of the deity, and on the north an avenue of twice 19 stones, and one at the entrance. The supernal pagoda at Benares is in the form of a cross, and the Druidical subterranean grotto at New Grange in Ireland. The statue of Osiris at Rome had the same emblem. Isis and Ceres also bore it. And the caverns of initiation were constructed in that shape with a pyramid over the cecellum. Crosses were cut in the stones of the Temple of Serapis in Alexandria. And many Tau crosses are to be seen in the sculptures of Alabastion and Esni, in Egypt. On coins, the symbol of the Egyptian god Neph was a cross within a circle. The crux ansata was the particular emblem of Osiris, and his scepter ended with that figure. It was also the emblem of Hermes, and was considered a sublime hieroglyphic, possessing mysterious powers and virtues, as a wonder-working amulet. The sacred Tau occurs in the hands of the mummy-shaped figures between the forelegs of the row of sphinxes, in the great avenue leading from Luxor to Karnak. By the Tau cross the Kabbalists expressed the number 10, a perfect number, denoting heaven, and the Pythagorean tetractys, or incommunicable name of God. The Tau cross is also found on the stones in front of the door of the Temple of Amunoth III, at Thebes, who reigned about the time when the Israelites took possession of Canaan, and the Egyptian priests carried it in all the sacred processions. Tertullian, who had been initiated, informs us that the Tau was inscribed on the forehead of every person who had been admitted into the mysteries of Mithras. As the simple Tau represented life, so, when the circle, symbol of eternity, was added, it represented eternal life. At the initiation of a king, the Tau, as the emblem of life and key of the mysteries, was impressed upon his lips. In the Indian mysteries, the Tau cross, under the name of Taluk, was marked upon the body of the candidate, as a sign that he was set apart for the sacred mysteries. On the upright tablet of the king, discovered at Nimrod, are the names of 13 great gods, among which are Yav and Bel, and the left-hand character of every one is a cross composed of 2 cuneiform characters. The cross appears upon an ancient Phoenician medal found in the ruins of Citium, on the very ancient Buddhist obelisk near Ferns in Rossshire. On the Buddhist round towers in Ireland, and upon the splendid obelisk of the same era at Forres in Scotland. Upon the facade of a temple at Kalabchi in Nubia are three regal figures, each holding a crux ansata. Like the subterranean Mithriatic temple at New Grange in Scotland, the pagodas of Benares and Mathura were in the form of a cross. Magnificent Buddhist crosses were erected, and are still standing, at Clonmacnoise, Finglas, and Kilcullen in Ireland. Wherever the monuments of Buddhism are found, in India, Ceylon, or Ireland, we find the cross, for Buddha or bowed was represented to have been crucified. All the planets known to the ancients were distinguished by the mystic cross, in conjunction with the solar or lunar symbols. Saturn by a cross over a crescent, Jupiter by a cross under a crescent, Mars by a cross resting obliquely on a circle, Venus by a cross under a circle, and Mercury by a cross surmounted by a circle and that by a crescent. The solstices, Cancer and Capricorn, the two gates of heaven are the two pillars of Hercules, beyond which he, the sun, never journeyed, and they still appear in our lodges, as the two great columns, Jachin and Boaz. And also as the two parallel lines that bound the circle, with a point in the center, emblem of the sun between the two tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. The blazing star in our lodges, we have already said, represents Sirius, Anubis, or Mercury, guardian and guide of souls. Our ancient English brethren also considered it an emblem of the sun. In the old lectures they said, the blazing star or glory in the center refers us to that grand luminary the sun, which enlightens the earth, and by its genial influence dispenses blessings to mankind. It is also said in those lectures to be an emblem of prudence. The word prudentia means, in its original and fullest signification, foresight, and accordingly the blazing star has been regarded as an emblem of omniscience, or the all-seeing eye, which to the ancients was the sun. Even the dagger of the Elu of 9 is that used in the mysteries of Mithras, which, with its blade black and hilt white, was an emblem of the two principles of light and darkness. Isis, the same as Ceres, was, as we learn from Eratosthenes, the constellation Virgo, represented by a woman holding an ear of wheat. The different emblems which accompany her in the description given by Apuleius, a serpent on either side, a golden vase, with a serpent twined round the handle, and the animals that marched in procession, the bear, the ape, and Pegasus, represented the constellations that, rising with the Virgin, when on the day of the vernal equinox she stood in the oriental gate of heaven, brilliant with the rays of the full moon, seemed to march in her train. The cup, consecrated in the mysteries both of Isis and Eleusis, was the constellation crater or the cup. The sacred vessel of the Isiac ceremony finds its counterpart in the heavens. The Olympic robe presented to the initiate, a magnificent mantle, covered with figures of serpents and animals, and under which were 12 other sacred robes, wherewith he was clothed in the sanctuary, alluded to the starry heaven and the 12 signs, while the 7 preparatory immersions in the sea alluded to the 7 spheres, through which the soul plunged, to arrive here below and take up its abode in a body. The celestial Virgin, during the last 3 centuries that preceded the Christian era, occupied the horoscope or oriental point, and that gate of heaven through which the sun and moon ascended above the horizon at the 2 equinoxes. Again it occupied it at midnight, at the winter solstice, the precise moment when the year commenced. Thus it was essentially connected with the march of times and seasons, of the sun, the moon, and day and night, at the principal epochs of the year. At the equinoxes were celebrated the greater and lesser mysteries of Ceres. When souls descended past the balance, at the moment when the sun occupied that point, the Virgin rose before him, she stood at the gates of day and opened them to him. Her brilliant star, Spica Virginis, and Arcturus, in Boötes, northwest of it, heralded his coming. When he had returned to the vernal equinox, at the moment when souls were generated, again it was the celestial Virgin that led the march of the signs of night, and in her stars came the beautiful full moon of that month. Night and day were in succession introduced by her, when they began to diminish in length, and souls, before arriving at the gates of hell, were also led by her. In going through these signs, they passed the Styx in the 8th degree of Libra. She was the famous Sibyl who initiated Aeneas, and opened to him the way to the infernal regions. This peculiar situation of the constellation Virgo, has caused it to enter into all the sacred fables in regard to nature, under different names and the most varied forms. It often takes the name of Isis or the moon, which, when at its full at the vernal equinox, was in union with it or beneath its feet. Mercury, or Anubis, having his domicile and exaltation in the sign Virgo, was, in all the sacred fables and sanctuaries, the inseparable companion of Isis, without whose counsel she did nothing. This relation between the emblems and mysterious recitals of the initiations, and the heavenly bodies and order of the world, was still more clear in the mysteries of Mithras, adored as the sun in Asia Minor, Cappadocia, Armenia, and Persia, and whose mysteries went to Rome in the time of Scylla. This is amply proved by the descriptions we have of the Mithriac cave, in which were figured the two movements of the heavens, that of the fixed stars and that of the planets, the constellations, the 8 mystic gates of the spheres, and the symbols of the elements. So on a celebrated monument of that religion, found at Rome, were figured, the serpent or hydra under Leo, as in the heavens, the celestial dog, the bull, the scorpion, the 7 planets, represented by 7 altars, the sun, moon, and emblems relating to light, to darkness, and to their succession during the year, where each in turn triumphs for 6 months. The mysteries of Hades were celebrated when the sun entered Aries, and among the emblems was a ram at the foot of a tree which was being cut down. Thus, if not the whole truth, it is yet a large part of it, that the heathen pantheon, in its infinite diversity of names and personifications, was but a multitudinous, though in its origin unconscious allegory, of which physical phenomena, and principally the heavenly bodies, were the fundamental types. The glorious images of divinity which formed Jehovah's host, were the divine dynasty or real theocracy which governed the early world. And the men of the Golden Age, whose looks held commerce with the skies, and who watched the radiant rulers bringing winter and summer to mortals, might be said with poetic truth to live in immediate communication with heaven, and, like the Hebrew patriarchs, to see God face to face. Then the gods introduced their own worship among mankind, then Oannes, Oe, or Aquarius rose from the Red Sea to impart science to the Babylonians, then the bright bull legislated for India and Crete. And the lights of heaven, personified as Liber and Ceres, hung the Boeotian hills with vineyards, and gave the golden sheaf to Eleusis. The children of men were, in a sense, allied or married, to those sons of God who sang the jubilee of creation. And the encircling vault with its countless stars, which to the excited imagination of the solitary Chaldean wanderer appeared as animated intelligences, might naturally be compared to a gigantic ladder, on which, in their rising and setting, the angel luminaries appeared to be ascending and descending between earth and heaven. The original revelation died out of men's memories, they worshipped the creature instead of the Creator. And holding all earthly things as connected by eternal links of harmony and sympathy with the heavenly bodies, they united in one view astronomy, astrology, and religion. Long wandering thus in error, they at length ceased to look upon the stars and external nature as gods. And by directing their attention to the microcosm or narrower world of self, they again became acquainted with the true ruler and guide of the universe, and used the old fables and superstitions as symbols and allegories, by which to convey and under which to hide the great truths which had faded out of most men's remembrance. In the Hebrew writings, the term heavenly hosts includes not only the counselors and emissaries of Jehovah, but also the celestial luminaries. And the stars, imagined in the East to be animated intelligences, presiding over human weal and woe, are identified with the more distinctly impersonated messengers or angels, who execute the divine decrees, and whose predominance in heaven is in mysterious correspondence and relation with the powers and dominions of the earth. In Job, the morning stars and the sons of God are identified, they join in the same chorus of praise to the Almighty, they are both susceptible of joy, they walk in brightness, and are liable to impurity and imperfection in the sight of God. The Elohim originally included not only foreign superstitious forms, but also all that host of heaven which was revealed in poetry to the shepherds of the desert, now as an encampment of warriors, now as careering in chariots of fire, and now as winged messengers, ascending and descending the vault of heaven, to communicate the will of God to mankind. The Eternal, says the Bereshith Rabbah to Genesis, called forth Abraham and his posterity out of the dominion of the stars. By nature, the Israelite was a servant to the stars, and born under their influence, as are the heathen. But by virtue of the law given on Mount Sinai, he became liberated from this degrading servitude. The Arabs had a similar legend. The prophet Amos explicitly asserts that the Israelites, in the desert, worshipped, not Jehovah, but Moloch, or a star god, equivalent to Saturn. The gods El or Jehovah were not merely planetary or solar. Their symbolism, like that of every other deity, was coextensive with nature, and with the mind of man. Yet the astrological character is assigned even to Jehovah. He is described as seated on the pinnacle of the universe, leading forth the hosts of heaven, and telling them unerringly by name and number. His stars are his suns and his eyes, which run through the whole world, keeping watch over men's deeds. The stars and planets were properly the angels. In Pharisaic tradition, as in the phraseology of the New Testament, the heavenly host appears as an angelic army, divided into regiments and brigades, under the command of imaginary chiefs, such as Massalot, Legion, Carter Geestra etc. Each Geestra being captain of 365,000 myriads of stars. The seven spirits which stand before the throne, spoken of by several Jewish writers, and generally presumed to have been immediately derived from the Persian Amshaspans, were ultimately the seven planetary intelligences. The original model of the seven-branched golden candlestick exhibited to Moses on God's mountain. The stars were imagined to have fought in their courses against Sisera. The heavens were spoken of as holding a predominance over earth, as governing it by signs and ordinances, and as containing the elements of that astrological wisdom, more especially cultivated by the Babylonians and Egyptians. Each nation was supposed by the Hebrews to have its own guardian angel, and its own provincial star. One of the chiefs of the celestial powers, at first Jehovah himself in the character of the sun, standing in the height of heaven, overlooking and governing all things. Afterward one of the angels or subordinate planetary genii of Babylonian or Persian mythology, was the patron and protector of their own nation, the prince that standeth for the children of thy people. The discords of earth were accompanied by a warfare in the sky, and no people underwent the visitation of the Almighty, without a corresponding chastisement being inflicted on its tutelary angel. The fallen angels were also fallen stars. And the first allusion to a feud among the spiritual powers in early Hebrew mythology, where Rabab and his confederates are defeated, like the Titans in a battle against the gods, seems to identify the rebellious spirits as part of the visible heavens, where the high ones on high are punished or chained, as a signal proof of God's power and justice. God, it is said, stirs the sea with his might, by his understanding he smote Rahab, his breath clears the face of heaven, his hand pierced the crooked serpent. God withdraws not his anger, beneath him bow the confederates of Rahab. Rahab always means a sea monster, probably some such legendary monstrous dragon, as in almost all mythologies is the adversary of heaven and demon of eclipse, in whose belly, significantly called the belly of hell, Hercules, like Jonah, passed 3 days, ultimately escaping with the loss of his hair or rays. Chesil, the rebellious giant Orion, represented in Job as riveted to the sky, was compared to Ninus or Nimrod, the mythical founder of Nineveh, city of fish, the mighty hunter, who slew lions and panthers before the Lord. Rahab's confederates are probably the high ones on high, the Cheselim or constellations in Isaiah, the heavenly host or heavenly powers, among whose number were found folly and disobedience. I beheld, says Pseudo-Enoch, 7 stars like great blazing mountains, and like spirits, entreating me. And the angel said, This place, until the consummation of heaven and earth, will be the prison of the stars and of the host of heaven. These are the stars which overstepped God's command before their time arrived, and came not at their proper season, therefore was he offended with them, and bound them, until the time of the consummation of their crimes in the secret year. And again, these 7 stars are those which have transgressed the commandment of the Most High God, and which are here bound until the number of the days of their crimes be completed. The Jewish and early Christian writers looked on the worship of the sun and the elements with comparative indulgence. Justin Martyr and Clemens of Alexandria admit that God had appointed the stars as legitimate objects of heathen worship, in order to preserve throughout the world some tolerable notions of natural religion. It seemed a middle point between heathenism and Christianity, and to it certain emblems and ordinances of that faith seemed to relate. The advent of Christ was announced by a star from the east. And his nativity was celebrated on the shortest day of the Julian calendar, the day when, in the physical commemorations of Persia and Egypt, Mithras or Osiris was newly found. It was then that the acclamations of the host of heaven, the unfailing attendance of the sun, surrounded, as at the spring dawn of creation, the cradle of his birthplace, and that, in the words of Ignatius, a star, with light inexpressible, shone forth in the heavens, to destroy the power of magic and the bonds of wickedness. For God himself had appeared, in the form of man, for the renewal of eternal life. But however infinite the variety of objects which helped to develop the notion of deity, and eventually assumed its place, substituting the worship of the creature for that of the Creator, of parts of the body, for that of the soul, of the universe, still the notion itself was essentially one of unity. The idea of one God, of a creative, productive, governing unity, resided in the earliest exertion of thought, and this monotheism of the primitive ages, makes every succeeding epoch, unless it be the present, appear only as a stage in the progress of degeneracy and aberration. Everywhere in the old faiths we find the idea of a supreme or presiding deity. Ammonius or Osiris presides among the many gods of Egypt. Pan, with the music of his pipe, directs the chorus of the constellations, as Zeus leads the solemn procession of the celestial troops in the astronomical theology of the Pythagoreans. Amidst an infinite diversity of opinions on all other subjects, says Maximus Tyrius, the whole world is unanimous in the belief of one only Almighty King and Father of all. There is always a sovereign power, a Zeus or Deus, Mahadeva or Adideva, to whom belongs the maintenance of the order of the universe. Among the 1,000 gods of India, the doctrine of divine unity is never lost sight of. And the ethereal Jove, worshipped by the Persian in an age long before Xenophanes or Anaxagoras, appears as supremely comprehensive and independent of planetary or elemental subdivisions, as the vast one, or great soul, of the Vedas. But the simplicity of belief of the patriarchs did not exclude the employment of symbolical representations. The mind never rests satisfied with a mere feeling. That feeling ever strives to assume precision and durability as an idea, by some outward delineation of its thought. Even the ideas that are above and beyond the senses, as all ideas of God are, require the aid of the senses for their expression and communication. Hence come the representative forms and symbols which constitute the external investiture of every religion. Attempts to express a religious sentiment that is essentially one, and that vainly struggles for adequate external utterance, striving to tell to one man, to paint to him, an idea existing in the mind of another, and essentially incapable of utterance or description, in a language all the words of which have a sensuous meaning. Thus, the idea being perhaps the same in all, its expressions and utterances are infinitely various, and branch into an infinite diversity of creeds and sects. All religious expression is symbolism, since we can describe only what we see. And the true objects of religion are unseen. The earliest instruments of education were symbols. And they and all other religious forms differed and still differ according to external circumstances and imagery, and according to differences of knowledge and mental cultivation. To present a visible symbol to the eye of another is not to inform him of the meaning which that symbol has to you. Hence the philosopher soon superadded to these symbols, explanations addressed to the ear, susceptible of more precision, but less effective, obvious, and impressive than the painted or sculptured forms which he despised. Out of these explanations grew by degrees a variety of narratives, whose true object and meaning were gradually forgotten. And when these were abandoned, and philosophy resorted to definitions and formulas, its language was but a more refined symbolism, grappling with and attempting to picture ideas impossible to be expressed. For the most abstract expression for deity which language can supply, is but a sign or symbol for an object unknown, and no more truthful and adequate than the terms Osiris and Vishnu, except as being less sensuous and explicit. To say that he is a spirit, is but to say that he is not matter. What spirit is, we can only define as the ancients did, by resorting, as if in despair, to some sublimized species of matter, as light, fire, or ether. No symbol of deity can be appropriate or durable except in a relative or moral sense. We cannot exalt words that have only a sensuous meaning, above sense. To call him a power or a force, or an intelligence, is merely to deceive ourselves into the belief that we use words that have a meaning to us, when they have none, or at least no more than the ancient visible symbols had. To call him sovereign, father, grand architect of the universe, extension, time, beginning, middle, and end, whose face is turned on all sides, the source of life and death, is but to present other men with symbols by which we vainly endeavor to communicate to them the same vague ideas which men in all ages have impotently struggled to express. And it may be doubted whether we have succeeded either in communicating, or in forming in our own minds, any more distinct and definite and true and adequate idea of the deity, with all our metaphysical conceits and logical subtleties, than the rude ancients did, who endeavored to symbolize and so to express his attributes, by the fire, the light, the sun and stars, the lotus and the scarabaeus. All of them types of what, except by types, more or less sufficient, could not be expressed at all. The primitive man recognized the divine presence under a variety of appearances, without losing his faith in this unity and supremacy. The invisible God, manifested and on one of his many sides visible, did not cease to be God to him. He recognized him in the evening breeze of Eden, in the whirlwind of Sinai, in the stone of Bethel, and identified him with the fire or thunder or the immovable rock adored in ancient Arabia. To him the image of the deity was reflected in all that was preeminent in excellence. He saw Jehovah, like Osiris and Bel, in the sun as well as in the stars, which were his children, his eyes, which run through the whole world, and watch over the sacred soil of Palestine, from the year's commencement to its close. He was the sacred fire of Mount Sinai, of the burning bush, of the Persians, those Puritans of paganism. Naturally it followed that symbolism soon became more complicated, and all the powers of heaven were reproduced on earth, until a web of fiction and allegory was woven, which the wit of man, with his limited means of explanation, will never unravel. Hebrew theism itself became involved in symbolism and image worship, to which all religions ever tend. We have already seen what was the symbolism of the tabernacle, the temple, and the ark. The Hebrew establishment tolerated not only the use of emblematic vessels, vestments, and cherubs, of sacred pillars and seraphim, but symbolical representations of Jehovah himself, not even confined to poetical or illustrative language. Among the edifiers, says Krishna, in the Bhagavad Gita, I am Vishnu, the radiant sun among the stars, among the waters, I am ocean, among the mountains, the Himalaya, and among the mountaintops, Meru. The Psalms and Isaiah are full of similar attempts to convey to the mind ideas of God, by ascribing to him sensual proportions. He rides on the clouds, and sits on the wings of the wind. Heaven is his pavilion, and out of his mouth issue lightnings. Men cannot worship a mere abstraction. They require some outward form in which to clothe their conceptions, and invest their sympathies. If they do not shape and carve or paint visible images, they have invisible ones, perhaps quite as inadequate and unfaithful, within their own minds. The incongruous and monstrous in the Oriental images came from the desire to embody the infinite, and to convey by multiplied, because individually inadequate symbols, a notion of divine attributes to the understanding. Perhaps we should find that we mentally do the same thing, and make within ourselves images quite as incongruous, if judged of by our own limited conceptions. If we were to undertake to analyze and gain a clear idea of the mass of infinite attributes which we assign to the deity, and even of his infinite justice and infinite mercy and love, we may well say, in the language of Maximus Tyrius, if, in the desire to obtain some faint conception of the universal Father, the nameless lawgiver, men had recourse to words or names, to silver or gold, to animals or plants, to mountaintops or flowing rivers, every one inscribing the most valued and most beautiful things with the name of deity, and with the fondness of a lover clinging with rapture to each trivial reminiscence of the beloved. Why should we seek to reduce this universal practice of symbolism, necessary, indeed, since the mind often needs the excitement of the imagination to rouse it into activity, to one monotonous standard of formal propriety? Only let the image duly perform its task, and bring the divine idea with vividness and truth before the mental eye. If this be effected, whether by the art of Phidias, the poetry of Homer, the Egyptian hieroglyph, or the Persian element, we need not cavil at external differences, or lament the seeming fertility of unfamiliar creeds. So long as the great essential is attained, that men are made to remember, to understand, and to love. Certainly, when men regarded light and fire as something spiritual, and above all the corruptions and exempt from all the decay of matter. When they looked upon the sun and stars and planets as composed of this finer element, and as themselves great and mysterious intelligences, infinitely superior to man, living existences, gifted with mighty powers and wielding vast influences. Those elements and bodies conveyed to them, when used as symbols of deity, a far more adequate idea than they can now do to us, or than we can comprehend, now that fire and light are familiar to us as air and water. And the heavenly luminaries are lifeless worlds like our own. Perhaps they gave them ideas as adequate as we obtain from the mere words by which we endeavor to symbolize and shadow forth the ineffable mysteries and infinite attributes of God. There are, it is true, dangers inseparable from symbolism, which countervail its advantages, and afford an impressive lesson in regard to the similar risks attendant on the use of language. The imagination, invited to assist the reason, usurps its place, or leaves its ally helplessly entangled in its web. Names which stand for things are confounded with them. The means are mistaken for the end, the instrument of interpretation for the object, and thus symbols come to usurp an independent character as truths and persons. Though perhaps a necessary path, they were a dangerous one by which to approach the deity, in which many, says Plutarch, mistaking the sign for the thing signified, fell into a ridiculous superstition. While others, in avoiding one extreme, plunged into the no less hideous gulf of irreligion and impiety. All great reformers have warred against this evil, deeply feeling the intellectual mischief arising out of a degraded idea of the Supreme Being, and have claimed for their own God an existence or personality distinct from the objects of ancient superstition, disowning in his name the symbols and images that had profaned his temple. But they have not seen that the utmost which can be effected by human effort, is to substitute impressions relatively correct, for others whose falsehood has been detected, and to replace a gross symbolism by a purer one. Every man, without being aware of it, worships a conception of his own mind, for all symbolism, as well as all language, shares the subjective character of the ideas it represents. The epithets we apply to God only recall either visible or intellectual symbols to the eye or mind. The modes or forms of manifestation of the reverential feeling that constitutes the religious sentiment, are incomplete and progressive. Each term and symbol predicates a partial truth, remaining always amenable to improvement or modification, and, in its turn, to be superseded by others more accurate and comprehensive. Idolatry consists in confounding the symbol with the thing signified, the substitution of a material for a mental object of worship, after a higher spiritualism has become possible. An ill-judged preference of the inferior to the superior symbol, an inadequate and sensual conception of the deity, and every religion and every conception of God is idolatrous, in so far as it is imperfect. And as it substitutes a feeble and temporary idea in the shrine of that undiscoverable being who can be known only in part, and who can therefore be honored, even by the most enlightened among his worshippers, only in proportion to their limited powers of understanding and imagining to themselves his perfections. Like the belief in a deity, the belief in the soul's immortality is rather a natural feeling, an adjunct of self-consciousness, than a dogma belonging to any particular age or country. It gives eternity to man's nature, and reconciles its seeming anomalies and contradictions, it makes him strong in weakness and perfectible in imperfection. And it alone gives an adequate object for his hopes and energies, and value and dignity to his pursuits. It is concurrent with the belief in an infinite, eternal spirit, since it is chiefly through consciousness of the dignity of the mind within us, that we learn to appreciate its evidences in the universe. To fortify, and as far as possible to impart this hope, was the great aim of ancient wisdom, whether expressed in forms of poetry or philosophy, as it was of the mysteries, and as it is of Masonry. Life rising out of death was the great mystery, which symbolism delighted to represent under 1,000 ingenious forms. Nature was ransacked for attestations to the grand truth which seems to transcend all other gifts of imagination, or rather to be their essence and consummation. Such evidences were easily discovered. They were found in the olive and the lotus, in the evergreen myrtle of the misty and of the grave of Polydorus, in the deadly but self-renewing serpent, the wonderful moth emerging from the coffin of the worm, the phenomena of germination. The settings and risings of the sun and stars, the darkening and growth of the moon, and in sleep, the minor mystery of death. The stories of the birth of Apollo from Latona, and of dead heroes, like Glaucus, resuscitated in caves, were allegories of the natural alternations of life and death in nature. Changes that are but expedients to preserve her virginity and purity inviolable in the general sum of her operations, whose aggregate presents only a majestic calm, rebuking alike man's presumption and his despair. The typical death of the nature god, Osiris, Hades, Adonis, Hiram, was a profound but consolatory mystery. The healing charms of Orpheus were connected with his destruction. And his bones, those valued pledges of fertility in victory, were, by a beautiful contrivance, often buried within the sacred precincts of his immortal equivalent. In their doctrines as to the immortality of the soul, the Greek philosophers merely stated with more precision ideas long before extant independently among themselves, in the form of symbolical suggestion. Egypt and Ethiopia in these matters learned from India, where, as everywhere else, the origin of the doctrine was as remote and untraceable as the origin of man himself. Its natural expression is found in the language of Krishna, in the Bhagavad Gita, I myself never was non-existent, nor thou, nor these princes of the earth. Nor shall we ever hereafter cease to be. The soul is not a thing of which a man may say, it hath been, or is about to be, or is to be hereafter, for it is a thing without birth. It is pre-existent, changeless, eternal, and is not to be destroyed with this mortal frame. According to the dogma of antiquity, the thronging forms of life are a series of purifying migrations, through which the divine principle reascends to the unity of its source. Inebriated in the bowl of Dionysos, and dazzled in the mirror of existence, the souls, those fragments or sparks of the universal intelligence, forgot their native dignity, and passed into the terrestrial frames they coveted. The most usual type of the spirit's descent was suggested by the sinking of the sun and stars from the upper to the lower hemisphere. When it arrived within the portals of the proper empire of Dionysos, the god of this world, the scene of delusion and change, its individuality became clothed in a material form. And as individual bodies were compared to a garment, the world was the investiture of the universal spirit. Again, the body was compared to a vase or urn, the soul's recipient, the world being the mighty bowl which received the descending deity. In another image, ancient as the grottos of the Magi and the denunciations of Ezekiel, the world was as a dimly illuminated cavern, where shadows seem realities. And where the soul becomes forgetful of its celestial origin in proportion to its proneness to material fascinations. By another, the period of the soul's embodiment is as when exhalations are condensed, and the aerial element assumes the grosser form of water. But if vapor falls in water, it was held, water is again the birth of vapors, which ascend and adorn the heavens. If our mortal existence be the death of the spirit, our death may be the renewal of its life. As physical bodies are exalted from earth to water, from water to air, from air to fire, so the man may rise into the hero into the god. In the course of nature, the soul, to recover its lost estate, must pass through a series of trials and migrations. The scene of those trials is the grand sanctuary of initiations. The world, their primary agents are the elements. And Dionysos, as sovereign of nature, or the sensuous world personified, is official arbiter of the mysteries, and guide of the soul, which he introduces into the body and dismisses from it. He is the sun, that liberator of the elements, and his spiritual mediation was suggested by the same imagery which made the zodiac the supposed path of the spirits in their descent and their return. And Cancer and Capricorn the gates through which they passed. He was not only creator of the world, but guardian, liberator, and savior of the soul. Ushered into the world amidst lightning and thunder, he became the liberator celebrated in the mysteries of Thebes, delivering earth from winter's chain, conducting the nightly chorus of the stars and the celestial revolution of the year. His symbolism was the inexhaustible imagery employed to fill up the stellar devices of the zodiac. He was the vernal bull, the lion, the ram, the autumnal goat, the serpent, in short, the very deity, the resulting manifestation personified. The all and the many, the varied year, life passing into innumerable forms. Essentially inferior to none, yet changing with the seasons, and undergoing their periodical decay. He mediates and intercedes for man, and reconciles the universal unseen mind with the individualized spirit of which he is emphatically the perfecter. A consummation which he effects, first through the vicissitudes of the elemental ordeal, the alternate fire of summer and the showers of winter, the trials or test of an immortal nature, and secondarily and symbolically through the mysteries. He holds not only the cup of generation, but also that of wisdom or initiation, whose influence is contrary to that of the former, causing the soul to abhor its material bonds, and to long for its return. The first was the cup of forgetfulness, while the second is the urn of Aquarius, quaffed by the returning spirit, as by the returning sun at the winter solstice. And emblematic of the exchange of wordly impressions for the recovered recollections of the glorious sights and enjoyments of its pre-existence. Water nourishes and purifies, and the urn from which it flows was thought worthy to be a symbol of deity, as of the Osiris Scannabis who with living water irrigated the soil of Egypt. And also an emblem of hope that should cheer the dwellings of the dead. The second birth of Dionysos, like the rising of Osiris and Hades from the dead, and the raising of Kuram, is a type of the spiritual regeneration of man. Psyche, the soul, like Ariadne, had two lovers, an earthly and an immortal one. The immortal suitor is Dionysos, the Eros fans of the Orphici, gradually exalted by the progress of thought, out of the symbol of sensuality into the torchbearer of the nuptials of the gods. The divine influence which physically called the world into being, and which, awakening the soul from its Stygian trance, restores it from earth to heaven. Thus the scientific theories of the ancients, expounded in the mysteries, as to the origin of the soul, its descent, its sojourn here below, and its return, were not a mere barren contemplation of the nature of the world, and of the intelligent beings existing there. They were not an idle speculation as to the order of the world, and about the soul, but a study of the means for arriving at the great object proposed, the perfecting of the soul, and, as a necessary consequence, that of morals and society. This earth, to them, was not the soul's home, but its place of exile. Heaven was its home, and there was its birthplace. To it ought incessantly to turn its eyes. Man was not a terrestrial plant. His roots were in heaven. The soul had lost its wings, clogged by the viscosity of matter. It would recover them when it extricated itself from matter and commenced its upward flight. Matter being, in their view, as it was in that of St. Paul, the principle of all the passions that trouble reason, mislead the intelligence, and stain the purity of the soul, the mysteries taught man how to enfeeble the action of matter on the soul, and to restore to the latter its natural dominion. And lest the stains so contracted should continue after death, lustrations were used, fastings, expiations, macerations, continence, and above all, initiations. Many of these practices were at first merely symbolical, material signs indicating the moral purity required of the initiates, but they afterward came to be regarded as actual productive causes of that purity. The effect of initiation was meant to be the same as that of philosophy, to purify the soul of its passions, to weaken the empire of the body over the divine portion of man. And to give him here below a happiness anticipatory of the felicity to be one day enjoyed by him, and of the future vision by him of the divine beings. And therefore Proclus and the other Platonists taught that the mysteries and initiations withdrew souls from this mortal and material life, to reunite them to the gods. And dissipated for the adepts the shades of ignorance by the splendors of the deity. Such were the precious fruits of the last degree of the mystic science, to see nature in her springs and sources, and to become familiar with the causes of things and with real existences. Cicero says that the soul must exercise itself in the practice of the virtues, if it would speedily return to its place of origin. It should, while imprisoned in the body, free itself therefrom by the contemplation of superior beings, and in some sort be divorced from the body and the senses. Those who remain enslaved, subjugated by their passions and violating the sacred laws of religion and society, will reascend to heaven, only after they shall have been purified through a long succession of ages. The initiate was required to emancipate himself from his passions, and to free himself from the hindrances of the senses and of matter, in order that he might rise to the contemplation of the deity. Or of that incorporeal and unchanging light in which live and subsist the causes of created natures. We must, says Porphyry, flee from everything sensual, that the soul may with ease reunite itself with God, and live happily with him. This is the great work of initiation, says Hierocles, to recall the soul to what is truly good and beautiful, and make it familiar therewith, and they its own. To deliver it from the pains and ills it endures here below, enchained in matter as in a dark prison, to facilitate its return to the celestial splendors, and to establish it in the Fortunate Isles, by restoring it to its first estate. Thereby, when the hour of death arrives, the soul, freed of its mortal garmenting, which it leaves behind it as a legacy to earth, will rise buoyantly to its home among the stars, there to retake its ancient condition. And approach toward the divine nature as far as man may do. Plutarch compares Isis to knowledge, and Typhon to ignorance, obscuring the light of the sacred doctrine whose blaze lights the soul of the initiate. No gift of the gods, he holds, is so precious as the knowledge of the truth, and that of the nature of the gods, so far as our limited capacities allow us to rise toward them. The Valentinians termed initiation light. The initiate, says Psellus, becomes an epopt, when admitted to see the divine lights. Clemens of Alexandria, imitating the language of an initiate in the mysteries of Bacchus, and inviting this initiate, whom he terms blind like Tiresias, to come to see Christ, who will blaze upon his eyes with greater glory than the sun, exclaims, O mysteries most truly holy! O pure light! When the torch of the Deducos gleams, heaven and the deity are displayed to my eyes. I am initiated, and become holy. This was the true object of initiation. To be sanctified, and TOC, that is, to have just and faithful conceptions of the deity, the knowledge of whom was the light of the mysteries. It was promised the initiate at Samothrace, that he should become pure, and just Clemens says that by baptism, souls are illuminated, and led to the pure light with which mingles no darkness, nor anything material. The initiate, become an epopt, was called a seer. Hail, newborn light, the initiates cried in the mysteries of Bacchus. Such was held to be the effect of complete initiation. It lighted up the soul with rays from the divinity, and became for it, as it were, the eye with which, according to the Pythagoreans, it contemplates the field of truth. In its mystical abstractions, wherein it rises superior to the body, whose action on it, it annuls for the time, to re-enter into itself, so as entirely to occupy itself with the view of the divinity, and the means of coming to resemble him. Thus enfeebling the dominion of the senses and the passions over the soul, and as it were freeing the latter from a sordid slavery, and by the steady practice of all the virtues, active and contemplative. Our ancient brethren strove to fit themselves to return to the bosom of the deity. Let not our objects as Masons fall below theirs. We use the symbols which they used, and teach the same great cardinal doctrines that they taught, of the existence of an intellectual God, and the immortality of the soul of man. If the details of their doctrines as to the soul seem to us to verge on absurdity, let us compare them with the common notions of our own day, and be silent. If it seems to us that they regarded the symbol in some cases as the thing symbolized, and worshipped the sign as if it were itself deity, let us reflect how insufficient are our own ideas of deity. And how we worship those ideas and images formed and fashioned in our own minds, and not the deity himself, and if we are inclined to smile at the importance they attach to lustrations and fasts. Let us pause and inquire whether the same weakness of human nature does not exist today, causing rites and ceremonies to be regarded as actively efficient for the salvation of souls. And let us ever remember the words of an old writer, with which we conclude this lecture: "It is a pleasure to stand on the shore, and to see ships tossed upon the sea, a pleasure to stand in the window of a castle, and see a battle and the adventures thereof, but no pleasure is comparable to the standing on the vantage ground of truth, a hill not to be commanded, and where the air is always clear and serene, and to see the errors and wanderings, and mists and tempests, in the vale below. So always that this prospect be with pity, and not with swelling or pride. Certainly it is heaven upon earth to have a man's mind move in charity, rest in providence, and turn upon the poles of truth."